over myriad demons, the other conquering all directions, perfectly embodying the fraternal bond of Emperor Jun and Tai from mythology. Even more remarkably, their real-life identities as founders of the Huanyu group, creators of the Yan Huang civilization, and formidable figures with interstellar fleets resonate wonderfully with their roles as the celestial emperor of the demon clan. One insightful netizen succinctly encapsulated. In reality, Qin Feng establishes the Yan Huang civilization, commanding the future. In mythology, Emperor Jun creates the demon clan's heavenly court, ruling the primordial chaos. This transcends mere acting. It is a portrayal of their true selves. Chapter 111. The devoted Qin Yang. Qin Yao, who plays the Earth Mother ancestor, presents a different tableau in her stills. Donned in an earthy yellow ancestral robe, she carries herself with grace and dignity, her visage exuding compassion and gentleness. She cradles a reincarnation seal, with the ethereal imagery of the 6 paths of reincarnation behind her. Unlike the fierce and imposing presence of other ancestors, the essence of the Earth Mother is one of inclusivity, compassion, and sacrifice. In reality, Qin Yao, a top-tier streamer with 300 million fans, is doted upon by her 2 elder brothers, mirroring the mythical figure who is cherished by 10 brothers and ultimately transforms into the cycle of reincarnation. The synergy is exquisite. Yao Yao as the Earth Mother is undoubtedly fated. Fans are elated, as in reality, she has 2 brothers who adore her, while in mythology, she is loved by 10. What a serendipitous connection. Once the cast list was confirmed, all principal actors arrived in Huaixin ahead of schedule for script readings, action training, and costume fittings. Qin Yang was the earliest to arrive. Officially, he was there to visit his sister, Qin Yao. Yet, in truth, his thoughts were solely on another person, Liu Yifei, who plays the Xianming ancestor. The Xianming Palace, situated in the northern part of the film base, is a grand edifice constructed entirely of dark ice, exuding a chilling aura that perfectly complements Liu Yifei's ethereal demeanor. Sister Fei, I have brought you some skincare products that are said to be exceptionally good for the skin. Sister Fei, the weather in Huaixin is quite dry. I arranged for a humidifier to be sent to your room. Sister Fei, there is a scene in the script where Xianming and Tai have an exchange. Should we rehearse our lines in advance? Qin Yang frequented the Xianming Palace almost daily, bringing various items and seeking any excuse to draw closer to Liu Yifei. Initially, Qin Yao was quite pleased. My second brother has finally come to visit me. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. After Qin Yang's arrival, he asked her a couple of perfunctory questions about her meals and accommodations, and then swiftly made his way to Liu Yifei. His inquiries regarding his own sister lasted no more than 5 minutes. Second brother, Qin Yao could no longer restrain herself. During one of Qin Yang's visits to Liu Yifei, she intercepted him, demanding, "Are you here to see me, or to see Sister Fei?" Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then he grinned and affectionately ruffled Qin Yao's hair. "Of course, I am here to see both." "Spare me." Qin Yao rolled her eyes. "The way you look at Sister Fei is entirely different from how you look at me. Come on, admit it, you have feelings for her, don't you?" Qin Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his voice. "Don't say such nonsense. You're just a child. I'm already 20. Qin Yao retorted. "And I can see it. Even Big Brother has noticed. Sister Fei is quite astute. She must have realized it too." Qin Yang scratched his head, slightly bashful. "Is it that obvious?" "Indubitably," Qin Yao sighed. "But, second brother, Sister Fei is considerably older than you. Isn't she? Moreover, she is a national goddess, with admirers lining up from Huai County to Shenyang. Age is not an issue," Qin Yang quickly interjected. "Besides, I'm not lacking in appeal, am I?" This was indeed true. After 3 rounds of genetic optimization, Qin Yang stood at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned and robust physique, and a strikingly handsome, radiant face. Coupled with his status as the second son of the Huanyu group and one of the founders of the Yan Huang civilization, he could be deemed one of the most exceptional young talents globally, without question. "That is a fair point," Qin Yao nodded. "But does Sister Fei know about your past?" "What past?" Qin Yang asked, momentarily bewildered. "About your time as a background actor in Hengdian before graduating from university last year," Qin Yao teased, her eyes twinkling. "Didn't you once catch a glimpse of Sister Fei and even asked her for an autograph, only to be stopped by security?" Qin Yang's expression instantly froze. "H, how do you know that?" "Big Brother told me," Qin Yao replied with a grin. "He said you spent 2 months in Hengdian for your internship proof, eagerly hoping to see Liu Yifei. When you finally did, you were so excited that you rushed forward and were escorted away by security as an overly enthusiastic fan." "Why would he mention that?" Qin Yang's face turned crimson. "How adorable." Qin Yao chuckled even more joyously. "Would you like me to tell Sister Fei about this little episode?" "Absolutely not." Qin Yang hastily waved his hands. Nevertheless, Qin Yang eventually found an opportunity to mention this incident to Liu Yifei. That afternoon, during a break between their scenes, they sat in the icy crystal corridor outside the Xianyuan Hall. "Sister Fei," Qin Yang gazed into the distance at the unyielding mountains and suddenly spoke. "Actually, around this time last year, I was a background actor in Hengdian." Liu Yifei turned her head in surprise. "A background actor?" "Yes," Qin Yang smiled sheepishly. "In my final semester of university, I needed an internship proof. I have a keen interest in acting, so I went to Hengdian for 2 months." He paused before continuing. "At that time, you happened to be filming in Hengdian. My crew was shooting a web movie next door. Upon hearing you were there, everyone rushed to take a look." Liu Yifei pondered for a moment and shook her head. "I don't have any recollection of that. There were many spectators back then." Normalcy enveloped Qin Yang. He was not surprised. At that time, he was merely an ordinary background actor, clad in tattered soldier armor, his face smudged with grime, jostling among the crowd. "When you alighted from the vehicle, the air was filled with piercing screams. I could barely catch a glimpse of your face before being shoved to the back." He chuckled as he recounted. Later, I even sought your autograph, but just as I stepped forward, the security mistook me for an overly enthusiastic fan and whisked me away. I explained that I was also an actor, yet the security guard scrutinized my ragged armor and retorted, an actor? Actors should adhere to the rules even more. Liu Yifei, listening intently, couldn't help but laugh. Did that really happen? Indeed, Qin Yang shrugged. Back then, I was just an unknown nobody, a mere shadow. He turned to Liu Yifei, but now, things have changed. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon his face, his genetically enhanced eyes sparkling with clarity and brightness. Now, I can stand before you, act alongside you, and engage in serene conversations. It feels extraordinary. Liu Yifei gazed at him for a moment before suddenly stating, actually, there is nothing much different. Last year at Hengdian, you were a background actor, and I was the lead. Yet, stripped of those titles, we are merely ordinary people. Her voice remained calm. Now? You are the second son of Huanyu Group, and I am an actress. But beneath these identities, we remain just regular individuals. She paused before adding, moreover, I find that young man from last year, who was escorted away by security while seeking an autograph, rather endearing. At least he was genuine. Qin Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated Liu Yifei would politely commend his success or suggest they let bygones be bygones. Instead, she remarked on his adorability. Really? Truly? He stammered. A rarity for him. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He was more charming than the current Qin Yang, who constantly brings me gifts and seeks to rehearse with me. Qin Yang's face flushed again, this time from embarrassment. Chapter 112. Dawn. If Liu Yifei's casting was expected, the selection of another significant female role took everyone by surprise. The wife of the demon emperor Dijuan, the sun goddess Xia, was to be portrayed by an unheralded 25-year-old girl. Her name was Qinxi, hailing from Anhui province. She studied classical literature in university and worked as an editor at a publishing house after graduation. She submitted a video for the nationwide audition of Hua Xiaochang Go. When the cast announcement was made, skepticism arose. Could an ordinary individual portray the queen of the demon race? However, once the promotional stills were released, all doubts evaporated. In the photographs, Qinxi donned a golden phoenix robe and a sun crown, exuding grace and poise, her gaze both gentle and resolute. She lacked Liu Yifei's ethereal chill and Sister Tao's majestic compassion, yet she possessed a unique aura. She embodied the essence of national peace and maternal virtue. Not merely an act, but a quality radiating from her very core. Her smile was as warm as the morning sun, and her demeanor as dignified as the full moon. Standing there, she truly appeared to be the empress who bore 10 sons for Dijuan, embodying maternal grace. Coincidentally, her name, Qinxi, signifying the morning sun, harmonized perfectly with the divine role of the sun goddess Xia. This is not merely a casting choice, it is destiny. The director expressed in an interview. We auditioned hundreds of professional actors, but upon seeing Qinxi, everyone instinctively knew she was the one. She does not need to portray Xia, her mere presence embodies Xia. When Xin Feng glimpsed Qinxi's character stills, he nodded in agreement. Suitable. He said little more, yet those familiar with him understood that these two words carried immense weight. A notable aspect of the casting for the ancient mythology segment of Hua Xiaochanga is its emphasis on a robust masculinity. This does not imply that only male roles are featured. Rather, every character, regardless of gender, exudes a state of vitality, strength, and vigor. The actor portraying the ancestral shaman Gonggong stands at an impressive height of 192 meters, having previously been a professional swimmer. His muscular form suggesting he could indeed command the waters of the world. The actor cast as the ancestral shaman Zhurong is a national-level martial artist. His gaze sharp as flames, his movements powerful and decisive. The actors portraying the demon tribe's sacred beings, while some exude an alluring charm and others a more delicate grace, all share a robust physique and defined musculature. Their demons are formidable, imposing entities, not effeminate caricatures. Even the extras playing the shamanic soldiers were selected from a nationwide audition and are all robust males, standing no shorter than 1.8 meters, possessing a strong build, foundational martial arts skills, and excellent physical endurance. What we aim to present is the ancient ancestors' vision of strength. The chief director articulated at the pre-production rally that in that era, strength was the assurance of survival and the cornerstone of civilization. Our forebears were valiant souls who dared to contend with heaven, earth, and the monstrous beasts. Their image ought to embody strength, masculinity, and a spirited vitality. This sentiment resonated fervently among all cast and crew, signaling a revival. After years of the entertainment industry being eroded by an aesthetic of androgynous beauty and unhealthy slenderness, Hua Xiaochanga proclaims in the most direct manner, the era of masculinity has returned. On April 30th, all personnel were in position. Beneath the majestic Buzhou Mountain, a grand stage for the opening ceremony had been erected. Behind the stage loomed massive posters of the 12 ancestral shamans and the heavenly realm of the demon tribe. Flanking the stage were sculptures depicting classic scenes such as Panga's creation of the heavens, Nuwa's crafting of humanity, and the battle between shamans and demons. Tomorrow, May 1st, at 9 a.m., the ancient mythology segment of Hua Xiaochanga will officially commence filming. The first scene will depict Panga's creation of the heavens, wherein the character played by a bioengineered actor will, with the aid of holographic projection and virtual reality technology, recreate the epic moment of cleaving chaos and becoming all things. Standing at the highest point of the Lingxiao Palace, Qin Feng surveyed the entire film base. His gaze swept over Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral land of the shamans, and the Zixiao Palace, finally resting on Qin Yang, who was conversing with Liu Yifei in the distance, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. His elder brother, Qin Yao, unexpectedly appeared beside him, following his gaze and chuckling. Second brother is quite serious this time. I know, Qin Feng nodded. Do you agree? As long as he is happy. Qin Feng replied. The gene optimization liquid can resolve age issues, and social status is certainly no obstacle. As long as the other party possesses good character and mutual affection, I find no reason to oppose. Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Now, that sounds like my elder brother. She paused momentarily and continued. However, dear brother, what about yourself? At 26, you have yet to experience romance. You are to portray Emperor Jun, who has a wife, Shiha, in the play. Should you not also contemplate such matters outside of it? Qin Feng cast her a glance, but remained silent. Nevertheless, his gaze drifted towards the direction of the Shiha Palace, where Qinxi was diligently practicing the demeanor of the heavenly queen under the guidance of the staff. Each of her movements was graceful and poised, and her every smile radiated warmth and brilliance. After watching her for a while, Qin Feng averted his gaze. Let it unfold naturally, he remarked. In the unassuming city of Haozhou, located in Anhui Province, Qinxi was born. Her father, Cheng Wang, was a Chinese language teacher at Haozhou No. 1 high school, while her mother, Lin Wan, taught English at the same institution. Hailing from a scholarly family, they may not have been affluent, but their home was filled with warmth. The name Qinxi, meaning morning light, was chosen by her father after perusing ancient texts, as described in the Book of Songs. Minor Odes. The courtyard fire. How is the night? The night is not yet over. The light of the courtyard fire flickers. The gentleman arrives. The sound of the phoenix resonates. Embracing his newborn daughter, Cheng Wang said to his wife, I wish to name her a brighter dawn, the first ray of sunlight in the morning. I hope her life is forever directed towards the light. Over the course of 25 years, Qinxi has indeed blossomed into the radiant and dignified young woman her father envisioned. She inherited her mother's exquisite beauty, fair skin, delicate features, and especially her clear, bright eyes that crescent with joy when she smiles. Yet, she embodies her father's temperament as well, composed and insightful, imbued with a classical charm. Attending Jinling Normal University, she majored in classical literature and returned to Haozhou after graduation to work as an editor at the city's publishing house. Her job is stable, her income satisfactory, and her life flows serenely. However, within her heart lies a small, cherished dream. She yearns to act. It is not the allure of stardom that captivates her, but the opportunity to step into another character and experience a different life. During her high school years, she was a leading figure in the drama club, and in college, she participated in campus short films, even winning awards. Yet, she understood the nature of the entertainment industry. Qinxi, with your looks, you would surely become a star. Her friends encouraged her. Her mother, Lin Wan, shook her head. The entertainment industry is too chaotic. Children from ordinary families like ours lack connections. Entering would only lead to hardship. Her father was even more forthright. If you wish to act, you may join an amateur theater group or create short videos. However, the path of a professional actor is not for you. Qinxi comprehended her parents' concerns. She had witnessed too many news stories of actresses without connections, either subjected to unspoken rules, sidelined, or reduced to mere playthings of capital. Though her face was an advantage, it could also spell disaster within the entertainment sphere. Thus, she suppressed her dream and contented herself with her role as an editor until the autumn of 2025, when the recruitment announcement for Hua Xiaochang Gu appeared online. It was a weekend afternoon, and Qinxi sat at her desk in the publishing house, proofreading a manuscript on Song Dynasty attire. During her break, she casually browsed Weibo. The top trending topic read, casting call for Hua Xiaochang Gu actors now open. Intrigued, she clicked on it. The announcement, issued by Huanyu Group, was a lengthy discourse encompassing thousands of words, yet its essence was straightforward. They aimed to produce an epic series that spans from ancient mythology to modern times, and they were seeking actors from around the world who identify as descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors. The specific requirements were particularly enticing for Qingxi. 1. No restrictions on age, education, or profession. 2. Compatibility with the role as the sole criterion. 3. A complete prohibition of any underhanded practices or nepotism. 4. An open and transparent casting process, subject to scrutiny from the entire internet. 5. Publicly disclosed remuneration, categorized by the significance of the role. At the conclusion of the announcement was a signature from Qin Feng and a poignant statement. Hua Xiaochang Gu is not merely a cinematic endeavor. It is our homage to 5 millennia of civilization, a revival of our ancestors' glory. What we seek are not celebrities, but individuals who can resonate with these great souls. Regardless of who you are, as long as you possess sincerity and passion, you are warmly invited to participate. Qingxi's heart leapt. She scrolled down to the comments section. The most upvoted comment read, I trust Huanyu Group. If President Qin says no to underhanded practices, he will ensure it. The second comment read, Qin Yao is part of Huanyu Group. If she were subjected to any underhanded practices, Qin Feng could dismantle the entire entertainment industry. The third, this is an attempt to redefine industry standards. I support it. The fourth, I've already signed up, though my chances of being selected are slim. I just wish to be part of this historic project. Qingxi closed her phone and sat in silence on her chair. Outside, the leaves were beginning to turn yellow, and the autumn sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping her in warmth. Should I go? She pondered. Rationality cautioned her. You are merely an ordinary editor, devoid of any acting experience. How could you possibly be chosen? Yet deep within, a voice urged her, give it a try. What if? Moreover, Qin Feng of Huanyu Group surely wouldn't act recklessly, would he? She recalled the rumors surrounding Qin Feng. In July 2025, when her sister Qin Yao visited Africa, he casually gifted her a luxury car worth tens of millions. That same month, to save an ordinary girl, he single-handedly neutralized a criminal syndicate in Myanmar within 24 hours. feeding the perpetrators to lions. In the same month, he provocatively tested an intercontinental missile in front of an American aircraft carrier group, compelling the United States to relent. In August, he returned to his hometown, investing billions to transform it. In April 2026, when confronted by the provocations of a rival, he obliterated all military facilities in a mere 30 seconds, proclaiming the establishment of Yan Huang civilization. This man's modus operandi was simple, direct, and domineering. Yet, one characteristic stood out. He never concealed his intentions or resorted to underhanded tactics. He pursued his objectives openly and dealt with adversaries with overwhelming force. A person like this, who promises the eradication of underhanded practices, must be sincere. Give it a try, Qingxi softly reassured herself. She opened the registration page, filled in her details, and recorded a video. The video was filmed at home. She wore a simple white dress, had a bare face, and sat before her desk. Addressing the camera, "My name is Qingxi. I am 24 years old, from Haozhou, Anhui Province, and my profession is editor. I possess no formal acting experience. Yet I hold a profound passion for our culture and an admiration for the heroes of our mythology. If given the opportunity, I would be eager to portray Nuwa, Xia, or any female character. Thank you." Subsequently, she submitted her application, harboring little hope. With countless individuals auditioning nationwide, including numerous professional actors and trained performers, how could a mere amateur like herself possibly succeed? However, half a month later, she received the notification of her advancement to the preliminary selection. A month thereafter, an invitation for a second audition arrived, requiring her presence in Shenyang for an interview. 3 months later, in January 2026, she received the final notification. "Congratulations. You have been selected for the role in Huaxia Changgu. The character you will portray is the ancient mythological figure, the queen of the demon clan, the sun goddess Xia." Dawn stood motionless, her phone in hand. Xia, the wife of the demon clan's emperor Dijuan, who bore 10 golden crows as the sun goddess. "Am I to play Xia?" she murmured to herself. Then, she encountered an even more astonishing revelation. The actor portraying the demon clan's emperor Dijuan would be Qin Feng. At the beginning of April, all principal actors arrived early at the Huai County Film and Television Base for script readings and training. Dawn traveled by train. Upon her arrival, a special vehicle arranged by Huanyu Group awaited her, a sleek black business car driven by a taciturn middle-aged man who assisted her with her luggage and politely said, "Miss Chun, please." Inside the car were several other young actors, who exchanged greetings with a degree of shyness. After all, those who were selected were either seasoned actors like Sister Tao and Qin Daoming or unheralded amateurs like themselves. "Which role are you playing?" a boy inquired. "Xia," Dawn replied. A momentary silence enveloped the vehicle. "Xia, the queen of the demon clan?" another girl exclaimed. "Then you have scenes with Mr. Qin Feng." Dawn nodded, feeling a flutter of anxiety within her. As the vehicle entered the film and television base, everyone was astonished by the breathtaking sights outside the window. The towering Buzhou Mountain, the vast primordial continent, the resplendent heavenly realm of the demon clan, and the ancient, majestic ancestral land of the shaman clan. This was no mere film base. It was as if mythology had been transported into reality. "Good heavens!" someone gasped. "How much must this have cost?" The driver, seldom speaking, remarked, "Mr. Qin said that money is not an issue. If we are to film, we shall create the finest." The car halted beneath the actor's apartment building, a newly constructed edifice boasting an elegant environment and complete facilities. Dawn's room was on the 8th floor, a one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and balcony. Its decor minimalist and modern, with a view of Buzhou Mountain just outside the window. She set down her luggage and stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant peak that seemed to connect heaven and earth, a wave of surrealism washing over her. A few days later, the script reading convened at the conference center of the film base. Upon her arrival, she noticed that many had already gathered in the hall. At a glance, she recognized familiar faces such as Sister Tao, Qin Daoming, and Qingshu Daozhong, alongside Lu Yifei and Qin Yao. Then, she spotted Qin Feng. Chapter 114. No ambiguous scenes. He sat in the center of the front row, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, engrossed in his script. His profile was sharply defined, with deep-set features and a composed aura. What unfolded was akin to what one might witness on television or in the news. Yet there existed a subtle distinction, lacking the sharp decisiveness often associated with such portrayals. It exuded a greater sense of focus and tranquility. As the reading session commenced, the director first provided an overview of the entire production before delving into the dialogue by scene. The inaugural scene depicted the establishment of the heavenly court by the demon race. Qin Feng's voice resonated, since Pangu opened the heavens and the primordial chaos was initially established. Yet the way of heaven remains incomplete. Myriad races contend for supremacy. I, Emperor June, born of the solar star's auspicious energy, hereby establish the heavenly court in this 33-fold heaven, to govern the demon race and harmonize yin and yang, thereby embracing the entirety of the heavenly way. His voice, though not loud, carried an inherent authority, reminiscent of a true celestial sovereign proclaiming his will. When it was Qinxi's turn, she inhaled deeply and recited her lines. "As my lord establishes the heavenly court, I shall assist him at his side. I pledge to nurture our demon offspring with the essence of the solar true fire, illuminating the primordial chaos." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with the dignity befitting a queen. Upon finishing, she instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, who happened to lift his gaze and nod in approval, uttering 2 words, "Well done." His tone was unembellished, yet his eyes conveyed recognition. The reading session persisted throughout the day. Chun-Shi observed that Qin Feng was exceedingly meticulous in his craft. Every line, every gesture, he scrutinized repeatedly, engaging in discussions with the director and the screenwriter. However, he was not overbearing. When the director presented differing opinions, he listened attentively, responding, "That makes sense, we can give it a try." When fellow actors had inquiries, he patiently elucidated. In this scene, Emperor Jun's mindset should align with Shi-He's perspective. During breaks, Qin Feng would initiate conversations with everyone, discussing characters, mythology, history, and filming plans. Initially, Chen Shi presumed that such an influential figure would be aloof and difficult to approach. Yet, in reality, Qin Feng was remarkably accessible. He did not maintain an air of superiority, nor did he seek to flaunt his status. When he spoke, he looked into the eyes of his interlocutor, listened earnestly, and offered thoughtful responses. His smiles were few, yet when they graced his face, his gaze was gentle. On one occasion, Chen Shi encountered him in the corridor and greeted him, "Mr. Qin." Qin Feng paused, looked at her, and replied, "No need for formalities, simply call me by my name. Here, we are all actors." "Then, Qin Feng?" Chen Shi ventured tentatively. "Yes," he nodded. "How is your memorization coming along?" "Still familiarizing myself," she replied. The character of Shi-He appears gentle but possesses inner resilience. As Emperor Jun's wife and the queen of the demon race, she loves her husband, yet equally cherishes her kin. This balance must be maintained. "I understand," Chen Shi noted earnestly. "If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me," Qin Feng offered. "Or consult the director or screenwriter. This project is of great significance. We must strive for excellence." "I will," she affirmed as he nodded and departed. As Chen Shi watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her. This man, portrayed in the news as a decisive hero and in legends as a formidable being commanding an interstellar fleet, was, in this moment, merely a dedicated actor and a patient mentor. The filming officially commenced, beginning with the scene depicting Pangu opening the heavens, shot within a green screen studio. The actor known by the codename Kaitian, with the assistance of special effects and wire work, vividly portrays the grand feat of cleaving through chaos and embodying all things. Chensi and the other actors observe from behind the monitor, all profoundly moved. This is no mere performance. It is a manifestation of divinity. Who is this actor? Someone whispers. Unknown, the crew is tight-lipped, so strikingly reminiscent of the legendary Pangu. Chensi glances at Qin Feng, who stands beside the director, intently watching the monitor and occasionally murmuring a few words. The director nods repeatedly. The filming progresses smoothly. When it comes to the scene set in the celestial realm of the demon clan, Chensi's first scene is the wedding of Dijuan and Xia. This scene is filmed in the Yaoqi of the heavenly court, a breathtaking setting. Ethereal clouds swirl, auspicious vapors abound, and myriad demons come to offer their congratulations. Qin Feng is adorned in a golden imperial robe, crowned with the celestial diadem. Chensi wears a resplendent red veil, topped with the crown of the morning sun. According to the script, this wedding is a divine union, witnessed by the heavenly Tao and blessed by the great Tao. There is no mundane ritual of bowing. Instead, Dijuan and Xia ascend the altar to heaven, pledging their vows before the heavenly Tao to become partners in the path. Action. Qin Feng takes Chensi's hand. His grip is large, warm, and strong. Hers is small, soft, and slightly cool. Together, they ascend the 99 steps of the altar, symbolizing the completeness of the heavenly Tao. Upon reaching the summit, they face the vast sky. Qin Feng's voice resonates. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Dijuan. In the name of the Lord of the Sun and the heavenly emperor of the demon clan, vow to unite with the sun goddess Xia as partners in the path, harmonizing yin and yang, jointly governing the heavenly court. In this life, I shall remain faithful. This heart shall not waver." His tone is solemn and sincere, as if truly swearing an oath to heaven and earth. Now it is Chensi's turn. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Xia, in the name of the sun goddess, vow to unite with Dijuan as partners in the path, to assist my husband and illuminate the demon clan. I shall accompany you through this life. My heart shall not change." Her voice is gentle yet resolute. Following the script, they are to share a smile and then accept the homage of the myriad demons. Qin Feng turns his head to look at Chensi, who lifts her gaze to meet his. Their eyes lock. In that moment, Chensi feels a sudden disorientation. The man before her, clad in imperial robes and crowned, stands on the altar, surrounded by countless demons, with the primordial chaos beneath their feet. His gaze is as profound as the starry sky, his presence as majestic as mountains and seas. He is no longer Qin Feng, he is Dijuan, and she, adorned in a phoenix crown and splendid veil, stands beside him, held by his hand. She is no longer Chensi, she is Xia. Cut. Excellent. The director's voice rings out. Qin Feng instantly releases her hand and steps back, returning to his usual demeanor. "Well done. You too," Chensi replies. In the upcoming scenes, the narrative shifts to the daily affairs of the heavenly court, governing the demon clan and nurturing the golden crows. Chensi observes that Qin Feng delineates the boundaries between on-screen and off-screen with clarity. In the play, he is Dijuan, and she is Xia. He gazes at her with tenderness, speaks to her with conviction, and shows concern and delight while she nurtures the golden crows. Yet, the moment the director calls for a cut, he seamlessly reverts to the persona of Qin Feng, polite, gentle, yet maintaining an appropriate distance, without any ambiguous words or overstepping actions. Even the scene depicting the birthing of the golden crow followed the script, where Xia conceived through the essence of the sun's true fire merging with the primordial source of Dijuan, devoid of any physical contact. Qin Feng merely stood to the side, executing the spell-casting motions in conjunction with the special effects, while he gazed at her with concern. Chapter 115. A perfect match. The director once inquired whether to incorporate some physical contact, such as Dijuan resting a hand on Xia's shoulder. Qin Feng shook his head. asserting that in the mythological era, especially among deities of such stature, emotional expression should be more subtle and sacred. A single glance, a whispered promise, carries more weight than any physical touch. The director pondered this and agreed. Thus, the closest interaction between Dijun and Shiha throughout the entire production was their handshake during the wedding ceremony. That evening, Chinsi returned to her apartment, removed her makeup, took a shower, and lay in bed. She opened her phone and browsed through the day's stills. One photograph depicted Dijun and Shiha standing before the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, overlooking the vast wilderness. Qin Feng's profile was sharply defined, his gaze profound. She stood beside him, dignified and gentle. The comments section had erupted. What an ethereal casting choice. Qin Feng plays Dijun, and Chinsi plays Xia. They are a perfect match. Who is Chinsi? She has never been seen before, but her aura is exquisite. I heard she is an ordinary editor, selected by Huanyu Group in a talent search. This is true celestial queen charisma, a visage of national prosperity and peace. Together, they appear as if myth has materialized. As Chinsi perused these comments, her emotions became tangled. She couldn't help but acknowledge that their time spent together had fostered a fondness for Qin Feng. It was not merely because of his wealth and influence, although that was indeed a reality, but rather for who he was as a person. He was earnest, focused, and professional. He respected everyone, whether they were seasoned actors or newcomers. He was true to his word, declaring there would be no unspoken rules, and indeed, there was no ambiguity in his conduct. Despite possessing the power to change the world, he could humble himself to act alongside an ordinary girl, engaging in discussions about their roles. And he was undeniably handsome, not in the delicate, flower boy manner, but with a composed, resolute allure that exuded masculinity. Especially when adorned in the imperial robe, his commanding presence was captivating. What if he were my boyfriend? This thought suddenly flickered in Chinsi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as she shook her head, suppressing it. Impossible. He is Qin Feng, the founder of Huanyu Group, a leader of the Yanhuang civilization, commanding an interstellar fleet capable of obliterating nations with a mere word, and currently engaged in land reclamation across 500,000 square kilometers in the Pacific. And what of her? The daughter of an ordinary teacher from Haizhou, a minor editor, a novice actor who had starred in but a single production. The disparity was vast. She recalled her father's frequent advice: one must recognize their own place. Her place was to perform well in this production and then return to Haizhou to continue as an editor. Perhaps in the future, someone might seek her out for another role, or perhaps not. Regardless, she and Qin Feng belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet, the thought in her heart, like a seed, once planted, would quietly begin to sprout, especially when she observed Qin Feng and Liu Yifei laughing together, witnessing his focused profile while discussing with the director and screenwriter, and seeing him assist the crew on set. Chinsi, what are you thinking? She urged herself to awaken. She turned off her phone and closed her eyes. In Huai County, Qin family village, the couple Qin Zhangwo and his wife no longer reside in the villa of the county town, but in a newly built traditional Chinese courtyard. The yard may not be large, yet it is exquisitely elegant, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, alongside bamboo groves and flower beds. These days, the couple is most concerned about their son's film shooting. Wife, come quickly. Xiao Feng is in the news again. Qin Zhangwo exclaimed excitedly while holding a tablet. Li Xiaoying emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands. What now? The filming of Hua Xia Chang Go has commenced, and the internet is flooded with stills. Qin Zhangwo handed over the tablet. Look, Xiao Feng is donned in this imperial robe. How majestic. Li Xiaoying took the tablet and flipped through the images. There were solo photos of Qin Feng, group photos with Qin Yang and Qin Yao, and others with seasoned actors like Tao Jie and Chen Daoming. As she turned to one particular image, her hand paused. It was a photograph of Dijun and Shihi. Qin Feng was dressed in an imperial robe, while Chinsi was in splendid attire, standing side by side, one exuding authority, the other grace. This girl, Li Xiaoying scrutinized, is truly well-proportioned and possesses an admirable temperament. Isn't she? Qin Zhangwo leaned closer. The one playing Shihi is named Chinsi, reportedly from an ordinary family. Both her parents are teachers. Teachers are wonderful. Li Xiaoying nodded. They instill good morals. She continued to flip through a few more pictures, all featuring Qin Feng and Chinsi. Some were taken in the Lingxiao Palace, others in the Yaoqi, and some in the Sunstar Palace. Look, Li Xiaoying pointed to one image. The way Xiao Feng gazes at this girl is so tender. That is acting, Qin Zhangwo replied. Yet, whether on or off stage, one's gaze cannot deceive, Li Xiaoying countered. Moreover, observe how this girl looks at Xiao Feng. There is a certain sparkle in her eyes. Qin Zhangwo examined closely and nodded in agreement. Although merely stills, the subtle chemistry and sentiments were palpable. Honey. Qin Zhangwo suddenly lowered his voice. Xiao Feng is already 26. Isn't at time he settled down? I've been pondering that too. Li Xiaoying immediately responded. Previously, in Africa, there wasn't even a girl around. Now that he is back home and filming, he finally has the opportunity to meet girls. This Chinsi seems quite good. She is dignified and poised, exuding grace, Qin Zhangwo remarked. Moreover, her background is simple. Both parents are teachers, devoid of any complicated matters. Indeed, Li Xiaoying became increasingly animated. If he were to find some wealthy heiress, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous troubles. What if the in-laws became overbearing? What if relatives sought to exploit connections? Besides, those heiresses often have demanding temperaments and are hard to please. A girl like Chinsi is perfect, hailing from an ordinary family, well-educated and reasonable. She is a fitting match for Xiao Feng. Qin Zhangwo nodded in agreement. The key is, given Xiao Feng's current status, true social parity is non-existent. The prominent families of Longwa mean little in comparison to him. It's far better to seek a pure and ordinary girl. Absolutely. Li Xiuying's eyes sparkled. And consider how dignified she appears while acting. If she were to become our daughter-in-law, it would reflect so well on us. The elderly couple grew increasingly excited, eager to summon Chenxi for a meeting. In the evening, Qin Yang and Qin Yao returned home. During dinner, Li Xiuying could no longer contain her curiosity. Yao Yao, how is your brother faring in his filming? Is he tired? Not at all, Qin Yao replied, pushing her food around her plate. My brother is quite serious about it. He meticulously considers every shot. The director remarked that he has never encountered such a dedicated investor and lead actor. Have you met the girl playing Xia? Qin Zhangwo asked casually. Qin Yao's eyes sparkled. Dad, you noticed too? Sister Chenxi is truly wonderful. She is gentle, polite, and an excellent actress. The best part is how well she compliments my brother. Qin Yang chimed in, I agree. Sister Chenxi possesses an extraordinary demeanor, unlike those dazzling figures in the entertainment industry. She is dignified and graceful, exuding a maternal aura. Isn't that so? Li Xiuying exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You both feel the same way. Of course, Qin Yao affirmed. Everyone on set is saying that my brother and Sister Chenxi are a perfect match. The way Sister Chenxi looks at my brother, wow, what do you mean by that? Qin Zhangwo quickly inquired. It's a gaze filled with admiration, appreciation, and a hint of shyness, Qin Yao replied with a grin. As a girl myself, I understand. With a brother so exceptional, who wouldn't be drawn to him? Qin Yang nodded, adding, moreover, Sister Chenxi comes from an exceptionally clean background. I've inquired. Her parents are both teachers, and she is an editor who has never been in a relationship. On set, she focuses solely on her work and avoids any romantic entanglements. Such girls are rare these days. Li Xiuying and Qin Zhangwo exchanged glances, each recognizing the satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. What about Xiaofeng? Li Xiuying asked. How does he feel about her? My brother? Qin Yao pondered. He is quite respectful towards her. In the drama, they are a couple, but outside of it, they maintain a professional relationship. However, I can sense that he treats Sister Chenxi with a gentler demeanor than he does with other actresses. In what way is he gentle? His tone is more patient, and his gaze softer, Qin Yao explained. But you know my brother, he is not one to display his feelings openly. Whether he has any romantic intentions, I cannot say for certain. Qin Zhangwo contemplated for a moment. We should invite Xiaofeng back sometime soon for a discussion. 3 days later, Qin Feng managed to return home. After dinner, the family of 5 gathered in the living room to enjoy tea. Qin Zhangwo cleared his throat and began. Xiaofeng, is filming tiring? Not at all, Qin Feng replied. It's quite interesting. That girl playing Xia, her name is Chenxi, correct? Li Xiuying couldn't help but inquire. What is she like? Qin Feng glanced at his mother, understanding her intent. She is a wonderful person, serious, professional, and well-mannered. And her family? Qin Zhangwo asked. Her parents are teachers in Haizhou. Her father teaches Chinese, and her mother teaches English. She is an only child, studied classical literature at university, and is now an editor. A family of scholars, Li Xiuying nodded approvingly. Very good. Qin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Mom and Dad, you don't need to be so indirect. Just ask my brother directly if he has feelings for her. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment before laughing. You all are. Xiaofeng, Qin Zhangwo said earnestly. You are 26 now. It is time to consider starting a family. Previously, in Haizhou, you had no opportunities to meet girls. Now back in the homeland, I have resumed filming and am open to trying my luck if the right opportunity arises. Li Xiuying continued. This girl, Chenxi. We have seen her photos and heard from Yao Yao and Yang Yang. She is indeed impressive, poised and dignified, well-mannered, and possesses a delightful character. Furthermore, her family background is uncomplicated, free from unnecessary troubles. Qin Yang interjected, Brother, I believe Chenxi is quite compatible with you. Your strong personality needs the gentle and virtuous presence of someone like her by your side. Chenxi's aura of tranquility and prosperity is just perfect. Qin Yao nodded vigorously. Moreover, I can tell that Chenxi harbors feelings for you. It is only natural for a girl to be drawn to someone as exceptional as you. The key point is, you should consider embarking on a romantic relationship. Qin Feng listened to his family's words in silence for a moment. He had indeed never contemplated this matter. Over the years, he had been engrossed in establishing a base, advancing technology, tackling various challenges, and planning for the Yanhuang civilization. Matters of the heart had never made it to his agenda. However, his family was right. At 26, it was time for him to settle down. As the leader of the Yanhuang civilization, he truly required a companion, not a political alliance, nor a union of interests, but someone who could genuinely stand beside him, comprehend him, and support him. He thought of Chenxi, the way she diligently memorized lines, her focused discussions about characters, her gentle yet resolute demeanor while acting, and her polite and humble nature offstage. Indeed, she was remarkable, clean, pure, well-educated, and possessing grace. Interacting with her felt wonderfully comfortable. Xiaofeng, Qin Zhangwo inquired, what are your thoughts? Qin Feng lifted his head and replied slowly, Chenxi is indeed a good girl. I do not harbor any aversion towards her. Then that is intriguing, Li Xiuying's eyes sparkled. You may explore this connection. Qin Feng added, however, matters of the heart cannot be forced. It must depend on the willingness of both parties. Exactly, Qin Zhangwo nodded in agreement. Begin with interaction and understanding. As a young man, take the initiative. Qin Yao chimed in cheerfully, brother, shall I assist you in creating opportunities? No need. Qin Feng shook his head. Let things unfold naturally. And how do you plan to initiate contact? Qin Yang asked curiously. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should start as friends. After all, she is still in the midst of filming. Being too overt may not be favorable. That makes sense, Li Xiuying remarked. Take your time. Relationships must be nurtured. Qin Zhangwo summarized. In any case, Xiaofeng, if you find Chenxi suitable, seize the opportunity. Our family values character over social standing. As long as she is kind and treats you well, we will support your choice. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. I understand. The following day, filming resumed. Today was a pivotal scene, the birth of 10 golden crows. The setting was the Sunstar Palace. According to the script, after millennia of nurturing, Xia finally gave birth to 10 little golden crows. This scene was crucial for Qinxi's performance, as she needed to convey the joy of becoming a mother, the love for her children, and the sense of responsibility that came with being a celestial queen. Action. Qinxi stood in the center of the Sunstar Palace, surrounded by ethereal flames of the sun. She held her hands as if cradling something precious, her gaze tender and sacred. My children, she softly uttered, her voice brimming with affection. Then, 10 rays of golden light flew from her hands, transforming in midair into 10 lively, chirping little golden crows, full of vitality and charm. As the morning light gazed upwards, she smiled. That smile radiated warmth akin to the dawn, suffused with the brilliance of maternal grace. Cut. Excellent. The director exclaimed. Qin Feng stood behind the monitor, observing the playback. The image of the morning light appeared gentle, sacred, and beautiful. The maternal glow emanating from her was not a mere performance, but a natural expression of her inherent disposition. She truly excelled in her role, the director reflected, affirming that the casting was indeed astute. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. During a break, the morning light approached to review the playback. How was it? She inquired of the director. Perfect, he replied, giving a thumbs up, particularly praising her smile, which was exceptionally warm. The morning light blushed slightly, feeling bashful. Qin Feng watched her intently, and suddenly remarked, You truly performed remarkably. The morning light turned in surprise. This was the first time Qin Feng had complimented her privately. Thank you, she responded softly. It's not mere politeness, Qin Feng asserted earnestly. You have genuinely grasped the essence of the character Xia. She is not only the wife of Dijuan, but also the mother of the Golden Crow and the queen of the demon tribe. You have portrayed the delicate balance of her multifaceted identity. The morning light felt her cheeks flush from the praise. I merely followed the script and the director's guidance. She stammered. However, your interpretation has rendered the character more profound. Qin Feng, encouraged, continued to maintain this. The morning light nodded. In the subsequent filming, Qin Feng's demeanor towards the morning light underwent subtle changes. Previously, he regarded her as an ordinary colleague, polite yet distant. Now, he proactively engaged in discussions about the character with her, offered more attention during her performances, and occasionally initiated conversations about matters beyond the set during breaks. For instance, are both your parents teachers? Yes, my father teaches Chinese, and my mother teaches English. No wonder you possess such an admirable demeanor. Thank you. Do you enjoy classical literature? Indeed, I majored in that at university. Then we should exchange ideas more often. The cultural development of the Yanhuang civilization requires talents in this field. Really? That would be wonderful. These conversations felt entirely natural, yet the morning light sensed a newfound closeness from Qin Feng. Moreover, his gaze would linger on her for a few extra seconds at times. That evening, the morning light video called her mother. Mom, today's filming went quite smoothly. That's good to hear. Lin Wan, on the other end of the screen, remarked, Xiaoxi, I saw the news. The stills of you and Mr. Qin Feng look splendid. The morning light felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. That was acting. I know, Lin Wan paused, but what is Mr. Qin Feng like? He is very nice. The morning light instinctively replied, serious, professional, and respectful. Moreover, he is quite a gentleman. A gentleman? Lin Wan inquired. Yes. Some male actors in the entertainment industry take advantage of actresses while filming. But Mr. Qin Feng has never done so, not even a hint of ambiguity. The morning light stated, in the drama, he is Dijuan, and outside of it, he is simply Qin Feng. He maintains a clear distinction. Lin Wan nodded. That is indeed rare. It is not easy for someone so wealthy and powerful to adhere to such principles. Indeed, the morning light agreed. And what do you think of him? Lin Wan cautiously asked. The morning light fell silent for a moment before softly saying, Mom, he is Qin Feng. I know. Lin Wan sighed. Our family is ordinary and does not measure up. However, matters of the heart are unpredictable. If he genuinely harbors feelings for you, there is no need for you to feel inferior. My daughter is also exceptionally talented. Morning Dawn felt a warmth in her eyes. However, Xiaoxi, Lin Wan earnestly stated, regardless of who the other person may be, you must remember, for a girl, the most crucial aspects are self-respect and self-love. Do not cling to someone merely because they are wealthy or powerful, nor should you retreat out of insecurity. Allow things to unfold naturally, and focus on being your best self. I will remember that, Morning Dawn nodded. After ending the video call, she lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling. Her mother's words echoed in her ears. Allow things to unfold naturally, and focus on being yourself. Indeed, let nature take its course. If Qin Feng is interested in her, she will not shy away due to feelings of inferiority. If Qin Feng is not interested, she will not force the issue. For now, her task is to embody Shiha and be the best Morning Dawn she can be. As for the future, she will leave it to time. What Morning Dawn did not know was that at this very moment, Qin Feng was contemplating the same dilemma. Perhaps it is worth a try, he mused. Not as Dijuan and Shiha, but as Qin Feng and Morning Dawn. With a decision to take a chance, Qin Feng resolved to be more proactive, for after all, his identity and strength were extraordinary. As the founder of Huanyu Group, a leader of the Yanhuang civilization, and a formidable presence with an interstellar fleet, this identity endowed him with the power to alter the course of the world, yet it also deprived him of the freedoms enjoyed by ordinary individuals. For instance, in matters of the heart, Qin Feng had not been devoid of encounters with girls who expressed interest in him. Upon his return, in Huai County, Shenyang, and even in Yanjing, numerous prominent families had subtly sought to matchmake him with their daughters. However, he had turned them all down. This was not solely due to a lack of feelings, but rather a clear understanding of the implications. Given his current standing, if he were to show any special attention to a girl, even the slightest hint of affection, it would irrevocably alter her destiny. Following the Myanmar incident, after demonstrating nuclear deterrence against the United States, and after neutralizing military facilities, the world recognized that Chin Feng was not to be trifled with. So, what would happen if a girl were marked as someone Chin Feng was interested in? Firstly, no other man would dare to pursue her. For who would risk offending Chin Feng by courting his potential interest? Even if Chin Feng did not make any explicit declarations, no one would be willing to take that gamble. Secondly, she would find herself in the spotlight, scrutinized by countless eyes, her every word and action magnified beyond measure. Lastly, if Chin Feng ultimately failed to provide her with a clear identity and commitment, what would her life become? Bearing the label of a girl once of interest to Chin Feng, yet lacking any substantive relationship, she would find herself in an awkward predicament, unable to embark on new romances or gain any advantages. This would be profoundly irresponsible for any girl. Hence, Chin Feng adhered to a guiding principle. If he could not offer a girl a clear identity and future, he should refrain from engaging. This was not a matter of false superiority, but rather a fundamental respect for others. He could easily attain any girl he desired, given his wealth, power, and appearance. Should he wish it, countless would flock to him willingly. Yet, that was not the path he wished to tread. What he desires is a genuine and unembellished relationship. One in which he finds a partner who understands, supports, and walks alongside him, rather than a sycophant drawn to him solely by his status. Thus, he has chosen to remain single, maintaining a distance from all women. One day, after finishing his scenes and removing his makeup, he changed into casual attire. The director and screenwriter were still discussing the filming plans for the following day when they noticed him exit and greeted him. "Mr. Chin, tomorrow's shoot is as scheduled." Chin Feng replied, "I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now." All right. He made his way to the parking lot where his vehicle, an unremarkable black SUV, awaited him. Upon entering the car, he did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he opened his phone. The screen displayed a photograph captured a few days prior during filming. In the image, he stood alongside Chincy by the edge of the Yao pool, engaged in a scene. He was adorned in an imperial robe while she wore the attire of a celestial queen, the two facing one another, with him speaking and her listening intently. Sunlight streamed from the side, casting a golden halo around them. The photograph was candid, devoid of any deliberate poses, yet it exuded an inexplicable harmony and understanding. Chin Feng gazed at it for a long while. Then, he dialed Qin Yao's number. "Brother?" came Qin Yao's voice, slightly muffled by the background noise of the film set. "Yao Yao, I have a question for you," Chin Feng said. "Go ahead. If a man of high status has feelings for an ordinary girl, what should he do to avoid putting pressure on her?" A few seconds of silence followed on the other end, and then Qin Yao chuckled. "Brother, you must be talking about Sister Chincy, right?" Chin Feng did not deny it. "I knew it." Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly. "You've finally come to your senses. Brother, I can tell that Sister Chincy definitely has feelings for you, but she wouldn't dare to take the initiative. With your status, if she does, others might say she's trying to cling to power. So what should I do?" Chin Feng inquired. "You need to take the initiative," Qin Yao advised. "But avoid that domineering CEO approach. Sister Chincy is not a vain girl. You should approach her as an ordinary person. Could you be more specific? Perhaps invite her to dinner?" Qin Yao pondered. "Just the two of you, at a regular place, to chat and get to know each other. Don't make it too grand. It might intimidate her. What else? Also, make sure she knows that your intentions are serious." Qin Yao's tone turned earnest. "Brother, your status is unique. If it's just a fling, it would be disastrous for Sister Chincy. You need to be clear about whether you genuinely want to pursue something meaningful. If so, you must send her a definite signal." Chin Feng remained silent for a moment before saying, "I've thought it through." "Really?" Qin Yao's voice brimmed with joy. "That is wonderful. Brother, Sister Chincy is truly amazing. You must seize this opportunity." "I understand," Chin Feng replied. "Thank you, Yao Yao. Tomorrow is May 20th. Let's do it then." The next day, the filming proceeded smoothly. The morning was dedicated to scenes featuring Dijuan and Tai discussing matters of the demon clan, while the afternoon focused on Shiha teaching the little golden crow. By 5 in the evening, all the day's scenes were completed. Chincy was in the process of removing her makeup, with her assistant helping to gather her belongings. "Sister Chincy, your performance today was truly remarkable," Assistant Xiao Lu remarked. "Especially the scene where you guided the little golden crow, so gentle yet authoritative, akin to a genuine mother." Chincy smiled softly, responding, "I merely followed the director's instructions. Yet your interpretation has rendered the character more profound." A voice emerged from the doorway. Chincy turned to see Chin Feng standing there. He had removed his makeup and changed into casual attire, a simple white shirt paired with black trousers, exuding a clean and crisp demeanor. "Mr. Chin," Chincy instinctively stood up. "Just call me Chin Feng," he replied as he stepped inside. "Have you finished with your makeup?" "Almost," Chincy answered. The makeup artist hastened their pace, and within minutes, Chincy's makeup was completely removed, revealing her naturally pure face. Even without makeup, she was striking, her fair skin and delicate features embodying an unadorned beauty. "You've worked hard today," Chin Feng said. "You too," Chincy replied. Assistant Xiao Lu, ever perceptive, gathered his belongings and said, "Sister Chincy, I'll head back to the apartment now. Call me if you need anything." "All right," Chincy nodded. After Xiao Lu departed, only Chin Feng and Chincy remained in the makeup room, and the atmosphere turned subtly charged. "Is there something you need?" Chincy inquired. Chin Feng gazed at her, slowly articulating, "Are you free tonight?" Chincy hesitated. "I am. I would like to invite you to dinner," Chin Feng stated, "just the two of us." The very notion made Chincy's heart race. A dinner invitation? Just the two of them? Since arriving at the film studio, She and Qin Feng had interacted for over a month. Despite seeing each other daily and portraying a married couple on screen, they had maintained an appropriate distance off-screen. Qin Feng had never invited her out alone. In fact, aside from necessary contact during filming, he had not even touched her hand. Now, he was extending an invitation for dinner, and a private one at that. Is this a matter related to the production team? Chenxi cautiously probed. No. Qin Feng shook his head. It's simply a dinner. He paused before adding, if it's inconvenient for you, feel free to decline. No, it's not inconvenient. Chenxi quickly replied, I'm just a bit surprised. So does that mean? Chenxi took a deep breath and nodded. All right. I'll wait for you at the parking lot at 6:30. No need to dress up specifically. Just wear what you usually do, Qin Feng instructed. Okay. After Qin Feng left, Chenxi stood there momentarily dazed. The makeup artist approached her quietly, saying, Chenxi, Mr. Qin has invited you to dinner? Yes, she replied, her heart racing. This is the first time. The makeup artist whispered, Mr. Qin has never asked any female actress out alone. You're the first. Chenxi's heart raced even faster. She approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Dressed in a plain white t-shirt and blue jeans, with a bare face, she pondered. Would she really dine with Qin Feng like this? Although he mentioned no need to dress up, I think you look quite lovely, the makeup artist commented, clean and natural. A man like Mr. Qin has seen all sorts of beauties. His interest in you surely isn't predicated on your makeup. Interested in me? Chenxi felt her cheeks flush. Don't say such things. I'm not speaking nonsense. The makeup artist chuckled. A woman's intuition is always the most accurate. Qin's gaze upon you is distinctly different from how he looks at others. Although Chenxi remained silent, a sweet sensation welled up within her. At 6:20, she arrived at the parking lot ahead of time. Clad in her usual attire, she had merely changed into a light blue dress that reached her knees. Its simplicity accentuated her fair complexion. She wore no makeup, save for a hint of lip balm. That sufficed, she reassured herself. At 6:30, Qin Feng appeared punctually. He drove the same black SUV, halting before her and lowering the window. Get in. Chenxi opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. The interior was immaculate, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, infused with a subtle hint of mint. Where would you like to eat? Qin Feng inquired. Anywhere is fine, Chenxi replied. Then let us head outside the film base, he suggested. There's a restaurant with delightful fare. Sounds good. The vehicle gradually exited the film base. The scenery in Huai County is splendid, Qin Feng remarked. Indeed, Chenxi nodded. My hometown, Maizhou, is also flatland, though it lacks such mountainous terrain. Do you prefer mountains or plains? Both, Chenxi responded. Mountains possess their grandeur, while plains offer vastness. Qin Feng glanced at her. You articulate quite well. I merely speak the truth, Chenxi smiled. Qin Feng parked the car in front of a modest restaurant. It was not large, consisting of 2 stories, simply decorated, with a wooden plaque at the entrance bearing the name Qin Family Restaurant. This establishment is run by a relative of mine, Qin Feng explained. The cuisine is rather homely. Sounds delightful, Chenxi replied. They exited the car and entered the restaurant. It was peak dining time, bustling with activity. The first floor featured 7 or 8 tables, nearly all occupied by tourists, crew members, and locals alike. Upon their entrance, the previously lively restaurant fell silent for a brief moment, all eyes turning towards them. Qin Feng's face was well known throughout Huai County, and Chenxi's visage had recently gained recognition due to the promotion of Hua Xiaochangge. It's President Qin. And Chenxi, the one who played Xia. Murmurs of astonishment arose. As if oblivious, Qin Feng turned to Chenxi. There are seats upstairs, let us ascend. All right. Just as they were about to climb the stairs, a middle-aged woman rushed out from the kitchen, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Qin Feng. Xiao Feng has arrived. San Auntie, Qin Feng acknowledged, nodding. This woman was his relative, designated to be called San Auntie by kinship. Her husband hailed from Qin Family Village and had recently opened this restaurant adjacent to the film base, renowned for his culinary skills. San Auntie's gaze fell upon Chenxi, appraising her from head to toe, her smile widening. And who might this be? Chenxi, my friend, Qin Feng introduced. Ah, I know. The one who played Xia. San Auntie exclaimed enthusiastically. I saw you on television, truly beautiful. You and Xiao Feng make a lovely pair. Such candid words caused Chenxi's cheeks to flush. Qin Feng cleared his throat. San Auntie, could you arrange for us a quieter table? Of course. There's a table by the window upstairs. The view is splendid. Aunt San, while speaking, led the 2 upstairs and turned back to Chenxi, saying, My dear, our Xiaofeng is truly a good boy. He has never brought a girl to dine with him before. You are the first. Chenxi's cheeks flushed deeper. The second floor was quieter than the first, with only 2 or 3 tables occupied. The window-side seats indeed offered a splendid view of the distant fields and the setting sun. Aunt San brought over the menu. What would you like to eat? Today it's my treat. No need, Qin Feng replied. I'll pay my share. Don't be so polite with Aunt San. She waved her hand dismissively. You bringing a girl here makes me incredibly happy. She lowered her voice and added to Qin Feng. This girl seems quite remarkable, elegant and poised, truly worthy of you. Make sure to cherish her. All right, Aunt San, I want to say more, Qin Feng responded. Aunt San smiled and handed the menu to Chenxi. Dear, what would you like? Our braised pork is exceptional, and Xiaofeng absolutely loves it. Chenxi took the menu and flipped through it. I'll follow CEO Qin's lead. Then we'll have braised pork, spicy scrambled eggs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of pork rib soup, Qin Feng declared. Can you handle a bit of spice? Yes, Chenxi nodded. Splendid. Aunt San noted. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly. As she turned to go downstairs, she glanced back at Qin Feng, giving him an encouraging wink. Once downstairs, Aunt San was immediately surrounded by the waitstaff. Boss, is that really CEO Qin? He brought a girl to dine with him? What is their relationship? Aunt San shot them a glare. Get back to work. What are you prying into? Yet she could not help herself, sneaking into the kitchen to tell her husband, who was busy cooking. Old Qin, guess who just arrived? Old Qin, a simple-hearted middle-aged man, did not lift his head. Who? Xiaofeng. With a girl? Aunt Sen exclaimed. The one who plays Xia. Her name is Chenxi. She is stunning and has a wonderful aura. Only then did Old Qin look up. Xiaofeng brought a girl to eat? Is it really his first time? Yes. Aunt Sen whispered excitedly. I saw them together. They are quite the match. Xiaofeng looked at her so tenderly. Is that true? Old Qin, intrigued, inquired. Xiaofeng can be tender? I saw it with my own eyes. Aunt San insisted. And the girl is extraordinary too. Though shy, she is graceful and unpretentious. I heard her parents are both teachers, from a cultured family. Teachers are wonderful. Old Qin nodded. They are educated and sensible. Indeed. Aunt Sen said, growing more cheerful. Xiaofeng is already 26. It's time for him to settle down. It seems he has found someone suitable. Don't get too carried away, Old Qin cautioned. Xiaofeng's situation is different now. We must be careful about discussing his marriage. I understand, Aunt Sen replied. I just wanted to share this. However, I believe that since Xiaofeng brought her to dinner, he must have some interest. Otherwise, with his nature, he wouldn't get so close to a girl. That is true, Old Qin nodded. Xiaofeng has always been discerning, avoiding frivolous matters. Thus, we shall await the joyous occasion. Aunt Sen said with a smile. Meanwhile, upstairs, Qin Feng and Chenxi sat across from each other. The sun outside descended slowly beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. The scenery here is truly splendid, Chenxi remarked, gazing out of the window. Qin Feng poured her a cup of tea, remarking on the natural beauty of Huai County. I have heard you plan to establish a university town here? Chenxi inquired. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. Huai County is my hometown. Yet in recent years, there has been a significant outflow of the population and education has lagged behind. I aspire to build several prestigious universities here to attract talent and stimulate development. That is an admirable notion, Chenxi replied. My father often says that education is the foundation of a place. Only with quality education can we nurture exceptional talent. Is your father a Chinese language teacher? Qin Feng asked. Yes, Chenxi affirmed. He has dedicated his life to teaching. My mother teaches English, but in her generation, proficiency in English was limited, which is why she places great emphasis on my English studies. It is evident that your English must be quite good, Qin Feng observed. It's passable, Chenxi smiled. Though it pales in comparison to yours. Your ability to establish such a grand enterprise in Africa surely indicates fluency. It is a necessity for work, Qin Feng replied. But I actually prefer speaking Chinese. As they conversed about these everyday topics, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. The dishes began to arrive in succession. The braised pork glistened with a rich color, succulent, yet not greasy. The stir-fried chili eggs emitted an enticing aroma. Their hue of vibrant gold. The sautéed vegetables were a luscious green, and the rib soup was fragrant and hearty. Do try this, Qin Feng suggested. Aunt San's cooking is quite impressive. Chenxi picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it. The meat was tender and melted in her mouth. Perfectly seasoned with a balance of sweet and salty. Delicious, she expressed sincerely. Then do help yourself to more, Qin Feng offered, serving her another piece. This natural gesture momentarily surprised both of them. Qin Feng cleared his throat. I apologize, it is a habit. He referred to the way Emperor Jun frequently served he in the drama. It's all right, Chenxi murmured, looking down. Thank you. During the subsequent meal, the two continued to eat while engaging in conversation. Chapter 120. The sea level rises. Qin Feng and Chenxi discussed the changes in Huai County, the filming of the long song of Huaxia, their respective work, and their visions for the future. Chenxi discovered that Qin Feng was quite talkative, though he typically spoke little. When he began to share, he could traverse topics from history to technology, and from culture to economics, offering unique insights and expansive thoughts. Yet, she preferred hearing him recount tales from his childhood. I grew up in Huai County, Qin Feng reminisced, and back then, our family was poor. My parents ran a small shop, and both Qin Yang and Qin Yao had to help. Sometimes, I enjoyed listening to the elders tell stories. What sort of stories did they tell? Chenxi asked. Mostly myths and legends, along with tales from the War of Resistance. Qin Feng chuckled. Back then, I found them particularly fascinating, never imagining that I would one day be filming mythological dramas. So, your investment in the long song of Huaxiao is partly motivated by this. To some extent, Qin Feng nodded. Our myths and history are our roots. I wish to narrate these stories to the world in a modern way. I think that is wonderful, Chenxi said earnestly. Many young people today are unfamiliar with and uninterested in traditional culture. It would be profoundly meaningful to engage them through film and television. Do you share this sentiment? Qin Feng asked, looking at her. Yes, Chenxi nodded. I majored in classical literature at university precisely because I cherish our culture. The tales inscribed within ancient texts, the wisdom of our forebears, ought not to be forgotten. Qin Feng's gaze softened. You are absolutely right. After finishing their meal, Qin Feng summoned Aunt San to settle the bill. Aunt San vehemently refused to accept payment, exclaiming, I insisted on treating. Aunt San, business is business, Qin Feng insisted, or I shan't return next time. Oh, you child. With no choice, Aunt San reluctantly accepted the payment, albeit at half the price, merely covering costs. This will suffice, won't it? Qin Feng remarked, but we cannot repeat this next time. I'll treat again when I bring a lady along. Aunt San chuckled in response. As they departed the restaurant, night had fallen. The streets of the small town were illuminated by streetlights, and pedestrians bustled to and fro. Qin Feng and Chun-Shi walked side by side, delaying their entrance to the car. Thank you for treating me to dinner today, Chun-Shi said. It was my pleasure, Qin Feng replied. You've worked hard during this filming period. A silence enveloped them for a moment. Chun-Shi, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. My invitation to dinner today was not solely to express my gratitude. Chun-Shi's heart skipped a beat. I believe we could be more than just colleagues. Qin Feng gazed into her eyes. If you are willing, we can engage more deeply and come to know one another. His voice was calm, yet his gaze was earnest. Chun-Shi looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. You need not respond immediately, Qin Feng continued. I understand my status may impose pressure upon you. Take your time to contemplate. Chun-Shi breathed deeply. I do not feel pressured. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment. I admit. Your awareness of my status is indeed unique, Chun-Shi stated earnestly, but it is you as a person that I am drawn to, not your title. Had it been merely your status, I would not have accepted tonight's dinner. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. So, Chun-Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. I am willing to learn more about you. Qin Feng smiled. It was the first time Chun-Shi witnessed such a smile from him. Not a polite grin, but a genuine, heartfelt, and relaxed expression. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng and Chun-Shi basked in the warmth of burgeoning affection, an extraordinary event was unfolding in the depths of the Pacific Ocean at 3:15 a.m. on May 22, 2026. Coordinates: 15N, 150W. This region was once a vast expanse of azure waters, with an average depth exceeding 5,000 meters, devoid of any islands, save for the occasional cargo ship and patrolling warships. Yet, at this moment, an unparalleled miracle in human history was occurring beneath the waves. From a depth of 4,000 meters, an inexplicable phenomenon was taking place. There were no mechanical roars, no vessels passing by, no sands or stones being dumped. Only the waters surged silently, not boiling due to rising temperatures, but rather through a transformation of matter under the influence of some energy field. Dark energy. A mysterious entity that constitutes 68 of the universe's total energy, yet remains nearly undetectable, was being efficiently captured, converted, and restructured through the system bound to Qin Feng. Atomic nuclei were conjured from an invisible force field, arranged in predetermined combinations to form silicon, oxygen, aluminum, iron, and calcium, all the elements constituting the Earth's crust, generated, accumulated, and solidified under precise control. This was not mere transportation, it was creation. From the ocean's deepest recesses, layers of matter began to rise. Firstly, a robust granite foundation serves as the bedrock of the entire continent. Subsequently, various sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rocks are intricately interspersed in accordance with the optimal geological structure. This process unfolds without any human technological intervention. It is entirely the result of a collaboration between the system and the biochemically engineered team. The biochemically engineered beings manage thousands of energy nodes located beneath the sea, ensuring a uniform and stable generation of matter. Meanwhile, the system is responsible for the crucial conversion of energy and matter, as well as the overarching planning of the entire project. At the Hawaii County Film and Television Base, Qin Feng does not need to divert his attention. He simply issues a directive to the system within his consciousness. Commence construction according to the blueprint. The remainder is entrusted to the unwaveringly loyal biochemically engineered beings and the omnipotent system. At 4 a.m. in the United States, at the Pacific Fleet Command Headquarters, General, we are detecting anomalies. A naval major strides into the command center, reporting large-scale geological activity in the Central Pacific at coordinates 15N, 150W. Admiral John Mitchell lifts his gaze. What type of geological activity? It is indeterminate. The major projects the data onto the large screen, revealing it is neither an earthquake, nor a volcanic eruption, nor an underwater landslide. Our sonar has detected the seabed rising. Rising? Indeed, General. The major pulls up a comparative image, 3 hours prior. The average depth of the area was 5,012 meters. Now, the shallowest point has reached 4,876 meters and continues to ascend at a rate of approximately 15 meters per hour. A hush falls over the command center. 15 meters per hour? This implies that in a day, it could rise 360 meters, and within 10 days, an underwater mountain range could emerge above the surface. Is this a natural phenomenon? Mitchell inquires. Absolutely not. A geologist shakes his head. Such a uniform, sustained, and extensive rise cannot be explained by any natural geological activity. It appears as if some force is propelling the seabed upward. Qin Feng. Mitchell utters this name. Everyone comprehends. Chapter 121. His interstellar worship is law. A month ago, when Qin Feng announced the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, he proclaimed an intention to reclaim 5 million square kilometers in the Pacific, with an initial focus on constructing a core area of 1 million square kilometers. At the time, everyone deemed this a madman's delusion. 5 million square kilometers. That is equivalent to half the size of the Dragon Kingdom. In the depths of the Pacific, how much earth and stone must be transported? How many years would this take? What resources would be required? Yet now, the seabed is indeed rising. Mobilize all satellites for round-the-clock monitoring of the area. Mitchell commands. Contact NASA. I require the most detailed analytical report. Understood, General. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom, in Yenjing, at the National Security Council, the conference room is shrouded in smoke as several senior officials observe the real-time footage relayed by the satellites. It is confirmed to be the handiwork of Qin Feng. The Minister of National Security points at the screen. In 3 hours, it has risen by 136 meters. At this rate, within a month, this area will breach the ocean's surface. What technology is he employing? An elderly academic inquires. This level of mass generation defies scientific explanation. The technology that Qin Feng possesses has transcended the boundaries of our understanding of science. Another general remarked that the interstellar battleship and energy weapon could instantly obliterate the military facilities of the Foot Basin Chicken. Now, with land reclamation underway, it is evident that there are forces at play that remain unknown to us. Should we engage in dialogue with him? A suggestion arose. considering this is a large-scale operation occurring in international waters, which could impact the marine environment and global shipping routes. The minister shook his head. Let us observe for now. Qin Feng is prudent in his actions. If he dares to proceed, he must possess a measure of confidence. Moreover, he paused, no nation currently dares to question him. The fate of the Foot Basin chicken is fresh in everyone's memory. Silence enveloped the conference room for a moment. Indeed, that nation, which had all its military forces erased within 30 seconds, is now undergoing transformation under the guise of the Special Administrative Region of the Eastern Japan. Who would dare provoke Qin Feng? The Arctic Bear, Moscow, the Kremlin. Intriguing. The emperor gazed at the report delivered by the intelligence department, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qin Feng is showcasing strength to the world. Your Majesty, should we take a stance? Inquired the Minister of Foreign Affairs. A stance? What stance? The emperor shook his head. Should we wish him success or condemn him for damaging the marine environment? Don't be foolish. Who would dare offend Qin Feng at this juncture? He rose and walked to the window. A force capable of creating land out of nothing in the Pacific, a civilization with an interstellar fleet, the Arctic Bear should observe, learn, and seek opportunities for collaboration. But what about the United States? The United States, the emperor chuckled. They are more anxious than anyone else. An uncontrollable force is rising in the Pacific, disrupting the balance they have maintained for decades in the Asia-Pacific region. Yet, we are different. We have no direct conflict of interest with Qin Feng. In fact, we could even become allies. At 10 a.m., New York, United Nations headquarters. In a hastily convened closed-door meeting of the Security Council, the atmosphere was tense. The U.S. Representative, Johnson, was the first to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the events unfolding in the Central Pacific. Qin Feng, the leader of this private armed group, is conducting extensive land reclamation activities in international waters. This is a serious violation of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, jeopardizing the marine ecosystem and threatening the safety of international shipping routes. He scanned the room. I propose that the United Nations pass a resolution condemning this action and demanding that Qin Feng immediately cease his operations. The meeting room fell silent. The representative of the Gallic Rooster cleared his throat. Mr. Johnson, your proposal is quite reasonable. However, I must ask, who will enforce this resolution? The United Nations can. The United Nations can what? Interrupted the Arctic Bear representative. Send peacekeeping troops to the Pacific? Or have the 5 permanent members deploy military forces? Let us not forget, at this very moment, 3 interstellar battleships hover above you, each capable of erasing an entire nation's military might in 30 seconds. The British representative adjusted his glasses. I concur with the Arctic Bear representative's viewpoint. The reality is that we have no means to stop Qin Feng. Condemnation? He will not care. Sanctions? He does not require trade with any nation. Military action? That would be suicidal. Are we to stand idly by as he establishes a new nation in the Pacific? Johnson raised his voice. Not a nation. The representative of the Dragon Kingdom replied slowly. But a civilization. Qin Feng has explicitly stated his intention to establish the Yanhuang civilization, not merely a nation. Is there a distinction? Johnson inquired. Indeed. The representative from Longwo responded. A nation is bound by international law and the United Nations, whereas a civilization may not be. The conference room fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, the representative from Douglas spoke. Perhaps we should adopt a different perspective. All eyes turned towards him. Since we cannot prevent it, why not attempt to embrace it? He proposed that if Qin Feng truly establishes the Yanhuang civilization, we could invite him to join the United Nations. Once he becomes a member, he would be obliged to adhere to the UN Charter, subject to the scrutiny and constraints of the international community. Would he consent? How can we know without trying? Suggested the representative from Gaul. This is preferable to the current situation, where an entirely unrestrained power is rising in the Pacific. Johnson frowned. Inviting him to join the United Nations? That would be tantamount to acknowledging his legitimacy. He does not require our recognition at this moment. Scoffed the representative from the Arctic Bear. His interstellar warship serves as his greatest legitimacy. The debate persisted for an hour. Ultimately, the Security Council reached a compromise. 1. No resolutions of condemnation or sanctions shall be adopted for the time being. 2. A special observation group shall be established to continuously monitor the land reclamation efforts in the Pacific. 3. Through informal channels, we shall probe Qin Feng's attitude towards cooperation with the international community. 4. At an appropriate time, we shall discuss whether to invite the Yanhuang civilization to join the United Nations and other international organizations. On the same afternoon, in Washington, at the Brookings Institution, a closed-door seminar regarding Qin Feng and emerging civilizations was underway. Attendees included former government officials, think tank scholars, international relations experts, and military strategists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are confronted with an unprecedented situation. The meeting was chaired by former Secretary of State Kissinger, who, despite his advanced age, retains a keen intellect. A private individual has amassed power that transcends nations and is in the process of creating an entirely new civilizational entity. This shatters the foundations of our international system, established over centuries. Dr. Kissinger, what do you believe is the probability of Qin Feng's success? A scholar inquired. If we consider only his technological capabilities, it stands at 100. Kissinger replied. He has the capacity to construct interstellar warships, to obliterate the military might of the football chicken in a mere 30 seconds. And now he is capable of land reclamation. These achievements demonstrate that he possesses technology beyond our comprehension. However, the establishment of a civilization is not solely a matter of technology, a sociologist interjected. It necessitates a population, culture, institutions, and an economic system, all of which require time to accumulate. Time. Kissinger shook his head. For a force that can manipulate time, it is not an issue. Let us not forget, he is recruiting 100 million immigrants from Longwa. With his charisma and the conditions he offers, genetic optimization, a new continent, advanced technology, I believe countless individuals will be willing to migrate. So what shall we do? Stand idly by as he rises? No, Kissinger asserted. We must redefine our relationship with him. He should no longer be viewed merely as a problem, but rather as a reality. He paused. The most perilous aspect of international politics is to define an indestructible force as an enemy. Qin Feng is neither from the Western Sea nor a figure akin to Seidelin. He is not even a traditional national leader. The underlying logic of his actions remains somewhat elusive to us. However, up to this point, there exists a distinct pattern. He does not engage in unprovoked aggression but retaliates fiercely against provocateurs. What does this imply? It suggests that as long as one does not provoke him, he can be considered a secure neighbor. Kissinger posits that he may even serve as a potential partner for collaboration. Collaboration? With a private military force? Why not? Kissinger countered. If he has indeed established the Yanhuang civilization and is willing to adhere to certain international norms, then cooperating with him would be far more prudent than confrontation. Especially given his advancements in technology, carbon-based chips, novel materials, gene optimization, and energy technologies, each capable of reshaping the global landscape. Another former defense minister interjected, I concur with Dr. Kissinger's assessment. From a military standpoint, opposing Qin Feng would be tantamount to suicide. His interstellar battleships orbit Earth, poised to strike any target globally at a moment's notice. We possess no defensive measures. Must we then submit? There were expressions of discontent. This is not submission. It is a confrontation with reality. Kissinger calmly stated that the essence of international politics is a balance of power. When one party possesses overwhelming advantages, the others have but two choices, either accept the new equilibrium or face annihilation. The foot basin chicken chose the latter, and the outcomes are evident to all. A silence enveloped the conference room. What, then, is your recommendation? Someone finally inquired. 3 steps. Kissinger raised a finger. First, acknowledge reality and cease futile confrontational rhetoric. Second, establish communication channels to comprehend his intentions and rules. Third, seek areas of collaboration, particularly in non-military technologies. What if he refuses to cooperate? Then we maintain our distance, refraining from provocation and hostility. Kissinger remarked, at the very least, we must avoid becoming the second foot basin chicken. On May 25, 2026, in Hawaii County, a momentous discussion was underway in the conference room. On one side of the long table sat the 8-nation delegation led by the United States Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Johnson. In addition to the United States, there were representatives from Britain, Gaul, the Arctic Bear, the Dragon Country, the Nation, the temporary representative of the Eastern Japan Special Zone, and India. Their expressions were grave, with a substantial stack of documents laid before them. On the opposite side of the table, there were only 3 individuals. In the center sat Qin Feng's special representative, Qin Wenyuan, the overseer of Hawaii County affairs and steward to Qin Feng's parents. To the left was the head of the foreign ministry, Qin Wenyuan, and to the right was the international law advisor, Qin Wenfa. All 3 were bioengineered beings, possessing absolute logical reasoning and unwavering loyalty in execution. Welcome, everyone, to Hawaii County, Qin Wenyuan began, his tone composed. Mr. Qin has entrusted me with the full authority to handle the negotiations with the United Nations. As you have traveled from afar, you must have some understanding of our position. Johnson cleared his throat. Mr. Qin, we represent the United Nations Secretariat and the permanent members of the Security Council. And we are here to formally discuss the future relationship of the Yanhuang civilization with the international community. We hope that the soon-to-be-established Yanhuang civilization can become a responsible member of the international community, joining the United Nations system to jointly uphold world peace and development. It was a standard diplomatic opening. Qin Wenyuan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment, merely gesturing for the speaker to continue. The representative from Gaul took the cue. Based on the information at our disposal, the progress of construction projects on the Yanhuang continent is astonishing. Within a month, over 1 million square kilometers of new land is expected to emerge in the Pacific. This will mark an unprecedented event in human history. The United Nations is willing to provide a framework of support for the international and legal status of this new territory. And what are the conditions? Qin Wenyuan interjected, his tone even and unwavering. The representative from the Arctic Bear responded. The condition is that the Yanhuang civilization joins the United Nations, adheres to the United Nations Charter, accepts the resolutions of the Security Council, and participates in international affairs. Naturally, as a new member, the Yanhuang civilization may receive special arrangements in certain domains. Finally lifting his gaze, Qin Wenyuan surveyed the 8 faces before him. Mr. Qin Feng is already aware of your proposals, he stated calmly. Yet the content of his words caused an abrupt stillness to envelop the meeting room. Mr. Qin Feng's response is that the Yanhuang civilization will not join the United Nations. Johnson furrowed his brow. Mr. Qin, joining the United Nations is a fundamental recognition by the international community of a sovereign entity. Recognition? Qin Wenyuan interrupted, his tone still polite, but his words sharp as a blade. Does the Yanhuang civilization require the United Nations recognition? May I ask, can the United Nations authorize us to construct interstellar battleships? Can the United Nations permit us to reclaim land from the sea? Can the United Nations safeguard us from invasion? The trio of questions rendered all representatives speechless. Since the United Nations can do nothing for us, Qin Wenyuan continued, why should we join an organization that binds us yet offers no assistance? The silence in the conference room was palpable. A representative from Dagua attempted to ease the tension. Mr. Qin, joining the United Nations is not merely a matter of rights and obligations. It is also a symbol of integration into the international community. If the Yin-Huang civilization remains isolated from the international system, it may face various unnecessary frictions and misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Qin Wenfa adjusted his glasses, and for the first time, the international law advisor spoke. If the Foot Basin chickens misunderstand us, then the Foot Basin chickens cease to exist. Do the representatives of your nations aspire to become the next Foot Basin chickens? It was a blatant threat, yet no one dared to counter it. For it was indeed a stark reality. Chapter 123. The Supreme Authority of the United Nations, the representative from the Eastern District, seemed poised to speak. But Qin Wenyuan cast a sharp glance in his direction and commanded, "Who permitted you to sit here? Get out." The Eastern District representative, a timid middle-aged official, lowered his head, visibly unsettled. The faces of other representatives reflected discontent, yet none voiced their thoughts. The Eastern District representative had no choice but to stand and bow to Qin Wenyuan and the others before retreating, avoiding eye contact with anyone. After a moment of silence in the conference room, the representative from Longwu finally spoke. "So, in what manner does the Yin-Huang civilization wish to interact with the international community? Completely independent of the existing system?" Qin Wenyuan finally articulated Qin Feng's directive. The Yin-Huang civilization may dispatch a permanent observer delegation to attend all meetings of the United Nations and its subordinate agencies. Johnson's eyes lit up. There was potential here. However, Qin Wenyuan's subsequent statement caused the expressions of everyone to once again freeze. The delegation does not participate in the voting but possesses a unique power, a veto. Veto what? Inquired the representative from Britain. Veto any resolution, Qin Wenyuan replied, including those of the Security Council, those of the General Assembly, and any international treaties or agreements under the auspices of the United Nations. The representative from the Arctic Bear gasped, realizing that global warming had exacerbated. "Are you implying that resolutions agreed upon by the 5 permanent members can be vetoed by the Yin-Huang civilization? Conversely, if the Yin-Huang civilization consents to something opposed by all 5 permanent members, the United Nations must pass it?" "Precisely so," Qin Wenyuan nodded. The conference room erupted. "This is impossible," Johnson exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "This utterly undermines the fundamental rules of the United Nations. The veto power of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council is already a special arrangement, and now to establish a veto that supersedes theirs? This equates to elevating the Yin-Huang civilization to the status of a supreme ruler over the United Nations." "Supreme ruler?" Qin Wenyuan smiled. The first smile he had shown since the beginning of the talks. "This term is quite apartment. What Mr. Qin Feng desires is precisely this status." The meeting was paused for 20 minutes. The representatives of the 7 nations retreated to an adjacent room for urgent consultations. Madness. Qin Feng is utterly deranged. Johnson paced the room. Who does he think he is? God. Yet the representative from the Arctic Bear remained surprisingly calm. From a technical standpoint, he indeed possesses powers that transcend those of God. Constructing continents, interstellar warships, and annihilating a nation in an instant are feats that God cannot accomplish. Yet he can. But we cannot accept this condition. The representative from Gaul exclaimed. This is tantamount to surrendering the highest authority of the United Nations. What if we refuse? Asked the representative from the United States. What can we do? Send troops to confront him? Or pass a resolution condemning him? Have you forgotten the fate of the foot-washing chicken? The representative from the Dragon Nation, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we must confront reality. The reality is that whatever the United Nations seeks to accomplish, if the Yin-Huang civilization consents, it may not succeed. If the Yin-Huang civilization disagrees, it will certainly not succeed. He paused. Did we agree to the reclamation of the Pacific? No. Yet he is proceeding. Did we approve the establishment of the Yin-Huang civilization? No. Yet he is advancing. If we refuse his demands now, what will be the outcome? He will continue his endeavors, completely disregarding the United Nations. And we will have no formal channels to engage with him. So we are to acknowledge him as our father? Johnson retorted angrily. Not as a father. The representative from the Dragon Nation shook his head. Rather, it is to acknowledge reality. The essence of international politics is power. When one party's strength far exceeds that of all others combined, the rules must be altered to accommodate them. The Britain of the 19th century. The America of the 20th century. Perhaps it is Qin Feng in the 21st century. Silence enveloped the lounge once more. The representative from India murmured. But at the very least, if we accept this condition, he will be within the framework of the United Nations. With a framework, there is room for dialogue. With dialogue, there is the potential for compromise. If we completely exclude him, we will have no opportunity for conversation. He exists above the framework, not within it. The British representative seethed with anger. Yet it is still better than having no framework at all. The representative of the polar bears stated. At the very least, we can see his envoy, hear his voice, and ascertain his thoughts. This is certainly preferable to confronting a completely unpredictable force. Well, let it be. 20 minutes later, the delegates returned to the conference room. Each individual's expression was a complex tapestry of humiliation, resignation, yet tinged with a hint of relief. Accepting reality can sometimes be a form of liberation. Mr. Qin, Johnson's voice was somewhat hoarse after deliberation. We believe it is feasible to further discuss the special status of the Yin-Huang civilization at the United Nations. He did not explicitly state acceptance, yet his demeanor had shifted. Qin Wenyuan seemed to have anticipated this outcome, nodding. Mr. Qin Feng has several fundamental requirements. First, the seat of the Yin-Huang Civilization Observer Delegation at the United Nations must precede that of all other national representatives. Second, the head of the delegation shall enjoy the same ceremonial treatment as the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Third, the applicability of the veto power shall encompass. but not be limited to, the Security Council, the General Assembly, and all other principal organs of the United Nations. These can be discussed, Johnson replied with difficulty. Not discussed. Qin Wenyuan corrected him, but confirmed. Mr. Qin Feng does not entertain negotiations. It is a matter of acceptance or rejection. Choose one. The tone was domineering, unyielding, and utterly unapologetic. Yet, no one dared to voice a refusal. We require time to report back to our respective nations, said the representative of Gaul. Very well, Qin Wenyuan responded, standing up. 3 days. After 3 days, if there is no definitive response, the Yinhuang civilization will regard all nations as potential hostile forces and will enact corresponding defensive measures. Defensive measures? The representative from India inquired. For instance, Qin Wenyuan interjected, deploying orbital weapon platforms over major cities of various countries. A blatant threat, yet it remained a reality that Qin Feng was capable of executing. The discussions concluded in an oppressive atmosphere. Once the delegation departed, Qin Wenyuan pondered, will they acquiesce? They will undoubtedly comply. Qin Wenyuan replied, for apart from acceptance, they possess no alternative. This is the absolute discourse power derived from absolute strength. He recalled Qin Feng's directives prior to the discussions. Do not compromise, do not negotiate. We are not requesting, we are informing. Indeed, informing the world, a new order is on the horizon, and the United Nations shall serve as a forum under this new order. The Yinhuang civilization is destined to be the entity perched at the apex, overlooking all. That evening, emergency meetings in the capitals of various nations stretched into the late hours. The final conclusion, as reality dictated, let it be. It is certainly better than having no guiding figure at all and facing a deity with whom communication is impossible. At the very least, with this patriarch, the world can maintain a semblance of order. At least, with this framework, human civilization can continue its march forward. As for dignity, prestige, in the face of interstellar warships and the ability to conjure land from thin air, such matters become trivial. Survival is the paramount concern. And Qin Feng has offered the world a choice for existence, submission or annihilation. The world chose submission, for reality is indeed that harsh. Chapter 124. Power determines the rules. June 1st, 2026, 8 o'clock a.m. The timing of this announcement is profoundly significant. Children's Day, a symbol of rebirth and hope. With less than a week remaining until the National College entrance examination, millions of families find themselves engulfed in a final wave of tension and anticipation. All official accounts under the Huanyu Group simultaneously released a pinned announcement with a title that reads simply, Huanyu University Town 2026 Admission Guidelines. The main text, though less than 2,000 words, detonated like a bombshell, generating an unprecedented tsunami across the Chinese internet. Approved by the Huanyu Group's Board of Directors, Huanyu University Town, located in Huai County, Shenyang City, Hunan Province, is set to officially commence classes in September 2026, spanning 30 square kilometers. The university town will encompass 3 higher education institutions, Huanyu University of Science and Technology, and Huanyu Polytechnic University. The opening line is breathtaking. 30 square kilometers? What does this signify? The campus of Shuyuan University covers approximately 45 square kilometers, while Yenjing University is around 33 square kilometers. Huanyu University Town's area is equivalent to 7 Shuyuan campuses or 9 Yenjing campuses. Internet users swiftly shared satellite maps indicating that the formerly agricultural fields and villages in western Huai County have now been replaced by an impeccably planned, grand architectural ensemble. The main building towers into the clouds, the library resembles an unfurled bamboo scroll, and the laboratories exude a futuristic aura. While the gymnasium takes the form of a flying saucer, each structure is a veritable work of art. Faculty strength. Huanyu University Town will employ 12,000 researchers from the Huanyu Group as full-time educators. All faculty members will possess doctoral degrees and over 10 years of research or teaching experience. The comments section erupted with astonishment. 12,000 PhDs. Do all the professors from the nation's 985 universities combined even reach that number? Are those researchers who build interstellar warships now becoming teachers? This faculty strength makes Shuyuan and Yenjing pale in comparison. Suddenly, one might wonder, if I were to gain admission, would I not effectively join the Huanyu Group's research preparatory team? 2026 enrollment plan. A total of 120,000 spots are available, with 70 allocated to candidates from Hunan Province and 30 from other provinces across the nation. This regional distribution sparked the first wave of debate, but it was soon overshadowed by subsequent revelations. Tuition policy, completely free of charge. All expenses, including tuition, textbook fees, accommodation, and medical costs, will be covered by the Huanyu Group. Students will not need to pay any fees upon enrollment. Accommodation conditions, double rooms with private bathrooms, 24-hour hot water, and comprehensive wireless network coverage. Dining conditions. The cafeteria will feature 8 major culinary styles, with all ingredients sourced directly from the Huanyu Group's own farms, ensuring top-grade food safety. Medical security. The affiliated hospital of Huanyu University will meet the standards of a top-tier tertiary hospital, equipped with the most advanced medical technology globally. All students will receive lifelong free medical care, undergoing a full health examination upon enrollment, with the school responsible for treating any ailments, including congenital diseases, traumatic injuries, and chronic illnesses. When the terms congenital diseases and traumatic injuries were mentioned, countless families held their breath. Admission criteria. Only the scores from the Chinese language, mathematics, and comprehensive science, or liberal arts, sections of the college entrance examination will be considered. English scores will not be included in the total. A score of 0 in English will not affect admission. This particular stipulation became the most contentious point of debate online that day. Cultivation model. Implement a stringent educational management system. Teachers possess the authority to discipline students who violate regulations, including moderate corporal punishment, such as striking the palm or buttocks with a ruler. There is a zero-tolerance policy for campus bullying and academic misconduct. Graduation commitment. Students graduating from Universal University Town will emerge as healthy, outstanding individuals with sound values, returning to their parents as responsible adults. The announcement concluded with registration methods and contact information. Within 10 minutes of release, the post garnered over 1 million shares. An hour later, related topics occupied 15 out of the top 20 spots on Weibo's trending list. 3 hours later, major media outlets across the nation urgently printed special editions. 6 hours later, nearly every household with college entrance examination candidates was engrossed in the same question: will their child succeed in the exam? The most controversial clause in the enrollment guidelines, which stated the exclusion of English from examinations, rapidly polarized public opinion. Opponents articulated their views distinctly. Professor Zhang, an educational scholar, remarked that English, as an international lingua franca, serves as a bridge connecting the world. The actions of Universal University represent a regressive step in history. Without proficiency in English, how can students engage with international journals? How can they participate in global exchanges? Are we to cultivate students into frogs confined to a well? International Studently expressed, studying at an Ivy League institution in the United States, I acutely recognize the significance of English. While Universal Group's technology is indeed advanced, science knows no borders. Rejecting English equates to rejecting the scientific community. Wang, a representative from a foreign language training institution, asserted that English education is a national strategy. As an influential enterprise, Universal Group should lead the charge in promoting English proficiency rather than opposing it. Supporters retaliated with even greater fervor. Teacher Liu from a rural school in Hunan province stated, after 20 years of teaching in a county town, my greatest sorrow lies in witnessing rural children overwhelmed by English. They only encounter the language in middle school, with virtually no linguistic environment. In a frantic effort to catch up, students spend countless hours memorizing. But what of their graduation? How many will utilize English? Universal University's decision to exclude English provides rural children with a lifeline. Engineer Chen remarked, as a graduate of a prestigious university, I have worked in a foreign enterprise for a decade. Frankly, the English taught in university is insufficient for practical use in the workplace. It is learned on the job. English should serve as a tool, with those in need learning it independently, rather than serving as a barrier that stifles countless talents. Historian and commentator knowing the past to understand the present stated, let us not forget, the interstellar battleship of Qin is inscribed with Chinese characters, and its operating interface is in Chinese. Does he need to read English literature? No, it is the world that must learn Chinese to comprehend his works. When your technology leads the world by a century, the language you speak becomes the international language. This comment received millions of likes. An even sharper perspective came from the Universal Observer. Some individuals incessantly speak of aligning with international standards. I ask, is it we who must align with the world? Or must the world align with us? When Qin constructs continents in the Pacific, when his battleship patrols Earth's orbit, when his technology can cure terminal illnesses, who should learn whose language? Who must adapt to whose standards? As for international rankings, it's laughable. Does Universal University require QS rankings to validate itself? Does it need the Times ranking to gain recognition? No, it is these ranking organizations that need to include Universal University to maintain their own authority. In a nutshell, strength determines the rules. Qin possesses remarkable strength, enabling him to redefine the rules. This assertive statement, though sharp, resonates with the sentiments of many. Chapter 125, Discussions on the Internet. A trending topic swiftly emerged on Weibo. Have you studied English today? The comments were rife with jest. I was memorizing vocabulary when I suddenly found it utterly uninteresting. Had the Universal University been established sooner, I might not have failed to gain admission to a top-tier university due to my poor English skills. One user humorously noted. My mother asked why I was kneeling while looking at my phone, and I replied that I was witnessing the dawn of a new era. However, there were also voices of reason. Dr. Zhao, an educational researcher, stated, I believe the approach of Universal University does not undermine the value of English. Rather, it repositions its status. By relegating English from a compulsory subject to an elective tool, students can choose according to their needs. This is, in fact, more scientific. A language should serve as a tool for assistance rather than a shackle for selection. This relatively neutral commentary garnered widespread approval. The debate continued to intensify. Yet one undeniable truth emerged. For countless students struggling with English, Universal University became a beacon of hope amidst darkness. If the decision to eliminate English exams sparked a philosophical debate, then the announcement regarding health commitment struck directly at the tenderest spots within millions of families. The Weibo topic returned to you. A healthy child saw numerous parents leave heart-wrenching messages. A mother from Jishing province shared, my daughter has congenital heart disease. The doctor said the success rate of surgery is only 60, and it requires 500,000. We sold our house and borrowed from relatives. Yet it's still isn't enough. Upon seeing the announcement from Universal University, I cried for a full hour. If my daughter can be admitted, her illness can be treated. This is not merely education. It is a matter of life and death. Accompanying her post was a photograph of a pale girl reading in a hospital bed, her eyes shining brightly. The post quickly amassed over 1 million likes, with comments filled with blessings. A father from Shu province recounted, my son was in a car accident 3 years ago, injuring his spine. He may spend his life in a wheelchair. He excelled academically and could have attended a prestigious university, but now, seeing Universal University claim it can treat acquired trauma, my hands tremble. Another mother from Guangdong province shared. My son has autism. He is intellectually normal, but does not communicate with others. Ordinary universities will not accept him, and special education schools offer little learning. Universal University claims to cure all diseases. Surely autism counts as a disease? Does anyone know? I'm waiting anxiously. Remarkably, the official account of Universal Group responded, yes, it does. You can register. Those few words ignited hope in countless similar families. A father from Shaanxi province expressed, my daughter has leukemia and has undergone chemotherapy for 3 years, losing all her hair, yet she remains committed to her studies. She says she wants to go to university. After seeing the announcement, for the first time, I feel that perhaps she really has a future. These authentic stories gradually transformed the initial controversy into a wave of emotion. Some compiled these messages into a video titled Parents' Prayers, which garnered over 500 million views within 24 hours of its release. The video concluded with a poignant line. For these parents, Universal University is not merely a choice, it is a miracle. The elements of being entirely free and strictly managed emerged as 2 additional catalysts for this phenomenon. Regarding the concept of free education, a financial blogger has calculated that, based on current university tuition standards, the total cost for an undergraduate student over 4 years amounts to approximately 230,000 yuan in tuition fees, 10,000 yuan in accommodation costs, and at least 60,000 yuan for living expenses, culminating in a total of 1,015,000 yuan. In the case of private or Sino-foreign cooperative institutions, this figure could soar to 2,030,000 yuan. Huanyu University offers complete tuition waivers, benefiting 120,000 students, which requires an annual subsidy of at least 3 billion yuan solely for tuition. Including food, housing, and medical care, the annual investment could exceed 10 billion yuan. This exemplifies true educational philanthropy. An ordinary parent expressed, I have 2 sons. My eldest enrolled in a second-tier university last year, costing us 25,000 yuan a year, plus living expenses, totaling about 40,000 yuan annually. My wife and I earn a combined monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, making it a struggle to support one college student. My younger son will take the college entrance exam this year. If he can attend Huanyu University, it would alleviate our family's burden by 200,000 yuan. This is a genuine act of kindness. However, there are voices of skepticism. Professor Ma, an economist, remarked, while encouraging enterprises to engage in education is commendable, can such hefty subsidies be sustained? What happens to these students if Huanyu Group encounters operational difficulties? Education should not rely solely on corporate benevolence. In response, an online commentator sharply retorted, Professor Ma, you may not grasp the profitability of Huanyu Group. For instance, the Huai County Chip Industrial Park has surpassed an output value of 20 trillion yuan in the first quarter alone. A company capable of manufacturing interstellar battleships can certainly support 120,000 university students. Moreover, the announcement includes lifetime free medical care, which is not merely a short-term initiative, but a long-term commitment. On the matter of strict management, this reveals a true polarization. A father from the 1970s stated, I wholeheartedly agree. Today's children are far too undisciplined. During our childhood, it was common for teachers to discipline us with a ruler, standing in punishment, or writing reflections were rites of passage. It is precisely because of such strictness that we learned what was permissible and what was not. Nowadays, teachers are afraid to enforce discipline, parents are reluctant to intervene, leading to unruly behavior. In university, it is even more unrestrained, with 4 years spent in frivolity without acquiring any knowledge. Huanyu University's willingness to enforce rules is commendable. A mother from the 1980s remarked, I can accept moderate punishment, but the term corporal punishment is quite alarming. Striking the palm is acceptable, but hitting the backside? That raises issues of dignity. Furthermore, what constitutes moderation? Who will oversee this? Such matters need clarification. A young teacher from the 1990s shared, in my 5 years of teaching, my most profound realization is the constraints I face. When students play on their phones during class, if I address it, they retort. If I confiscate their phones, parents accuse me of infringing on property rights. If I impose standing punishment, they claim I am inflicting corporal punishment. Ultimately, I am left to turn a blind eye. If Huanyu University could grant teachers sufficient authority, perhaps we could indeed alter the current educational predicament. Opposition voices are also quite strong. A children's rights advocate asserted, any form of corporal punishment is illegal. The Protection of Minors Act explicitly prohibits it. Huanyu University is blatantly violating this law. Immediately, a rebuttal arose. Let us be clear. University students are predominantly adults and thus not subject to the Protection of Minors Act. Moreover, the announcement pertains to students who violate regulations, not all students. Why should bullies or cheaters be exempt from punishment? Would you prefer your child to be bullied or to bully others? A liberal parent concluded, I will educate my child myself. There is no need for the school to intervene physically. If Huanyu University truly dares to impose corporal punishment, I would unequivocally dissuade my child from applying. In response, someone coldly remarked, rest assured, your child may not even qualify. Huanyu University admits only 120,000 students annually, while this year's college entrance examination candidates number a staggering 12 million, resulting in an acceptance rate of merely 1. If you choose not to apply, there will be plenty of others who will. Harsh, yet undeniably true. Chapter 126, The Significance of Education. The allocation of 70 of admission quotas to Hunan province has sparked a fierce debate online. Opponents argue, why should Jiangsu and Zhejiang candidates be treated differently? The college entrance examination should be a fair competition. Regional protection is a form of discrimination against candidates from other provinces. The National Education Fairness Promotion Association advocates for Huanyu University to abolish regional limitations and adopt a purely merit-based admission system to uphold fairness in the college entrance examination. Proponents counter with fervor, Hunan netizen, why not? Simply because the university town is built in Huaixin. Simply because CEO Qin hails from Hunan. Simply because Huanyu Group has invested hundreds of billions in Hunan. What is wrong with our Hunan candidates receiving some preferential treatment? Hunan netizen be added, for so many years. Do you comprehend the hardships faced by Hunan candidates? The acceptance rate for first-tier universities is among the lowest in the nation. With the same score, one can gain admission to a 985 university in Beijing, but in Hunan, one can only attend a second-tier institution. Now that we finally have a prestigious university in our province, should we not be allocated more spots? Data enthusiasts shared tables. Everyone, take a look at the statistics. The acceptance rates for first-tier universities by province in 2025, Beijing 30, Shanghai 28, Tianjin 26, Hunan 98, ranking third from the bottom nationally. Hunan has 1.3 million candidates, 20 times that of Beijing, yet the number of first-tier spots is only 3 times that of Beijing. Who is truly being treated unfairly? This data is indeed compelling. Moreover, others pointed out, do not forget, Huanyu University also has 30 of its spots available nationwide. With a total admission quota of 120,000, 30 translates to 36,000 slots, exceeding the total enrollment numbers of many 985 universities across the country. Additionally, considering the large candidate pool from Hunan, the 70 quota may sound ample, but in proportional terms, the acceptance rate could be even lower than that of other provinces. Amidst the clamor, a consensus began to crystallize. Huanyu Group operates a private university, and it is their prerogative to determine their admissions process. As one netizen aptly summarized, how many students does Tsinghua University recruit in Beijing? How many does Fudan University enroll in Shanghai? Which university lacks regional protection? It is merely Hunan's turn this time. Some individuals do not oppose regional protection. They simply resent not being the beneficiaries. While public discourse heated up, various factions quietly plotted their strategies. Leading institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University urgently convened meetings to discuss admissions. Do we still possess our advantages? One vice president voiced with concern. Free education, guaranteed employment, and opportunities for immigration to the land of Yanhuang. These are offerings we cannot match. However, another leader remarked, our foundation and reputation remain intact. Yet Huanyu University is newly established, and the quality of its teaching remains to be evaluated. Evaluate. Someone chuckled bitterly. Their faculty comprises those who construct interstellar battleships. Do they truly require validation? Ultimately, the universities reached a consensus. This year's enrollment landscape would be exceptionally challenging, particularly for talented candidates from Hunan and neighboring provinces, who might be significantly siphoned off by Huanyu University. English training institutions lamented their plight. Should Huanyu University's model be emulated by other universities, the English training industry would face its demise. The founder of a renowned institution convened an urgent meeting, declaring the necessity for transformation towards lesser spoken languages or specialized English. However, more astute organizations had already taken action, swiftly launching an intensive preparatory program for Huanyu University, with a primary focus on language arts, mathematics, and comprehensive science. While suspending all English classes, the provincial government of Hunan expressed mixed feelings. On one hand, it was a source of joy that the province had finally established a world-class university capable of retaining talent, attracting investment, and enhancing its image. On the other hand, the concern arose that while 70% of the available slots sounded substantial, with 1.3 million candidates for the college entrance examination this year, the 84,000 available places remained but a drop in the bucket. It was imperative to guide public opinion effectively, as the governor emphasized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hunan, urging students to apply while also seeking to soothe anxieties. For families with college-bound students, that night was one of sleeplessness. Those with strong academic records hesitated. Should they pursue the prestigious Shuimu Yenzhong University or opt for the more stable Huanyu University? Average performers prayed fervently to meet the cutoff scores, while those struggling, particularly in English, glimpsed a sliver of hope. Perhaps, a miracle was indeed possible. A small fraction of families with students facing health challenges clutched their phones tightly, repeatedly perusing the admission guidelines, fearing the omission of even a single word. For them, this was not merely a choice, it was a salvation. At the headquarters of Huanyu Group in Huaixin, Qin Wenyuan was reporting to Qin Feng about the reactions online. The debates were fervent, but supporters constituted the overwhelming majority. Qin Wenyuan noted that particularly the medical commitments had resonated with numerous families. Qin Feng nodded, affirming that this was precisely the desired outcome. A university is not merely a place for the dissemination of knowledge. It is a crucible for character formation and healing. He dismissed the controversy surrounding English, stating that when our technology leads the world and our civilization sets the benchmark, Mandarin will naturally ascend to the status of a global language. English, he proposed, should be an elective, pursued by those with interest rather than imposed on all. The first cohort of 120,000 students, upon graduation in 4 years, would have the opportunity to join Huanyu Group. And the most exceptional among them could immigrate to the Yanhuang civilization and partake in the construction of a new civilization. Qin Feng remarked that this was an assembly line for talent cultivation and a spark for the transmission of civilization. Yet, Qin Wenyuan questioned the worthiness of such a significant investment. Qin Feng smiled, responding, Wenyuan, although you are a bioengineered human, you should understand that some matters transcend mere valuation. Education and healthcare are the foundation of civilization. When the foundation is strong, civilization can endure. He paused, adding, moreover, do you not perceive the gratitude that these students' parents will harbor towards Huanyu Group and the Yanhuang civilization upon their graduation? Qin Wenyuan comprehended the depth of this initiative. This was not merely a university. It was a grand project to win the hearts of the people. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, campus visits would be permitted. Qin Feng instructed that all prospective students and their parents should witness their future school with their own eyes. Seeing is believing. Students with health issues would be allowed to enter the hospital for treatment ahead of the semester, without waiting for the academic year to commence. As night deepened, discussions continued unabated online, with the topic of if I gain admission to Huanyu University becoming increasingly popular. Young people dream of the future. I aspire to study materials science and create lighter, stronger alloys. I wish to delve into genetics and cure all hereditary diseases. I have chosen to major in history to narrate the tales of the Yin and Huang civilizations to the world. I simply wish to heal my brother's ailment. Hoping that on this night, my aspirations spread like sparks. The flame igniting this hope is a university yet to officially commence its academic journey. No one knows how the world will transform when these students graduate in 4 years. Yet, everyone believes it will be for the better. For emerging from the universal university town will be a generation that is healthy, exceptional, and possesses the right values. They will carry the knowledge and beliefs imparted by Qin Feng to construct a better world. This, perhaps, encapsulates the fundamental essence of education. Chapter 127. Hope. At the end of June, 3 days after the college entrance examination results were announced, at 8 in the morning, in an old neighborhood in Shijiazhuang, Hebei province, Li Xiaolan was already awake. She tiptoed into her daughter's room. 18-year-old Li Xiaoyu was still fast asleep, her pale face slightly furrowed, as even in slumber. The curse of congenital heart disease rendered her breathing more shallow and rapid than others. On the bedside table lay a photo frame. The picture captured Xiaoyu at 7 or 8 years old, her cheeks flushed as she chased butterflies in a park. That was the last moment she could run so freely. Since then, every intense physical activity could threaten her life. Li Xiaolan sat by the bed, gently brushing her daughter's hair away from her forehead. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She hurriedly exited the room to answer the call, lowering her voice. Hello? Am I speaking to Li Xiaoyu's parent? This is Mr. Wang from the admissions office of Universal University. Li Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, this is she. Congratulations. Li Xiaoyu has been accepted into the materials science program at the School of Science and Technology at Universal University. The admission letter has been sent electronically, and the hard copy will arrive within 3 days. As per the university's arrangement, please report to campus by September 1st. Additionally, if Li Xiaoyu requires medical treatment beforehand, she is welcome to come to the campus. The affiliated hospital operates 24 hours. The voice on the other end was gentle, but Li Xiaolan could no longer hear the subsequent words. She had been accepted. She was truly accepted. Covering her mouth, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. For 8 years. Since the day her daughter was diagnosed with congenital heart disease at the age of 10, she had not slept a peaceful night. The 500,000 yuan needed for surgery weighed heavily upon her, a single mother working as a shelf stocker in a supermarket. Earning a monthly salary of 3,800, with rent costing 1,200 and daily expenses at 1,500, saving 500 a month was already commendable. 500,000. That would take 83 years to save. Yet now, her daughter not only gained admission to university, but that very institution also promised to cure her illness. For free. Thank you. Thank you. Li Xiaolan choked on her words, unable to express herself fully. You are most welcome. This is the university's commitment. We look forward to seeing Li Xiaoyu on campus. After ending the call, Li Xiaolan leaned against the wall, allowing her tears to flow. After a while, she wiped her tears and entered the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. Today, she intends to prepare the finest meal for her daughter. Simultaneously, in the city of Chengdu, Zhang Jianjun's hand trembles as he clutches his mobile phone. The screen displays a message. Congratulations, Zhang Hao. You have been admitted to the mechanical design program at Huanyu University's School of Engineering. The haunting memory of that fateful car accident 3 years ago lingers vividly in his mind. A truck overturned, crushing the car his son was in. Firefighters labored for 2 hours to extricate him, but the spinal injuries were grave. The doctor declared him permanently paralyzed. Since then, his son's life has revolved around the confines of a wheelchair, hospitals, and rehabilitation centers. Once a cheerful youth, he has turned taciturn, and only in the dead of night can Zhang Jianjun hear the muffled sobs emanating from his son's room. Dad, will I ever be able to stand again? Each time his son poses this question, Zhang Jianjun can only muster a forced smile, assuring him, yes, definitely. Yet in his heart, he knows the prospects are bleak. Leading experts, both domestic and abroad, have examined him, and their consensus is unequivocal. The nerve damage is irreversible. Until the university's recruitment brochure appeared, trauma can be treated. He has read those words countless times. Howsy, howsy. He bursts into his son's room, handing over the phone. You've been accepted. We've been accepted. Zhang Hao, seated in his wheelchair, gazes vacantly out the window. He turns his head to receive the phone, staring at it for an extended period. Can it really be cured? He whispers, his voice quivering with barely perceptible hope. Yes, it absolutely can. Zhang Jianjun responds with unwavering conviction. Who is Qin Feng? If he claims it can be done, it shall be done. He kneels down and grasps his son's hand. We will go to Huaixin tomorrow. No, today. Let us buy tickets right now. In the southern province of Su, at Chen Xiaowen's home, The 18-year-old burst from her room, phone in hand, beaming with a long-lost smile. Since her right leg was amputated due to bone cancer 3 years ago, she has scarcely smiled. Her mother, Wang Fong, takes the phone to read the acceptance information, tears streaming down her face. I'll help you pack. When shall we head to school? The school said I could go for treatment early. Qin Xiaowen's eyes sparkle. I want to go sooner to have my legs back. Her voice trails off as she utters the last sentence. Wang Fong embraces her daughter tightly. You will have them. You surely will. In Qingdao, Shandong province, at Zhao Lei's home, the 18-year-old suffers from severe autism. His intellect is intact, yet he does not communicate. His college entrance examination results are remarkably good. A perfect score in mathematics, 298 in comprehensive science, and 135 in Chinese. As for English, his father, Zhao Gang, holds the acceptance letter, gazing at his son who is engrossed in solving a Rubik's Cube in the corner. His heart filled with mixed emotions. Son, I will take you to a new place, where there are many fun things. How about it? Zhao Lei continues to twist the cube, not lifting his head. There, they can also treat your condition, Zhao Gang whispers. The cube pauses momentarily before resuming its rotation. On this day, thousands of families across the nation receive the same uplifting news. Those children afflicted with various ailments and traumas, those families grappling with despair, have, for the first time, glimpsed genuine hope. They all coincidentally made the same decision, to set off immediately for Huai County. At the Huai County train station, bus station, and airport, parents and students were everywhere, lugging their luggage. Many appeared to be patients, their faces pale, some seated in wheelchairs, others leaning on crutches. Yet, unlike ordinary patients, they all bore a similar expression, anticipation, anxiety, and a glimmer of hope. When Li Xiulan and her daughter emerged from the Huai County train station, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Several buses emblazoned with the logo of Universal University were parked in the square, and volunteers donned matching blue t-shirts, holding signs that read, "New students and parents of Universal University, please queue here. Are you here to check in?" A young girl approached, her smile warm. "Yes, we are." Li Xiulan replied, somewhat flustered. "Follow me," the girl said, glancing at Li Xiaoyu's pale complexion. "If your classmate is unwell, we can arrange for a direct visit to the hospital." "No, it's fine," Li Xiaoyu murmured. "I want to see the school first." "All right then, let's board. The school has a medical center that you can visit at any time." Chapter 128, Nanorobots. The bus was spacious and air-conditioned. Many students and parents were already seated. And Li Xiulan noticed that at least half of the students appeared to have health issues. A boy seated in the front row caught her attention. He looked around 17 or 18, handsome yet with dull eyes, a blanket draped over his legs. A middle-aged man beside him was conversing with a volunteer. "My son has a spinal injury. Can it really be treated?" "Rest assured, sir, the medical technology at our school is among the best in the world. Spinal injuries can be healed." The middle-aged man murmured, "That's good, that's good." Hearing this, Li Xiulan felt a sense of reassurance. The bus started moving towards the university town. Outside the window, the streets of Huai County were clean and tidy, lined with bustling shops. Many storefronts displayed banners. "Welcome, new students of Universal University, celebrating the educational rise of Huai County." "Mom, look," Li Xiaoyu pointed outside. "It's so lively here." Indeed, Li Xiulan held her daughter's hand. "You will live here from now on." 20 minutes later, the bus entered the university town. Even though they had seen photos and videos, the sight of the 30-square-kilometer campus was breathtaking. The grand main building resembled outstretched wings, the library looked like a giant bamboo scroll, and the clusters of laboratories shimmered in the sunlight, their metallic sheen glinting. In the distance, the gymnasium appeared to float like a UFO. "My goodness," someone gasped. "It's even more magnificent than in the pictures. How fortunate it must be to study here." The bus slowly navigated through the campus, passing lakes, forests, and sports fields. Although it was summer vacation, the campus was far from desolate. Many workers were making final adjustments, and new students had arrived early to explore. Eventually, the bus came to a stop in front of a white building, the affiliated hospital of Universal University. "New students and parents with medical needs, please disembark here," a volunteer announced. "Those wishing to continue to the reception center can remain on the bus." Li Xiulan and her daughter stepped off. A queue has formed at the entrance of the hospital, comprising approximately 100 to 200 individuals. Volunteers are maintaining order and distributing numbered tickets. "Please be patient. Treatment will commence shortly. There is no need to rush," a doctor clad in a white coat announces through a megaphone. "We understand your concerns, but rest assured, all students will recover by the end of the day." Li Xiulan receives her ticket, numbered 047. She surveys the crowd ahead, estimating a wait of about 2 hours. "Xiaoyu, are you tired? Would you like to sit for a moment?" "Not tired." Li Xiaoyu shakes her head, her gaze fixed on the hospital building. "Mom, do you really think it will work?" "Yes," Li Xiulan asserts firmly. She must have faith, for this is her daughter's only chance. The waiting period does not feel interminable, as students continually emerge from the hospital after their treatment. The first to exit is a girl of about 18 or 19, who had entered wearing a respirator and seated in a wheelchair, her complexion a shade of blue. Upon her departure, the respirator is removed, and the wheelchair is left behind. She steadies herself against the doorframe, cautiously standing upright before taking 2 steps. "Mom, I can walk." Her voice quivers with emotion. Parents waiting at the entrance rush forward to embrace her, the mother and daughter weeping in each other's arms. Then comes the second, and the third, a boy who had undergone amputation, entering with one pant leg empty. He emerges with that leg filled out, attempting to take steps with his new limb, albeit unsteadily, yet undeniably standing. A severely burned girl exits, her skin restored to its former smoothness. A blind boy, let in by his parents, emerges, opening his eyes wide to behold the sky, murmuring, "So this is what blue looks like." Each child who steps out seems to have been reborn. The eyes of every waiting parent grow increasingly bright. 047, Li Xiaoyu, a nurse calls out. Li Xiaolan jolts back to reality, grasping her daughter's hand. It's our turn. They enter the hospital lobby, where the air conditioning is cool, and the scent of disinfectant pervades the atmosphere, though it is not overpowering. The nurse guides them to a room where a middle-aged doctor awaits. You must be Li Xiaoyu, he states, reviewing her records. Congenital heart disease. Ventricular septal defect with pulmonary hypertension. Very well, we understand. His tone is calm, as if discussing a common cold. Doctor, is this treatable? Li Xiaolan inquires cautiously. Yes. It is treatable, the doctor smiles. For us, this is a routine procedure. Now, please follow me, and parents, kindly wait in the lounge. Li Xiaoyu follows the doctor into the treatment area, while Li Xiaolan is escorted to a nearby waiting room. The lounge is occupied by several parents, each anxiously fixated on the screen mounted on the wall. It displays the progress of treatments, but without specific images, only statuses indicating preparation, treatment, and completion. Li Xiaolan finds a seat, her hands clasped tightly together. Beside her sits a middle-aged woman, her eyes red-rimmed. What illness does your child have? Li Xiaolan cannot help but ask. Leukemia, the woman replies softly. She has been undergoing chemotherapy for 3 years, and she has lost all her hair. It will be fine. Li Xiaolan reassures her. Look at those who went before us. They have all recovered. Indeed. Women, dry your tears. I can hardly believe it. For the past 3 years, I have dreamt of this day. On the screen, the status of number 047 transitioned from preparation to treatment. Li Xiaolan's heart raced. In the treatment room, Li Xiaoyu lay down in a transparent chamber, reminiscent of an MRI machine, yet more streamlined. As the chamber sealed shut, she felt a flicker of anxiety. Do not be afraid. The physician's voice resonated through her headphones. Close your eyes and take a nap. When you awaken, you shall be healed. Gentle music filled the air, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Li Xiaoyu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her and soon succumbed to slumber. Within the chamber, countless nanobots were released. They infiltrated her body through the respiratory passages and skin pores, functioning as the most precise of surgeons, beginning to mend her damaged heart. The defect in the septum was repaired, the abnormally high pressure in the pulmonary artery was regulated, and the weakened areas of the myocardium were fortified. Concurrently, a nutrient solution was infused via intravenous means, sustaining her bodily functions. The entire process was fully automated, with the doctors merely monitoring the data from the control room. An hour later, the treatment for number 047 was complete. The chamber opened, and Li Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented lightness. The heaviness that had long burdened her chest had vanished. Her breathing was deep and smooth, and her heartbeat was steady and strong. How do you feel? The doctor inquired with a smile. Li Xiaoyu sat up and touched her chest. It feels as though I have a new heart. Better than a mere heart replacement. The doctor replied. This is your own heart, restored. Now, come, stand and take a few steps. Li Xiaoyu cautiously rose to her feet, took a few steps, then quickened her pace, eventually even breaking into a light jog. No palpitations, no shortness of breath, no dizziness. I'm healed. I'm really healed, she murmured, tears streaming down her face. The doctor handed her a tissue, saying, go tell your mother. She must be anxiously awaiting your return. As Li Xiaoyu exited the treatment area, Li Xiaolan could hardly recognize her daughter. Upon entry, her daughter had been pale, with lips tinged purple, walking with trepidation. Upon leaving, her daughter's complexion was rosy, her eyes sparkling, and her steps light as that of a fawn. Mom, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, leaping into her mother's embrace. Li Xiaolan held her daughter close, feeling the strength of her heartbeat and the warmth of her body, tears cascading down her cheeks. I'm really well. Mom, I feel extraordinary, like never before. The two wept together for a long while until the nurse gently reminded them, there are others waiting behind you. Only then did Li Xiaolan release her daughter's hand and bowed deeply to the doctor. Thank you for saving my daughter. No need for thanks. The doctor replied, assisting her to stand. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be to President Qin. He provided these technologies. By the way, you must be hungry. The cafeteria in Area B offers free meals. Go enjoy. Doctor, Li Xiaolan hesitated. I wish to find work in Huai County to care for my child nearby. Do you know of any openings? The doctor pondered for a moment. The school cafeteria is currently hiring, with a monthly salary of 6,000, including meals and accommodation, plus social insurance benefits. If you are interested, I can inquire on your behalf. I am interested. Very much so. Li Xiaolan nodded repeatedly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. You're welcome. Go ahead and celebrate, came the reply. As they stepped outside the hospital, the sun shone brilliantly. Li Xiaoyu tilted her face upwards, allowing the sunlight to caress her skin. Mom, today's sun feels so warm. Indeed, Li Xiaolan responded, gazing at her daughter's healthy visage, feeling as though an immense weight that had burdened her for 8 years had finally been lifted. From now on, every day would be a sunny one. Instead of heading directly to the cafeteria, they strolled leisurely through the campus. As they passed a serene lake, Li Xiaoyu suddenly broke into a run, not a gentle jog, but a genuine sprint, reminiscent of her childhood. Xiaoyu, slow down. Li Xiaolan instinctively called out, but she quickly realized it was unnecessary. Her daughter could run freely now. Watching her daughter dash along the lakeside, her long hair flowing in the breeze and her laughter ringing out, tears welled up in Li Xiaolan's eyes. This time, they were tears of joy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital, Zhang Jianjun pushed his son out of the treatment area, his hands trembling. It wasn't him pushing. His son was walking out on his own, albeit a bit unsteadily, yet undeniably walking. Dad, I can walk now. Zhang Hao's voice trembled with emotion. After 3 years of dreaming about standing again, He had awakened countless times to the cold reality of a wheelchair. Now, that dream had become a reality. Zhang Jianjun embraced his son, the man in his 40s weeping like a child. It's all right, my son is all right. A volunteer approached them. Congratulations, uncle. The cafeteria is over there. You can grab something to eat. Additionally, the school has a free rehabilitation training center. If you need it, you can bring your classmates there to practice walking. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Jianjun stammered, at a loss for words. The father and son made their way slowly towards the cafeteria. Zhang Hao walked cautiously, each step deliberate yet strong. Upon entering the cafeteria, they were astounded by the scene before them. This was no ordinary cafeteria. It resembled a five-star hotel buffet. The 8 major cuisines were distinctly represented: the spicy aromas of Sichuan cuisine, the exquisite dim sum of Cantonese fare, the rich broths of Shandong dishes, and the fiery flavors of Hunan specialties. Each stall was brimming with delectable dishes, their colors vibrant and their scents enticing. What was even more heartwarming was that all meals were free. Students and parents simply needed to take a tray and serve themselves as much as they desired, as long as there was no waste. Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, I want that braised pork and the beef and soy sauce. Go ahead. Take whatever you want. Li Xiaolan encouraged. Her daughter filled her tray with a little of everything, piling it high. Li Xiaolan looked at the glossy braised pork, the thickly sliced beef, and the vibrant greens on her daughter's tray, her heart swelling with emotion. Over the years, due to financial constraints and the need to manage her daughter's dietary restrictions, they rarely had meat at home. Her daughter was considerate and never asked for more. But Li Xiaolan knew that at her child's age, craving meat was only natural. Now, with her illness behind them, they could finally enjoy meals together. The mother and daughter found a spot to sit, surrounded by similar scenes. Recently healed children feasting joyfully, while their parents wiped away tears as they ate. At the neighboring table sits a girl who, after the loss of her limbs, has miraculously regained her legs. She is cautiously using her new legs to support herself as she attempts to stand, eager to reach for a second helping of fruit. Take your time. No need to rush. Her mother gently encourages from the side. The girl nods and takes measured steps toward the fruit station. Her gait may still be somewhat unsteady, yet her face radiates an undeniable joy. At another table, a boy who had once been blind excitedly points out the scenery outside to his parents, exclaiming, "Dad, Mom, that tree is truly beautiful." Upon exchanging glances, his parents find tears welling up in their eyes once more. Li Xiaolan quietly eats her meal, absorbing the conversations around her and witnessing the faces of those who have been granted a second chance at life, her heart swelling with an indescribable sense of emotion. "Mom, why aren't you eating?" Li Xiaoyu inquires. "I am eating, dear," Li Xiaolan replies, lifting a piece of braised pork to her mouth. Rich yet not greasy. It melts in her mouth. It's delicious. "Mom, I'll be attending school here from now on," Li Xiaoyu declares, "so you needn't worry about me. I will study diligently." "I know, dear," Li Xiaolan responds. "I will also seek a job in the school cafeteria to be close to you." "Really? That would be wonderful." The two share a smile, their bond evident. After finishing their meal, they continue to stroll through the campus. Passing by the library, Li Xiaoyu looks up at the building shaped like bamboo slips, exclaiming, "Mom, I want to go inside and take a look." "Go ahead," her mother encourages. The interior of the library is even more breathtaking than its exterior. The hall rises 10 meters high, with circular walls of books extending from the floor to the ceiling, housing millions of volumes. Intelligent robots glide between the shelves, assisting readers in their search for books. "Excuse me, do you need assistance?" One robot approaches. "I'm looking for books on materials science," she stammers. "Please follow me." The robot guides her to the materials science section, where the shelves boast not only books in Chinese but also original text in English, German, and Japanese. Even more astonishing, each book features a holographic projection button. When pressed, it presents an overview of the book and an interview with the author. Li Xiaoyu pulls out a copy of Introduction to Advanced Composite Materials, savoring the texture of the paper and the scent of the ink, completely entranced. "Do you like it here?" Li Xiaolan asks. "I do," Li Xiaoyu nods. "Mom, I will certainly thrive in this environment." "I believe in you," her mother replies. As they exit the library, the sun sets, casting golden rays across the campus and adorning every building with a gilded edge. Hand in hand, Li Xiaolan and her daughter walk slowly. Passing the medical school, they spot a girl who once battled leukemia, now free of her hat, her newly grown short hair dancing in the wind. She is engaged in conversation with a recently healed burn victim, both girls laughing joyously. As they stroll past the engineering school, Zhang Hao practices walking with his father by his side. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyu, he shyly smiles. "Are you a freshman too?" Zhang Jianjun asks. "Yes, uncle. I'm majoring in materials science. My son is in mechanical design. You may end up being classmates." The two young people nod at each other. And although they are still strangers, a shared experience binds them together. They have both endured the trials of illness or injury and are here, reborn. In the evening, the school arranged temporary accommodations. Li Xiaolan and her daughter were assigned to a brand new dormitory building. Although it was temporary lodging, the conditions were still quite satisfactory, featuring a double room with a private bathroom, air conditioning, and television. "Mom, this place is even better than our home," Li Xiaoyu remarked as she lay on the bed. "Indeed," Li Xiaolan replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. "From now on, you should focus on your studies here. I will be working in the cafeteria and will visit you on weekends. Yes, once you graduate, it would be wonderful if you could join Huanyu Group or immigrate to the land of Yin and Huan." "Mom, why is President Qin so kind to us?" Li Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Li Xiaolan pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is because he understands that for a civilization to thrive, its people must first be strong. And for people to be strong, they must have healthy bodies and nourished spirits. Then I too shall strive to become a person of value to civilization. Good child. As night fell, Li Xiaoyu soon drifted into sleep. Li Xiaolong gazed at her daughter's serene face and listened to her steady breathing, her heart brimming with gratitude. She took out her phone and sent a message in a parents' group. My daughter's illness has been cured. Thank you, President Qin, and thank you, Huanyu University. From this day forth, our lives are indebted to President Qin. I shall face any adversity without hesitation. Before long, numerous responses flooded in. My son's spine has been healed. He can stand again. I feel the same. My daughter's leukemia is gone. She can eat and sleep now. Words cannot express my gratitude. My child's autism has improved significantly. Today, they spoke to me voluntarily. I am endlessly grateful. The group chat was filled with similar sentiments. Li Xiaolong observed these messages, realizing that it was not only her and her daughter, but tens of thousands of families who had regained new lives that summer. And all of this stemmed from one person's decision, Qin Feng's determination to establish a university, to provide free medical treatment, and to offer these children a future. Good deeds will be rewarded, she whispered. Since the first batch of afflicted students was healed, an increasing number of families brought their children to Huai County. Congenital heart disease, leukemia, spinal injuries, disfigurement from burns, amputations, and rare genetic disorders. Those once deemed incurable and sentenced to a life of limited existence were being healed one after another. On social media, new stories of recovery emerged daily. Li Xiaoyu's sunny day, Jilin province today marks the third day of my rebirth. I used to struggle to climb stairs. But now I run 3 kilometers every day on campus. Attached were comparison photos, one in a hospital bed and another of her running on the playground. Thank you, Huanyu University, and thank you, President Qin, for giving me a second life. This post garnered over 3 million shares, with the comments section brimming with blessings and astonishment. Zhanghao standing again, Sichuan province after 3 years, I can finally walk on my own legs again. Though I still require rehabilitation training, I improve every day. The doctor says I will be able to run normally by the end of the year. My dad says my walking is steadier than it was 3 years ago. The accompanying image showed Zhanghao practicing walking at a rehabilitation center, sunlight streaming through the window onto him. Chun Xiaowen has new legs, a certain district in southern China. They call this a medical miracle, but for me, it is merely the beginning of a new life. Today, I tried on a dress, and both my legs appeared equally lovely. In the photograph, a young girl clad in a floral dress stands by the lakeside. Her legs long and well-proportioned, showing no trace of her past amputation. Lei Lei has begun to speak. Zhao Lei from Shandong province today, my son voluntarily told me, Dad, this place is wonderful. Though it consisted of merely 5 words, it resonated with the sweetest music to my ears. The treatment for autism is ongoing, yet significant progress has already become evident. The doctor has stated that within 6 months, he could achieve a normal level of social interaction. Beneath this Weibo post, countless families with autistic children have left messages inquiring about treatment details. Each day, new stories of healing are shared. Each day, more despairing families glimpse a ray of hope. Soon, an unavoidable question emerged at the forefront of public discourse. Can the affiliated hospital of Huanyu University provide treatment for patients in society? This query first surfaced within the comments section of Li Xiaoyu's Weibo. Netizens sought medical advice. Congratulations on your recovery, Xiaoyu. May I ask if the hospital accepts patients from the wider community? My mother is in the late stages of lung cancer, and the doctor has said she has only 3 months left. Li Xiaoyu replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I can inquire with the doctor on your behalf. Such inquiries became increasingly frequent. Under Zhanghao's Weibo, a user asked, my father has been paralyzed from a car accident for 5 years. Can he receive treatment? Under Chun Xiaowen's Weibo, another wrote, my sister has burns covering 70 of her body. Can she be treated? Under Zhao Lei's Weibo, a concerned individual asked, my son is also autistic, but he is already 20 years old. Is there still hope for treatment? The discourse extended beyond Weibo, echoing across platforms like Zhihu, Tiaba, and Douyin, all grappling with the same question. A trending question on Zhihu read, how would you assess the medical technology at the affiliated hospital of Huanyu University? If they were to open social treatment, what impact would it have on the current medical system? The most upvoted response came from an anonymous physician. As a surgical director at a top-tier hospital, I have reviewed all publicly available cases of recovery. And my conclusion is that the technology at Huanyu Hospital is at least 50 to 100 years ahead of the current medical standards. Chapter 131, The Land of Hope. Minimally invasive repair for congenital heart disease, spinal nerve regeneration, in situ regeneration of limbs, gene repair for leukemia, and brain nerve reshaping for autism. These conditions are deemed untreatable or result in lifelong disability within the existing medical framework, yet at Huanyu, they have become routine treatments. Should social treatment be permitted, the authority of current top-tier hospitals would face a fundamental challenge, yet this is not a negative development. The advancement of medicine ultimately benefits the patients. The pressing issue remains, what would the treatment costs be for such technology? Could the average person afford it? This question has become a source of concern for all. On Douyin, a user by the ID of Huai County Observer posted a video capturing the scene outside the affiliated hospital of Huanyu University, where patients' families were seen queuing. Look, these individuals have traveled from all corners of the nation, many holding signs that read, please, President Qin, save my 8-year-old child. We sold our house for treatment. The camera panned across faces filled with urgency and despair. At the video's conclusion, the creator remarked, President Qin has given those students a new lease on life, for which we are grateful. But what about the children who did not gain admission to Huanyu University? What of those who have graduated, entered the workforce, and grown old? They too are in need of salvation. The video amassed over 100 million views within 24 hours. The mounting pressure from public opinion has finally reached the Huanyu group. In Hawaii County, at the headquarters of Huanyu Group, Qin Feng holds a report that meticulously details the trends of public discourse online, alongside the assembly of the populace outside the affiliated hospital. As of yesterday, over 3,000 patients and their families have spontaneously gathered outside the hospital, primarily comprising individuals with severe illnesses, terminal conditions, and those unable to bear the costs of treatment. What is the government in Hawaii County saying? Qin Wenyan, standing behind him, reports, the county government hopes we can manage the situation effectively to prevent any mass incidents. However, they also express understanding, as this is a matter of saving lives. Qin Feng turns and approaches his desk, where operational data from the affiliated hospital lies. The statistics reveal a flawless record, 0 treatment failures, and 0 complications. Such a level of medical excellence is a miracle on a global scale. Wenyan, what are your thoughts? Qin Feng inquires. As a biochemically enhanced individual, Qin Wenyan tends to approach problems with rationality and efficiency. Commander, if we fully open social medical treatment, the expected daily patient intake will exceed 50,000. The hospital, given its current scale, cannot accommodate this. Furthermore, if treatment is entirely free, annual medical expenditures could surpass 100 billion. But if we charge, what would be an appropriate rate? Based on the types of diseases treated and referencing the fees of top international hospitals, the cost for a single treatment would range from 500,000 to 5 million. However, such fees would be unaffordable for the majority of the populace. Qin Feng nods. The intention behind establishing this hospital was to provide assurance for students, he says slowly. Yet, given our capabilities, to stand by and witness suffering without intervening is not in my nature. What does the master imply? Qin Feng ponders for a moment. We cannot offer complete free treatment, as that may foster dependency. He turns and issues directives. We will form a comprehensive partnership with Hawaii County People's Hospital. We shall provide technological and equipment support to upgrade the county hospital into a regional medical center. We will implement a tiered medical treatment policy. Military personnel, firefighters, police officers, and others injured or ill in the line of duty will receive free treatment upon presenting valid documentation. Additionally, we will establish a medical assistance fund. Impoverished families, upon providing relevant proof, may apply for a reduction in fees or complete waiver. Lastly, we will open select departments to the public, but with an appointment system and tiered medical treatment, prioritizing critical patients while ordinary ailments will queue. Understood. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, the official platform of Huanyu Group simultaneously released an announcement titled Notice on the Expansion of the Diagnostic and Treatment Scope of Huanyu University Affiliated Hospital. Although the entire text is less than 1,000 words, each paragraph elicited significant reactions. Firstly, effective immediately, Huanyu University Affiliated Hospital will engage in a comprehensive strategic partnership with Hawaii County People's Hospital. The two parties will collaborate deeply in medical technology, equipment, and talent cultivation to collectively elevate the regional medical service level. This signifies that not only Huanyu Hospital, but also Hawaii County People's Hospital will possess cutting-edge medical technology. Secondly, the newly partnered Hawaii County People's Hospital will open its diagnostic and treatment services to society, encompassing but not limited to various critical conditions, congenital diseases, acquired injuries, and rare ailments. Thirdly, a tiered diagnosis and treatment system along with an appointment system will be implemented. Military personnel, firefighters, police officers, and others injured or ill in the line of duty are entitled to priority medical treatment and complete exemption from expenses upon presenting valid identification. On Weibo, a family member of a firefighter commented, "My husband inhaled toxic gas while extinguishing a fire 3 years ago, resulting in pulmonary fibrosis. The doctor has said he may only have 2 years left to live." Upon reading this announcement, I wept for an entire hour. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for remembering those who have dedicated themselves to the service of the people. Furthermore, the establishment of the Universal Medical Relief Fund has been announced. Families facing financial hardship may apply for medical fee reductions or full assistance by providing proof from local civil affairs departments. Beneath this announcement, countless individuals shared their poverty certificates. Additionally, patients from society will be charged at cost price, with specific pricing standards to be announced later. A meticulous netizen calculated that, for instance, spinal cord injury repair in the United States costs between $2 to $3 million, without guaranteeing results. In contrast, Universal Hospital charges only 1 million long coins, less than 1/10 of the American cost, and they achieve a 100 cure rate. For leukemia gene repair, the current CAR-T therapy costs $1.2 million for a single treatment, excluding subsequent care. If Universal Hospital can cure it for several $100,000, it would be an immense blessing. What has captured the attention of many is the final segment of the announcement. Healthcare is a fundamental right of humanity. The Universal Group pledges to do its utmost, within its capabilities, to ensure that more individuals can enjoy the right to a healthy life. This is the hallmark of a true business magnate. Previously, I viewed Qin Feng as a ruthless figure. Now, I perceive him as a benevolent ruler. Those entrepreneurs who constantly proclaim social responsibility should take note of what Qin Feng has accomplished. From this day forth, I declare myself a lifelong supporter of Mr. Qin. Of course, there are voices of skepticism. Is this merely a publicity stunt? Will it truly be implemented? Will the common people genuinely receive their turn? However, these doubts were quickly overshadowed. The day after the announcement, a new sign was hung at the entrance of Hawaii County People's Hospital, Universal Medical Cooperative Hospital. Simultaneously, a detailed guide for consultations, appointment processes, and fee standards was established in the hospital lobby. The first batch of 50 societal patients gained eligibility for treatment through the appointment system. Among them were elderly patients with late-stage lung cancer, young individuals paralyzed from car accidents, children with severe burns, and patients with rare diseases. As these patients were discharged healed, over 100 media outlets gathered at the entrance of Huai County People's Hospital. My mother's lung cancer has truly vanished, a middle-aged man sobbed before the camera. The doctors had declared it late stage and already metastasized. Yet now, the CT scan shows all lesions have disappeared. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Thank you, Universal Hospital. My son can walk again, a mother exclaimed, holding her child's hand. He had been paralyzed for 6 years, and we visited every major hospital in the country, all saying there was no hope. Now, he can walk up to me on his own. One by one, these miraculous recovery stories spread across the nation through the screens. Huai County, this small city in the Central Plains, overnight became a beacon of hope for countless individuals. Chapter 132. The Return of the Earthly Princess, July 3, 2026. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the Qin Yao live stream, which had been off the air for 3 months, unexpectedly lit up. As the broadcast commenced, the traffic monitoring curve in the system backend shot up vertically, reaching 10 million online viewers in a mere 30 seconds. My dear fans, have you missed me? The familiar voice, the beloved smile, and the radiant face appeared on the screen, igniting a frenzy across the internet. The barrage of comments exploded. Yao Yao. It's the living Yao Yao. The missing person has returned. The princess of the earth has arrived. Oh, it's been 3 months. Do you know how I've endured these 3 months? Sister, take me away. Front row group photo. A deluge of gift effects inundated the screen. Superfire, rockets, and spaceships, with various top-tier gifts nearly drowning the visuals. Within 10 minutes, Qin Yao's live stream soared to the pinnacle of platform popularity, boasting a heat value hundreds of times greater than that of the second place. This is the might of 300 million fans. Wow, my dear fans. You are so enthusiastic. Qin Yao's eyes crescented with joy as she expressed her gratitude for the 10 Superfire gifts from her knights and the cosmic fleet from the Princess S-Guard. Thank you, everyone. Today, she donned a casual outfit, a white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a refreshing and vibrant aura. I know. You must be wondering, Yao Yao, weren't you filming? Why the sudden live stream? Qin Yao winked at the camera, delivering delightful news. I have completed my filming. The comments erupted in cheers. The ancient mythological segment of Hua Xiaochanggo is set to launch in a week. Be sure to watch it. I portray the ancestral shaman of the earth. My brother plays Emperor Jun. My second brother embodies Dong Huang Tai Yi, while sister Qinxi portrays Shihi. And sister Yifei takes on Xianming. She introduced each role with enthusiasm as comments flooded in, expressing eager anticipation and the need to watch as a family. Moreover, this is not just a one-time event. Qin Yao continued. From today onwards, I will be live streaming for a while, showcasing something special. Her tone was shrouded in mystery. My dear fans, can you guess where I am right now? The camera panned out, revealing her backdrop. A blue sky, white clouds, an endless construction site? No, it's not a construction site. It is a city under construction. Enormous anti-gravity platforms hovered in midair, transporting building materials. Intelligent robots navigated the site with precision, executing various tasks seamlessly. In the distance, one could see the streets, buildings, and green belts taking shape. But the most astonishing sight was the horizon that seemed to stretch endlessly. Tada! Qin Yao spread her arms wide in an exaggerated gesture, declaring, I am currently at the center of the Pacific Ocean. She twirled her wrist, making the camera spin 360 degrees. To the left was a city in construction. To the right another city rising. Ahead lay yet another, and behind. The Pacific can't compare to your depth. Indeed, just as you imagined. Qin Yao's voice brimmed with excitement as she proclaimed, I am standing on the Yanhuang continent. The initial 100,000 square kilometers of the core area has already been completed. Additionally, 3 functional islands, each spanning 100,000 square kilometers, have also been finished. The comments momentarily froze for a second. Then, they erupted into chaos. No way. Is this for real? In just a month. Has the reclamation of land in the Pacific truly been accomplished? Such a notion seems implausible. It defies the laws of physics. However, as it stands, the interstellar warship of President Qin has already transgressed these very laws. Let us take a closer look. Qin Yao, well attuned to the audience's curiosity, secured her phone to a selfie stick and began to stroll. Come, allow me to guide you on a tour. We are currently situated in the central region of the Yanhuang continent. She gestured towards the planned leader's palace, and the camera panned to a magnificent complex. Though still under construction, its form was already discernible. The architecture embraced a traditional Chinese palace style, yet with more streamlined lines and a grander scale, occupying at least several square kilometers. Over there is the cabinet's office area, along with the various ministry buildings. Qin Yao pointed to another side. However, my brother insists that in Yanhuang civilization, they are not referred to as ministries, but as institutes. The Executive Institute, the Science and Technology Institute, the Cultural Institute, and the Military Institute. Essentially, they convey similar meanings. As she walked, the imagery in the frame continuously shifted. Neat and spacious streets, newly planted trees lining the sidewalks, planned parks and squares, and the installation of intelligent streetlights, all appeared pristine and orderly. Most importantly, Qin Yao arrived at a residential area, a series of charming villas, uniformly designed with 3 stories, white walls, and gray tiles, exhibited a modern Chinese aesthetic. Each villa featured both a front and a backyard. The front yard boasted lawns and flower beds, while the larger backyard was left for the owner's creativity. These are the future residences for the citizens of Yanhuang civilization. Qin Yao's voice rose with enthusiasm. Each building spans 500 square meters, with the combined area of the front and backyards reaching 300 square meters. They come fully decorated, equipped with smart home technology, and ready for immediate occupancy. with a deliberate pause. She noted the barrage of comments flooding the screen. How much per square meter? Can't afford it. This must cost tens of millions. Wake up. This is President Qin's island. Not for sale. Upon seeing these comments, Qin Yao chuckled. Moreover, all of these are free. Indeed, free. Every official citizen of Yanhuang civilization is entitled to receive one at no cost. Whether you wish to cultivate flowers, grow vegetables, or keep pets, you may do as you please. All utilities, including water, electricity, internet, and property management, are complimentary. In short, moving in incurs no expenses whatsoever. Her words sent the comments into a frenzy. I'm envious. Is it too late for me to apply for immigration? For those already through the preliminary review. Here S to anticipation. Why wasn't TI selected? Does President Qin need any cleaners? I can do that. Qin Yao, observing the comments, beamed with delight. Fear not. The Yanhuang continent is still under construction and will continue to expand. My brother has stated that it is destined to reach 5 million square kilometers, capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of people. She continued her stroll, and the camera swept across more facilities in progress. Look over there. That is the planned kindergarten area. The educational system of Yanhuang civilization is structured as follows. Children enter kindergarten at the age of 3 for 3 years. They commence elementary school at 6 for 5 years. And at 11, they enter middle school for 3 years. Counting on her fingers, she calculated. Thus, one graduates from middle school by the age of 14. Comments erupted. Graduating at 14? What next? Go to vocational school? Go to work? Qin Yao shook her head. No. After graduating from middle school, one proceeds to the University on Science and Education Island. Science and Education Island is one of the 3 functional islands dedicated exclusively to education and research. In the realm of Yanhuang civilization, various universities and research institutions flourish. Entering university at the tender age of 14, graduating with a bachelor's degree by 18, and achieving a doctorate by 22, if all goes smoothly. She blinked. Moreover, my brother mentioned that the educational content in Yanhuang civilization vastly differs from that of the Dragon Kingdom. Our high school graduates must complete all the coursework required for a doctorate in the Dragon Kingdom. The screen was flooded with comments. Chapter 133. Can one truly be incapable of learning calculus at 14? Indeed, Qin Yao asserted. This echoes the words of the esteemed Qian Lao. No matter how dull a person may be, can they truly fail to grasp calculus at 14? In Yanhuang civilization, this is not the benchmark of genius, as Qian Lao stated. It is the standard for ordinary individuals. She chuckled. By then, every citizen in Yanhuang civilization will at least possess the educational level of a doctorate from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they will be in good health, possess commendable morals, and hold correct values. A brief silence enveloped the live stream. Then, the barrage of comments surged forth with even greater fervor. I feel despondent. I have studied for 20 years and am still outshone by a 14-year-old. Is this what it means to be outclassed? I suddenly feel as though my diploma is worthless. Does Yanhuang civilization accept waste? Though I may be dull, I can still shout 666. Qin Yao laughed heartily. Don't lose heart, my dears. There will be opportunities in the future. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention that all students, from kindergarten to university, enjoy free education. Schools provide nutritious meals, uniforms, textbooks, and there are no expenses whatsoever. More significantly, she lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. All students will undergo genetic optimization. After 3 rounds of enhancements, their physical abilities and intellect will be greatly improved, and their lifespan extended. You understand. Those in the know would comprehend. The diluted version of genetic optimization serum is priced at 5 million Yanhuang coins per vial on the Island of Bliss, whereas in Yanhuang civilization, citizens are entitled to 3 complete rounds of genetic optimization as a fundamental welfare. Thus, Qin Yao concluded, becoming a citizen of Yanhuang civilization equates to possessing health, longevity, knowledge, free housing, free education, and free healthcare. In essence, everything one desires is available here. Though her words were straightforward, no one dared to refute them, for they were indeed the truth. Oh, I got so caught up in my own words that I forgot to show you others. Qin Yao suddenly recalled, turning to dash toward a nearby observation deck. The camera shook for a moment before stabilizing, revealing several individuals. Qin Feng, Chen Shi, Qin Yang, and Lu Yifei stood by the railing, gazing at the distant construction scene. Upon hearing her footsteps, they turned their heads. Brother, sister Chen Shi, second brother, sister Yifei. Say hello to my dear viewers. Qin Yao pointed the camera toward them. Qin Feng nodded. Hello, everyone. It was brief, yet sufficient to send the comments into a frenzy. President Qin, His Majesty Emperor Dijuan. Hail to our leader. Chen Shi smiled and waved. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Shi, the Queen of the Sun. Long live the nation. I am Qin Yang, he exclaimed with exuberance. Yao Yao's second brother. You may call me Brother Yang. Emperor Dongwang Tai. Brother Yang, when will you marry Sister Yifei? Lu Yifei, dressed simply in a white dress and without any makeup, remained stunningly beautiful. She smiled gently at the camera and said, Hello everyone, I am Lu Yifei, the primordial ancestor witch, the fairy sister. Yifei, look at me. The 4 of them together sent the live stream's popularity soaring to unprecedented heights. Qin Yao secured her phone on a tripod and squeezed into the frame, exclaiming, Today, we are all family. Oh, wait, Chenxi and Yifei are not quite family yet. But they will be soon. Let's go inspect the construction progress of the Yanhuang continent together. She winked mischievously, causing Chenxi's cheeks to flush. While Lu Yifei remained poised and graceful, Qin Feng cleared his throat to steer the conversation. Yao Yao, are you live streaming? Yes, Qin Yao nodded. I want to show our continent to everyone. Then be sure to give a good introduction, Qin Feng encouraged. It's a perfect opportunity for the public to gain insight into our plans. Alright, Qin Yao picked up her phone again, Brother, would you like to speak? You go ahead, and I will add some details, he replied. Thus, a live stream of unprecedented scale commenced, having previously showcased the Yanhuang continent. Qin Yao now turned her attention to the three functional islands. She adjusted the camera's angle towards the distant horizon of the sea, though they were not visible. Her description was vivid and detailed. The three islands were named Science and Education Island, Agricultural Island, and Paradise Island, each spanning 100,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the area of a small nation. Science and Education Island, as the name suggests, would be dedicated to education and research. Various universities, research institutes, laboratories, and technology parks of the Yanhuang civilization would be established there. In the future, the most brilliant minds of the Yanhuang civilization would congregate on Science and Education Island. Agricultural Island would be responsible for the production of grains and vegetables. My brother mentioned that the island would employ the most advanced techniques in soilless cultivation, vertical farming, and gene editing, transforming it into the world's most efficient food production base. Not only would it achieve self-sufficiency, but it would also be capable of exporting. And then, Qin Yao elongated her voice. There's Paradise Island. This is where it gets truly exciting. My second brother is in charge of it. Qin Yang took over, stating, Paradise Island will be open to affluent individuals from around the globe, offering the finest in entertainment, leisure, and consumption services. Most importantly, it will sell a diluted version of the gene optimization serum. He flashed a commercial smile at the camera, 500,000 Yanhuang coins per vial, fair and square. Customized special editions will have no price cap. The comments rolled in. No price cap, really? Poverty has limited my imagination. If the diluted version costs 2.5 billion. What about the complete version? The complete version is a citizen benefit and will not be sold. Qin Yao continued. The most astonishing aspect is the geographical positioning of the three islands. They are not adjacent to the Yanhuang continent. Rather, they are situated at 3 points in the Pacific Ocean, forming a triangle that encompasses the entire Pacific. She displayed a holographic map projected in front of the camera. At the center of the Pacific was the Yanhuang continent. To the north lay Science and Education Island, to the east Agricultural Island, and to the west Paradise Island. The distance from each island to the Yanhuang continent was approximately 5,000 kilometers, perfectly creating a triangle that enveloped the entire Pacific. What does this signify? Qin Yao asked. Then answered her own question. It means that the entire Pacific is under the control of the Yanhuang civilization. Any ships, planes, or submarines that enter the Pacific will be under our watchful eyes. She spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet the military implications left all those in the know gasping in awe. Controlling the Pacific equates to wielding influence over half the world. Of course, we do not intend to disturb others casually. At this moment, Qin Feng interjected, asserting that as long as one adheres to the regulations established by the Yanhuang civilization, the Pacific remains accessible to all nations. However, should anyone harbor intentions of disruption, his words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. The fate of the Foot Basin chicken lingered vividly in memory. As the live broadcast continued for an hour, the online audience surged past 50 million. Qin Yao, increasingly animated, began to delineate a more intricate vision of the future. Citizens of the Yanhuang civilization would experience daily life as follows. Upon awakening in the morning and enjoying breakfast, those residing near their workplaces might find it feasible to walk or bicycle to their destinations. The nature of their work? It would be diverse and fulfilling, spanning research, education, culture, art, and management, allowing everyone to engage in pursuits they cherish and excel in. My brother has proclaimed that we must eradicate the necessity of labor, transforming work into a means of self-actualization. Lunch would be enjoyed in the office cafeteria, with a selection from the 8 culinary traditions, all complimentary. Following a brief midday respite, work would resume, with a punctual departure at 5 in the afternoon, no overtime required. After work, one could return home to family, take leisurely strolls in the park, engage in sports at the gym, read at the library, or attend performances at the theater, all public facilities freely accessible. What are the weekends? One might visit Agricultural Island to savor pastoral life, attend lectures on Science and Education Island, or indulge in leisure on Bliss Island, provided one has accrued sufficient Yanhuang currency. Should illness strike, medical care would be entirely free, ensuring complete recovery. Children's education? Entirely complimentary, from kindergarten through to doctoral studies. In old age, with genetic optimization, the very concept of aging would be redefined. Her depiction was so vivid and enchanting that dissenting voices began to appear in the comments. Too idealistic. Utopia does not exist. Human nature is selfish. Such a society cannot be sustained. Observing these comments, Qin Yao remained unperturbed, responding earnestly. Dear friends, I understand your concerns. But please remember that the foundation of this system is built upon the technology my brother possesses. When productivity reaches unprecedented heights, when material abundance prevails, and when robots and AI can perform all manual labor and much of the cognitive labor, humanity can indeed transition into an entirely new societal paradigm. This is not mere fantasy. It is the inevitable consequence of technological advancement. My brother has brought this outcome into reality ahead of time. Turning to Qin Feng, she inquired, Brother, am I correct? Qin Feng nodded in affirmation, essentially accurate. However, one crucial prerequisite remains. Citizens must possess the requisite qualities and virtues. This is why our immigration criteria are so stringent, and our educational system places such a strong emphasis on moral education. Addressing the camera, he proclaimed, the Yanhuang civilization is not a paradise. It requires the collective effort and maintenance of every citizen. We provide the finest conditions. Yet the ultimate form of civilization that emerges hinges upon the actions of each individual residing here. This declaration shifted the atmosphere in the live stream from mere envy to profound contemplation. Indeed, no matter how exceptional a system may be, it necessitates individuals to implement it. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it requires human mastery. The splendid future of the Yinhuang civilization is not a mere figment of imagination. It necessitates the concerted efforts of countless qualified citizens to bring it to fruition. Thus, Qin Yao concluded, those fortunate individuals who have successfully navigated the immigration selection process bear a tremendous responsibility. You are not merely venturing forth to enjoy a life of ease. Rather, you are embarking on the monumental task of constructing a new civilization. For those who have yet to pass the selection or have not yet applied, do not despair. The Yinhuang civilization is still expanding, and opportunities abound. The paramount objective is self-improvement, to elevate oneself to become worthy of this civilization. This discourse garnered an abundance of applause. As the live broadcast reached the 2-hour mark, Qin Yao announced, "We shall conclude for today. Tomorrow at the same time, I will take you on a tour of the construction site at Science and Education Island. Be sure to stay tuned." Amidst the reluctance of her fans, the live stream came to an end. However, the repercussions of this broadcast were only just beginning. Within 10 minutes post-broadcast, the topic of Yinhuang continent surged to the top of Weibo's trending searches. Related topics dominated the top 20 trends. The completion of Yinhuang continent. Are the free villas real? The standard for a 14-year-old PhD, 3 islands in the Pacific Rim, Qin Feng and Morning Sun in the same frame, Lu Yifei and Qin Yang. Life as a citizen of Yinhuang civilization. Various media outlets worked tirelessly overnight, dissecting the information revealed during the broadcast. Global Times. What future vision does the Yinhuang civilization portray? A utopia based on super technology? Frontier technology. Achieving a PhD by the age of 14? Unveiling the educational system of the Yinhuang civilization. Military Observer. The global control strategy of Qin Feng and the 3 islands in the Pacific Rim. Social research. With free housing, education, and healthcare. Can the welfare system of the Yinhuang civilization be sustained? Ordinary netizens, however, focused on more tangible concerns. Am I too late to learn Chinese? Does the Yinhuang civilization accept individuals in their 40s? Are those villas truly free? What about property rights? I'm 14. Can I pursue a PhD now? When will Qin and Morning Sun get married? I'd like to contribute to their celebration. Meanwhile, the family, just having concluded the live stream, sat in the living room of their temporary residence, sipping tea. Yao Yao, you spoke wonderfully today, praised Qin Feng, commending his sister. Really? Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, you showcased our strengths while also elucidating the responsibilities of citizens. You maintained a dignified yet measured demeanor. Ecstatic, Qin Yao leapt with joy. Yea, I received praise from my elder brother. Morning Sun smiled and remarked, Yao Yao is indeed exceptional. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. The broadcast was remarkably effective. I noticed the online viewership peaked at 60 million. Qin Yang, however, had another inquiry. Yao Yao, are you truly going to live stream from Science and Education Island tomorrow? Of course, it was agreed upon, she replied. Then I shall accompany you to inspect the site of Paradise Island, he suggested. Sounds great. As Qin Feng observed his excited siblings, along with Morning Sun and Lu Yifei, a warm sensation enveloped him. The well-being of family, the flourishing of career, and the nascent stages of civilization. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of striving. On July 4, 2026, at precisely 8 o'clock a.m., Qin Yao commenced her broadcast without delay. The online viewership in the streaming room surged beyond 20 million within 30 seconds, a testament to the formidable momentum from the previous day's broadcast. Good morning, everyone. Qin Yao donned a refreshing athletic outfit, her hair fashioned into a high ponytail, exuding an invigorating aura. Can you guess where we are headed today? The barrage of comments immediately flooded in. Science and Education Island. It was promised that we would visit Science and Education Island today. Yao Yao cannot deceive us. Qin Yao smiled and nodded. Yes, indeed, we are going to visit Science and Education Island. However, she deliberately elongated her words, stating, before we embark, I must first test your knowledge. The distance from the Yinhuang continent to Science and Education Island is 5,000 kilometers. Can you guess how we shall traverse this distance? The comments varied widely. Private jet, helicopter, cruise ship? Surely, we cannot swim there. Qin Yao revealed a mysterious smile as the camera shifted. The scene unveiled a silver vessel. More precisely, it was an apparatus approximately 15 meters in length, 5 meters in height, and 8 meters in width. Its lines were sleek and smooth, the surface glimmering with a metallic sheen, shining brilliantly in the morning light. Tada! Qin Yao, like a treasure presenter, announced, this is our mode of transportation, the anti-gravity aircraft. Chapter 135, Tenmak. The comments erupted in astonishment. This defies the laws of physics. The CEO has unveiled another technological marvel. Qin Yao approached the aircraft, tapping its exterior, producing a crisp metallic sound. Do not blink, pay close attention. No sooner had she spoken than a faint blue light illuminated a circle at the bottom of the aircraft. Subsequently, this multi-ton metallic creation silently levitated into the air, hovering steadily 1 meter above the ground. There were no jets, no noise, no vibrations, merely the sensation of being supported by an invisible hand. At that moment, the comments momentarily ceased, as everyone was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Did you see that? Qin Yao's voice brimmed with pride. The anti-gravity technology is entirely silent, produces zero emissions, and boasts an energy utilization rate exceeding 99%. She paused. And this delightful contraption can reach a maximum speed of 10 Mach. 10 Mach. The mere mention of this figure sent the comments into a frenzy. 10 Mach? 10 times the speed of sound? That is faster than a missile. A journey from Yanjing to Shenyang would take mere minutes? We could traverse the Earth at will. Qin Yao was pleased with the reaction. Indeed, 10 Mach. From the Yanhuang continent to Science and Education Island. 5,000 kilometers could theoretically be covered in 20 minutes. However, today we shall not rush. We will take our time and enjoy the scenery. As she spoke, a door slid open on the side of the aircraft, and the interior lights illuminated automatically. The camera followed inside. The spacious interior surpassed all expectations, resembling a cozy living room. Qin Feng, Qin Yang, Qin Shi, and Lu Yifei were already seated inside. Hello everyone. Qin Yang waved at the camera, welcoming you aboard the chubby number, a name I coined. Isn't it quite fitting? The comments erupted in laughter. Qin Yao sat beside Qin Yang, adjusting the camera. Allow me to introduce our pilot, who is actually an automated AI. The destination has been set, Science and Education Island. No sooner had she finished speaking than the cabin door silently closed. Through the panoramic screen, one could see the aircraft begin its smooth ascent. We are taking off. Qin Yao exclaimed excitedly. Look outside. On the screen, the architectural landscape of the Yanhuang continent rapidly diminished in size. As the aircraft ascended to an altitude of 3,000 meters, the entirety of the continent unfurled beneath them. 1 million square kilometers resembled a colossal chessboard, adorned with burgeoning cities, winding roads, and verdant expanses. Further afield lay the boundless Pacific Ocean. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. The aerial view was nothing short of magnificent. The barrage of comments transformed into a flurry of exclamations and emoticons. This is our home, murmured Qinsi, donned in a delicate blue dress, seated beside Qin Feng. The camera adeptly focused on Qin Feng, who was casually attired in a white shirt and black trousers, gazing out at the scenery, his profile sharply defined. Mr. Qin is so handsome. Qinsi is so beautiful. I'm totally shipping this couple. Qin Yu, upon reading these comments, chuckled to herself. All right, I know you all love this. But today as protagonists are the aircraft and the 3 islands. The aircraft continued its ascent, swiftly reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. What is our current speed? Qin Yu inquired, pulling up the data on the control panel, which indicated a remarkable 3 Mach. Yet, they felt nothing of the sort. Indeed, the cabin was as serene as one's own living room. Were it not for the clouds racing by outside, one would hardly realize they were soaring at 3 times the speed of sound. Such aircraft would undoubtedly become standard in the Yanhuang civilization. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke. Every citizen will receive a basic model free of charge for daily commuting. For those desiring larger, faster, and more luxurious versions, they can purchase them. The barrage of comments erupted with inquiries. Can non-citizens buy one? How much does it cost? Will the technology be sold? Qin Yu replied on behalf of him. Currently, it is not for external sale and is solely for use within the Yanhuang civilization. As for the price, the basic model is roughly equivalent to that of a private jet. The luxury version, however, has no upper limit. This answer left many disappointed. Yet it was understandable that such advanced technology would not be readily available to outsiders. Now, let us experience the sensation of 10 Mach. Qin Yang suddenly exclaimed, AI, accelerate to maximum speed. Acknowledged. Initiating acceleration. The cabin remained steady, but the scenery outside transformed. The clouds morphed into delicate white threads. The ocean became a vast expanse of deep blue, and the sky transitioned from blue to a gradient of purple. The speedometer displayed 5 Mach, 7 Mach, 9 Mach, 10 Mach. At the moment they reached 10 Mach, a faint rainbow-colored halo appeared outside, an optical phenomenon resulting from extreme air compression. Is that a sonic boom cloud? Inquired an informed viewer in the comments. No, sonic boom clouds are produced when breaking the sound barrier. This is a plasma effect resulting from sustained hypersonic flight. Regardless of its nature, it was utterly stunning. Qin Yu, glancing at the speedometer, couldn't help but exclaim, 5,000 kilometers? At this speed, we'll arrive in just 18 minutes? Theoretically, yes, Qin Feng nodded, but we must decelerate and prepare for landing. Indeed, the aircraft began to slow down, and the outside scenery returned to normal as the altitude decreased. Ahead, a landmass appeared on the horizon. That is Kashao Island. Qin Yu pointed toward the front. The camera zoomed in. The terrain of Science and Education Island is remarkably diverse, featuring hills, plains, rivers, and even a modestly elevated mountain. The architectural complex is harmoniously integrated with the landscape, creating a picturesque arrangement. A flying vessel descends onto the central helipad of the island. As the hatch opens, 4 individuals emerge. Welcome to Science and Education Island, Qin Yao exclaims, raising her selfie stick as the camera rotates a full 360 degrees. Currently, the island spans an area of 100,000 square kilometers, with plans for expansion to ultimately reach 1 million square kilometers. As she strolls, she elaborates. The island is divided into several major zones: the Higher Education Zone, the Research Institute Zone, the Science and Technology Park, and the Residential Support Zone. The camera glides over the construction sites, where buildings boast various architectural styles, some resembling open books, others resembling the double helix of DNA, and some evoking the Mobius strip from mathematics, all exuding a sense of futurism and technological advancement. Over there, she gestures towards a structure nearing completion, is the main building of Yanhuang University, where the most exceptional students of Yanhuang civilization will study. Adjacent to it are the Yanhuang Military Academy, Yanhuang University of Science and Technology, and Yanhuang Academy of Arts. She lists a dozen Yanhuang institutions, encompassing all fields of study. In a side note, she clarifies that these universities are distinct from Huai County's Universal University, emphasizing that their academic progress diverges and should remain separate. Chapter 136. Food as the Foundation of Society. In addition to universities, various research institutes abound. Qin Feng takes over the narrative, mentioning the Materials Research Institute, Energy Research Institute, Biological Research Institute, and Aerospace Research Institute, where cutting-edge technological innovations will be centralized. Qin Yao adds, there will also be supporting factories. For instance, the production line for anti-gravity aircraft will be situated here. All high-tech products of the Yanhuang civilization will originate from Science and Education Island. This layout is decidedly clear. Science and Education Island is not merely a place for learning and research, but also a hub for transforming scientific achievements into tangible products. But where do the people working here reside? Qin Yao poses and answers herself. Look over there, at the residential area. The camera shifts to the eastern part of the island, where a cluster of modern residential buildings stands. Though not tall, they are exquisitely designed and surrounded by a beautiful environment. All who work or study on Science and Education Island may apply to reside here. The housing is also free, with conditions akin to those on the Yanhuang mainland. Qin Yao explains. The four enter the under-construction main building of Yanhuang University. Even amid construction, the grandeur of the interior is evident. A 30-meter-high hall, a circular staircase, a holographic projection display wall, and intelligent robots transporting building materials. One classroom here can accommodate 1,000 students simultaneously. Moreover, it is not the traditional model of teacher lecturing and students listening. Instead, it employs holographic simulation teaching. Students can delve into the inner workings of cells to observe the process of division, stand on the surface of Mars for geological exploration, and engage in historical events firsthand. The scenes she describes ignite the imaginations of countless viewers. This is true education. Had I experienced such conditions during my time, I suddenly find today's schools to be quite primitive. After touring the university district, they proceed to the Research Institute area, which feels even more enigmatic. With many buildings lacking windows, their exteriors adorned only with simple numerical designations. Here, I find it inconvenient to conduct a live broadcast, Qin Yao murmured, as certain matters are confidential. However, I can disclose that the projects underway here, any one of which possesses the potential to alter the course of the world. Her assertion is not hyperbolic. Consider technologies such as anti-gravity, genetic optimization, energy weapons, and interstellar travel, all of which have been realized. What then? Might the projects currently under research entail? In any case, Science and Education Island serves as the cerebral hub of the Yanhuang civilization. Qin Yao summarized. All knowledge is generated here, all technologies are developed here, and all futures are envisioned here. This positioning is both clear and precise. Departing from Science and Education Island, the four companions once again boarded their flying vessel, this time destined for Agricultural Island. My dear friends, do you know what is the most vital aspect of a civilization? Qin Yao inquired during the flight. The barrage of responses varied widely. Technology, military, economy. Qin Yao shook her head. No, it is sustenance. People depend on food for survival. A civilization that cannot adequately feed its populace cannot engage in any discourse. As they spoke, Agricultural Island came into view. If Science and Education Island embodies a sense of technological advancement, then Agricultural Island radiates vitality. From an aerial perspective, the entire island is meticulously divided into numerous orderly plots. Some are verdant fields, others are transparent greenhouses, and there are blue fish ponds alongside pastures where cattle and sheep graze leisurely. Upon the vessel's descent, a fragrant aroma of earth and flora enveloped them. Ah, the air is truly invigorating. Qin Yao inhaled deeply. The four walked along the pathways of the fields, flanked by neatly arranged plots cultivating staple crops such as rice, wheat, and corn. The soil here is the most fertile black earth. Qin Feng bent down to grasp a handful of soil, the camera zooming in on the dark, loose, glossy substance, with an average depth of 15 meters. Look over there. Qin Yao pointed towards a distant transparent structure, which is the three-dimensional agricultural factory. Utilizing soilless cultivation, artificial lighting, and intelligent control, it can yield 12 harvests of vegetables annually. The camera focused on the factory's interior, featuring towering planting racks on multiple levels, each adorned with lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables. Robots traversed the tracks, sowing seeds and watering the crops. And over there, Qin Yao indicated another area, which is the livestock sector. Cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks. Every type of meat product can be self-sustained. Moreover, we employ the most humane farming practices, providing a living environment for animals that surpasses that of many human dwellings. Indeed, the footage revealed cattle and sheep freely roaming expansive pastures, appearing healthy and content. Most crucially, there is the matter of yield. Qin Feng stated. According to our current plans, if Agricultural Island operates at full capacity, the produced grain will suffice to feed 5 billion people. 5 billion. This figure astonished the audience. With the global population at only 8 billion, does this mean that a single island could nourish more than half the world? That seems far-fetched. Not at all. Qin Feng countered, our agricultural technology is over 100 times more efficient than traditional methods. Furthermore, Agricultural Island is ultimately set to expand to 1 million square kilometers, at which point the yield will multiply tenfold. He paused, adding, of course, we will not produce that much. Citizens of the Yanhuang civilization, along with the faculty and students of Huai County University Town, equipped with the necessary reserves, will require little time to prepare. This statement, though subtly phrased, conveys a clear intention. The Agricultural Island is designed for self-sufficiency. Beyond staple grains and vegetables, it boasts orchards, tea gardens, and spice plots, which Qin Yao enumerates with pride. In essence, the dining tables of the citizens of the Yanhuang civilization will be extraordinarily abundant. After touring the farmlands and pastures, they arrived at a picturesque location by a small lake, adorned with pavilions and flower gardens. This area is intended to be developed into an agricultural tourism zone. Qin Yao mentioned that urban dwellers could come here to experience pastoral life, engage in hands-on harvesting, and connect with nature. This design is remarkably user-friendly. After all, even the most advanced cities require a touch of nature's respite. The final destination was Bliss Island. If the agricultural island embodies simplicity and the science and education island reflects rationality, then Bliss Island epitomizes luxury. Although still under construction, its form is already discernible. With a coastline lined with opulent hotels, each showcasing a unique architectural style. At the island's heart lies a shopping center, a casino, a theater, and an amusement park. While deeper within are a golf course, equestrian center, and private villa enclave. Indeed, this is destined to become a consumer's paradise. Qin Yang, as the project leader, enthusiastically introduced the development, emphasizing that global elites would flock here to indulge in luxury. The moderated gene optimization liquid is merely one of the many offerings. The camera swept over the under-construction casino, resplendent in gold and glamour, promising the most equitable gambling experiences in the world. Qin Yang assured that stringent vetting of guest qualifications would be enforced. Next was the shopping center. All luxury brands would establish flagship stores here, many featuring limited and custom editions unavailable elsewhere. Following that was the entertainment district, hosting the most elite concerts, exhilarating amusement rides, and exquisite dining establishments, essentially, for those with wealth. Every conceivable service at the limits of human imagination would be available. The reactions in the comments section were mixed. Some expressed envy, dubbing it a paradise for the affluent, while others criticized it as a realm of excess and decadence. Chapter 137. Journey to the Eastern Special Zone. Today, we visited Science and Education Island, Agricultural Island, and Bliss Island. Everyone should now have a more concrete understanding of the Yanhuang civilization. We possess the most advanced education and research, ample food supplies, and the highest-end consumer venues. Yet, this is only the beginning. Her demeanor became serious. The Yanhuang continent is still under development, the 3 islands are expanding, and the entire civilization is evolving. In the future, there will be schools, hospitals, parks, theaters, and stadiums. Everything a civilization requires will be present here. Moreover, there will be fairness, true fairness, not equality of outcomes, but equality of opportunity. Each individual will be able to showcase their talents and realize their worth. Her sincerity resonated with many viewers. In conclusion, Qin Yao flashed a mysterious smile and teased an exciting preview for tomorrow's live broadcast, hinting at thrilling content without revealing specifics to maintain suspense. The comment section was immediately flooded with question marks. Don't. Yao Yao has gone rogue, keeping us in suspense. Qin Yao, amused by the comments, smiled brightly. In any case, remember to tune in at the same time tomorrow. I promise, you will not be disappointed. On the morning of July 5, 2026, at 8 o'clock, 15 silver gray anti-gravity transport vessels were meticulously arranged on the tarmac. Each vessel measured approximately 30 meters in length and 8 meters in height, characterized by a sleek and austere design. In the morning light, they resembled slumbering giants. Qin Yao and Qin Yang walked side by side towards the foremost vessel. Qin Yao donned a simple black sports outfit, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuding an air of competence and vitality. Qin Yang, dressed in deep blue casual attire, strode with an unhurried grace. Behind them, 128 members of the security detail lined up in formation. These guards were bioengineered humans, each standing at approximately 1 meter 85, with well-proportioned and robust physiques. Clad in black combat uniforms, their expressions stoic and their gazes piercing. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, reminiscent of a finely tuned machine. Brother, do we really need such a grand display? Qin Yao glanced back at the impressive lineup. Qin Yang chuckled. Grand? Yao Yao, we do not represent merely ourselves, but the entirety of the Yanhuang civilization. A civilization must embody the dignity of civilization. You're right. Qin Yao nodded. Then we must thoroughly inspect our special zone today. The two ascended the vessel. Inside, the spacious cabin was furnished like a luxurious living room, complete with leather sofas, holographic projections, a bar, and a relaxation area. All personnel in position, ready for takeoff, came the voice of the security chief, Qin Zhan, through the communicator. He was one of the bioengineered individuals personally named by Qin Feng, responsible for all security matters during this journey. Commence takeoff, Qin Yang commanded. The 15 vessels simultaneously powered up, their undersides glowing with a soft blue aura as they ascended silently and vertically. Upon reaching an altitude of 500 meters, they turned westward and accelerated. At this moment, Qin Yao activated a live broadcast. Within moments, the viewer count skyrocketed from 0 to 20 million. Good morning, everyone. Qin Yao waved at the camera. Can you guess where my brother and I are headed today? The barrage of comments flooded in. Good morning, Yao Yao. The Earth's Grand Princess has arrived. Younga looks so handsome today. Look at the backdrop. Are they on a vessel? Are they off to another island? Various gift effects nearly overwhelmed the screen, with superfire, rockets, and spaceships dominating the leaderboard, as one devoted follower showered Qin Yao with 50 superfire gifts. Thank you to the top supporter for the 3 melons and 2 dates, Qin Yao joked. Big brother, don't spend too much. Save your money for gene optimization fluid. The comments erupted in laughter. Yao Yao is still as cheeky as ever. 3 melons and 2 dates. Is that sufficient? Top supporter, I sent 500,000. And you call it 3 melons and 2 dates? Quickly tell us where you are going today. Qin Yao cleared her throat. All right, no more teasing. Today, my brother and I are going to the Eastern District. The comments exploded instantaneously. Eastern District? The place where the little days are? What is the purpose? Tourism? Surely, it's not an inspection of the territory? Qin Yao nodded. Exactly, it is indeed an inspection of the territory. Don't forget, everyone. The Eastern District is now the private property of the Yanhuang civilization. She deliberately emphasized the phrase private property. The comments erupted once more. Private property, indeed. The little days have become a commodity? That sounds quite satisfying. The memories of their past actions came to mind, and they deserved it. Qin Yao continued. As we all know, the Paradise Island is about to open, necessitating a substantial number of service personnel. After all, the clientele are affluent individuals from around the globe, and they deserve to be visually gratified, don't they? She winked, adding that as a private asset of the Yanhuang civilization, the Eastern Japan Special Zone must naturally contribute to the development of Paradise Island. Today, we are here to select talent. Her words ignited the atmosphere of the live stream to a fever pitch. Select talent? Goodness, is this treating lives as mere commodities? Although somewhat inhumane, it is rather appealing. Reflecting on their past transgressions on our land, this is what one might call poetic justice. An audience member commented, Yao Yao, I want to see the teachers from the Eastern Japan Special Zone. You know, the kind of teachers. This comment was replicated and inundated the screen. Qin Yao noticed it and smiled brightly. Rest assured, it has all been arranged. Today, we will select the ordinary ones, and tomorrow, a special event featuring the teachers will be organized for everyone to enjoy thoroughly. What a grand gesture from Yao Yao. Yanggo understands us. Suddenly, I found Qin Yang quite handsome. At that moment, Qin Yang leaned closer to the camera. Brothers, I know what you wish to see. Fear not, all has been arranged. Tomorrow's special event will ensure everyone is satisfied. His words were blunt, yet no one in the live stream found them inappropriate. After all, for a nation that has committed heinous crimes and remains unrepentant, any indignity pales in comparison to their past misdeeds. A viewer expressed concern. Yao Yao? Is the Eastern Japan Special Zone safe now? Qin Yao replied earnestly. Safe, very safe. Over the past 2 months, our hundreds of thousands of troops have confiscated all weapons in the Eastern Japan Special Zone. Now, every city is garrisoned, and every street is patrolled. Furthermore, she gestured towards the other aircraft outside. Do you see? We have deployed a security team of over 100 personnel. Even if someone were to act recklessly, they would think twice. Can we travel there? Another viewer asked. Tourism will open soon, Qin Yao responded, at which point you can visit the Eastern Japan Special Zone. For the single gentleman, there is an opportunity to meet lovely ladies here, and if they are willing, you may even marry them. If you find true love, we will wholeheartedly support it. Chapter 138, The Rights of the Conquerors. This statement sparked a new wave of discussion. Seeking a partner in the Eastern Japan Special Zone? It does not seem entirely out of the question. If they genuinely repent, it could be acceptable, yet it still feels somewhat awkward. Qin Yao observed the comments and earnestly stated, My dear viewers, I understand there are some reservations. However, the Eastern Japan Special Zone is now an integral part of the Yanhuang civilization, and its people are also assets of this civilization. As long as they adhere to the rules and work diligently, we must provide them with opportunities. She paused. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must genuinely repent, accept transformation, and demonstrate their loyalty. Her words were impeccably articulated. They established a clear stance while delineating the boundaries. The aircraft traveled swiftly, reaching a cruising speed of 10 Mach, and it took merely 20 minutes to reach Dongjing. As the formation of aircraft arrived over the Eastern Japan Special Zone, Qin Yao directed the camera towards the window. Below, the city outlines of Dongjing gradually came into view. However, unlike in the past, the current Dongjing has been stripped of numerous skyscrapers. Most of the buildings that were obliterated in the 30-second strike remain in the midst of cleanup and reconstruction. The city now hosts an abundance of military barracks and checkpoints, with soldiers patrolling the streets at every turn. Most conspicuously, a new emblem has been erected at the site of the former Dongjing Tower. A colossal flag of the Huanyu Group flutters in the morning breeze. A flying craft descends upon the former Imperial Palace of Little Japan, now the administrative center of the East Japan Special Zone. The square has been cleared, with only a group awaiting arrival. At the forefront stands Yamamoto Kintaro, the current chief executive of the East Japan Special Zone. A former senior official of the Little Japan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he speaks fluent Chinese and has been chosen by Qin Feng as the nominal head. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that he is merely a puppet. The real power resides with the expressionless assistants surrounding him, all of whom are bioengineered beings created by Qin Feng. As Qin Yao and Qin Yang disembark from the craft, Yamamoto Kintaro promptly approaches with his team. In front of the cameras, the elder, over 60 years of age, bows deeply at a precise 90 degrees to the two individuals in their 20s. Welcome, Miss Qin Yao. Welcome, young Master Qin Yang, to the East Japan Special Zone for your inspection. His voice trembles slightly, his torso bent so low it nearly grazes the ground. The team behind him follows suit, bowing in unison. This scene is broadcast live across the globe, and the online commentary reaches a fever pitch. Haha, did you see that? A 90-degree bow. Weren't they quite arrogant before? Why so humble now? Little Japan is like this. When faced with the powerful, they can hardly contain their obsequiousness. Look at Yamamoto's hands, trembling. How could they not tremble? Standing before him are those who can determine his life or death. Though Qin Yao appears adorable to them, she is akin to a living embodiment of Yama, the god of death. Qin Yao observes the scene before her with a serene expression. She has long been accustomed to such treatment. In northern Myanmar, in Black Continent, and during Little Japan's defeat, she has witnessed countless similar spectacles. Qin Yang, however, is much more direct. Rise, enough of these theatrics. Yes, yes. Yamamoto straightens his posture but keeps his head bowed, unwilling to meet their gaze. Qin Yang continues, Yamamoto, you are aware of the purpose of our visit, are you not? Yes, yes, Yamamoto responds hastily. As requested, I have selected 37,000 eligible youths from various regions. currently assembled at the Dongjing Sports Complex for verification. All have been chosen according to the criteria of age, height, appearance, and health, between the ages of 18 and 25. All right, Qin Yang nods, lead the way. Yes, this way please. Yamamoto gestures humbly, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. His assistants remain vigilant, scanning the surroundings, despite stringent security measures. The programming of the bioengineered beings disallows any oversight. The live broadcast follows their every move. Viewers observe that along the route from the square to the sports complex, armed soldiers stand guard every 10 meters. These soldiers are bioengineered beings, though outsiders remain unaware, perceiving them only as disciplined and imposing figures. The security level is excessive. Should anything happen to Yao Yao, the entire East Japan district would face dire consequences. Just observe the soldiers' gazes, which are terrifying, as if they are truly capable of taking a life. The stadium soon came into view. It is a grand venue capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators. At this moment, the stands were eerily empty, yet the central arena was densely populated with tens of thousands of young individuals. They stood in a gender-segregated formation. Dressed uniformly in white sports attire, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Some were anxious, others bewildered, a few reluctant, but the majority appeared resigned to their fate. As Qin Yao and Qin Yang entered the stadium, the collective gaze of thousands converged upon them. Yamamoto seized the microphone and announced in Japanese, "Attention, everyone. This is Miss Qin Yao and Master Qin Yang. They represent the Yanhuang civilization in the quest for talent. All of you bow." No sooner had the words left his mouth than over 30,000 young people bowed in unison. The spectacle was magnificent, yet it carried an undercurrent of desolation. Various voices erupted in the comments section. While some found solace in the situation, others questioned if it was excessive. Upstairs moralists? Have they forgotten what was done to us in the past? One voice chimed in. Not moralists, just feeling that treating ordinary people this way is somewhat unjust, another replied. Qin Yao seemed to discern the audience's sentiments. Addressing the camera, she stated, "Dear ones, I understand that some may find this disconcerting. However, you must comprehend that all we are doing now is an expression of the rightful power held by the conquerors over the conquered." With her tone growing serious, she continued, "These individuals are not innocent. Their ancestors committed transgressions, and they have reaped the benefits of their ancestors' plunder. Now it is time for them to bear responsibility. More importantly, we have offered them a choice. Those unwilling may leave. We will not coerce them. Yet for those who are willing, we will provide employment, compensation, and even avenues for advancement. Of course, those who choose to leave truly depart from this world." Her words silenced the moralistic dissenters. Indeed, this was conquest, not charity. The conquerors possess the authority of conquest, while the conquered bear the obligations of their subjugation, an inescapable truth. Qin Yao and Qin Yang approached the observation platform at the center of the arena. A staff member presented a tablet displaying the profiles of all candidates, including photographs, height, weight, educational background, specialties, and health status. "Let us begin," Qin Yang declared. Thus commenced an unprecedented selection of talent. The candidates, organized by number, approached the observation platform in groups of 10 to present themselves. The males were required to remove their shirts to showcase their physiques, muscle tone, scars, and overall posture, while the females demonstrated their poise, walking style, facial expressions, and basic etiquette. This process was broadcast live across the globe. Reactions varied. Some viewed it as an affront, others as retribution, and still others as an inevitable reality. Yet, regardless of perspective, this was the stark reality faced by the vanquished. Chapter 139. The strong set the rules. As Qin Yao observed, she interacted with the viewers in the live stream. "This one won't do. He's too thin. He'd fall over with the slightest breeze. This one is acceptable. He has the height and a decent appearance. Wow. This young lady is stunning. Her figure is impressive. She is the one." She selected with a casual demeanor, yet her criteria were unmistakably clear: appearance, temperament, and health. Those chosen stood to the right, while those not selected gathered to the left. The expressions on the faces of those on the right were a complex tapestry of emotions: relief, humiliation, and confusion mingled together. Conversely, those on the left exhaled in relief. The selection process lasted for an hour, ultimately identifying approximately 5,000 individuals. At this juncture, Qin Yang spoke up. "Yamamoto, arrange another session for tomorrow. Gather all the instructors. We shall conduct a specialized selection." Yamamoto was momentarily taken aback. "Instructors? What kind of instructors do you mean?" Qin Yang cast him a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What do you think? The kind that makes those movies?" Yamamoto's face paled instantly but quickly regained composure. Yes, I understand. I will ensure everything is arranged for tomorrow." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Yang-gu, you're the best. Keeping your word. Tomorrow's special session is a must-see. I am already looking forward to it." Qin Yao interjected. "Moreover, we cannot overlook those renowned actresses and actors. Not a single one must be missing. We must provide the utmost service to the guests of Paradise Island." Yes. Yamamoto wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The selection process continued. By midday, Qin Yao and Qin Yang were resting and dining in the VIP lounge of the sports complex. After their meal, the selection resumed. By 4 in the afternoon, the entire selection concluded, culminating in the selection of 12,000 individuals, 4,000 males and 8,000 females. Yamamoto reported, the selected individuals will undergo a period of training. The training will encompass Chinese language, etiquette, service skills, and cultural identity, among other topics. Upon passing the training, they will be dispatched to Paradise Island for work. According to the standards you previously established, the base salary for service personnel will be between 1,000 and 2,000 Yanhuang coins. Those who excel may be promoted. with corresponding salary increases. The salary of 1,000 to 2,000 yen Huang coins is equivalent to 50,000 to 100,000 Long coins. This remuneration is astronomical within the East Japan Special District, considering that the current average monthly income in the East Japan Special District, when converted to Long coins, is less than 3,000. Thus, despite the humiliating process, those selected harbored a sense of willingness. After all, working at Paradise Island signifies high income and the potential to encounter global magnates, possibly altering one's destiny. This is the stark reality when faced with survival and dignity. Most will opt for survival. Following the conclusion of the selection, Qin Yao and Qin Yang decided to explore the urban district of Dongjing. They traveled in a dedicated hover vehicle, traversing the streets at a leisurely pace. The scenery of Dongjing appeared markedly transformed from the past. The former splendor remained, yet was now shrouded in an air of oppression. Pedestrians instinctively averted their gazes or lowered their heads upon spotting the convoy. Shop signs had been changed to bilingual displays in Chinese and Japanese. School curricula had incorporated additional Chinese language and history classes, specifically versions pertaining to Yanhuang civilization. Look, everyone, Qin Yao pointed out the window. This place has already become part of the Yanhuang civilization. Although the transformation requires time, it is undeniably in progress. She instructed the vehicle to halt in front of a school just as classes were being dismissed. Children emerged, backpacks in tow. Upon seeing the convoy, the teachers hurriedly organized the students to stand at attention and bowed toward the procession. A young boy glanced up, only to be hastily urged by the teacher to lower his head. They have been learning Chinese, our history, and our culture since primary school. Qin Yao remarked that after a generation, they would forget who they once were and only remember themselves as descendants of the Yin and Huang civilizations. This statement, though stark, is undeniably true. Cultural conquest is the most profound form of domination. An audience member inquired, Yao Yao, is it possible for the people of the Eastern District to become citizens of the Yin and Huang civilization? Upon seeing this comment, Qin Yao shook her head, impossible. Citizens of the Yin and Huang civilization must be descendants of Yin and Huang. This is the bottom line, and it will not change. She elaborated, the people of the Eastern District can live here, work here, and enjoy basic rights. However, they will forever remain residents of the district, unable to attain the status of civilized citizens. What about their descendants? The same applies. Qin Yao stated, bloodline cannot be altered. However, if their women intermarry with descendants of Yin and Huang, their offspring might have a chance to gain citizenship, albeit a slim one, as the acceptance ultimately rests with the Yin and Huang civilization. This is a policy established by Qin Feng, marked by strict bloodline boundaries. As the vehicle continued its journey, they arrived at Ginza in Tokyo. Once the most prosperous commercial district, it remains lively, yet the number of customers has significantly dwindled. Given the sharp decline in per capita income for the people of the Eastern District, Qin Yao and Qin Yang alighted from the car, accompanied by their security detail, and entered a luxury goods store. The sales staff, upon noticing them, immediately bowed nervously. No need to be anxious, Qin Yao reassured, we are just browsing. Approaching the jewelry counter, she admired the gleaming diamonds, jade, and pearls. Qin Yao addressed the camera, stating that all premium resources from the Eastern District would be prioritized for the Yin and Huang civilization. After their shopping excursion, nightfall had descended. Qin Yao and Qin Yang returned to the administrative center, where Yamamoto had prepared a dinner. However, the two declined the invitation. Qin Yang remarked, the food here is not to our taste. This statement caused Yamamoto's expression to momentarily stiffen. Conquerors do not dine with the conquered, as it blurs the lines of distinction. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yao resumed her live stream. Dear viewers, today you witnessed the current state of the Eastern District. I understand some may feel we have gone too far, while others may believe it insufficiently avenged. Yet, I wish to convey that this is the manner in which civilizations coexist. The strong set the rules, and the weak abide by them. The Eastern District currently adheres to our regulations, which is why it continues to exist. Should they ever choose to disregard these, they will cease to exist. Regarding those chosen to work on Paradise Island, she assured that they would receive fair compensation and have their basic rights protected. However, they must understand their position. They are the service providers, not the masters. Finally, with a mischievous smile, Qin Yao mentioned the special session with the teacher scheduled for tomorrow. It has already been arranged. At the same time tomorrow, I will take everyone to explore the unique industries of the Eastern District. The comments erupted into cheers. Yao Yao is powerful. I am growing fonder of her. She is the Earth's rightful princess in my heart. The Eastern District stands as the first model. In the future, there will be many more. As the live broadcast came to a close, Qin Yao waved at the camera, bidding farewell with a cheerful, see you tomorrow, my dear viewers. Don't forget to tune in for the special session. The stream concluded, leaving her with a profound understanding of her brother's words. The competition for civilization has always been ruthless. One must either conquer or be conquered, with no middle ground. Indeed, there exists no intermediary path. The Yanhuang civilization has chosen the path of domination. Thus, it must pursue this course to the very end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, countless individuals watched the replay of today's broadcast, their emotions a complex tapestry. Some felt exhilarated, finally believing that someone could bring order to their chaotic lives. Others were gripped by fear, pondering who Qin Feng's next target might be. Some reflected deeply on the implications of such a formidable civilization's rise and what it might herald for the world. Nonetheless, one undeniable fact remains: the Eastern District, once a prosperous nation, has now irrevocably become a vassal of the Yanhuang civilization, a transformation accomplished in less than 3 months. This exemplifies the overwhelming nature of absolute power and the new rules of the era. All must adapt. Chapter 140. The Peace Memorial Public Restroom. On the morning of July 6th, the live stream commenced with online viewers surpassing 50 million. Everyone knew what to expect today. Good morning, my dear viewers. Qin Yao greeted, adorned in a delicate pink dress that accentuated her youthful charm, yet her words contrasted starkly with her appearance. I know you have been eagerly waiting, so let us dive straight into the matter at hand. The camera shifted, revealing the Dongjing Giant Dance Sports Arena, which was uniquely arranged for the occasion. The stage, lighting, sound system, and a row of judges' seats created a distinct atmosphere. Standing on stage were hundreds of meticulously dressed men and women. For those familiar with a certain genre of films, many faces appeared strikingly familiar. Wow, that's her. I remember her. I know that young lady. The barrage of comments flooded in, overflowing with names and titles, overwhelming the moderators behind the scenes. However, they soon received directives from higher authorities. Qin Yao's live stream would have no restrictions. Seated at the center of the judges' panel was Qin Yao, flanked by Qin Yang, both with tablets in front of them. Let's begin, Qin Yang said to Yamamoto Kintaro beside him. Yamamoto nodded and took the microphone. Contestant number 1, please commence your performance. Thus began an unprecedented audition. The first participant was a well-known actress, around 23 or 24, with a sweet appearance. She performed a dance followed by a skit portraying a waitress serving customers. Good control of expressions, Qin Yang remarked, but the body language could be more natural. Pass. Grade B. The second was a male actor, robustly built, who showcased a fitness routine. Good muscle definition, but the demeanor is overly slick. Qin Yang shook his head, assigning a grade of C. As the auditions progressed, the third and fourth contestants followed, the entire process unfolding over 3 hours. Throughout, Qin Yao and Qin Yang's critiques were often incisive, occasionally laced with sharp wit. Is that expression for work or a funeral? Your walking style is too contrived. Practice more. Your voice is too high-pitched. Speak normally. Appearance is acceptable, yet the gaze reveals an overly shrewd essence, lacking in purity. Those chosen are categorized into 3 tiers based on performance. A, B, and C. Class A members are directly allocated to the elite service group of Paradise Island. B members enter the standard group, while C members require further training. Those not selected face immediate elimination. These individuals will subsequently become the trainers at Paradise Island. Qin Yao elucidates before the camera that they will be responsible for instructing other service personnel, for indeed, service is an art in itself. Her earnestness garners a barrage of comments. I truly believe it is a skill that necessitates certification. After the interviews, Qin Yang summons Yamamoto to his side. This cultural legacy must be perpetuated, he declares plainly, emphasizing the need to unearth fresh talent and cultivate more skilled individuals. Paradise Island requires a continuous influx of high-quality service personnel. Yamamoto's expression is complex, yet he can only nod in acquiescence. Yes, I shall comply. Furthermore, Qin Yang adds, those at the pinnacle must receive focused training. In the future, Paradise Island will host exclusive performances for superstars, attracting affluent individuals willing to pay handsomely to witness their artistry. This embodies commercialization, refining and elevating the unique industries of the Eastern Special Zone, fulfilling specific demands, generating economic value, and enhancing control, achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. Following the conclusion of the teacher's exclusive session, the comments begin to flood in with another request. Yao Yao. Let us take a look at the sacred toilet of the Tranquil Nation. Yes, I want to see how it has been transformed. I want to witness the little son's restroom on his ancestral grounds. Upon seeing these comments, Qin Yao chuckles. All right, I shall fulfill your request. The convoy sets off towards the former location of the sacred toilet of the Tranquil Nation. En route, Qin Yao explains, you may not be aware, but we have renamed the sacred toilet of the Tranquil Nation to the Peace Memorial Public Restroom. Comments flood in. Haha, what a splendid name. The abbreviation is still the sacred toilet of the Tranquil Nation. I give full marks for this renaming artistry. 10 minutes later, the convoy arrives. The camera captures the gate of the erstwhile sacred toilet of the Tranquil Nation, still standing, albeit with a new plaque. The new sign, adorned with both Chinese and Japanese characters, proclaims, Peace Memorial Public Restroom, free access, civilized usage. Flanking the entrance are couplets, upper line, once a place of worship for war criminals, devoid of shame, lower line, now serving the public is the true honor. The horizontal scroll reads, Reformation for the good. This couplet was conceived by my brother. Qin Yao beams with pride. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? The comments resonate with approval. Impressive. Qin Zong's literary prowess is remarkable. Stepping through the entrance, most of the original sacred toilet structure has been dismantled, retaining only a few main buildings transformed into restrooms. The main hall has been converted into a men's restroom, the worship hall into a women's restroom, and the recreational area into facilities for the disabled and a nursing room. Look here. Qin Yao points to the explanatory sign at the entrance of the main hall. This area once housed certain tablets. Now, those tablets have been destroyed, and this has been transformed into the men's urinal area. As the camera zooms in, one can indeed see a row of urinals. Oh my goodness, Qin Yao has entered the men's restroom. Above each urinal hangs a photograph, serving as evidence of the transgressions committed by the little son. Reflecting on these while using the restroom aids in contemplating history, Qin Yao states with utmost seriousness. The comments echo, what a delightful experience. This design is incredibly bold. In my mundane existence, I find myself unable to relieve myself, determined to ensure that others cannot either. The women's restroom is designed with greater consideration. Above the wash basin, there is a slogan advocating respect for women and denouncing violence. This place is destined to become an Instagram hotspot. Qin Yao remarked that visitors from the Dragon Kingdom traveling to the East Japan Special Zone would surely stop by here for convenience. A photograph shared on social media would likely garner abundant likes. She approached a photo opportunity, where a stone tablet now stood in the place once occupied by a shrine. The front of the tablet bore the inscription, "History must not be forgotten, crimes must be repented." The reverse read, "This site was originally the sacred toilet of the tranquil nation, now transformed into a public restroom, serving as a warning for future generations. When you visit, be sure to check in here." Qin Yao spoke to the camera, assuring viewers that the experience of using the restroom here would be utterly unique. The comments flooded in. "I must go. I'm already planning my travel route. I want to relieve myself there. Upstairs, I'm not just going to relieve myself. I'm going to make a grand statement. This is the essence of transformation. It is not mere destruction. It is the bestowal of new significance. Let a place of evil become a site of warning, turning a sanctuary for war criminals into a service for the public. This is what true reformation entails." Her words received an outpouring of likes. Chapter 141. The girl group from the land of the bamboo people. Just as the live stream was nearing its conclusion, a comment was replicated and inundated the screen. "Yao Yao, let us go see the girl group from the Bamboo Nation tomorrow. Indeed, Paradise Island needs a girl group. I want to see the bamboo ladies." Noticing these comments, Qin Yao pondered. This proposal holds merit. The girl group from the Bamboo Nation is indeed renowned, and their rigorous training and strong skills make them well suited for the service industry on Paradise Island. She turned to Qin Yang. "What do you think, second brother?" Qin Yang nodded. "Sounds good. Let us check out Seoul tomorrow." However, addressing the camera, he added, "The Bamboo Nation is not the same as the East Japan Special Zone. The latter is our private property, allowing us to make selections at will. The Bamboo Nation is still a sovereign state. We must engage in commercial cooperation." "Is there any difference?" a viewer inquired. The distinction, Qin Yang elucidated, is that in the East Japan Special Zone, we are the masters, free to choose as we please. In the Bamboo Nation, we are clients and must pay. He paused. "However, with our financial resources, we could easily empty the entire entertainment industry of the Bamboo Nation." Such a declaration was bold yet truthful. Qin Yao promptly decided, "All right, we shall venture to Seoul tomorrow. Let us take a look at the girl group from the Bamboo Nation and scout talent for Paradise Island." The atmosphere in the live stream reignited with excitement. Anticipation. Finally, we can witness the living girl group from the Bamboo Nation. Yao Yao will become a talent scout. I want to see Blackpink. I want to see Girls' Generation. Comments flowed with various girl group names. Qin Yao smiled. "Hold your horses. Tomorrow, we will see them one by one. As long as they possess strong skills, good looks, and commendable character, we shall have them all." The live stream concluded amidst the audience's eager anticipation. However, discussions regarding the upcoming journey to Seoul were just beginning. News of Qin Yao's intention to scout a girl group in Seoul swiftly reached the Bamboo Nation. An emergency meeting convened at the Blue House. "Tomorrow, Mr. Qin Yao is set to arrive in Seoul, intending to select a girl group for work on Paradise Island, as reported by the secretary." ZT Jean Juanshio's countenance darkened. Did she truly say that? Indeed, she stated it explicitly during the live broadcast. The entire internet is abuzz with discussions. Within the conference room, the ministers exchanged glances. The Minister of Culture, Sports, and Tourism spoke first. "This is an affront to our cultural industry. Treating girl groups as mere commodities to be selected is utterly outrageous." The Minister of Foreign Affairs chuckled bitterly. "Outrageous? Where was your indignation when our small nation faced annihilation? Currently, Qin Feng's 3 interstellar battleships remain in Earth's orbit. Do you dare deny it?" The Minister of Defense sighed. "The reality is that we possess no capacity to thwart Qin Feng. If he wishes to come, we must receive him. If he seeks to select individuals, we can only acquiesce. What of our dignity?" The Minister of Culture exclaimed passionately. "Where lies the dignity of our nation?" "Dignity?" The Minister of Foreign Affairs shook his head. "In the face of absolute power, dignity is a luxury. Did our small nation have dignity? No. It has been reduced to mere remnants, with only the Eastern Japan Special Zone remaining." ZT Jean Juanshio fell silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "Prepare for his arrival. We shall extend the highest level of hospitality to Qin Yao and Qin Yang. As for the selection of the girl group," he paused, "let the entertainment companies decide for themselves. The government shall neither intervene nor support. This is the wisest course of action, remaining non-committal and shifting the responsibility to the enterprises. The companies, driven by profit, will undoubtedly comply. After all, the compensation offered by Paradise Island is exceedingly generous." Furthermore, Jean Juanshio added, "Enhanced security measures. We must ensure that nothing untoward occurs to Qin Yao while she is in our nation. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences." After the meeting, major entertainment companies in our nation convened urgent gatherings. At SM Entertainment, the conference room buzzed with tension. "Qin Yao is coming tomorrow to select a girl group. What are your thoughts?" President Lee Soo-man inquired. The agents, planners, and producers of the artists exchanged uncertain glances. "President, this presents both an opportunity and a risk," a seasoned agent remarked. "The remuneration from Paradise Island is substantial, promising significant benefits for both the artists and the company. However, it may adversely affect the artist's public image. Serving on Paradise Island, if I may be blunt, amounts to high-class companionship." "So what?" Another producer interjected. "Didn't the actresses from our small nation go as well?" Moreover, Qin Yao assured that it would be legitimate service, not that sort of service. "That may be the case, but how will the public perceive it?" "The public?" Lee Soo-man scoffed. "Who dares to speak ill of Qin Feng now? The fate of our small nation serves as a stark warning. Furthermore," he paused, "do you believe we have any leeway in this situation? If Qin Yao insists on selecting individuals, what do you think the repercussions of non-compliance would be?" Silence enveloped the room. Indeed, the consequences of refusal could entail the entire company facing a ban, or even worse. Notify all girl groups, Li Suman resolved. Tomorrow, they shall all be on standby. Whatever performances Qin Yao desires, they shall present. Whoever she wishes to select, she shall select. Understood. The same scenario unfolded at JYP, YG, and other major entertainment companies. No one dared to refuse, for the price of refusal was one that none could afford. Such is the harsh reality. In the face of Qin Feng's overwhelming power, the so-called national dignity and cultural integrity are rendered frail and feeble. That evening, the entire East Asian internet buzzed with discussions regarding the upcoming visit to the capital. Enthusiastic netizens from the Dragon Country expressed their excitement. Finally, it is the turn of the Stick Nation. I wonder if they will bow at a 90-degree angle? I suppose they won't be as subservient as the Little Sun, for the Little Sun has already been subdued, while the Stick Nation has yet to face such a fate. Meanwhile, netizens from the Stick Nation felt a mix of emotions. This is an affront to us. Why does our government not protest? Protest? Do they wish to become the next Little Sun? In truth, working in the Paradise Island is highly lucrative. Above, the Little Sun netizens, now referred to as the Eastern Region Special Zone netizens, approach the situation with a sense of schadenfreude. At last, we are not the only ones suffering. The Stick Nation cannot escape either. Observing others in misfortune brings some balance to our hearts. Other nations' netizens analyze the situation with calmness. Qin Feng is establishing a new tributary system. The return of the East Asian traditional order places the Yanhuang civilization at the center, with the Stick Nation as a vassal. Will Southeast Asia be next? The global landscape is on the verge of a complete transformation. It is destined that many members of the Stick Nation's girl groups will become service personnel on Paradise Island, not out of desire, but necessity. Such is the rule of the new era. The strong dictate, while the weak comply. And she, Qin Yao, the Princess of Earth, is the enforcer of these rules. This sensation is complex, imbued with the exhilaration of power and the weight of responsibility. Nevertheless, she must fulfill her role, for she is Qin Feng's sister, a princess of the Yanhuang civilization, and part of this new era. Chapter 142, The Obsequious Stick. On July 8, 2026, at 9 in the morning, 15 silver-gray anti-gravity aircraft landed in unison on the runway of Kimpo International Airport. Unlike the Eastern Region Special Zone, Qin Yao and Qin Yang did not fly directly into the city. This was Qin Feng's intention, to preserve a semblance of dignity for the Stick Nation's government. As the cabin doors opened, Qin Yao and Qin Yang were the first to emerge. Qin Yao donned a cream-colored suit, her long hair elegantly styled, with exquisite makeup that radiated grace. Qin Yang, clad in a deep blue casual outfit, stood tall, his gaze sharp. Behind them, 128 guards filed out, forming a vigilant line. Even with their murderous intent subdued, the trained aura they exuded left all present feeling breathless. The airport had long been cleared, with only the red carpet and the welcoming crowd remaining. At the end of the carpet, Jin Juanxiu of the Stick ZT led a large welcoming party. Upon seeing Qin Yao and Qin Yang descend the staircase, a broad smile spread across Jin Juanxiu's face as he hurried forward. Welcome, Miss Qin Yao and Mr. Qin Yang, to the capital. He greeted in fluent Chinese, his voice tinged with an overtly ingratiating enthusiasm. The welcoming party behind him bowed, not with the deep 90-degree bow characteristic of the Little Sun, but with a standard 45-degree bow. Yet, this was sufficient to excite the viewers in the live stream. It's beginning. Let us see how humble the stick is. The chat flooded with messages. Qin Yao gave a slight nod, acknowledging their greeting. Qin Yang was rather straightforward. Mr. Jin ZT. You are too kind. Our visit this time is primarily for commercial investigation. Indeed, commercial investigation. Jin Juanxiu nodded repeatedly. We have prepared the highest standard of reception for you both. Please follow me. He stepped aside to lead the way, adopting a notably humble demeanor. As Qin Yao and Qin Yang traversed the red carpet, Jin Juanxiu lagged half a step behind, accompanying them. This detail was captured by countless cameras. The leader of a nation was yielding to two individuals in their 20s. Viewers from the neighboring country erupted in outrage. What is ZT doing? Why the subservience? Let us uphold our national dignity. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, viewers from Long Country reveled in amusement. It has begun. This is more entertaining than a soap opera. The latter is forced, while the former is self-imposed. Jin Juanxiu's smile earned him perfect scores. One might even suggest he run for an Oscar for his exceptional acting. On either side of the red carpet stood members of the welcoming committee, lined up in sequence. Jin Juanxiu began the introductions. This is our Speaker of the National Assembly. This is the Minister of State. This is the Foreign Minister. And this is the Minister of Culture, Sports, and Tourism. With each introduction, the respective dignitary approached Qin Yao and Qin Yang with broad smiles, awkwardly expressing their welcomes in halting Mandarin. The cameras zoomed in on each obsequious face. The outrage among viewers from the neighboring country intensified. Speaker, where is your dignity? Why this forced smile, Minister Ziel? Our nation has lost face. Meanwhile, the mockery from Long Country grew sharper. Perhaps we should rename it the Great Flattery Nation. Weren't they quite arrogant before? Why the sudden meekness? Will they continue to steal culture? Will they keep applying for heritage status? After the introductions of government officials, it was time for the chables. The main event of the day. This is Mr. Lee Jae-yong, chairman of the Samsung Group, Jin Juanxiu announced. Once a titan in the neighboring country, even commanding respect from ZT, Lee Jae-yong approached with a broad smile and a slight bow. Miss Qin Yao, Mr. Qin Yang, welcome to our country. His Mandarin was commendably proficient, indicating considerable effort. The chairman of Samsung. Once such a formidable figure, and now reduced to this, a realization dawned. Before absolute power, wealth means little. Qin Yao replied with a faint smile, "You are too modest, Chairman Li. We hold your technology and products in high regard." Her words were laden with implication. Admiration does not equate to necessity. Li Jaeyong's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly regained composure. "It is our honor to receive Miss Qin's appreciation." Next came the introductions of the leaders of Hyundai Group, LG Group, and SK Group. Each of these economic titans, capable of shaking the economy with a mere stomp of their feet, now exhibited the reverence and caution of schoolchildren before a teacher. Particularly when Qin Yang casually inquired about a specific technical detail, these normally assertive magnates found themselves calling their technical teams for clarification. Haha, I find this utterly amusing. The Chables have truly reached this point. I suggest a documentary entitled The Humble Daily Life of Chables. This is far more captivating than Korean dramas. The mindset of netizens from the land of the morning calm has completely collapsed. Chables, what are you doing? Aren't you the ones who look down upon ZT? Where is your bravado? Has the backbone of the great Korean nation been shattered? Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom delivered precise critiques. Perhaps the land of the morning calm should consider renaming itself Softbone Nation. What happened to the audacity of cultural appropriation? Wasn't there a great deal of bravado during the heritage application? Now you know who the true patriarch is? After the introduction of the Chables, Kim Jun-soo began to present some notable individuals. This gentleman is Mr. Lee Sang-ha, the president of our Korean Esports Association. The camera focused on a young man with glasses and a refined appearance, none other than the legendary esports player, Faker. The chat room erupted in excitement. Wow, Faker. What is he doing here? Has Faker made it to the Blue House? It's impressive that someone who plays games has reached such a position. Faker appeared somewhat nervous as he stepped forward, speaking in halting Chinese. "Hello, I am Lee Sang-ha." Qin Yang clearly recognized him. "Faker, I know you. The god of LOL." This statement made Faker somewhat bashful. "I dare not claim such a title." Qin Yao chimed in with a smile. "I've seen your matches and live streams. You are remarkable." The comments began to diverge. A significant portion of Faker's accolades were earned in the LPL. Indeed, without the backdrop of the LPL, where would the six-time champion be? The LPL players were collectively outraged. Yet, it must be said, Faker's character is truly commendable, far surpassing that of certain other Korean players. Kim Jun-soo continued to introduce others, including renowned directors, screenwriters, actors, and even a few national treasure-level inheritors of traditional culture. Each individual wore a smile, showing utmost respect. However, the netizens from Korea perceived not smiles, but humiliation. Enough. Enough. Why must these individuals come to disgrace themselves? What is the government thinking? This is more shameful than defeat. Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom observed with great interest. Please continue. Do not stop. I relish watching them attempt to resist, yet lacking the courage to do so. I propose a live stream lasting 3 days and nights. Today's joy is a gift from the land of the morning calm. Chapter 143. The Koreans are indeed fortunate. Following the welcoming ceremony, everyone proceeded to the National Theater. It had been transformed into a selection venue. On stage, the lighting, sound equipment, and large screens were all set. In the audience, the judging panel comprised Qin Yao, Qin Yang, and several high-ranking members of the Korean cultural community. However, they were merely there to observe, without voting rights. Ladies and gentlemen, next up are the girl group performances from Korea's major entertainment companies. Kim Jun-soo personally took on the role of host, stating that these girl groups represented the pinnacle of Korean pop culture, and he hoped they would meet with approval from the two esteemed guests. His expression reflected a complex mix of hope that the girl group would be chosen to bring benefits to both the company and the nation, while simultaneously feeling that it resembled tribute, thus injuring national pride. Yet, the harsh reality was that he had no choice. The first to take the stage was aespa, the flagship girl group of SM Entertainment. Four young ladies gracefully ascended the stage and bowed. "Hello, Miss Qin Yao. Hello, Mr. Qin Yang. We are aespa." They spoke in Mandarin, their pronunciation imperfect, yet clearly indicative of their diligent practice. As the music commenced, the performance unfolded. True to their reputation as a premier girl group, their choreography was impeccably synchronized, their vocal prowess commendable, and their emotional expression well executed. Notably, a segment of the dance, inspired by the aesthetics of the Dragon Kingdom, was evidently crafted specifically for this selection. Upon the performance's conclusion, Qin Yao applauded. "Impressive, full of vitality. What do you all think?" She glanced towards the live stream, where the comments section erupted. "This is it. Karina is my wife. Winter is stunning. Lu Jiming forever." Qin Yang, however, was more focused on the technical aspects. "The choreography is commendable, yet the song lacks distinctiveness." He paused, adding, "Moreover, their images are too similar, lacking individuality." His candid remarks rendered SM Entertainment CEO, Lee Soo-man, visibly pale, in the audience. Next was JYP's ITZY. The five girls adopted a dynamic dance style, exhibiting a notably higher difficulty level, with more vigorous movements and intricate coordination. "This is impressive. Huang Lizzie, you slay. Shin Ryujin is so cool." Their dancing prowess was indeed formidable. After their performance, Qin Yao remarked, "The dance is strong, but the vocal skills require enhancement. Furthermore, the style is rather uniform, lacking variation." The third group was YG's Blackpink. Even on a global scale, they stand as a top-tier girl group. Upon their entrance, the atmosphere was palpably different. As their performance commenced, the live stream comments reached a crescendo. Jenny, Lisa, Mom loves you. Kim Jisoo, the goddess has arrived. Park Chaeyoung, your sweet voice is incredible." In a dazzling 4-minute display, nearly every second was a highlight. Upon its conclusion, even Qin Yao found herself captivated, remarking, "This group possesses an exceptionally high overall quality. Their image, vocal ability, dance skills, and stage presence are all remarkably mature." Qin Yang nodded in agreement. They exude an international flair, perfectly suited for the concept of Paradise Island. With these words, YG Entertainment CEO, Yang Hyun-suk, breathed a sigh of relief from the audience. Following were girl groups from other companies, Idol, IV, New Jeans, and Ellie Seraphim. Each showcased their signature talents, each presenting their finest selves within a 3-minute time frame. However, the most fervent performances came from the second and third-tier girl groups. They recognized this as a life-altering opportunity. Being selected for Paradise Island would multiply their earnings by dozens, or even hundreds of times. Therefore, their performances were exceptionally vigorous, with some even incorporating high-difficulty stunts. This group is relentless. They even performed backflips. That split looked painful. For the sake of financial gain, they were willing to do anything. The performances lasted 3 hours, featuring 27 girl groups and over 100 members. The live stream audience was dazzled, their fingers weary from voting. I want them all. Only children make choices, adults want everything. It was suggested that Qin should take the entire Korean entertainment industry with him, leaving the Korean populace in tears. Throughout the performance, public opinion in Korea was utterly divided. Traditional media and the elite class. The front page of the Bang's Daily proclaims, a day of national shame. Girl groups treated as commodities. The editorial states, today, we have witnessed one of the most humiliating scenes in the history of Bangzi Nation. Our girl groups, our cultural symbols, are displayed on shelves like mere products, available for selection. The Blue House has not only failed to protect them, but has, in fact, become an accomplice in this farce. KBS television urgently produced a special program titled Dignity and Survival, the difficult choices of Bangzi. In the program, several conservative lawmakers expressed their deep anguish. This is an affront to our nation. The government must take a stand. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. However, pragmatic voices quickly counter, die standing? Living a decent life is akin to dying standing. Now, even the nation is gone. Do you wish for Bangzi to become the next Eastern Special Zone? In the face of interstellar battleships, what value does our dignity hold? Ordinary citizens, the online disputes grow increasingly intense. Naver's hot search reveals, shameful selection, inept Blue House, girl groups are human too. Comments are polarized. Seeing those girl groups perform so earnestly on stage breaks my heart. They have no choice. It's for survival. Why not resist? Why not refuse? Do you pay them? Do you support them? But at the very least, they should have some backbone. Can integrity be eaten? The most anguished are, in fact, the fans. Witnessing my idol being chosen in such a manner makes me want to weep. They work so hard, yet are treated as commodities. Why does the company agree to this? Because not agreeing means death. I suddenly hope they are selected. At least they could earn well on Paradise Island. I am truly conflicted. Entertainment companies. Internal discussions among major entertainment firms are far more pragmatic. In the SM Entertainment conference room, Blackpink has been favored. YG stands to gain significantly this time. One manager remarks with a hint of bitterness. Our SPA has received good evaluations, another adds. Qin Yao mentioned they are very vibrant and should be able to secure a few spots. Lee Soo-man sighs, being selected is good, but the reputation of SPA and Bangzi will be tarnished thereafter. What can we do? Not agree? With a single word from Qin Yao, SM could close its doors by tomorrow. Everyone falls silent. Indeed, this is the reality. In the face of absolute power, so-called enterprises, culture, and dignity become mere luxuries. Kim Jun-soo watches the live broadcast, his expression somewhat grim. The secretary cautiously inquires, Mr. ZT, the pressure from public opinion is immense, should we? P.S. Yesterday, the ratings plummeted by 0.5. The drop is severe. Dear supporters, please boost the ratings. Thank you. Now it's at 6.8. Increase by 0.1 for an additional chapter. Thank you for your support. Don't make me kneel and beg you hum. Chapter 144, Global Beauty Pageant. What should we not do? Kim Jun-soo interrupts. Cancel the selection? Drive Qin Yao away. Then wait for Qin Feng's interstellar battleship to circle overhead? The secretary falls silent. Endure it, Kim Jun-soo wearily states. At least they are volunteering. At least they can earn high incomes. At least Bangzi still exists. He spoke at last, his voice imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, at least the Bonzu still existed. The simple joys of life had vanished, leaving only the Eastern Japan Special Zone. In comparison, the Bonzer could be considered fortunate. After the performance concluded, Qin Yao took the microphone. Following discussions between my brother and me, as well as the votes from our viewers in the live stream, we have preliminarily selected the following groups and individuals. She read out a list. Blackpink was predictably included in its entirety. Karina and Winter from SPA were selected. Ryujin and Yuna from ITZY made the cut. Shuhua and Song Yuchi from Gaidol were chosen. Wonyoung and Yujin from IV were selected. Minji and Hanny from New Jeans also made the list. In total, 40 individuals were chosen, including the complete Blackpink group. The selected members would undergo a 3-month training program. Upon successful completion, they would proceed to work at Paradise Island. Qin Yao announced the compensation details. A basic monthly salary of 3,000 yen Won coins, with bonuses and commissions based on performance. Pausing for effect, she added. Converted to Korean won, this amounts to approximately 50 million won monthly. 50 million won. This figure caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Members of top-tier girl groups in Korea typically earn only several million won per month. Many girl group members struggle to make ends meet, let alone receive bonuses or commissions. The faces of those not selected revealed clear disappointment. The sentiments among the Korean viewers in the live stream grew more complex. 50 million, my goodness. No wonder they are willing to do this. If I could earn 50 million a month, I would be willing too. Suddenly, I understood them, yet still felt a sense of humiliation. Qin Yang added, Additionally, we will establish a trainee cultivation base in the Baltic, selecting promising young talents for development. In the future, Paradise Island will require a steady stream of high-quality service personnel. This signifies a long-term collaboration, transforming the entertainment industry of the Baltic into a talent training base for Paradise Island. Upon hearing this, Jin Junsho realized that the overall situation was settled. He stepped onto the stage and took the microphone. I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Qin Yao and Mr. Qin Yang for their generosity. The cultural sector of the will certainly cooperate fully to supply the finest talents to Paradise Island. As he spoke, his expression had grown numb. Dignity, self-respect, national pride, all became trivial in the face of the reality of 50 million won per month. After the selection concluded, Qin Yao and Qin Yang did not linger in Seoul. They declined all dinner invitations and headed straight to the airport. Dear viewers, today you witnessed the current state of the bond. How do you feel? Was it worth your while? To be honest, the girl groups from the are indeed quite captivating. There are several young ladies who even stirred feelings in me as a girl. For those who can, you might visit Paradise Island to see the live performances. Qin Yao paused. Tomorrow, I will take you to see even more exciting content. See you tomorrow. The live stream ended, and the aircraft took off, disappearing into the sky above Seoul. On the ground, Jin Junsho gazed at the departing aircraft, lost in thought. The officials, tycoons, and artists behind him remained silent. In the era of Qinfeng, both the sticks and the overwhelming majority of nations worldwide faced only two choices, to comply or to vanish. There was no third path. Let us return, Jin Junsho said wearily, turning to leave, his figure slightly hunched. The once vibrant ZT had aged considerably today. Qin Yao's live broadcast subsequently transformed into a genuine global beauty pageant journey. The first stop was Paris. Under the Eiffel Tower, a row of blonde, blue-eyed Gallic rooster models paraded exquisite haute couture. Darlings, welcome to the Paris Fashion Week. Qin Yao, donned in a casual ensemble, elegantly turned before the camera. Though today's theme was not merely about the attire, but rather the individuals, she approached the judging panel, situated on a temporary outdoor stage in front of the Louvre. Qin Yang was already seated there, flanked by several prominent figures in the Gallic rooster fashion realm, all wearing respectful smiles. Let us begin, Qin Yang nodded. The first contestant was Emma, the newly crowned Miss Gallic Rooster. At 19, standing at 1.78 meters, with cascading golden locks and a sweet smile. She embodied classic French elegance in a flowing red gown, walking with poise. The live comments flooded in, a mix of French and Chinese. Trace Bell. This is the Gallic Rooster Rose. The rumors about the ocean horse are indeed true. Those legs are longer than my life. Gallic Rooster beauties are truly liberated. Qin Yao remarked, her demeanor is excellent, but her smile is too conventional, lacking personal flair. Be great. The second contestant, Victoria's Secret Angel Camille. Known for her sensuality, donned lace lingerie paired with a sheer overlay, subtly revealing her figure. With her professional catwalk and captivating gaze, she elevated the room's temperature by 10 degrees. Am I dreaming? Is this body for real? Gallic Rooster women truly know how to captivate. Qin Yang rarely displayed admiration. This one is impressive. Her stage presence is mature, and she knows how to showcase her strengths. A grade. The third and fourth contestants followed, and after 3 hours of selections, 20 Gallic Rooster beauties were chosen. Before departing, Qin Yao summarized, Gallic Rooster girls indeed possess charm, elegance, sensuality, and confidence. However, she winked, they do need some training in personal hygiene. The comments erupted in laughter. The second stop was Italy, in Rome. The venue was chosen beside the ancient Colosseum, where history clashed with modernity. The defining trait of Italian girls was their passionate exuberance. The first contestant, a Sicilian girl, ignited the crowd with a flamenco dance. Such energy. The Italian cannons live up to their name. Which cannon are you referring to? Is it Li Yunlong's Italian cannon? That waist, that derriere, simply phenomenal. Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This one is spectacular, full of life. A grade. Qin Yang, however, was more curious about another matter. Are all you Italians like those in The Godfather? In the audience, a perspiring entertainment company owner with ties to the mafia remarked, Mr. Qin. You jest. That is merely a film. Chapter 145, Global Beauty Pageant. I am aware it is a film, Qin Yang replied with a sardonic smile. But should anyone dare to interfere with those we have selected, I would not hesitate to transform fiction into reality. Though spoken lightly, his words rendered the room silent. The owner quickly assured, it will absolutely not happen. It is entirely safe. The selection proceeded. Italy selected 15 candidates, each radiating enthusiasm and charisma. The third venue was Stockholm, Sweden, set amidst a snow-covered forest, where a transparent glass stage was erected against a backdrop of simulated auroras. The Nordic girls embodied an entirely distinct style. Their golden hair shimmered like silver, their skin was as pale as snow, and their demeanor exuded an icy elegance reminiscent of a snow queen. The first Swedish girl to take the stage performed an ice ballet, gracefully spinning and leaping upon a specially crafted ice surface, resembling a sprite. This was the epitome of a snow queen. Her aura was utterly captivating, making one feel that proximity might result in frostbite. Qin Yao commented, she is beautiful, but far too frosty. The guests of Elysium seek warmth, not an ice mountain. Qin Yang, however, held a differing opinion. This contrast may indeed possess market appeal. Some individuals are drawn to conquering the icy beauty. Ultimately, the Nordic selection culminated in 10 finalists, all exuding a cool allure that transformed into breathtaking charm upon smiling. The fourth stop was in Ukraine, at Chernivtsi, a location that Qin Yao eagerly anticipated, renowned for its abundance of beauty. The selection took place in the square before the Chernivtsi Cathedral. With the Ukrainian government placing high importance on the event, deploying military personnel for order maintenance. The first contestant to grace the stage was Anna, recently crowned Miss World. At 20 years old and standing at 6 feet tall, her features were as exquisite as a sculpture, with blue eyes reminiscent of the waters of Lake Baikal. Upon her appearance, the comments flooded in. My heavens, is she real? She must be a model. Eastern European beauties are the best. Her stunning looks and figure were undeniably breathtaking. Qin Yao remained momentarily speechless before declaring, no need for a performance. She is an A. The subsequent Ukrainian contestants were equally mesmerizing, with some resembling Barbie dolls, others, Greek goddesses, and yet others, dark elves. Is Ukraine blessed with an abundance of beauties? No wonder it is referred to as the womb of Europa, one might say, albeit in a less than flattering manner, yet it rings true. Qin Yang observed. Given Ukraine's economic challenges, these girls have the opportunity to work in Elysium, which could alter their destinies. This statement bore a stark reality. Indeed, when Qin Yao announced a monthly salary of 2,000 yen Huang coins for those selected, it represented a staggering sum in Ukraine, prompting many girls on stage to weep. Ultimately, the Ukrainian selection yielded 30 finalists, the highest number among all venues. As they departed, the Ukrainian representative personally extended gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for this opportunity for our girls. Qin Yang nodded, treat them well. Should I learn of anyone coercing them into unwelcome acts, you are aware of the consequences. The representative quickly assured, that will not happen. We will establish a dedicated protection agency. The fifth stop was in South Africa, Cape Town. Located at the Cape of Good Hope, with a backdrop of the magnificent sea and towering cliffs. The girls from Africa embody a uniquely captivating beauty, characterized by their rich dark skin, exaggerated curves, and an innate vitality. The first to grace the stage was a Zulu girl named Namsa, who performed a traditional Zulu warrior dance, exuding power and rhythm. She is a true black pearl. Her figure is remarkable, radiating a healthy allure reminiscent of the Black Panther. Qin Yao remarked that she possesses a distinctive charm, though she requires training in etiquette and language. Be great. Qin Yang added that such exotic allure would find its market on Paradise Island, as many are drawn to the unconventional. From the African leg of the selection, 15 vibrant and uniquely enchanting girls emerged. The sixth leg took place in Rio de Janeiro, at the iconic Copacabana beach, basking in sunlight, sand, and bikinis. The exuberance of the bocce girls could almost melt the lens. The first samba dancer ignited the audience with a fervent performance. The way she moved her waist was astonishing. Bocce hips indeed live up to their reputation, fiery and passionate. Qin Yao, wiping her brow, commented on the need for training and moderation, lest the guests of Paradise Island be overwhelmed. Qin Yang laughed heartily, asserting that exuberance is essential. After all, that is what Paradise Island is all about. Ultimately, 20 girls were selected from bocce, all capable of elevating the atmosphere. The seventh leg unfolded in Los Angeles, USA, situated along the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The American girls showcased a confident flamboyance, each possessing their own distinctive flair, scholarly types, athletic figures, artistic souls, and business-minded individuals. American girls are undoubtedly self-assured and diverse, unlike the uniformity seen elsewhere. Qin Yao remarked that diversity is indeed a positive trait. From the American selection, 25 girls were chosen. Over a continuous 7-day global selection, Qin Yao and Qin Yang personally participated in the first round of screening for the major countries, delegating the remaining tasks to a vast team of bioengineered individuals. These bioengineered agents were dispatched to over 100 countries, establishing local selection points. Their efficiency was remarkable, conducting thousands of interviews daily, with data relayed in real time to the headquarters, where an AI system performed preliminary screening followed by manual verification. Ultimately, within a month, 100,000 service personnel were selected globally, with a gender ratio of approximately 37 and ages ranging from 18 to 28, encompassing all major ethnicities and nationalities. This astounding figure sent ripples across the world. Is Qin Feng establishing a global museum of beauty? It seems Paradise Island aims to capture all the world's beauties, making it the sole destination for those wishing to behold such allure. However, even more astonishing was the treatment afforded to those selected. A foundational monthly salary of 1,000 to 2,000 yen Huang coins, equivalent to 50,000 to 100,000 Long coins, alongside provisions for accommodation, medical insurance, and a clear path for promotion, with options to renew contracts or depart after 3 years. For many girls from developing countries, this represents a transformative opportunity. Thus, even with the knowledge that they would be entering the service industry and facing various demands, applicants thronged to enroll. When confronted with the choice between poverty and dignity, most would prioritize survival. In the final live broadcast, Qin Yao sat in a villa on the Yanhuang continent, addressing her audience. Darling viewers, have you had enough of our global journey these past few days? The comments flooded in. Not enough. Let us have another round. Yao Yao, your efforts are commendable. You have truly broadened our horizons. Thank you for guiding us through the wonders of the world. Qin Yao smiled, saying, having seen enough, it is time to conclude. Next, 100,000 individuals will undergo a 3-month intensive training program. The curriculum encompasses Chinese language, etiquette, service skills, cultural identity, personal hygiene, and mental health. Essentially, they are to be cultivated into competent service personnel. After 3 months, the grand opening of Paradise Island will commence. At that time, I shall take everyone to witness the splendor of the inauguration. Chapter 146. The Era of Myths premieres on July 15, 2026, at midnight, simultaneously across the globe. As the clock strikes, billions of screens illuminate together. Whether in the holographic theaters of major cities in the Dragon Kingdom or in front of phones, computers, and tablets worldwide, countless eyes await the same scene, the first episode of the ancient myth of Huaxiaolonga. The immense data screen displays real-time global viewership statistics, 00001. The number of concurrent viewers in the Dragon Kingdom, 1, 2 billion. 00005. The global concurrent viewers, 3, 7 billion. 00030. The digital count surpasses 800 million. The opening of the first episode requires no build-up. It begins directly with chaos. There are no sounds, no lights, no directions, only an indescribable void. Then, a figure slowly rises. How tall is he? Unmeasurable. How heavy is he? Inestimable. He stands there as though he is the very center of the universe, Pengu. When this being, portrayed by a bioengineered actor, opens his eyes, a collective gasp escapes the audience worldwide. What kind of gaze is that? It is beyond the capabilities of mere actors. It is a genuine expression, belonging to the creator god, detached, majestic, yet imbued with a sense of compassion. He extends his hand to grasp a colossal axe. How long is the axe? Is the blade wider than the Milky Way? No, such descriptions fall short. In this scene, all conventional measurements lose their significance. He swings the axe. The first swing, pure energy rises, turbid energy descends. The second swing, yin and yang are separated, the four symbols are initially defined. The third swing, time and space are born, all things begin to take shape. This process unfolds without dialogue, only visuals and music. Yet, the score is not a Western symphony. It is a harmonious ensemble of ancient Chinese instruments such as the bianzhong, guqin, sun, and dizi, profound, ethereal, and sacred. As Pengu transforms into all things, his eyes become the sun and moon, his bloodlines flow as rivers, his bones rise as mountains, and his hair turns into flora. The audience collectively holds their breath, particularly during the final scene. Pengu collapses, his body transforming into the vast primordial land, yet his face bears a satisfied smile. He has fulfilled his mission. He has created the world. At this moment, the barrage of comments goes utterly wild. My heavens, this is our creator god. This is the true beginning of creation, 1,000 times more impressive than any divine proclamation of let there be light. Pengu the Great is eternal. In the holographic theaters of the Dragon Kingdom, many viewers rise to their feet, bowing before the screen. This is not mere performance. It is a heartfelt reverence. As the second episode commences, the primordial landscape is established, and myriad races are born. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans vie for supremacy, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. The visual effects here have once again transcended everyone's imagination. They are not the Hollywood-style explosions, lasers, or energy waves, but rather an entirely Chinese approach to combat. The dragon clan summons the winds and rains, soaring through the clouds. The phoenix clan is reborn through fire, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The Qilin clan treads upon auspicious signs, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. Each form of divine power corresponds to a philosophical concept. The dragon symbolizes water, the phoenix embodies fire, and the Qilin represents earth. These are the ancient 5 elements of the Dragon Kingdom. As the 3 clans ultimately withdraw from the historical stage due to the weight of their violent deeds and the depletion of their fortunes, the bullet comments are filled with reflections. This is retribution. The cycle of heaven is just. Excessive bloodshed invites divine wrath. The mythology of the Dragon Kingdom is not merely about violence. It is a tale of cause and effect. Observant viewers have noted the pinyin annotations beneath each character's dialogue. Indeed, beneath all the Chinese subtitles lies a line of pinyin, devoid of English translations or annotations in any other language. It is solely Chinese and pinyin. This is Qin Feng's insistence. One must either engage with the Chinese language or the pinyin. It is a choice to learn or to leave. Initially, foreign audiences found this quite challenging. A post on Reddit quickly rose to the front page. I spent $10 subscribing to Universal Video, only to discover that Hua Xiaochang Ge lacks English subtitles. There are only some strange letters. In the comments, someone replied, "Those aren't letters, they are pinyin." What is pinyin? It is the phonetic notation for Chinese. The intention of Universal Group is quite clear: learn Chinese or refrain from watching. Isn't that rather arrogant? Arrogance. They possess the capital for such pride. Would you care to try? The American who posted fell silent. Indeed, do you dare to try? No? Then learn. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. Many foreign viewers, while watching the drama, opened translation apps or pulled out Chinese textbooks, matching the pinyin to learn the language. WSHPNG. Mi Pengu. HNG Hung. The Primordial Chaos. Tindu. The Way of Heaven. Though challenging, many persevered. The visuals were breathtaking, the story captivating, for this is the future. When Qin Feng's interstellar battleship cruised in Earth's orbit, and when the Huang and Yin continents rose in the Pacific, everyone understood. The future belongs to the Chinese-speaking world. If one does not learn now, there will be no opportunity later. When the character of Nuwa, portrayed by Sister Tao, graced the screen, her maternal radiance enveloped the audience in warmth. She is not the aloof goddess of Western mythology, but rather a gentle, compassionate presence akin to a mother. Observing the desolation of the primordial world, she felt a surge of compassion. Thus, she took yellow earth and water, and in her image, fashioned the first little being. As the being touched the ground, it transformed into a living person, uttering its first words, "Mother." These 2 simple words brought tears to countless viewers. Bullet comments read, "I don't know why, but I just want to cry. This is our origin. Nuwa, our mother." Although foreign audiences could not understand the dialogue, they grasped the visual narrative. A Reddit user posted, "I watched the episode where Nuwa creates humanity. Though I could not comprehend the words, I cried. The radiant essence of motherhood transcends language and culture. A response below reads, "This is the true creator deity, not an angry god, nor a jealous Zeus, but a gentle mother." I began to comprehend why the people of the Dragon Kingdom hold their mothers in such high esteem. Their deity is, indeed, their mother. This post has been translated into Chinese and disseminated on domestic Weibo, provoking a wave of profound reflections. Look, they finally understand. Our culture has always been warm. It is not about violence, but about compassion and love. After Nuwa created humanity, she also mended the heavens. When the floods surged and the sky shattered, Nuwa resolutely refined the 5-colored stones and soared toward the breach in the sky. This act once again exemplified the unique essence of the Dragon Kingdom, not individual heroism, but self-sacrifice and dedication. After Nuwa completed the heavens, she collapsed from exhaustion, yet wore a smile, for she had safeguarded her children. The comments once again flooded in, reverently honoring Nuwa. Chapter 147. The future belongs to those who speak Chinese. From episodes 4 to 12, we witnessed the rise and fall of the shaman and demon clans. This segment represents the grandest and most tragic portion of the ancient mythos. Jun established the celestial court of the demon clan, while the 12 ancestral shamans governed the earth. A prolonged war lasting billions of years erupted between the two clans over the dominion of heaven. Portrayed by Qin Feng, Jun exudes majesty, wisdom, and the demeanor of a ruler. He established the celestial court, instituted celestial laws, and commanded countless demons. To Shihe, he is gentle. To Tai Yi, he extends trust, and he bears responsibility for his demon kin. Played by Chun Shi, Shihe is dignified, graceful, embodying the essence of a maternal figure. She bore 10 golden crows for Jun, perfectly merging maternal radiance with the majesty of a queen. Qin Yang takes on the role of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, valiant and loyal, exuding the aura of a god of war. He battles in defense of his elder brother, wielding the chaos bell to subdue all adversaries. Liu Yifei portrays Ho Tu, compassionate and kind-hearted, embodying the spirit of sacrifice. She is troubled by her brother's belligerence and ultimately makes a fateful decision during the most brutal moments of the Shaman-Demon War. Xian Ming, played by Liu Yifei, is cool and aloof, radiating an icy elegance. Her confrontations with Eastern Emperor Tai Yi brim with tension. They are adversaries, yet share an inexplicable synergy. The other ancestral shamans, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Zhu Meng, and Ru Shou, each possess distinct personalities and stories of their own. The scenes of the Shaman-Demon War reach a pinnacle of special effects. It is not merely a clash of armies, but a collision of cosmic principles. Gong Gong commands the waters, Zhu Rong ignites the heavens and boils the seas, Jun lays out the grand array of celestial stars, and Tai Yi strikes the chaos bell. Each encounter signifies a clash of profound laws, and every battle stirs the very order of heaven and earth. When the 10 golden crows emerge, incinerating the land, the audience feels an overwhelming sense of despair. When Hou Yi shoots down the sun, causing 9 golden crows to fall, viewers experience both relief and sorrow. As the final battle unfolds, with Mount Buzhou collapsing and the heavens tilting northwest while the earth sinks southeast, the apocalyptic vision leaves everyone breathless. Then, Ho Tu steps forward. She gazes upon the ravaged wilderness, the countless lives lost, and the bodies of her 11 brothers, shedding tears. "Brothers, is this what you desired?" She softly inquired, then made a resolute decision. The embodiment of reincarnation commenced. The 6 realms of rebirth were established, granting the souls of the departed a sanctuary. However, the Earth Mother eternally lost her freedom. This segment became the emotional zenith of the entire drama. The barrage of comments was completely inundated with tears. "Oh, Earth Mother, please no? Why must she sacrifice herself? Is this the fate of the shaman tribe? We bid farewell to the Earth Mother." Online, the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation ascended to the top of trending topics. The most liked comment read, "In the past, I perceived myths merely as stories. Now, after watching the long song of Huaxia, I realize they are not just tales, they embody the soul of our nation, sacrifice and devotion. Willing to forsake oneself for the sake of the masses." This comment garnered 3 million likes. Although international viewers may not grasp the intricate details, they too felt the profound tragedy. A YouTube vlogger created a reaction video, weeping uncontrollably. "I do not comprehend what transpired, but I can sense that sacrifice. That woman gave her life to save the world. How magnificent." This video amassed 50 million views on YouTube. 3 days after the airing of the long song of Huaxia, online discussions reached unprecedented fervor. Regarding special effects, a question on Jihu asked, "How would you evaluate the special effects of the long song of Huaxia?" The most upvoted response, from a Hollywood special effects supervisor, stated, "After 30 years in the industry, contributing to films such as Avatar and the Avengers, my conclusion after watching the long song of Huaxia is this: we have fallen behind by at least 50 years. It is not a deficiency in technology, as we are familiar with many techniques. Rather, it is a lag in philosophy. Hollywood special effects focus on visual impact. Explosions must be grand, lasers must be bright, and actions must be cool. However, the special effects in the long song of Huaxia center on artistic conception. The vastness of Pangu creating the heavens, the warmth of Nuwa crafting humanity, the tragic grandeur of the battle between shaman and demon. Each effect serves emotion and philosophy. To illustrate, Hollywood is like a nouveau riche flaunting wealth, while Dragon Nation embodies the nobility savoring tea. The levels are entirely different. This response received 1 million likes. The Weibo topic Dijun and Shiha are so adorable surpassed 1 billion views. The chemistry between Qin Feng and Qinxi transcended the screen. Each glance, each handhold elicited fervent cheers from the audience. The way Qin gazes at Qinxi is electrifying. Qinxi exudes a maternal grace as Shiha, absolutely stunning. I heard they are truly getting married. Insider news reveals preparations are underway. The pairing of Qin Yang and Liu Yifei as Xiantai also boasts a substantial fanbase. Dongwang Tai and Xin Yuan are a love-hate duo. Qin Yang's gaze towards Liu Yifei is consistent both on and off the screen. When will these two officially announce their relationship? Other actors also received high praise. Sister Tao's Nuwa is precisely how I envisioned her. Chen Daoming's Rahu exudes undeniable power. Qingshu Daoist's Hong Jun embodies celestial grace. All ancestral shaman actors showcase their unique characteristics. The most profound discussions centered on the cultural dimension. The esteemed Bilibili content creator, Wen Shijun, has produced an extensive 2-hour analytical video titled Examining the Revival of Yanhuang Civilization through Huaxia Changge. In this video, he meticulously dissects the cultural elements embedded within the narrative. Panga's creation of the heavens symbolizes the unity of heaven and humanity. Nuwa's creation of mankind embodies compassion and benevolence. The battle of shaman and demon illustrates the principle of extremes leading to reversals, and the concept of Hutu and reincarnation represents self-sacrifice and dedication. These narratives are not mere fabrications. They are the wisdom accumulated over 5 millennia by our nation. Through this work, Qin Feng declares to the world, our civilization possesses not only history but also philosophy, values, and wisdom capable of guiding the future of humanity. This video has garnered over 100 million views on Bilibili, with a barrage of comments filled with tears of pride, affirming that this life is well spent in Huaxia. Regarding language, the most contentious issue arises, the language barrier. Numerous foreign users on Twitter lamented, why are there no English subtitles? I cannot comprehend it at all. The Huanyu group is so arrogant. This is cultural discrimination. However, rational voices soon emerged. Are there Chinese subtitles for Hollywood films? No, yet we still watch them. Don't we? After centuries of English hegemony, now that someone challenges it, you are uncomfortable? Either learn Chinese or do not watch. It is quite simple. Furthermore, some pointed out that Qin Feng's interstellar battleship is inscribed with Chinese characters, and the operational interface is in Chinese. In the future, if one wishes to immerse themselves in Yanhuang civilization, to partake in the delights of Paradise Island, or to engage in commerce with the Huanyu group, how can one proceed without knowledge of Chinese? The reality is indeed harsh. When one possesses sufficient strength, their language becomes the global lingua franca, and their culture becomes the mainstream. Now, it is the turn of Chinese. Consequently, a remarkable phenomenon has emerged, a global fervor for learning the Chinese language. According to Duolingo, enrollment in Chinese courses has surged by 300. The number of registrations at Confucius Institutes worldwide has skyrocketed by 500. Chinese language teaching videos on YouTube have experienced a dramatic increase in views, and many educational institutions are beginning to consider making Chinese a mandatory subject. Everyone understands that the future belongs to those who can speak Chinese. In Chapter 148, titled We Have Simply Returned to Our Own Position Amidst Global Controversy, the Huanyu Group released an official statement on July 18th. The declaration was succinct, comprising only 3 statements. First, Huaxia Changge is an epic of Yanhuang civilization and should be presented in Chinese. Second, we will not produce any versions in other languages. Third, any unauthorized adaptations, translations, or dubbing will be regarded as infringement, and we will pursue accountability. This stance is resolute and uncompromising, reflecting Qin Feng's style. Accept it or depart. There is no third option. Following the release of this statement, predictable dissent arose, decrying it as cultural hegemony and calling for a boycott, vowing not to engage with it unless an English version is made available. Yet, more unexpectedly, the support was even greater. A German sinologist remarked in an interview, I have studied Dragon Country culture for 40 years. In the past, we always insisted that the people of the Dragon Country narrate their stories in our language. Now, it is finally our turn to understand their civilization through their own language. This is only fair. A certain American entrepreneur expressed it more directly. If you wish to indulge in the delights of Paradise Island, if you aspire to collaborate with the Universal Group, and if you do not wish to become the next in a series of unremarkable lives, then learn Chinese. That is the sole path forward. Reality is indeed the greatest teacher. As Qin Feng's interstellar battleship cruised in Earth's orbit, as the Yanhuang continent rose in the Pacific, and as Paradise Island was on the brink of opening, it became evident to all that the rules of the new era had been established. Comply or be cast aside. The Great Song of Huaxia, ancient mythology, comprises 24 episodes. From July 15th to July 22nd, 3 episodes were aired daily. When the final episode concluded, the scene froze on the tranquility that followed the reincarnation of Hutu, signaling the rise of humanity. Then appeared a line of text, the era of myth has concluded, and the era of humanity has commenced. The Great Song of Huaxia, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, is forthcoming. There are no Easter eggs, no previews. It simply ends here. Yet the audience understands that this is merely the beginning. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The spring and autumn period, the warring states, the Qin, Han, and the 3 kingdoms, the Sui and Tang flourishing, the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. 5,000 years of history has only just begun to unfold. Online, the first season of the Great Song of Huaxia topped the trending searches upon its conclusion. The comments were filled with reluctance and anticipation. Is this the end? I haven't seen enough. When will the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors episode be released? It is said to be in production. We eagerly await it. The original cast must return. I want to see the Yellow Emperor battle Chiyu. Witness Dayu control the floods. Watch King Wu conquer Zhou. Global statistics reveal that the total viewership for the 24 episodes surpassed 50 billion, averaging over 2 billion views per episode. This figure shatters all previous records. More significantly, 40% of these views came from non-Chinese users, indicating that at least 20 billion views were from foreign audiences poring over dictionaries as they watched. This exemplifies the penetrating power of culture. When your strength is formidable enough, your culture naturally becomes the object of others' study. Following the broadcast of the Great Song of Huaxia, Qin Feng participated in an exclusive interview with Universal News. The reporter inquired, "Mr. Qin, what was your motivation for investing in the production of the Great Song of Huaxia?" Qin Feng replied, "To proclaim the resurgence of Yanhuang civilization, to herald the revival of the Chinese language, and to assert that our 5,000 years of culture will once again take center stage on the world platform. Some may call us arrogant, others may label us hegemonic. I say, yes, we are indeed arrogant and hegemonic. For 5 millennia, we have been the center of the world. Now, we merely return to the position that rightfully belongs to us. English has held hegemony for 200 years. Now it is the turn of the Chinese language. Western culture has dominated for 2 centuries. Now Eastern culture shall take its place. This is the cycle of civilization. This is the inevitability of history." 7 days after the finale of the Great Song of Huaxia, ancient mythology, the fervor of discussion on the internet not only persisted but continued to grow, presenting a multifaceted cultural landscape. The creative content across major platforms exploded in abundance. On Bilibili, the content creator Special Effects Laboratory juxtaposed the Panga creation scene from Huaxia Chang'o with a segment from Hollywood's Genesis, accompanied by humorous subtitles. While the Western deity proclaimed, "Let there be light," the Eastern Pangu had already cleaved the heavens and earth, inadvertently giving rise to myriad beings. This video amassed over 20 million views within 24 hours, with comments overflowing with a sense of cultural confidence. Even more remarkable was the archaeological video by the tech-savvy creator Archaeology Cat, titled The Historical Codes Behind Myths. She compared the celestial formations from the epic Battle of Wizards in the series with the star charts found in the lacquered coffin of the Zhenghe Yi tomb from the Warring States period unearthed in Suizhou, Hubei, discovering an astonishing correspondence. The screenwriters were undeniably not fabricating. The 28 constellations and the celestial bodies all have documented origins. This video left countless viewers in awe, realizing that the mythological tales they had criticized for years as feudal superstition were merely misunderstood due to a lack of clarity in their portrayal. On Douyin, if mythological figures had trending topics in their social circles, netizens humorously edited an image of Emperor June with a team-building event in the heavenly court, depicting 10 troublesome golden crows in a 9-square grid, with captions like "Another day of worrying for my brothers." Such lighthearted and humorous reinterpretations breathe life into ancient deities, further bridging the gap between young audiences and traditional culture. The battleground of overseas discourse is even more intense. On Twitter, under the topic Chinese only, a unique blend of complaints and learning emerged. American college student Jake lamented on Twitter, "To understand Huaxia Chang'o, I dusted off my old Chinese textbook. Now my mind is filled with W-N-T." Beneath this tweet, hundreds of similar experiences surfaced, transforming it into a large-scale Chinese language learning event. Even more dramatically, a group of overseas scholars spontaneously formed a translation team called MythTrans. They declared, "We do not provide direct translations, as that constitutes infringement. We only offer cultural annotations, such as elucidating the philosophical differences between the Tao and the will of God, and analyzing the sacrificial spirit underlying the concept of reincarnation." This indirect, learning-oriented resistance has sparked profound discussions regarding Chinese philosophical thought in the international intellectual community. The New York Times Culture column notably published an extensive article titled, "When Tao Replaces Logic," examining the philosophical foundations of Eastern narratives through Huaxia Chang'o. Meanwhile, the film industry experienced a seismic shift. Numerous domestic mythological blockbusters that were in preparation were abruptly halted or sent back for redevelopment. An anonymous director privately lamented, "It's impossible to proceed. Huaxia Chang'o has elevated special effects, aesthetics, and cultural depth to an extraterrestrial level. The audience's taste has been spoiled. If we attempt to deceive them with subpar effects, it would be self-degrading." Amidst the accolades, the controversies have not dissipated, but their nature has undergone a subtle transformation. Initial grievances about the lack of English subtitles have gradually shifted towards deeper cultural debates. Some cultural critics have suggested in their columns that the arrogance of Huaxia Chang'o is precisely a belated cultural consciousness. For the past century, we have been accustomed to explaining ourselves through Western theoretical frameworks and naming our deities with English transliterations. Now, Qin Feng boldly declares, "Our mythology, our language, our right to name, require no approval or translation from others." This may indeed ruffle the feathers of some accustomed to the status quo, yet it is an inevitable return of cultural sovereignty. Chapter 149. The Era of the Yellow Emperor in the sweltering heat of late July on the plains of northern Anhui. The small city of Huangzhou is imbued with a hint of humidity. The streets of the old town are lined with dense sycamore trees, their shade offering respite from the relentless cicada chorus. A black business vehicle glides into the Xiwan community, the faculty residence of Huangzhou No. 1 High School. Established in the 1990s, though the buildings exhibit signs of age, they remain tidy and tranquil, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. The vehicle halts before Building 3. Qin Feng steps out first, clad simply in a white cotton linen shirt and black trousers. He turns and extends a hand to assist Qinxi as she alights. Today, she wears a delicate lavender dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, and her subtle makeup enhances her gentle beauty. As she gazes at the familiar corridor, a wave of nostalgia washes over her. Just months ago she departed as an ordinary publishing editor. Now, upon her return, she stands beside a man destined to change the world. From a vehicle behind, four individuals emerge. Qin Wenyuan leads the way, dressed in a deep gray traditional jacket, exuding an air of cultured composure. He carries several meticulously prepared gifts in his hands. The other three bodyguards, dressed in casual attire, maintain a respectful distance, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Although Huangzhou is protected under the security network of the Huanyu Group, their professional instincts compel them to remain ever watchful. Dad, Mom. Chenxi softly calls at the entrance of the corridor. Qingguang and Lin Wan have been waiting expectantly. Both in their 50s, Qingguang sports glasses and possesses a lean figure, embodying the quintessential scholar's demeanor. Lin Wan, graceful and gentle, still radiates the beauty of her youth despite the passage of time. At this moment, they regard their daughter and the man beside her with a complex mix of emotions, joy, anxiety, and a profound sense of surrealism. Uncle, Auntie, Qin Feng approaches with a smile. Ah, please come in, Qingguang hastily urges. Lin Wan takes her daughter's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Xiaoxi, you've lost weight. Mom, it's just filming. Perfectly normal. Chenxi reassures her with a smile. They ascend the stairs together. Chenxi's home is on the 4th floor. A 3-bedroom apartment of approximately 100 square meters. Though not large, it is tastefully arranged. One entire wall of the living room is a bookshelf brimming with literature, history, and educational tomes. A few calligraphic works adorn the walls, some penned by Qingguang himself, others gifted by friends, a quintessential scholarly abode. It's a bit cramped. Please don't mind, Mr. Qin, Qingguang expresses with a hint of embarrassment. You may call me Xiaofeng, Qin Feng replies with a smile. It is lovely here. Filled with the scent of books, I truly appreciate it. As they settle in, Qin Wenyuan places the gifts on the coffee table, 2 bottles of specially provided Mao Dai, 2 boxes of premium Zhonghua cigarettes, along with several boxes of high-grade tea and health supplements. Too kind, Qingguang insists, waving his hands in modesty. It is but a token of my appreciation, Qin Feng smiles, as this is my first formal visit. Just as they converse, the doorbell rings. Lin Wan rises to answer it. It must be my brother and his family. As the morning light streamed in, Chenxi's uncle, Lin Zhangwo, entered with his family of 3. Lin Zhangwo, in his 40s, worked at the Education Bureau of Haozhou City, while his wife, Wang Mei, was an elementary school teacher. Their son, Lin Haoran, had just begun his first year of high school. Uncle, aunt, and Haoran, Chenxi rose to greet them. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Lin Zhangwo visibly tensed, stuttering slightly as he spoke. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hello, Uncle Lin, Qin Feng replied, standing to shake hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone resumed their seats. The modest living room felt somewhat cramped, yet the atmosphere remained amicable. Lunch was prepared by Lin Wan, featuring traditional home-cooked dishes from northern Anhui, braised pork, steamed mandarin fish, clay pot chicken, garlic water spinach, tomato and egg soup, and Chenxi's favorite, her mother's signature fried sauce noodles. Unsure if the flavors would suit everyone's palate, Lin Wan served the dishes while chatting. Qin Feng picked up a piece of braised pork, savoring it before nodding in approval. Delicious, it tastes like home. Xiao Qin. Do eat more, Chun Guang encouraged, seeking a conversation starter. I heard from Xiaoxi that filming is quite arduous. It's manageable, primarily Chenxi's hard work, Qin Feng remarked. Glancing at the girl beside him, Chenxi's cheeks flushed slightly. It's all thanks to the director's guidance. Yet it is also your own diligence, Qin Feng replied, serving her a piece of fish. Do enjoy. As they continued their meal, the conversation deepened. Lin Zhangwo cautiously inquired, Mr. Qin, oh no, I mean Xiao Feng. How is the construction of the Yanhuang continent progressing? Very smoothly, Qin Feng replied, setting down his chopsticks. Over 100 million square kilometers have been completed, and the 3 functional islands are nearly finished. We are currently working on interior renovations and ecological system adjustments. When will the Yanhuang civilization officially be established? Chen Guang posed the pivotal question. The table fell silent as everyone turned to Qin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied. The planned date is the first day of the 8th lunar month, which corresponds to September 11th on the Gregorian calendar. He paused, adding, however, after the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, we will completely abolish the Gregorian calendar. We will adopt our own Chinese lunar calendar. This year is 2026, which is the 4,723rd year of the Huangdi calendar. His words instilled a sense of reverence among the teachers present. Chen Guang excitedly exclaimed, indeed. It should have been this way long ago. Our own civilization must use its own calendar. Lin Zhangwo nodded in agreement. The Gregorian calendar is based on the Christian era. It always feels awkward to use. The lunar calendar is the crystallization of our 5,000 years of wisdom. Qin Wenyuan aptly added, not only the calendar, but all official documents, educational systems, and cultural inheritances of the Yanhuang civilization will be founded solely on the essence of Huaxia civilization. What we aim to establish is not merely a simple nation, but a civilization that has endured for 5,000 years and will flourish in the new era. Such grand declarations raised no skepticism among those present. The founding ceremony will surely be quite grand, won't it? Lin Wan softly inquired. Indeed, it will be magnificent. Qin Feng affirmed, nodding. We will invite representatives from major countries around the world to witness the occasion. It will mark a significant milestone in human history. He glanced at Chenxi beside him, his tone softening. At that time, I hope Chenxi will be by my side to witness that moment. The meaning of these words is already quite evident. A serene atmosphere enveloped the table once more, as the gazes of all present shifted back and forth between Qin Feng and Chenxi. Chun-Shi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. After the meal, everyone moved to the living room to enjoy tea. The fragrant aroma of Longjing tea wafted through the air, yet no one's thoughts were on the tea itself. As a father, Chun Guang posed the pivotal question, "Little Qin, what is the nature of your relationship with our Qin-Shi?" Qin Feng sat upright, his demeanor earnest. "Uncle, Aunt, today I formally declare to you both that Chun-Shi and I are in a relationship with the intention of marriage." Qin Feng grasped Chun-Shi's hand. "I hold Chun-Shi in high regard. She is kind and gentle. Being with her brings me tranquility and a sense of stability. I hope to spend my life with her." His words were simple yet profound. Chun-Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chun Guang took a deep breath. "Little Qin, we sense your sincerity. To be honest, given your status, your respect for Chun-Shi and for us is truly touching." He paused. "We have only this one daughter. We do not seek wealth or fame for her, only her happiness. Can you bring her happiness?" "Yes," Qin Feng replied resolutely. "I will use everything I have to protect and respect her." At this moment, Qin Wenyuan interjected. "Teacher Chun, Teacher Lin. I can attest that General Qin has always been a man of his word. Miss Chun, she is already well recognized at Huanyu Group. Her charisma and cultural refinement make her the ideal candidate for the future matriarch of civilization." This statement carried significant weight. The future matriarch of civilization. If Qin Feng is the architect of this civilization, then his wife will embody its essence. Lin Zhangwo and Wang Mei exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Their niece was destined to become a queen. Although modern civilization does not adhere to feudal customs, the essence remains unchanged. Chun Guang composed himself and posed the next crucial question. "So, when do you plan to marry?" This inquiry heightened the tension in the room, particularly for Chun-Shi's parents, who harbored a strong desire but dared not voice it. Qin Feng paused momentarily, fully aware of the sensitivity of the timing. The inauguration of the Yanhuang civilization was a moment destined for the annals of history. If they married before this event, Chun-Shi would attend as Qin Feng's wife, the matriarch of civilization. If they wed afterward, while she would still be his wife, the historical significance would differ entirely. The former would be a pioneer, a founding figure, destined to be chronicled in the epic of civilization. The latter might simply be the wife of the leader, a distinction of monumental consequence. Chun-Shi gently tugged at Qin Feng's hand and whispered, "There's no need to rush. Follow your plan." She was considerate, not wishing to impose pressure on him. Yet, as Qin Feng gazed at her, he discerned the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. What girl does not yearn for her wedding to possess special significance? Especially during such a historic moment. Prior to the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, Qin Feng finally spoke, indicating that the specific date still required discussion with my parents. However, the principle was clear. Before September 11th, I would bestow upon Chun-Shi a formal wedding, granting her a rightful status. As his words settled, silence enveloped the living room for a few moments. Chun Guang, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Wonderful. Qin, you truly care." Lin Zhangwo and Wang Mei also wore expressions of pure joy. This decision aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's character and the needs of civilization. The birth of a culture demands symbols, rituals, and the essence of heritage. The union of Qin Feng and Chun-Shi epitomized this, representing the harmonious blend of personal happiness and the genesis of civilization, a unity of love and responsibility. Nonetheless, time was indeed of the essence. As Qin Feng regained his composure, he began contemplating the practicalities. Today was July 29th, leaving just over a month until September 11th. The preparations for the wedding necessitated discussions with both sets of parents. He turned to Chun Guang and Lin Wan, saying, "In a few days, my parents will visit Maizhou to formally meet you and discuss the particulars of the wedding." "Absolutely. We await your arrival." Chun Guang nodded eagerly. After pondering the wedding venue, Qin Feng declared, "I intend to hold it on the Yanhuang continent. It is our new home and the birthplace of our civilization. To celebrate our union, there carries profound significance." "In the new continent?" Lin Wan asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed, "though it is still under construction. The core area is ready for use. I will arrange for transportation for everyone." This decision further underscored Qin Feng's thoughtfulness. He wasn't merely selecting a random hotel, but rather initiating a new chapter in their lives within the world he had created. "What do we need to prepare?" Chun Guang inquired. "Nothing at all," Qin Feng smiled. "I will handle everything. All you need to do is entrust your daughter to me and attend the wedding." Chun Guang and Lin Wan exchanged glances, both recognizing the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Though this son-in-law held a unique position, his sincerity towards their daughter and respect for them was evident. That was sufficient. At 4 in the afternoon, as Qin Feng and his companions prepared to depart, Chun-Shi's parents and her uncle's family escorted them downstairs. "Shall she you?" Lin Wan grasped her daughter's hand reluctantly. Chun, she turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gently said, "During this time, why not stay at home and keep your uncle and aunt company?" He understood that with her impending marriage, her parents likely had much to discuss. "All right," Chun-Shi nodded. Qin Feng then addressed Chun Guang and Lin Wan. "Uncle, aunt, please rest assured. I will cherish Chun-Shi and ensure she endures no hardships. We trust you." Chun Guang nodded emphatically. "Xiao Qin, we leave Xiao-Shi in your care." Without fail, after a brief farewell, Qin Feng and his companions boarded the vehicle and departed. As they exited the community, Qin Wenyuan finally spoke. "Commander, marrying before the establishment of civilization is the best arrangement for Miss Chun-Shi and for our culture. The preparations for the wedding are entrusted to you." Qin Feng instructed, "It must be grand, steeped in cultural heritage, reflecting the traditions of Huaxiao while embodying the spirit of the new era." "Yes, I understand," Qin Wenyuan nodded. "I will engage the finest team, drawing from the ceremonial practices of historical royal weddings. melding them with modern aesthetics to design an unprecedented celebration. Furthermore, Qin Feng added that it is imperative to safeguard Qinxi and her family. Arrangements have already been made, as there is round-the-clock security in Maozhou. After Qin Feng departed, Qinxi's household remained enveloped in excitement. The Lin family did not leave immediately, but stayed to continue their conversation. Sister, brother-in-law, you must be feeling elated, after all. Lin Zhangguo is truly at a loss for words. Royalty, indeed. Don't speak nonsense. Although Chen Guang said this, the smile on his face could not be concealed. What royalty? This is a new era. Indeed, a new era. Wang Mei interjected. So, does this mean that Xiaoxi will be the lady of the Yanhuang civilization? Is that term appropriate? Calling her the matriarch would be more fitting. Lin Haoran suddenly spoke up. Brother Qin Feng has established a civilization, thus Sister Qinxi is the matriarch of that civilization. Akin to the mythological figures Nuwa and Shiha, a symbol and a spiritual leader. Such profound words left the adults momentarily speechless. Haoran is correct. Shen Guang nodded. Xiaoxi bears a significant burden. She must not only be a good wife, but also an exemplary matriarch, embodying the ideals of civilization. Father, please don't add to my pressure, Qinxi whispered. This is not pressure, it is responsibility. Shen Guang gazed earnestly at his daughter. Xiaoxi, by choosing Qin Feng, you have chosen an extraordinary life. Henceforth, your every word and deed will not only represent yourself, but also Qin Feng and the entire civilization. He paused before continuing. However, your father believes in you. You have always been sensible and well-mannered. You are capable of excelling. Qinxi nodded solemnly. Lin Wan took her daughter's hand and asked, Xiaoxi, I have but one question. Do you truly like Qin Feng, or is it merely his status that attracts you? This question was crucial. Qinxi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Mom, at first, it was indeed his status that intrigued me. So powerful and mysterious. Who wouldn't be curious? However, as I got to know him, I discovered he is quite straightforward. Straightforward? Yes, Qinxi affirmed. He conducts himself with integrity, pursuing his goals openly. Those he disdains, he confronts decisively. With those he cherishes, he treats them sincerely. There are no deceptions or pretenses. Being with him feels secure. I never have to guess his thoughts. She paused before adding, moreover, he respects me. During filming, he has never crossed any boundaries. In private interactions, his affections are always tempered with propriety. Such a man is exceedingly rare in modern society. Her words completely reassured her parents. That is wonderful. Lin Wan wiped her tears. As long as you are happy, your mother will rest easy. Chapter 151. Year 4723 of the Yellow Emperor's calendar, July 18th. On the morning of August 2nd, an extraordinary sight appeared over Maozhou. 10 silver-gray anti-gravity aircraft flew in a formation reminiscent of wild geese, gracefully descending onto the street outside the Xiwan community. These streamlined vessels shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the morning light, resembling celestial ships descending to the mortal realm. The residents of the community had already gathered, but polite security personnel, prearranged, cordoned them off beyond the barriers. Everyone craned their necks, watching as the hatches of the aircraft opened in succession. Qin Zhangguo and his wife were the first to descend from the leading vessel. Today, Qin Zhangguo donned a navy blue Zhongshan suit, his stature remarkably upright. After undergoing 3 rounds of genetic optimization, this owner of a convenience store, now in his 50s, appears to be in his early 30s. Boasting a handsome visage and a composed demeanor, Li Xiaoying, on the other hand, graced the occasion in an elegant dark green silk qipao. Her hair gracefully styled into an updo, adorned with simple pearl earrings, radiating an air of gentle sophistication. Following them were Qin Yang and Qin Yao. Qin Yang, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, stood at a height of 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Resembling a dashing young gentleman straight out of a Republican-era magazine. Qin Yao, in a delicate lotus pink embroidered qipao, had her long hair fashioned into a bun. With a jade hairpin tucked in, her eyes sparkling with a charming smile. Lastly, descending from the main aircraft was Qin Feng, who made a deliberate choice in attire today. Sporting a minimalist light blue Zhongshan suit, with no embellishment save for a dragon-patterned gold button at the collar that glimmered softly in the morning light. This understated elegance only served to enhance his formidable presence. The 36 bodyguards trailing behind them were uniformly attired in black Zhongshan suits, marching in perfect unison, exuding an impressive aura. Oh my, is this the Qin family? Murmured the onlookers. Qin Yao is so beautiful. Is that lady in the qipao Qin Feng's mother? She looks hardly older than Qin Yao. The effects of genetic optimization are astonishing. The residents whispered amongst themselves, the sound of camera shutters echoing in the air. Morning Light and Lin Wan had already been waiting downstairs with Morning Dawn. Upon witnessing this grand display, even with prior preparation, Morning Light could not help but take a deep breath. Dad, Mom, relax, Morning Dawn softly reassured, feeling the sweat accumulating in her palms. As the Qin family approached, Qin Zhangguo was the first to speak, his tone respectful. In-laws, pardon the intrusion. Not at all. Your presence graces our humble abode. Morning Light promptly replied. Li Xiaoying had already taken Lin Wan's hand. You must be Morning Dawn's mother, correct? I am Qin Feng's mother. You may call me Xiaoying. I have long heard from Xiao Feng about your family's scholarly background, and indeed, your poise is exceptional. You flatter me, truly, Lin Wan responded, astonished. Meanwhile, Qin Yao playfully rushed to Morning Dawn's side, affectionately linking her arm. Sister Morning Dawn, I've missed you so much. Qin Yang chimed in with a smile. Sister Morning Dawn, you look radiant today. Morning Dawn's cheeks flushed slightly. Yao Yao, Qin Yang, it's great to see you both. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all ascended the stairs. The modest teacher's residence was graced with its most distinguished guests since its establishment. The living room at Morning Dawn's home had evidently been meticulously arranged. With a coffee table adorned with fresh fruits and snacks, new cushions on the sofa, and a couplet hastily pinned by Morning Light hung on the wall. Upper line, a good fate entwined, red threads bind our feet. Lower line, a match made in heaven. United in old age. Horizontal inscription, the union of Qin and Jean. The handwriting was robust, and the content refined. In-laws, your calligraphy is excellent. Praised Qin Zhangguo. Forgive my humble attempt, Morning Light replied modestly, yet unable to conceal his pride. As a language teacher, calligraphy was his pride and joy. As everyone took their seats, Qin Wenyuan signaled to the staff to bring in the gifts, which were not the usual tobacco, alcohol, or tea, but rather the more meaningful 6 ceremonial gifts. The first gift was a pair of Hetian white jade dragon and phoenix pendants, the jade smooth and lustrous, intricately carved, symbolizing auspiciousness. The second gift consisted of a set of Ming-style Wangwali with scholars' 4 treasures. The brush, ink, paper, and inkstone are of the finest quality, perfectly suitable for a scholar like Morning Light. The third gift, 12 exquisite pieces of Su embroidery satin, adorned with traditional motifs such as dragons and phoenixes, peonies, and auspicious clouds, in elegant hues, suitable for making ceremonial garments. The fourth gift, a box of Hainan agarwood, its fragrance refined, conducive to tranquility and focus. The fifth gift, a pair of exquisite porcelain vases from the Yongle period, in pristine condition, truly authentic antiques. The sixth gift, a blank promissory note from Huanyu Bank, inscribed with the words, bride price. As Morning Light gazed upon these gifts, her hands trembled. These are far too precious. Indeed, Qin Feng replied. Morning Light deserves only the best. Li Xiaoying interjected with a smile. Dear in-laws, our family genuinely cherishes Morning Light. She is gentle, understanding, cultured, and perfectly matched with Xiao Feng. We are here today to settle the marriage of the 2 children. Lin Wan's eyes glistened with emotion. Qin Feng is a good child. We have no objections. That is splendid. Qin Zhangguo nodded. Shall we discuss the specific arrangements? The subsequent negotiations blended tradition with modernity. The traditional aspect lay in the ceremonies. The Qin family adhered meticulously to the customs of Chinese marriage, ensuring no detail was overlooked. The modern aspect resided in efficiency, with a superlative steward like Qin Wenyuan overseeing the process, ensuring all proceedings were completed in the shortest time possible. Firstly, the wedding date was to be determined. Qin Wenyuan produced a specially crafted lunar calendar, as per tradition, selecting an auspicious day. We consulted 3 masters of classical studies to analyze the zodiac signs of both Mr. Qin and Miss Morning Light, resulting in the selection of 3 potential dates. He unfurled the calendar. The first date is the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, corresponding to August 27th in the Gregorian calendar, just before the Ghost Festival and on a full moon day, symbolizing reunion. The second date is the 18th day of the 7th lunar month, corresponding to August 30th, where the number 18 sounds like prosperous, and on this day, the Ziwei star shines brightly, heralding nobility. The third date is the first day of the 8th lunar month, corresponding to September 11th, which is the originally designated day for the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization. If chosen, the wedding would coincide with this significant event, bearing profound meaning. The living room fell into a contemplative silence. Each of the 3 dates held its own significance. Morning Light turned to Qin Feng. Xiao Qin, what is your opinion? Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Though the first day of the 8th lunar month carries the most weight, it would be unfair to Morning Light to share the day with the civilization ceremony. She should be the sole focal point, not merely a part of a larger event. This sentiment warmed Morning Light's heart. Li Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Xiao Feng is right. A wedding should be a wedding, pure and unadulterated. Lin Wan looked towards her daughter regarding the options of the 15th or 18th. Morning Light softly suggested, let us go with the 18th. It allows for ample preparation time with less than a month remaining. In truth, she harbored a small scheme. After the 18th, she would have 12 days to prepare, participating as Qin Feng's wife in the final arrangements for the Yanhuang civilization's establishment. Those 12 days would serve as her adjustment period and a pivotal time for learning how to embody the role of the civilization's matriarch. Qin Feng glanced at Morning Light, understanding her thoughts, and nodded. Very well, then it shall be the 18th day of the 7th lunar month, August 30th in the Gregorian calendar. Thus, the wedding date was firmly established, the 18th day of the 7th lunar month, the 4723rd year of the Huangdi calendar, a day destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. Chapter 152, Guest List and Wedding Regulations with the wedding date set. The next step involved finalizing the guest list and wedding regulations. Qin Wenyuan projected a holographic display featuring the preliminary guest list, Category 1, representatives from the Dragon Nation, including heads of various ministries and representatives from provinces and cities, with an initial estimate of 200 attendees. Category 2, international figures, including heads of state or special envoys and senior officials from the United Nations, with an initial estimate of 300 attendees. Category 3, business and capital, comprising leaders from the top 100 global enterprises, prominent family representatives from major conglomerates, and well-known investors, with an initial estimate of 500 attendees. Category 4, cultural and technological sphere, featuring top scientists and masters of culture and the arts, with an initial estimate of 200 attendees. Category 5, family and special invitees, including relatives, friends, partners, and contributors of special significance, with an initial estimate of 300 attendees. In total, approximately 1,500 individuals were expected. This list had already been meticulously refined. Shun Guang listened in astonishment. He was aware the wedding would be grand, Yet he had not anticipated such an extravagant scale. This was no mere wedding. It resembled a global summit. Qin Feng added, "We shall not invite those from our private lives. Guests from other nations are welcome to attend if they desire. Attendance is not obligatory." Though stated plainly, everyone understood that an invitation from Qin Feng, if declined, implied a deliberate stance against the Yanhuang civilization. In today's world, few would dare to take such a position. What about the wedding regulations? Qin Zhangwo inquired. Qin Wenyuan switched the display. In accordance with Mr. Qin's wishes, the wedding will adhere strictly to traditional Chinese customs, inspired by the highest standards of the Ming Dynasty royal weddings, while discarding feudal remnants and preserving cultural essence. An elegant design of the wedding attire appeared on the projection. Groom's attire, a black ceremonial robe adorned with 12 auspicious patterns, crafted not as an emperor's dragon robe, but as a specially designed garment for a civilizational leader. The 12 patterns, sun, moon, stars, mountains, dragons, floral creatures, ancestral symbols, algae, fire, rice, black, and red, are preserved but reinterpreted. The sun symbolizes brightness, the moon embodies gentleness. The stars denote wisdom, and the mountains represent stability. Bride's attire, a resplendent red phoenix crown and veil. This was not a mere reproduction but an amalgamation of the finest elements from the royal attires of past queens, crafted collaboratively by 30 master embroiderers of Suzhou. The phoenix crown, made of pure gold, is adorned with 3,600 pearls and gemstones. The veil, 9 meters long, is embroidered with auspicious motifs such as phoenixes greeting the dawn and flowers blooming in prosperity. "This is exceedingly grand," Chunshi murmured. "You deserve it." Qin Feng grasped her hand. Qin Yao excitedly proclaimed, "Sister Qinshi, you will be the most beautiful bride in the world." The discussions continued until noon. With the primary details essentially settled, Qin Wenyuan concluded, "The wedding will be held at Yanhuang Square on the Yanhuang continent. This vast square can accommodate hundreds of thousands. And final decorations are currently underway. The ceremony will be broadcast live globally, with an expected audience exceeding 1 billion. 1 billion. The sheer magnitude of that figure left She momentarily dizzy. Yet, gazing at Qin Feng beside her, her heart gradually found tranquility. With him by her side, she felt unafraid, as the families conferred. The director of the Education Bureau of Maozhou and the head of the Education Department of Anhui Province awaited patiently at the reception area outside the community. They dared not disturb the proceedings upstairs and could only wait with bated breath. As Qin Wenyuan descended the stairs to convey the news of the wedding date, Minister of Education Lu Minghui promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Qin. I am Lu Minghui from the Anhui Province Department of Education. On behalf of the educational system of Anhui, I extend our most heartfelt blessings to you and Miss Qinxi." Qin Wenyuan smiled and replied, "You are too kind, Minister Lu." "Not at all," Lu Minghui continued, lowering his voice. "We believe that both Teacher Cheng Wang and Teacher Lin Wan are exceptional talents within our educational system. We are considering whether it would be prudent to adjust their positions, enabling them to contribute even more effectively to the cause of education." His words, artfully phrased, masked the true intention of promotion as a means to enhance their contributions. Qin Wenyuan understood Lu's intentions well. However, he was aware that Teacher Chen's family would soon be immigrating to the Yanhuang civilization, potentially leaving them with little time to serve the education system of Anhui. Of course, Lu Minghui quickly responded. "Even if it's only for a few months, it is still an honor for our educational system." He continued, "We have decided to appoint Teacher Cheng Wang as a special advisor to the Provincial Department of Education and Teacher Lin Wan as a distinguished expert at the Provincial Teacher Training Center. These are honorary positions that do not require regular attendance, but symbolize our sincere appreciation." This was a classic example of fostering goodwill. The Qingwang couple would soon become esteemed members of the Yanhuang civilization, and bestowing these honors now would cultivate lasting ties. Qin Wenyuan nodded. "I will convey your sentiments. Minister Lu, your thoughtfulness is commendable." Indeed. Lu Minghui sighed in relief, knowing that this decision could yield immeasurable benefits for Anhui in the future. After all, having a civilizational matriarch emerge from the educational system was a tremendous honor and resource. At 3 in the afternoon, the discussions concluded. Qin Feng turned to Cheng Wang and Lin Wan, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, your involvement is essential in the wedding preparations. If it is convenient, I would like to invite you to stay on the Yanhuang mainland for a while. Accommodations have been arranged, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with the environment." "To the new mainland?" Lin Wan hesitated. "Mom, we should go," Chenxi encouraged. "It's truly beautiful there. You will surely love it." Cheng Wang made a decisive statement. "Let us go. Our daughter is marrying into that land. As her parents, we must first go and explore." Qin Feng nodded. "Then let us invite Uncle S family to join us as well. The wedding will benefit from having more relatives present, making it a lively occasion." The Lin family was thrilled and readily agreed. Half an hour later, everyone reconvened downstairs. The anti-gravity aircraft descended directly onto the open space of the community, requiring no runway for its vertical takeoff and landing. 10 aircraft, carrying the Qin, Cheng, and Lin families, along with several guards and staff members, slowly ascended into the sky. On the ground, thousands of residents looked up in awe, their mobile phone cameras tracking the aircraft until they became mere specks against the horizon. "The old Lin family is taking off. Our daughter is marrying well, and the whole family will enjoy the blessings." Amidst the murmurs of admiration and reflection, there was a palpable sense of anticipation for this new era. Inside the aircraft, Cheng Wang and Lin Wan leaned against the window, gazing at the increasingly distant city of Haozhou. "Is this really leaving home?" Lin Wan felt a twinge of reluctance. "It is not leaving. It is going to our new home," Cheng Wang reassured her, holding his wife's hand. Wherever our daughter is, that is where our home will be. An hour later, the fleet of aerial vehicles arrived at the magnificent continent of Yanhuan. Viewed from above, this nascent land was breathtakingly beautiful, with meticulously arranged urban grids, azure artificial lakes, lush green belts, and a myriad of wondrous structures under construction in the distance. The vehicles descended upon a villa district adjacent to Yanhuan Square, specifically designated as the matrimonial residence for Qin Feng and Qin Shi, comprising a total of 12 villas encircling a central garden. Each villa was styled in traditional Chinese garden aesthetics, adorned with white walls and black tiles, pavilions, and changing vistas at every turn. The two villas closest to the center were prepared for uncle and aunt, as well as for the family of Uncle S' brother. Qin Feng pointed to these two, already furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. As the families of Chen Guang and Lin Zhangwo stepped into the villa, they were once again awestruck. This was no mere villa. It was akin to a royal garden. Each villa spanned 5 acres, featuring a main building, auxiliary structures, gardens, ponds, and pavilions. The interior decor harmoniously blended modernity with tradition, boasting a comprehensive smart home system. Yet the furniture was crafted from precious Wangwali wood, with renowned calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls and exquisite porcelain displayed on antique shelves. This is extravagance personified, Chen Guang murmured. As long as the in-laws are pleased, Li Xiuying replied with a smile. This will be your home, to reside in for as long as you desire. Qin Wenyuan appeared, accompanied by staff, teachers Chun and Lin. Starting today, I will arrange a service team of 30 dedicated to your needs. Please do not hesitate to request anything. 30 people? Lin Zhangwo exclaimed. That is unnecessary. We require this. Qin Feng interjected. The preparations for the wedding are quite intricate and will necessitate ample assistance. Additionally, if any relatives or friends wish to attend the wedding, inform the service team, and they will coordinate transportation and accommodation. Chen Guang took a deep breath, accepting this new reality. From this day forward, their lives would be irrevocably transformed. Chapter 153. The upgrade of Shenyang City to a special zone in a smoke-filled conference room in Yanjing. Several key figures were gathered around a long table, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Outside, the heat of August enveloped Yanjing, but the atmosphere within the meeting room was far more tense. At the center of the table, a holographic projection displayed a recently delivered golden invitation. The design of the invitation was minimalist, featuring only 2 lines of text. The Dragon Kingdom government delegation is cordially invited to the wedding ceremony of Mr. Qin Feng and Ms. Qin Shi. The invitation was signed by the Yanhuang Civilization Preparatory Committee. On the reverse side, the outline of the Yanhuang continent was intricately laser engraved, along with the wedding date, the 18th day of the 7th month in the year 4723 of the Huangdi calendar. We must attend Qin Feng's wedding. The elder seated at the head of the table spoke slowly, and the ceremony's specifications must be of the highest order. This is diplomacy, and it serves as a statement. A bespectacled leader on the left nodded in agreement. The selection has been made. Ziel will lead the delegation, accompanied by heads from the departments of foreign affairs, commerce, technology, and culture. The standards will align with those of a state visit. The emphasis must be on the gift. A general seated on the right tapped the table. Ordinary gifts such as gold, silver, and jewels would be beneath Qin Feng's notice. Should we offer technology? What he possesses, we have, and what we lack, he has in abundance. It presents a conundrum. The conference room fell silent. Indeed, what should be offered? What does Qin Feng truly lack? Wealth? The wealth of the Huanyu Group has become immeasurable. Power? The civilization he is about to establish will transcend all nations. Technology? His advancements are at least a century ahead of the world. What gift could convey sincerity while maintaining national dignity? At that moment, the secretary entered, placing a freshly printed report on the table. SC, here is the economic briefing for the first half of the year from Hunan Province. The elder picked up the report, opened the first page, and suddenly his gaze froze. He remained silent for a moment before pushing the report to the center of the table. Take a look at this. Several elders leaned in, and upon seeing the figures, all collectively gasped. The GDP of Shenyang City, Hunan Province for the first half of 2026, 68 trillion dragon coins. Among them, Huaixin, 62 trillion dragon coins. How much? The general thought he was hallucinating. A single county. In half a year, 60 trillion. And this is the actual industrial output. The elder from the Commerce Department quickly flipped through the detailed data, noting that Huanyu Group's carbon-based chip industrial park has been fully operational, with orders extending 3 years into the future. The products from the new materials company are in high demand globally. This is merely the first half of the year. The second half will surely yield even more. With a total population of 7 million in Shenyang City, the per capita GDP approaches 1 million. The elder from the Cultural Department murmured. This already surpasses affluent countries like the United States and Luxembourg. Huaixin is even more astonishing. The elder pointed at the data, indicating that with a population of fewer than 1 million, if calculated at 1 million, the per capita GDP exceeds 6 million dragon coins. What does this signify? The country with the highest per capita GDP globally is Luxembourg at 130,000 USD, approximately 900,000 dragon coins. Huaixin's figure is 7 times that. The conference room fell into a profound silence. These numbers were so shocking that they prompted doubts about their authenticity. Yet, the report bore the official seal of the National Bureau of Statistics and a confirmation letter from the Hunan provincial government, making forgery impossible. The GDP of Huaixin for half a year exceeded the total GDP of the entire province last year. The elder from the diplomatic department chuckled wryly, noting that last year's GDP for Hunan was 65 trillion, while Huaixin achieved 62 trillion in just 6 months. This is the power of technology. The elder from the technology department reflected, just a slight leak of technology from Qin Feng could alter the fate of an entire region. The elder slowly leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the table. An idea gradually took shape in his mind. Tell me, he began slowly. What if we designate Xinyang City as a special economic zone? Everyone was taken aback. A special zone? Indeed. The elder straightened up, explaining that Xinyang's current economic scale, industrial structure, and growth potential far exceed those of an ordinary prefecture-level city. More importantly, it is the hometown of Qin Feng, the headquarters of the Huanyu Group in Longhua, and a crucial connection point between the Yanhuang civilization and Longhua. He paused for a moment. Establishing Xinyang as a special economic zone has several advantages. First, it allows for more flexible policies to better harness the technology spillover effect from Huanyu Group. Second, it serves as a special conduit to enhance cooperation with the Yanhuang civilization. Third, he glanced at the invitation. It could serve as a unique gift to be established on the day of Qin Feng's grand wedding. Silence enveloped the conference room for a few seconds. Then, the elder from the Commerce Department nodded first. This idea is excellent. Qin Feng, though materially well off, undoubtedly cares for the development of his hometown. Establishing Xinyang as a special zone serves not only as support, but also as recognition and a gesture of collaboration. The timing is particularly astute. A senior member of the diplomatic corps added that on the 18th day of the 7th lunar month, coinciding with the wedding day, the special zone would be established. This gesture holds more significance than any precious metals or jewels. However, there are procedural concerns. Special circumstances warrant special handling. With a decisive word from the elders, it was established that Xinyang's situation is unique and can indeed follow an expedited process. I propose that the special zone officially come into effect at midnight on the 18th of the 7th lunar month. The leadership team should be directly appointed by the central government, comprising the most capable and efficient individuals. He surveyed the attendees. Any objections? There were none. This proposal, viewed from the perspectives of politics, economy, and diplomacy, is the optimal solution. Thus, it was resolved. The elder concluded by stating the formation of a preparatory committee for the Xinyang special zone, tasked with presenting a detailed plan within 3 days. The matter of wedding gifts should also be prepared simultaneously. Let us remember that this is our first formal congratulatory offering to Qin Feng. It must be grand, sincere, and reflective of the stature of Longhua. Understood. The meeting concluded, but the repercussions were just beginning. 3 days later, on August 5th, an official document suddenly appeared on the government website. Decision on the establishment of the Xinyang special zone. The content of the document was succinct. First, effective from midnight on the 18th of the 7th month in the year 4723 of the Huangdi calendar, the Xinyang special zone will be established. Second, the Xinyang special zone is a provincial-level administrative region, directly managed by the central authority. Third, the special zone will enjoy unique policies in economic, social, and cultural domains. Fourth, the leadership team of the special zone will be appointed directly by the central government. Fifth, the administrative divisions of the original Xinyang city and Henan province will be wholly incorporated into the special zone. The document was brief, under 1,000 words. Yet the shockwaves it generated were akin to an earthquake. The internet erupted instantaneously. The topic of the Xinyang special zone soared to the top of trending searches with an explosive headline. Clicking in, the first item was a screenshot of the official document. Comments surpassed 1 million within 10 minutes. What? A special zone? Xinyang has become a special zone. The first special zone in Henan province. Wait. ISNT Xinyang a prefecture-level city? It jumped straight to a special zone? Look at the date. The 18th of the 7th month. Qin Feng's wedding day. This must be a congratulatory gift for President Qin. It certainly is. What an honor. Chapter 153. A Zheng faints in the bathroom soon. More details emerged. A financial blogger posted the GDP figures for Xinyang and Huaixin for the first half of the year. When the numbers surfaced, Xinyang at 68 trillion, Huaixin at 62 trillion. With a per capita income of 600,000, the internet went into a frenzy. How much? 60 trillion? A county, in half a year 60 trillion? My math isn't great. Can anyone tell me how much 60 trillion is? Simply put, it exceeds the entire GDP of Henan province for the previous year. With a per capita income of 600,000, my monthly salary of 6,000 means I would need 833 years to match Huaixin's half-year per capita income. I own a house in Huaixin. Am I now worth millions? Wake up upstairs. Per capita GDP isn't the same as per capita income. But it's still terrifying. Isn't it? Discussions rapidly diverged into several camps. Zheng wept in the restroom, tears streaming down his face. As he had poised himself to draw upon the resources of Huai County to enrich himself, only to find that the latter had ascended to greater heights. The capital of Henan province lamented. How could the fine son I just acknowledged have split away? From now on, encounters would require addressing him as the special zone of Xinyang, rather than the little brother of Xinyang. Zheng sighed. Ultimately, I have been misled. Lord Luo chuckled silently, observing the unfolding drama. Zheng, you have been preoccupied with siphoning from others, and now, alas, you have lost it all. My esteemed Lord Luo, a bastion of stability from the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, suggested that Zheng ought to rename himself Zheng Heartbreak. In terms of cultural heritage, I remain unparalleled, he asserted. Kai quietly indulged in the spectacle. Once, I too was a provincial capital. Now, I shall refrain from further comment. Witnessing Zheng's plight, I suddenly felt a sense of equilibrium. Though I may be down on my luck, at least I have not faced such a blow. Should we not also seek the support of General Qin? I propose the entire province be renamed as the Qin Feng Support Province. The revitalization of Henan hinges upon General Qin. In the future, will traveling to Xinjiang be considered an international journey? Will a visa be required? Upstairs. The special zone is not a foreign land. Discussions within Xinjiang grew fervent. One can be at home and yet feel the special zone descending from the heavens. Overnight, one became a citizen of the special zone. Housing prices are set to soar. Quick, buy property. Will we need to change our license plates? From US to Xinjiang? In future self-introductions, one might say, I am a citizen of the Xinjiang special zone. I propose renaming Xinjiang as the window of Yanwang. So, we are now a special zone. What privileges do the citizens of the special zone enjoy? Will wages increase? Will housing prices rise? What about my social security and health insurance? Do I need to transfer those? Will my child receive extra points in the college entrance examination? A per capita GDP of 1 million? Where do I collect my share of that million? Shouldn't the government be distributing funds? I suggest issuing each person a share of Huanyu Group stock. I am already contemplating whether to purchase a villa or a yacht. While you citizens of Xinjiang boast a per capita GDP of 1 million, we residents of Huai County, with an average of 6 million, remain clueless about how to claim our share. 6 million. I could work for 100 years and never earn that amount. I propose that Huai County secede from the Xinjiang Special Zone and establish the Huai County Special Zone. Upstairs, Huai County is already the headquarters of Huanyu Group. What need is there for a special zone? Is it easier now to transfer residency to Xinjiang? I seek advice. What are the requirements for marrying into Xinjiang? Is Xinjiang still hiring? I hold a master's degree from a prestigious university and am willing to sweep the streets. I suggest that Huanyu Group establish a branch office in Xinjiang. I wish to apply. The most unfortunate are those who recently departed from Xinjiang. On Weibo, a user with the handle Fate Teases pinned a lengthy post that rapidly garnered 1 million shares. I am a native of Xinjiang. Last year, feeling that Xinjiang had no future, I sold my ancestral land and relocated my family to Wuxi, believing that as the provincial capital, Wuxi offered better education, healthcare, and more opportunities. Today, upon seeing the news of Xinjiang becoming a special zone and the per capita GDP figures, I sat weeping in my rented room in Wuxi all afternoon. The ancestral land I sold fetched 20,000. Now, in that very area, housing prices have skyrocketed. My ancestral land, spanning 300 square meters, is now valued at 15 million. What have I missed? I have missed out on a special zone residency, missed out on 15 million, and missed out on an entire era. During the illustrious epochs of Hunan province, I was not present. Yet, I found myself amidst its decline. Just as it seemed poised for resurgence, I departed. Oh, heavens, are you toying with me? This lengthy narrative has resonated with countless individuals. The comments section transformed into a grand lamentation. I am slightly better off. I merely relocated my household registration to Zhengzhou. Now I chuckle. After 4 years of university in Shenyang, I deemed it devoid of prospects upon graduation and ventured to Shenzhen. Presently, the housing prices in Shenzhen have soared to 150,000, while Shenyang languishes at merely 20,000, yet Shenyang has now become a special economic zone. I owned a shop in Huaixin. Last year, I perceived the business as unviable and sold it. Now, the street where that shop was located has become a dormitory area for employees of Huanyu Group, with rents multiplying tenfold. Do not speak further. I declined a civil service position in Huaixin last year and moved to Yanjing. Now, my household registration in Yanjing remains unresolved. While Huaixin boasts an average wealth of 600,000 per capita, I propose the establishment of a regretful escapees alliance from Shenyang. The alliance's motto, once. A genuine opportunity lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. The first weekend following the issuance of the document, the real estate market in Shenyang went utterly berserk. Every housing project, regardless of location, quality, or price, sold out completely. It was not merely a rush, it was instantaneous. One development opened at 8 in the morning, offering 800 units, and by 8:30, all were marked as sold. Witnesses recount the first person in line at the sales office purchasing 20 units in a single transaction. The secondary housing market is even more astonishing. In the core area of Huaixin, the average price was 8,000 last year. Now, the listed price stands at 80,000, and homeowners are reluctant to sell, anticipating further price increases. Real estate agents uniformly share the same message: buy today or regret tomorrow. Shenyang, a rare opportunity in a millennium. The government swiftly enacted purchase restrictions. Those without Shenyang residency must have contributed to social insurance for 5 consecutive years to qualify for home purchases. Yet, this policy inadvertently incited greater enthusiasm, prompting many to begin paying social insurance. With the prospect of purchasing in 5 years, the household registration department is overwhelmed. Countless individuals are devising ways to transfer their household registrations to Shenyang. Marriage, reliance, investment, talent recruitment, every channel is inundated. Long lines form outside the Public Security Bureau, with some individuals camping overnight, merely to process their household registration. Comrades, I am a doctoral student. May I settle here? I am a skilled technician with credentials. If I invest 10 million in Shenyang, can I obtain residency? The staff, frazzled and overwhelmed, respond. Queue up. Only those who meet the criteria will be attended to. Even more fervent than individuals are the enterprises. Within 48 hours of the document's release, over 5,000 companies announced their intentions to establish headquarters, branches, or research centers in Shenyang. Alibaba declared an investment of 500 billion to construct a digital Silk Road hub in Shenyang. Xuanting is investing 300 billion to establish a Central Plains headquarters and an artificial intelligence research institute. Huawei is relocating its terminal business headquarters to Shenyang with an investment of 800 billion. BYD is investing 600 billion to build a super factory for new energy vehicles. CATL is investing 400 billion to create a battery production base in the Central Plains. Foreign enterprises are equally eager to participate. Tesla is investing $300 billion for the second phase of its superfactory. Forestar is relocating its chip packaging and testing operations to Shenyang. The enterprises are drawn not only by the policy advantages of Shenyang Special Zone, but also by its intrinsic connection with the Huanyu Group. Proximity to Huanyu Group signifies potential opportunities for technological collaboration, entry into the supply chain of the Yanhuang civilization, and the prospect of catching the express train of the new era. The Shenyang Investment Promotion Bureau's phone lines have been inundated with calls. Chapter 154. The 8-pole palanquin in the year 4723 of the Huangdi calendar, on the 18th day of the 7th month, at the 3rd watch. The first rays of dawn had yet to pierce the clouds over the Yanhuang continent, yet the areas surrounding Yanhuang Square were already ablaze with light. A massive holographic projection enveloped the sky, simulating the gradual transition of dawn's light, from the deep indigo to the belly white, culminating in the soft golden hues of the morning. 5 kilometers from the square lies Fengyi Palace, the residence for the eve of the bride's wedding. The palace, designed in the style of Ming Dynasty architecture, features soaring eaves and intricately crafted brackets, resplendent in vermilion and gold under the illumination. At this moment, the interior was bustling with activity, as nearly 100 maidens prepared the bride for her special day. The bride, Qingxi, sat before a dressing table of yellow rosewood adorned with mother-of-pearl inlays, gazing into a half-height ancient bronze mirror. Her foundational makeup was complete, with a light touch of powder, brows like distant mountains, and lips tinted with vermilion. However, the most intricate preparations were just beginning. 12 venerable women of auspicious fortune encircled her. Each of these women had been meticulously selected. Their parents were alive, their marriages harmonious, their children numerous, and they upheld the tradition of 3 generations living together, true embodiments of prosperity. They would personally conduct the most significant rituals of combing her hair, dressing her, and adorning her with a crown. As the first combing signified the completion of her hairstyle, the second signified the blessing of having children, and the third heralded a bountiful lineage. The eldest among them held a jade comb, skillfully braiding Qingxi's long hair while reciting ancient blessings. With each stroke, a maiden carefully twisted a lock of hair into an elegant coil. An hour later, Qingxi's cascading tresses were intricately arranged into a peony bun, adorned with 12 golden hairpins, each set with a different gemstone. Rubies as red as blood, sapphires as blue as the sea, emeralds as green as spring, and pearls as luminous as the moon. Next came the attire. The wedding gown consisted of 3 layers. The innermost layer was a moon-white sheer garment, as delicate as a cicada's wing, embroidered with subtle patterns of twin lotuses. The middle layer was a deep red cloud brocade robe, its collar, cuffs, and hem richly embroidered with golden vine patterns. The outer layer was the globally renowned phoenix crown and xiaopai. When 4 maidens collectively presented the xiaopai, even the seasoned women gasped in awe. Measuring 9 meters in length and 2 meters in width, the xiaopai was intricately woven with true gold threads forming the base pattern, and the exquisite keisai technique depicted the design. On the front, 360 uniquely shaped rare birds surrounded a soaring golden phoenix, each feather crafted from threads of various colors, radiating brilliance under the light. The reverse side flourished with peonies, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms, representing the 4 seasons, with the centers adorned with pearls the size of rice grains. Even more astonishing, the edges of the xiaopai were not merely trimmed but embellished with 100,000 tiny rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, forming a pattern of 8 treasures, symbolizing auspiciousness and good fortune. This magnificent xiaopai was crafted by 300 master embroiderers over the span of 2 years. The female official in charge of garments spoke softly, introducing the intricacies of the silk tapestry, which could only yield an inch of weaving each day. The gold thread alone consumed 15 pounds. Naturally, the narrative does not span 2 years. After all, the two have only known each other for a few months. Let us consider it as 2 years. For the ceremonial attire merits such elaborate description, dear readers, please indulge this portrayal. Morning Light extended her hand, gently caressing the ceremonial robe. The fabric felt cool and substantial to the touch, as if she were encountering a fragment of frozen history. With the assistance of her maids, she finally donned this gown, which weighed a staggering 28 pounds. As the final jade belt was tightened, she found herself nearly immobile, not from the weight, but from a profound sense of solemn restraint. She was no longer the ordinary girl from a small city in northern Anhui. She was on the verge of becoming the matriarch of civilization. Finally, there was the phoenix crown. It was placed upon a zeton wood stand and carried in by 8 handmaidens. The crown itself, crafted from pure gold, showcased a design of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. 9 golden dragons held pearls in their mouths, while 9 phoenixes appeared poised for flight. Adorning the crown were 3,600 pearls, the most magnificent of which was a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, sourced from the now extinct northern pearl oyster. Additionally, it boasted 2,800 assorted gemstones, including Burmese rubies, Kashmir sapphires, and Colombian emeralds. At the crown's apex sat a piece of chicken-fat white jade, carved into a taiji motif. The crown weighed 18 pounds, but its exquisite design ensured that the weight was evenly distributed, sparing her neck from strain. When the crown was placed upon her head, Morning Light gazed into the mirror through the cascading pearl tassels, hardly recognizing her reflection. The image before her was resplendent and majestic, as if she had stepped forth from an ancient painting of queens. The auspicious moment had arrived. It was time for the bride to ascend the palanquin. Outside the palace gates, the officiant's resounding proclamation pierced the morning air. This Morning Light is not to be confused with the previous one. At precisely the hour of the rabbit, 6 o'clock in the morning, The wedding procession departed from Longquan Palace. Qin Feng's attire was equally breathtaking, clad in a dark-hued ceremonial robe adorned with the 12-chapter motifs. This was a reimagined ceremonial garb for a leader of civilization, retaining the traditional 12-chapter patterns, yet reinterpreting their meanings, the sun, moon, and stars symbolizing brightness and order, mountains representing stability and depth, dragons embodying strength and authority, the pheasant signifying elegance and propriety, ritual vessels denoting heritage and reverence, aquatic plants representing purity and vitality, fire symbolizing illumination and transformation, rice signifying nourishment and abundance, the axe shape representing decisiveness and justice, and the yoke shape symbolizing discernment and wisdom. The 12-chapter motifs were not mere embroidery. They were crafted through the technique of gold beading, transforming pure gold into foil, cut into patterns, and then sewn onto the fabric with silk thread. In the morning light, these golden patterns shimmered with a subdued yet noble radiance as Qin Feng walked. Adorning his head was a distant travel crown, from which hung 12 tassels of white jade beads, each meticulously polished through 12 processes to achieve a smooth, flawless finish. At his waist hung the sword of civilization, its hilt embedded with the Big Dipper constellation, while the scabbard was intricately carved with landscapes, symbolizing the guardianship of civilization and the protection of the land. Behind Qin Feng was an unprecedentedly grand wedding procession. At the forefront were 36 dragon banners, phoenix banners, sun and moon banners, and star banners, each mounted on 12-meter-tall flagpoles, fluttering gracefully in the morning breeze. Following were 36 heralds, sounding specially crafted bronze horns, their deep and resonant calls echoing as if summoned from the depths of antiquity. Next came 360 golden-armored guardians, clad in replicas of Qin-era generals' armor, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, yet exuding an air of grace rather than heaviness. Armed with long halberds, they marched in unison, their footsteps reverberating with a tremor against the ground. Then came the orchestra, a classical ensemble of 300 musicians playing the bianzhong, bianqing, guqin, esi, sun, flute, and shao, performing ancient melodies such as Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix and Deer Call. The music was grand and elegant, soaring through the heavens. Following the orchestra was the groom's 8-bearer sedan chair, a work of art in itself, carved from a single block of rosewood adorned with intricate cloud and dragon patterns. The top was a gilded copper crown, encrusted with gemstones. The curtains of the sedan were embroidered with golden threads depicting scenes of civilization's beginnings, Pengu creating the heavens, Nuwa crafting humanity, Shinong tasting herbs, and the founding of the Yellow Emperor's nation, each tableau narrating the origins of civilization. Chapter 155, A Red Bridal Attire. Qin Feng's countenance was serene, yet his eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brilliance. The bridal procession advanced along the main thoroughfare of the Yanhuang continent. Crowds had gathered on either side of the road, comprising the first wave of immigrants from Yanhuang civilization, spectators who had traveled from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom, and journalists from around the globe. After marching 3 kilometers, the procession arrived at Fengyi Palace. The palace gates opened slowly, revealing the resplendent Qinzi, who emerged with the assistance of 8 maidens. The moment she appeared at the palace entrance, silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a thunderous cheer. The bride has arrived. How beautiful. My heavens, this is more breathtaking than the movies. The live broadcast captured a minute-long close-up of Qinzi. Her face, partially concealed by pearl tassels, shimmered in the morning light, while the jewels of her phoenix crown sparkled brilliantly, and the 9-meter-long veil trailed behind her like a phoenix's tail feathers. Qin Feng descended from the sedan and approached his bride. Under the guidance of the officiant, he performed the 3 bows of respect according to ancient tradition. Qinzi reciprocated with a gesture of blessings. Subsequently, the bride ascended her phoenix sedan, a counterpart to Qin Feng's dragon chair, intricately carved with phoenixes and peonies, topped with a soaring golden phoenix. As the procession resumed, it turned towards Yanhuang Square, now accompanied by an additional 10 miles of bridal gifts. This was not an exaggeration but a genuine display of 360 bearers carrying the bridal dowry, stretching across 10 miles. Each load was draped in red silk adorned with the double happiness character. The dowry, prepared by Qin Feng for Qinzi, represented the first legacy of Yanhuang civilization. The first 100 loads consisted of books, including rare ancient texts collected from around the globe, cultural classics compiled by the Huanyu Group, and contemporary scientific works. This was the dowry of knowledge. The subsequent 100 loads comprised artifacts, featuring renowned calligraphy and paintings, precious antique porcelain, and top-quality writing instruments. This was the dowry of culture. The final 160 loads included cutting-edge technological models from the Huanyu Group, blueprints for the Yanhuang continent's development, and proposals for future civilization. This was the dowry of the future. Each load was carried by 2 robust men, marching in perfect harmony. The procession of dowries extended from Fengyi Palace all the way to the end of the Avenue of Civilization, truly accomplishing the feat of a 10-mile bridal tribute. Along the journey, countless cameras captured this grand occasion. This event transcended the mere celebration of a wedding. It was a pilgrimage of civilization, a showcase of culture, and a proclamation to the world. At the 3rd quarter of the Qin hour, 8:30 a.m., the wedding procession arrived at the Yanhuang Square. This colossal square, capable of accommodating 500,000 individuals, was teeming with people. To the north of the square stood the completed central edifice of civilization, a majestic palace that harmoniously amalgamated the essence of imperial architecture from various dynasties. In front of the palace, a temporary 9-tiered ceremonial platform had been erected, adorned with a brilliant red carpet, featuring ceremonial tables, incense altars, and ancestral tablets. The square was delineated into different sections according to ancient customs. At the forefront lay the VIP area, hosting 1,500 distinguished guests from across the globe. Representatives from Long Kingdom, envoys from various nations, the Secretary General of the United Nations, eminent scientists, and tycoons, regardless of their usual exalted status, were attired in formal attire, quietly seated in their designated spots, gazing up at the ceremonial platform. In the center resided the observation area, filled with 100,000 carefully selected spectators. Comprising immigrants of Yanhuang civilization, representatives from various sectors of Long Kingdom, and overseas Chinese from around the world. Behind them was the public area, where 300,000 individuals stood in attendance. Though further away, massive holographic projection screens encircled the square, broadcasting the events on stage in real time. Above, 3 interstellar warships hovered in synchronized orbit, their lights forming a colossal double happiness character, visible even in daylight, an otherworldly blessing. As Qin Feng and Chun Shi descended from their dragon carriage and phoenix sedan, the sound of cannon fire echoed, not from modern artillery, but from traditional ceremonial cannons. 99 bronze guns discharged in succession, each report resonating profoundly. Following the cannon fire, 9,999 white doves ascended into the sky, accompanied by 9,999 colorful balloons. Subsequently, a classical orchestra began to play the Great Achievement Symphony, amidst the solemn and grand melodies. Qin Feng and Chun Shi walked side by side onto the ceremonial platform. Behind them, the 9-meter-long auspicious veil and the hem of their 12-chapter ceremonial attire trailed gracefully upon the red carpet. On the platform, the officiant was Qin Wenyuan. This ordinarily composed steward, clad in formal attire, spoke with a resonant and captivating voice. The auspicious moment has arrived for the grand wedding ceremony. The ceremony adhered strictly to ancient rites, yet it had been meticulously refined to eliminate feudal remnants while preserving the essence of the culture. The first rite, worshipping heaven and earth. Qin Feng and Chun Shi faced south, kneeling on a brocade mat, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. The first bow expressed gratitude for the heavenly gift of union. The second, thanks to the earth for its abundant virtue. The third, appreciation for the power of creation. This was a gesture of reverence towards nature and gratitude towards the cosmos. The second rite, honoring ancestors. The platform displayed tablets of the revered sages of Huaxia, Fuxi, Shennong, Huangdi, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, Duke of Zhou, and Confucius. Qin Feng and Chun Shi knelt once more. The first bow acknowledged the ancestors for founding civilization. The second, for inheriting their grand aspirations. The third, for vowing to elevate their ancestral lineage. This signified the continuity of history and the perpetuation of culture. The third rite, the mutual vow of husband and wife. Qin Feng and Chun Shi stood facing each other, gazing intently, and then simultaneously bowed, performing 3 bows. With a bow, we are destined for 3 lifetimes, unwavering in this life. With a second bow, we honor each other as esteemed guests, united in heart until old age. With a third bow, we stand side by side, creating a shared future. There is no hierarchy of husband and wife, only equality and respect. This vow signifies love, commitment, and our mutual future. Upon the conclusion of the 3 bows, Qin Wenyuan proclaimed with a resounding voice, "The ceremony is complete. Let the music play, sound the cannons." The classical ensemble began to play Guanju, and the ceremonial cannons boomed once more. This time, instead of gunpowder, vibrant petals burst forth. Amidst the cascade of blossoms, Qin Feng gently lifted the pearl tassels before the morning light. Their eyes met. In Qin Feng's gaze, there was tenderness and resolve. In the eyes of Chun Shi, there was happiness and trust. Words were unnecessary. Everything was conveyed in silence. Then, Qin Feng took 2 cups of wedding wine from the jade platter held by the maidservant. The cups, intricately designed as a pair of dragon and phoenix, were linked by a golden chain, one cup adorned with a dragon, the other with a phoenix. The wine was not ordinary. It was a fragrant, sweet nectar brewed from 100 flowers. The couple clinked their cups and drank heartily. The wedding rite was complete. The applause thundered. From the VIP section to the public area, 500,000 people applauded in unison. The sound of clapping was like a tsunami, like rolling thunder, echoing across Huang Yellow Square, lingering on and on. Yet, the wedding was not yet concluded. As the applause gradually subsided, Qin Feng took Chun Shi's hand and walked to the forefront of the ceremonial platform. Chapter 156. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 golds below. 1,500 distinguished guests, 100,000 observers, 300,000 citizens, and over 1 billion viewers worldwide awaited his address. Qin Feng spoke, his voice resonating through the sound system, reaching the square and broadcasting globally. Today marks the wedding of Chun Shi and me, Qin Feng. I am grateful for your presence as we bear witness together. He paused, gazing at Chun Shi beside him. I wish to express my gratitude to my wife, Chun Shi. She is gentle, kind, wise, and responsible. She is not only my life partner, but also a paragon of womanhood in the Huang Yellow civilization. Chun Shi slightly lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Feng continued, however, today is not merely our wedding. He turned to indicate the civilization's center behind him. 13 days from now, on the first day of the 8th lunar month, here, the Huang Yellow civilization will be formally established. The square fell silent. This wedding ceremony serves as the inaugural significant ritual practice of the Huang Yellow civilization. We have chosen the most traditional rites and classical ceremonies, not to regress, but to demonstrate that our cultural heritage can not only survive in the new era, but also thrive and resonate throughout the world. His words, transmitted through the translation system, spread globally. Many have asked me, Qin Feng, what you are establishing is a nation, a company, or a civilization. Qin Feng's voice rose. Today, I answer officially, it is a civilization. The Huang Yellow civilization will be a new civilization rooted in Huaxia culture, soaring on the wings of advanced technology. With the holistic upliftment of humanity as its goal, we shall inherit 5,000 years of wisdom, and we shall usher in an era of lasting peace. Today's wedding serves as the inaugural declaration of civilization. We honor tradition while embracing the future. We cherish family while nurturing a global perspective. We value love while embracing responsibility. He grasped Chen Shi's hand and raised it high. From this day forth, Chen Shi shall not only be my wife, but also the emblem of the Yanhuang civilization. Together, we shall lead this civilization towards the stars and the seas. In this moment, everyone comprehended. This is not merely a wedding. It is a coronation of the new era, a ceremonial inception of civilization, a pivotal moment in history. The global live broadcast of the wedding shattered viewership records, amassing over 1.5 billion concurrent viewers. The cultural impact of the wedding has only just begun. The top 10 trending topics on Twitter were all related to the wedding. 1. Chinese wedding. 2. Phoenix crown. 3. 10 miles red. 4. Civilization wedding. 5. Qinfeng 6. Chenxi 7. Yanhuang 8. Traditional luxury. 9. Learn Chinese. 10. New civilization. An American netizen remarked, cultural shock. I just finished watching the live stream of Qin Feng's wedding. My goodness, how many gems were on that attire? The diamond on my grandmother's engagement ring is dwarfed by just one of those stones. A British netizen, history lover, stated, now this is a true royal wedding. In comparison, our royal ceremonies resemble a village fair. Those gowns, those rituals, that sense of history, we have been utterly outclassed. A French netizen, fashion critic, commented, as a fashion designer, I must concede that Western fashion pales in comparison to the wedding attire of Qin Feng. The craftsmanship, the intricate details, the cultural richness, an achievement we could not hope to match for a century. A Japanese netizen, kimono lover, expressed, as an aficionado of kimonos, I was moved to tears. Our kimonos are indeed beautiful, but the grandeur and historical gravitas of that wedding are in an entirely different realm. Moreover, it was a celebration of the victors. An Indian netizen, wedding planner, observed, I once believed Indian weddings to be the most extravagant in the world until I witnessed this ceremony today. I suggest all Indian wedding planners take notes collectively. Amid the astonishment of foreign netizens, those from Longwa commenced a widespread cultural enlightenment. A Weibo user, a volunteer from the Palace Museum, shared, let me enlighten everyone about the phoenix crown worn by Chen Shi. It is not merely a heap of gold and jewels. Every detail is significant. The 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes symbolize the utmost reverence. The 600 pearls represent the celestial cycles. The jade at the crown's apex signifies the harmony of yin and yang. Such a crown of this caliber was only worn by the queen during her wedding in the Ming dynasty, and it was donned just once in a lifetime. The Bilibili content creator, Traditional Costume Research Institute, describes the exquisite Keisai craftsmanship on the xiaopai, revered as the sacred weaving among weaves. This technique is characterized by the meticulous process of interlacing threads, where each color shift must be woven individually, rendering it irreplicable. A 9-meter-long Keisai xiaopai requires a skilled embroiderer, 3 decades of labor. The piece crafted by Qin Feng, completed by a team of 300 individuals over 2 years, stands as a miraculous achievement. A Jihu contributor specializing in luxury goods notes that many mistakenly equate luxury with brands like Hermes or Louis Vuitton. These are merely consumer products of the industrial era. True luxury embodies time, artistry, and culture. Any item from Qin Feng's wedding could be exchanged for 100 Hermes boutiques. It is not that the Dragon Kingdom lacks luxury. Rather, its opulence is such that one might not even possess the privilege to gaze upon it. A Douyin user, a Hanfu enthusiast, remarks on the inquiries from numerous foreign friends about where to procure such ceremonial garments. Regrettably, they are unattainable. The phoenix crown and xiaopai are not mere commodities. They are artifacts of artistic significance, each requiring years of craftsmanship from a national-level master team. However, ordinary Chinese wedding attire is accessible, and it is highly recommended, as it surpasses the beauty of Western wedding gowns. Such enlightening insights have left foreign netizens in awe. A Canadian user, Want to Learn, declares their intention to learn Chinese, expressing that a civilization capable of creating such aesthetics surely possesses much worth studying. An Australian user, Future Plan, shares that they and their fiancé have decided to hold a Chinese wedding next year, while not aspiring to replicate Qin Feng's grandeur. They at least wish to don traditional garments and observe traditional rites. A netizen from the United Kingdom, Cultural Exchange, advocates for the establishment of a cultural learning fund by the European Union, asserting that the future belongs to the Yanhuang civilization and understanding them is essential for collaboration. While the world marvels at the wedding, the Dragon Kingdom delegation in the VIP section has also prepared a significant gift. Following the wedding ceremony, the banquet commences. Before it begins, a representative from the Dragon Kingdom approaches the podium, flanked by Qin Feng and Chen Xi. Taking the microphone, he announces in a steady voice, on this joyous occasion of Mr. Qin Feng and Ms. Chen Xi's union, I, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom government, declare an important decision. The venue falls silent. As of today, July 18th, 4723 in the Huangdi calendar, we established the Shenyang Special Economic Zone. This zone will operate as a provincial-level administrative region, directly under central governance. It is a recognition of the astonishing developments achieved by Shenyang City, particularly Huai County, over the past year, and a token of gratitude for the contributions made by Huanyu Group to the economic and social advancement of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, this serves as a wedding gift for Mr. Qin Feng and Ms. Chen Xi. May their marriage flourish like the Shenyang Special Economic Zone, with a brilliant future ahead. As the announcement concludes, applause erupts once more. This gift carries immense weight, not in the form of gold or jewels, but as an entire special zone, symbolizing the honor of their hometown and the recognition of their nation. Qin Feng takes the microphone. I am deeply grateful for the love of my homeland. Shenyang is my birthplace, where I have grown up. This gift is invaluable. The banquet begins amidst a fervent atmosphere. As the night deepens, the wedding finally draws to a close. Guests were arranged to rest in various hotels across the Yanhuang continent, while Qin Feng and Shun Shi returned to their newlywed palace. Here, the tumult of the outside world was absent, replaced only by the flickering of red candles and the sweet fragrance of flowers. The maids assisted the couple in shedding their heavy ceremonial garments and crowns, exchanging them for light crimson nightwear. As the last maid exited and closed the palace doors, only the two of them remained in the vast space. Shun Shi finally exhaled, rubbing her neck. That crown was so heavy, it was exhausting. Qin Feng stepped behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. You must be worn out from today? Yes, but it was worth it, Shun Shi replied, turning to look at Qin Feng. Everything today felt like a dream. It is not a dream. Qin Feng grasped her hand. It is reality. Our reality. He gazed into her eyes. From this day forth, you shall be my wife and the mistress of this civilization. Are you afraid? Shun Shi shook her head. With you by my side, I am not afraid. Qin Feng smiled, a tender and genuine smile. In this moment, he was neither a leader of civilization nor the founder of the universal group, but simply an ordinary man who had just wed. Then, my lady, he softly said, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The red candles extinguished. Chapter 157. Lifespan of 30,000 years on the 20th day of the 7th lunar month in the 4,723rd year of the Huangdi era. In the central administrative district of the Yanhuang continent, a circular conference hall capable of accommodating 10,000 people stood. This edifice, a fusion of Tang dynasty eaves and modern glass curtain walls, served as the deliberative center of the Yanhuang civilization. At precisely 9 o'clock, attendees began to arrive. Seated in the front row were 10 cabinet members personally appointed by Qin Feng, Qin Weidong, Qin Zhanggu, Qin Wanquan, Qin Wenyuan, and others. All attired in uniform dark blue Chinese style, standing collar uniforms adorned with exquisite golden dragon embroidery. In the rear, 100 immigrant representatives from various professions, former teachers, engineers, farmers, and workers, radiated an uncontainable excitement and pride. Qin Feng and Shun Shi occupied the center of the podium. Qin Feng donned a simple black Zhongshan suit, while Shun Shi wore a moon-white qipao, her hair elegantly styled. In a brief span, this newlywed couple had transitioned from individuals to leaders of civilization. Fellow compatriots, Qin Weidong rose, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall via a quantum transmission system. We gather here today to discuss the fundamental plans for the Yanhuang civilization. With only 10 days remaining until the official establishment of the civilization, every moment was of utmost importance. The hall fell silent, all present holding their breath in anticipation. First, as decided by our leader, Mr. Qin Feng, our civilization shall officially be named the Yanhuang civilization. Qin Weidong's voice was steady and powerful. This name carries the legacy of 5,000 years of bloodline and cultural memory. Since the Yellow Emperor battled Qiyu and the Yin Emperor taught agriculture, the words Yin and Huang have been etched into our souls. Tears glistened in the eyes of the representatives below. A former history teacher in his 60s clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling slightly. The citizens of this civilization possess but one identity, descendants of Yin Huang. Qin Weidong surveyed the crowd. This is not merely a continuation of bloodlines, but a recognition of culture and belonging to civilization. We shall adopt Mandarin as our sole official language, use the lunar calendar, and record our history according to the Huangdi era. Today marks the 20th day of the 7th month in the 4,723rd year of the Huangdi era. He gestured for the staff to unfurl an enormous banner. The deep sea blue background showcased a magnificent golden dragon soaring majestically, its body entwined around a pattern of the galaxy composed of countless luminous points. The dragon's head faced the center of the galaxy, its claws gently touching the swirling arms, symbolizing the ambition of the Yanhuang civilization to ultimately reach the stars and the vast oceans. The blue background represents our origins from this azure planet. The golden dragon is our totem, and the galaxy signifies our journey. Qin Weidong solemnly announced that from this day forth, this blue and gold dragon flag would wave in every corner of the Yanhuang continent. Subsequently, the melody of We Are All Offspring of Yanhuang resonated through the venue, with no complex arrangement, only the harmonious sounds of the Guqin and Bianzhong accompanied by a powerful male chorus. Yellow river waters, Yangtze waves, our bloodline flows for 5,000 years. Kunlun moon, Taishan's sun, the flame of civilization shall be passed on forever. We are the descendants of Yanhuang, standing firmly on the earth while gazing at the stars. The horn of the new era has sounded, and the dragon soars at this moment. As the song concluded, many representatives were in tears. They had never imagined they would one day participate in the foundation of a brand new civilization. Qin Weidong continued, announcing that the Yanhuang civilization would implement a leadership responsibility system. Mr. Qin Feng would serve as the founder and lifelong leader of the civilization, possessing supreme decision-making authority. Lady Qinxi, the leader's wife, would serve as the matron of the civilization, assisting the leader in matters of culture, education, and people's livelihoods. Qinxi rose and nodded slightly, her demeanor dignified. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. To assist the leader in handling complex affairs, a cabinet was established. Qin Weidong pointed to the front row of 10 individuals, with myself as the chief minister, supported by 9 cabinet members. Qin Zhang were responsible for military affairs. Qin Wanjin for scientific research, Qin Wenyuan for internal affairs, Qin Wenyuan for foreign relations, Qin Wenfa for judicial matters, Qin Wenhan for construction, Qin Wenhai for healthcare, Qin Wentao for education, and Qin Wenyang for economic affairs. Each named cabinet member stood and acknowledged the audience. They were all elite individuals, as perceived by the representatives. In reality, these 10 bioengineered individuals possessed cognitive abilities and loyalty that surpassed human limits, making them Qin Feng's most reliable allies. The cabinet would oversee 9 institutes: Military Institute, Science Institute, Administrative Institute, Education Institute, Medical Institute, Construction Institute, Economic Institute, Judicial Institute, and Cultural Institute. Qin Weidong elaborated on the functions of each institute, with the heads of these institutes concurrently serving as cabinet members, while vice presidents and lower positions would be selected from among the citizens. Today, the 100 representatives present would become the first batch of citizens participating in governance. The representatives exchanged excited glances. The transition from ordinary citizens to civilization managers felt like a dream. The meeting then entered the core discussion of citizens' rights and responsibilities. The cornerstone of the Yanhuang civilization lies in the quality of life of every citizen. Qin Weidong's voice carried a certain sanctity as he declared that all adult citizens would receive 3 free gene optimizations. A large screen behind him illuminated, showcasing the optimization process. The first optimization, a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Strength, speed, endurance, and immunity would reach 10 times the theoretical human limit. Ordinary blades would be unable to penetrate the skin, and diseases would become mere historical terms. The second optimization, brain domain development. Memory, logical reasoning, creativity, and learning capabilities would be enhanced 100-fold. Knowledge that once required a decade to master can now be acquired in merely a month. The third optimization, an integrated enhancement coupled with longevity extension. The harmonious coordination of body and mind reaches a state of perfection, initiating telomere repair technology, with a theoretical lifespan extending to 30,000 years. The venue fell into a hushed silence, soon erupting into incredulous gasps. 30,000 years, murmured a young representative. Indeed, 30,000 years, affirmed Qin Weidong, and this is merely the foundation. There are 6 subsequent optimizations, contingent upon specific criteria, which we shall not disclose at this moment. He paused momentarily before continuing. The optimization of children will occur in phases. The first optimization will take place at birth, ensuring a healthy growth devoid of illness throughout their lifetime. Upon reaching 3 years of age, they will enter kindergarten, primarily focused on joyful play. At 6, the second optimization will prepare them for elementary education, followed by a third optimization upon high school graduation, readying them for advanced studies at university. Ms. Wang, a former pediatrician, raised her hand to inquire, is genetic optimization safe? Are there any side effects? 100% safe, Qin Wenhai responded, standing up. The technology has undergone millions of simulated tests, with practical applications including the families of leaders and all cabinet members present here. We can present the data. The screen displayed intricate genetic sequences and physiological metrics. Although the representatives could not decipher the details, the flawless symmetry and stability were enough to instill confidence. In terms of living guarantees, Qin Wenyuan took over the discourse, announcing that each household would be allocated a uniformly designed Chinese villa free of charge. Chapter 158. Morality is the baseline, not a high standard. A 3-dimensional holographic projection emerged, white walls and dark tiles, elegantly curved eaves, covering an area of over 1 acre, with a building space of 500 square meters across 3 levels. The front yard featured a bamboo grove with stone pathways, while the rear harbored a pond and pavilion. The villa was fully equipped with smart home technology and self-sustaining energy. The villas have already been constructed, distributed across 12 administrative regions of the Yanhuan continent. Qin Wenyuan stated that allocations would be based on family size. Single citizens would reside in communal apartments, and upon marriage, they could apply for an independent villa. Simultaneously, each household would receive a standard anti-gravity flying craft at no cost. The scene transitioned to a sleek silver vehicle, capable of reaching speeds of 10 Mach, traversing from the southernmost to the northernmost points of the continent in just 5 minutes. With built-in smart navigation, it can be safely operated by both the elderly and children. The educational system was elaborated upon by Qin Wentao. 3 years of kindergarten, with the sole objective of fostering joyful growth. 6 years of elementary school will encompass the entirety of knowledge traditionally imparted from elementary to high school. The emphasis will be on moral character, filial piety, loyalty, integrity, and honor. His expression grew serious. Education within the Yanhuang civilization is rigorous. Teachers are authorized to administer moderate corporal punishment, such as a slap on the hand or a swat on the bottom, for students who neglect their studies or bully classmates. Parents who cause a scene over their child's punishment will face corporal punishment themselves. The representatives exchanged glances, yet no one voiced dissent. Having experienced the competitive nature of education in Longhua, they understood the necessity of strict discipline. During the 3 years of middle school, the curriculum will equate to the undergraduate to doctoral courses of traditional universities. Upon graduating from middle school at the age of 14, students will transition to the Science and Education Island University, specializing in cutting-edge technology and practical skills. Qin Wentao concluded, stating that the entire educational process is entirely free, encompassing food, accommodation, textbooks, and experimental materials. The medical system is even more astonishing. Every ailment, be it cancer, AIDS, or genetic disorders, shall be vanquished. Qin Wenhai calmly proclaimed the maturity of nanorobotics, gene repair technologies, and organ regeneration techniques. The Huai County People's Hospital is merely a preliminary trial. The medical hub of the Yanhuan continent will unveil a civilization devoid of disease in its true essence. With power comes responsibility. Qin Wenfa rose, his gaze sharp as a blade. The civic duty of the citizens of Yanhuan civilization places paramount importance on morality. His voice resounded clearly. We shall establish a civic moral credit system. Acts of bravery, filial piety, respect for teachers, and mutual assistance among neighbors will earn points. Although these points do not yield direct material rewards, the implicit benefits are self-evident. He then shifted his tone. Correspondingly, moral transgressors shall face severe punishment. The large screen displayed a list of penalties. Fabricating accidents for compensation, 3 lashes. Publicly insulting others, 2 lashes. Spitting and urinating in public, 1 lash. Disturbing the peace in public with loud noise, 1 lash. The lashes will be administered with specially designed instruments. A single lash is sufficient to cause excruciating pain to an adult who has undergone 3 genetic optimizations, yet it will not inflict permanent harm. Qin Wenfa elucidated that we will execute the punishment in phases, allowing the offenders time for reflection. For instance, 3 lashes may be administered over 3 months. 1 lash per month. A representative whispered, "Is this too harsh?" Harsh. Qin Wenfa turned to him, stating that it is precisely because of past leniency towards immoral behavior that societal standards have deteriorated. In Yanhuang civilization, morality is the baseline, not an elevated standard. He continued to announce legal penalties. Those who violate criminal laws will face imprisonment, revocation of citizenship, nullification of genetic enhancements, or even capital punishment, depending on the severity of the offense. Notably, the nullification of genetic enhancements means reverting to the lifespan of an ordinary human and losing all enhanced capabilities. For those who have lived for centuries, this is more brutal than death itself. The venue fell silent. Everyone realized this is not child's play, but a genuine, serious new civilization with a comprehensive system of rewards and punishments. The continuity of civilization relies on population growth. Qin Wenyang, who oversees the economy and demographics, stated that we encourage procreation and offer comprehensive support. The policy list displayed item by item. For each child born, families will receive a monthly voucher valued at 500 Yanhuang coins for maternal and infant supplies, redeemable at any store for milk powder, diapers, children's clothing, etc. All expenses for a child's upbringing, from birth to university, clothing, food, shelter, education, and healthcare, will be borne by civilization. Parents need only provide love and companionship. Young couples, upon marriage, will receive a relocation allowance of 10,000 Yanhuang coins in addition to a villa and aircraft. Families with 3 or more children may undergo a 4th round of genetic optimization 5 years early, pending technological availability. A newlywed representative raised a hand. What if one does not wish to have children? That is a matter of personal freedom, Qin Wenyang replied. But citizens must understand that while enjoying a lifespan of 30,000 years, they also bear the responsibility of ensuring the continuity of civilization. We will encourage procreation through cultural promotion and an honor system, though we will not impose it. However, those who choose not to procreate will be ineligible for certain child-related benefits. This design maintains pressure while allowing room for choice. The final question, if everything is free, do citizens still need to work? Qin Wenyuan returned to the podium, acknowledging the imperative nature of his work, which would soon become even more significant. He presented a set of data. Robots would assume all repetitive and hazardous tasks. Construction, sanitation, assembly line production, and agricultural cultivation would no longer require human intervention. Human labor would instead focus on the realms of creativity, scientific research, artistic creation, education, healthcare, social governance, and technological development. Each individual would choose their profession based on their talents and interests. Remuneration for work would no longer serve as a mere means of subsistence, but rather as a reflection of one's contributions. Those who contributed significantly would earn societal respect, access to research resources, and opportunities to partake in pivotal decision-making. Qin Wenyuan smiled and remarked that, in the context of the Yanhuang civilization, one works not for survival, but for self-actualization and the advancement of civilization. This, perhaps, is the most revolutionary aspect of the entire system. Once basic needs are fulfilled, humanity can finally pursue the pinnacle of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, self-actualization. During the 3-day conference, 100 representatives engaged in discussions across various thematic groups. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief as no substantial doubts were raised. What more could we desire? Former construction worker Old Chun expressed during the group discussion, reflecting on his past struggles. I used to toil endlessly on the construction site, worrying about my children's education and fearing for my family's health. Now, with free housing, education, and healthcare, I could live for 30,000 years. My greatest regret in life is that my parents did not experience this fortunate era. Former elementary school teacher Ms. Zhang voiced her opinion. I firmly believe in strict education. Children today are spoiled and do not understand respect and gratitude. Appropriate corporal punishment is necessary. Young programmer Shao Li had a different focus. I would like to know what research directions are available. I am particularly interested in quantum computing. Can I join a related team? Each representative was a random selection from millions of immigrants, devoid of any special background. This very fact rendered their consensus all the more representative. These ordinary individuals, once anxious over mortgage payments, school district housing, and medical expenses, had now become the first citizens of a new civilization, their gratitude and loyalty unquestionable. Chapter 159. We are like vassals paying tribute as the matriarch of civilization. Chenxi spoke sparingly during the conference, but each utterance struck at the core of the matter. On the topic of education, she stated, moral education cannot rely solely on punishment. It must also be cultivated through environment. I propose establishing traditional cultural practice classes in every primary and secondary school, where children can learn calligraphy, play the guqin, study the tea ceremony, and practice martial arts. Cultural confidence must be instilled from a young age. Regarding women's rights, she asserted, encouraging childbirth must not become a burden on women. We need to establish a comprehensive support system for pregnancy and maternity, ensuring that women can pursue career development during this period. I propose the establishment of a mother research fund, specifically supporting female researchers during pregnancy and maternity. In terms of cultural dissemination, she suggested, the Huaxiachuangu should not be limited to film and television. We need to develop virtual reality experiences, allowing children to personally experience the feats of Diyu and the travels of Confucius. Culture must come alive to be passed on. These suggestions were meticulously recorded by the cabinet members. The representatives observed that this young matriarch was not merely a decorative figure, but a true partner of thought and responsibility. On the final afternoon of the conference, Qin Feng finally rose to deliver his concluding remarks. He did not rely on a script, merely gazing calmly at the 100 expectant faces before him. Over the past 3 days, we have deliberated on every facet of civilization. However, there is one point I wish to emphasize particularly. The Yanhuang civilization is not a utopian experiment, nor a societal fantasy. It is tangible. A future we shall construct with our own hands. We possess this capability. He paused, for we are endowed with 5 millennia of accumulated wisdom, an indomitable national spirit, and now the transformative power of technology. Yet, technology is merely a tool. The essence of civilization will always reside in humanity. Qin Feng looked towards the dawn and then at the representatives, stating that it is you, every law-abiding, diligent, and kind-hearted descendant of Yanhuang, who formed the true foundation of this civilization. In 7 days, the Yanhuang civilization will be formally established. At that time, we shall proclaim to all of humanity, there exists a way of life wherein one need not struggle for survival, a society where fairness and justice are not mere slogans, a civilization that allows every member to pursue eternity with dignity. This path will not be devoid of challenges. External pressures, internal conflicts, and long-term trials will undoubtedly arise. Qin Feng's tone grew resolute. Yet as long as our hearts are united, and we do not forget our purpose, nothing can hinder the progress of the Yanhuang civilization. He raised his right hand, declaring, I vow, as the leader of this civilization, to exhaust all my efforts so that every descendant of Yanhuang can proudly proclaim, I have no regrets in joining Yanhuang in this lifetime. I have no regrets in joining Yanhuang in this lifetime. 100 representatives responded in unison, their voices resonating throughout the hall. After the meeting, the representatives returned to their respective communities aboard anti-gravity vessels. Viewed from above, the Yanhuang continent had begun to take shape. Orderly villa districts, modern factories, and lush forest parks. Further afield, 3 functional islands dotted the sea like pearls. Qin Feng and Qinxi stood on the rooftop terrace of the conference hall, gazing upon this land they had created with their own hands. Are you anxious? Qin Feng grasped his wife's hand. A little, Qinxi admitted honestly. For we bear the responsibility for many generations in this civilization that spans 30,000 years. It is not us, but the institutions we establish, Qin Feng smiled. For a sound institution can enable civilization to operate autonomously. We merely need to steer the overall direction and then watch it flourish through the ages. As the sun set, the blue flag adorned with a golden dragon slowly rose in the central square. At the same moment 10 days later, this flag will officially herald the dawn of a new era before the eyes of the world. In the year 4723 of the Yellow Emperor's era, on the first day of August, at the 3rd quarter of the hour of the dragon, in the heart of the Pacific, the Yanhuang continent basked under a sky as clear as crystal. On this day, devoid of any meteorological interference, the weather was perfect, as though meticulously designed. Yanhuang Square, a colossal space capable of accommodating 500,000 people, was currently teeming with a sea of humanity. At 4 in the morning, the first batch of citizens began to enter. Clad in matching deep blue attire, they adorned themselves with exquisite golden dragon badges. These 10 million immigrants from across the Dragon Kingdom, having undergone a month-long acclimatization period, had seamlessly integrated into this new continent. At this moment, pride and anticipation radiated from every face. Old Lee, what time did your family rise? A middle-aged man quietly inquired of his neighbor. We got up at 3, came the reply. Old Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement, while my daughter remained wide awake all night, eager to witness her participation in the choir during the live broadcast. Who could blame her? The man sighed, reflecting on how unimaginable this day would have seemed just a year ago. Back then, they were merely ordinary citizens burdened by mortgage worries. Fast forward to today, they find themselves as the inaugural citizens of an unprecedented super-civilization in human history. Surrounding the square, 360 blue background golden dragon flags fluttered in the breeze. At the center of each flag, a golden dragon, encircling the Milky Way, shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. This symbol represented the Yanhuang civilization and was the centerpiece of today's ceremony. The podium was positioned at the northern end of the square, backed by the grand architecture of the future administrative center. The setup was complete, with a speaking platform at the center and seating for dignitaries on either side. The most striking feature was the 30-meter-high flagpole behind the speaking area, currently vacant and awaiting its moment of significance. By 7 in the morning, delegations from various nations began to arrive. Special anti-gravity aircraft landed on the VIP helipad on the eastern side of the square. The first to descend the steps was an elder from the Dragon Nation, followed by a high-ranking delegation of 20. As the nation with the closest ties to the Yanhuang civilization, the Dragon Nation was granted the most esteemed guest seating. Next came representatives from the United States. the Arctic Bear, and the Gallic Rooster, with all 5 permanent members of the Security Council present. This gathering marked the most comprehensive assembly of global representatives outside the United Nations since its inception, taking place on a territory that had yet to be formally established as a civilization. Major global economies, including Nations L, Nation A, and Nation B, were largely represented. Each attendee wore a complex expression: curiosity, wariness, and unease, but all endeavored to maintain the diplomatic smiles expected of them. It was truly ironic. As the Gallic Rooster's representative approached the seating area, he whispered to his accompanying officials, "We seem like vassals here to pay tribute." "Mind your words," the foreign minister cautioned. "There are listening devices everywhere. And do you see those objects in the sky?" In the heavens, 12 luminous points were arranged in a precise, geometric formation. These were 12 interstellar warships docked in Earth's orbit, currently employing holographic projection technology to transmit images to the giant screens in the square. Chapter 160. The establishment of the Yanhuang civilization. Everyone gazed upward, a chill running through their hearts. Each of those warships measured 10 kilometers in length. Had they truly constructed such marvels in just 2 years? The representative from the UK found it hard to believe and turned to his scientific advisor. "According to intelligence, it may have taken even less time," the advisor replied bitterly. "We have yet to grasp the theoretical foundations." At 8 o'clock, all guests were seated. 500,000 citizens stood in orderly formation in the square, arranged according to administrative divisions. There was no noise or chaos. This discipline left observers from various nations in quiet astonishment. At precisely 8:45, the sound of a horn echoed through the square, its deep, resonant tone reverberating as if it had traveled from the lusts of 5,000 years ago. Following this, the chime of bells resounded with the melody of Da Yuan Wang, a courtly music from the Western Zhou dynasty, now reinterpreted for the occasion. All eyes were fixed upon the podium as Qin Feng made his entrance. Clad in a deep black ceremonial robe, he had modernized the attire by eliminating the cumbersome tassels and sashes, while retaining the intricate 12 chapters pattern along with the embroidery of the sun, moon, and stars. This ensemble not only showcased the legacy of civilization, but also exuded a sense of contemporary elegance. Following closely behind him was Chen Shi, adorned in a phoenix-patterned gown and wearing a traditional hairpiece, exuding grace and poise. The couple chose to forego any bodyguards, strolling leisurely up to the podium. Their gait was unhurried, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the hundreds of thousands present. Upon reaching the speaking platform, Qin Feng paused momentarily before addressing the assembly. His gaze swept across the square, scanning the faces of 500,000 citizens, then those of various world leaders, before finally resting upon the sky. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, broken only by the whisper of the wind. "Fellow compatriots, esteemed guests," he began. "Today, on the first day of the 8th month in the year 4723 of the Yellow Emperor's era, we gather not to commemorate the birth of a regime, nor to proclaim the establishment of a nation, but to embark on an unprecedented endeavor in human history." He took a breath, articulating each word with intention, "to establish an entirely new civilization. This civilization shall be known as Yanhuang." As his declaration resonated through the air, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. 500,000 voices united in a resounding chant of Yanhuang. Yanhuang. The wave of sound swept through the venue like a tsunami. Delegates from various nations were compelled to applaud, though their smiles betrayed a sense of discomfort. The subtext of this proclamation was unmistakable. The Yanhuang civilization transcended mere nationhood or governance, representing a higher existence. This implied a complete upheaval of the existing international order. Raising his hand for silence, Qin Feng continued, "What constitutes civilization? It is not defined by the quantity of weapons one possesses, nor by the extent of wealth one controls, but rather by a shared memory, a common set of values, and a unified vision for the future. Our memories stretch back to 5,000 years ago, to the Yellow Emperor's battle against Qi Yu, to the agricultural teachings of the Flame Emperor, to Yu the Great, who, despite passing his home thrice, prioritized the welfare of the people, to the rites and music established by Duke Zhou, to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, the philosophies of Laozi and Zhuangzi, to the unification under the Qin and Han dynasties, the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, and the cultural achievements of the Song dynasties. Our values embody benevolence, the notion of the world as a shared domain, resilience, and the carrying of profound virtue. Our vision for the future is to ensure that every descendant of Yanhuang lives with dignity, health, and prosperity, ultimately reaching for the stars and the sea." Each word resonated powerfully, broadcasted live to a global audience. At that moment, over 1 billion viewers worldwide tuned in to witness the ceremony, including many overseas Chinese. Moved to tears by his heartfelt words. Thus today, Qin Feng's voice rose dramatically. "I, Qin Feng, in the capacity of the founder of the Yanhuang civilization, hereby declare the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization." Almost simultaneously with his declaration, 360 ceremonial cannons roared to life around the square. Concurrently, the melody of "We are all descendants of Yanhuang" filled the air. For members of the honor guard, protecting the civilization's flag, marched in perfect formation towards the flagpole. Their heights aligned, their steps synchronized with such precision that military observers from various nations found their eyes widening in astonishment. This was no longer a feat achievable by mere mortals. As the national flag unfurled, a blue field adorned with a golden dragon and a galaxy came into view. In the morning breeze, the flag was ceremoniously raised for the first time. The mechanism atop the flagpole activated, and the banner ascended gracefully. "All rise." Qin Weidong's voice resonated throughout the venue. 500,000 citizens stood in unison, With representatives from various nations following suit, no one dared to remain seated. Sing the song of civilization. The melody filled the air, beginning with a 100-voice choir, soon joined by the throng of 500,000. The waters of the Yellow River. The waves of the Yangtze, the bloodline flowing for 5,000 years. The song surged like a tide, emotions swelling like the sea. Many citizens, as they sang, were moved to tears, recalling their homeland, their ancestors, and the arduous journey that had brought them to this moment. At last, they possessed a civilization they could genuinely call home. The flag reached its pinnacle and remained still. At that instant, time seemed to halt. Following the flag-raising ceremony, Qin Feng briefly announced, "Now, we shall review the guardians of Yanhuang civilization." The lights across the square dimmed, replaced by a colossal holographic screen materializing in the sky. The screen divided into 12 segments, each showcasing a close-up of an interstellar warship. As the introduction unfolded, the warship's main cannons began to charge. A ghostly blue radiance coalescing at the muzzles, the palpable energy waves felt even through the screen. The countenance of the representatives from various nations grew increasingly grim, particularly that of the American military delegate, who understood all too well the implications of such energy levels. A single shot could obliterate an entire aircraft carrier strike group. Currently, the Yanhuang civilization's space forces boasted 12 interstellar warships and 120,000 spacecraft. The firepower of each main cannon equated to 100 million tons of TNT, with a strike radius encompassing the entire solar system. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. What does 100 million tons mean? The largest nuclear weapon in human history. The Tsar Bomba weighed in at 50 megatons and could only be deployed on Earth. Yet, the Yanhuang civilization now wielded 12 superweapons capable of striking any corner of the Earth from space at will. This transcended mere military deterrence. It was a divine dominion over mortals. Now, let us review the ground forces, Qin Feng continued. The holographic screen transitioned back to the live scene of the square, where a battalion of soldiers marched in perfect formation from the eastern side. The bioengineered troops, clad in silver-gray combat attire, brandished energy rifles unlike any seen before. Their steps were impeccably synchronized, the angles of their arm movements, the heights of their leg raises, even the direction of their gazes, all identical. Each formation consisted of over 300 individuals, with 30 formations totaling 10,000. As this legion passed before the podium, their footsteps produced a singular sound, thud, 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 akin to the heartbeat of a giant. After the ground forces concluded their display, the aerial exhibition commenced. Initially, there were merely distant black specks, which quickly expanded to reveal the space fighters. They dove from beyond the atmosphere, soaring over the square at a mere 500 meters above ground. Their speed so great that they left only afterimages on the retina. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, ultimately, a swarm that blotted out the sky. The formation of over 10,000 aircraft executed an array of intricate maneuvers above the square, synchronized rolls, formation splits, and reunions, vertical climbs followed by hovering. This was no longer a military demonstration, it was a spectacle of the divine. Chapter 161. The United Nations invites their Supreme Emperor as the grand military parade unfolded. Global online platforms erupted in a frenzy. In the official live stream of the Yanhuang civilization, the number of viewers soared past 1 billion. With comments cascading like a waterfall, "My heavens, are those warships real? Newcomers upstairs? As a Chinese expatriate, I am moved to tears. We finally have our own civilization. Unfair. Why can only the descendants of Yanhuang join? What are you complaining about upstairs? They have clearly stated that only descendants of Yanhuang are accepted. This is a matter of civilizational choice. I'm an American. I want to ask, is it too late for us to surrender?" A French netizen chimed in, "Hey American, how can you usurp our traditional artistry? By the way, our ZT looks rather grim, huh?" A British netizen proclaimed, "The sun never sets on the empire has officially concluded. We are now in the era of Yanhuang." Government sentiment monitoring departments across nations were overwhelmed with activity. In Western countries, mainstream media attempted to downplay the events. Yet grassroots discussions proved impossible to suppress. The youth, in particular, were fervent. Who wouldn't yearn for free housing, eternal life, and interstellar warships? In some nations, small-scale protests emerged, demanding that their governments negotiate with the Yanhuang civilization for eligibility to join. Although they understood the improbability, this sentiment was on the rise. At noon, the grand ceremony officially concluded. Citizens exited in an orderly fashion, while representatives from various nations were invited to the conference hall of the administrative center. Here, a negotiation that would determine the future world order was to take place, albeit with a predetermined outcome. The conference hall was modest, accommodating no more than 100 individuals. The representatives of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council sat on one side of the table, while Qin Feng and Cheng Shi occupied the opposite side, accompanied by cabinet members such as Qin Weidong and Qin Wenyuan. Representatives from other nations could only participate via video from an adjoining room. First and foremost, on behalf of the United Nations, I extend my congratulations on the formal establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, began the Secretary General, his tone measured. The display of power today has profoundly underscored that humanity has entered a new epoch. Qin Feng nodded slightly, remaining silent. Regarding the relationship between the Yanhuang civilization and the United Nations, the Secretary General continued, "Our prior discussions have reached a fundamental consensus. Today, I wish to confirm a few final details." He slid a document across the table. "This is a draft of a special resolution from the United Nations, conferring the Yanhuang civilization with the status of a permanent member with extraordinary powers. Your representatives will possess a veto right, which supersedes the collective resolutions of the current 5 permanent members." At these words, the expressions of the 5 permanent members were quite telling. particularly the American representative, whose facial muscles twitched. For 80 years, the United States had dominated the United Nations. Now, suddenly, a supreme emperor had emerged, and the implications were palpable. Qin Wenyuan took the document, quickly reviewing its contents before nodding. The text aligns with our previous agreements. However, we wish to add a few points. He turned to the representatives of other nations. Firstly, the Yanhuang civilization will not join the United Nations, but will only dispatch a permanent observation delegation, consisting of no more than 20 individuals, who shall enjoy full diplomatic immunity. Secondly, the Yanhuang civilization's veto extends not only to resolutions, but also to the agenda. This means that if we believe a certain topic should not be discussed, it shall not enter the agenda. Thirdly, any resolution by the United Nations pertaining to the collective interests of humanity, including but not limited to space exploration, global environmental concerns, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, must first receive the consent of the Yanhuang civilization. Each stipulation grows increasingly stringent. The representative of the polar bear could not restrain himself. Does this imply that the United Nations has effectively become an auxiliary body of the Yanhuang civilization? This can certainly be construed as such. Qin Wenyuan readily acknowledged this. Or to phrase it differently, the United Nations has finally acquired a leader capable of genuinely safeguarding the collective interests of humanity. The underlying message here is that the era in which the 5 permanent members engaged in petty squabbles, undermining the overall good for their own gain, has come to a close. Now, an absolute power exists that transcends all nations, capable of making decisions that align with the collective interests of humanity. We concur. The representative of the Dragon Kingdom was the first to voice agreement. Agreed. The representative of the polar bear hesitated for a few moments before nodding in assent. Next was the Gallic rooster, accompanied by the British. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the representative of the United States. The diplomat's expression was one of stark pallor. His hands clenched into fists beneath the table. However, after a prolonged silence of nearly a minute, he finally managed to utter through gritted teeth, "The United States of America consents." Unanimously passed. What alternative was there? This was not a negotiation, it was a notification. At the conclusion of the meeting, the Secretary General of the United Nations inquired, "When may the observation team of the Yanhuang civilization arrive in New York?" "In 3 days. Qin Wenyuan replied, "With myself serving as the head of the preliminary delegation, which will include experts in international law, military observers, and technological advisors. We shall descend directly onto the United Nations headquarters plaza in our own craft." Direct descent? Representatives from various nations exchanged glances of disbelief. The United Nations headquarters has stringent air traffic regulations. Even the private jets of heads of member states are required to land at the airport. Yet, no one dared to raise objections. Rules are established by the powerful, and now the powerful have changed. Henceforth, the operations of the United Nations will be conducted under the observation and scrutiny of the Yanhuang civilization. Any nation wishing to employ force to influence United Nations decisions must first seek the approval of those interstellar warships. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere thick with intrigue. As representatives departed, their steps were somewhat unsteady. They had witnessed the dawn of a new era today, and had unwittingly signed the death certificate of the old one. From this moment forward, the world would no longer be governed by sovereign states engaging in equal negotiations, but rather by a singular civilization that looms above, surveying all. As night fell, Yanhuang Square was ablaze with light. Citizens did not disperse, but rather spontaneously organized celebrations. Traditional dragon and lion dances, opera performances, and folk acrobatics intertwined with modern holographic light shows and energetic fireworks. Qin Feng and Chun Shi did not partake in the revelry. They stood on the terrace of the administrative center's top floor, gazing down upon the civilization that belonged to them. In the distance, cheers erupted as a grand display of energy fireworks commenced. Countless points of light ascended, bursting into images of golden dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, ultimately coalescing into 4 grand characters, Yanhuang Yongchang. These 4 characters were reflected in the eyes of every citizen and broadcasted to the entire world. This night, countless individuals would remain awake until dawn. In Washington, an emergency meeting at the Black Palace continued into the early hours. In Moscow, analysts at the Kremlin are assessing military disparities. In London, discussions at Downing Street revolve around recalibrating foreign policy. Meanwhile, on the Yanhuang continent, 10 million citizens jubilantly embrace their inaugural night as members of civilization. 3 days hence, a formation of anti-gravity vessels ascends from the Yanhuang continent, with a destination set for New York, the headquarters of the United Nations. Chapter 162. Advertising at the Security Council. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, the United Nations headquarters square in New York is typically populated only by hurried diplomats and sporadic tourists. However, today is markedly different. Thousands of journalists from various nations crowd outside the security perimeter, cameras poised towards the sky. At 5 minutes past 9, 5 luminous points materialize in the heavens. These points swiftly expand, transforming into 5 sleek silver vessels. They descend silently, hovering vertically 10 meters above the square before gradually touching down without stirring a speck of dust. As the hatch slides open, Qin Wenyuan emerges first. The diplomatic chief of the Yanhuang civilization is clad today in a deep blue high-collared uniform. Following him are 19 team members, 9 men and 10 women, all adorned in identical attire, moving with a measured grace. The Secretary General of the United Nations awaits at the end of the red carpet. This nearly 70-year-old statesman strives to maintain composure. Yet the subtle tremor of his hand betrays his inner turmoil. "Welcome to the United Nations headquarters," the Secretary General offers, extending his hand. "Thank you for your hospitality." Qin Wenyuan replies, his handshake brief yet firm. "I hope we have not disrupted your schedules." Disrupted? The entire agenda of the United Nations today is singular, to welcome you. The Secretary General thinks to himself, all the while maintaining a professional smile. Please, this way. A special meeting of the Security Council has been arranged. Inside the Security Council chamber, every seat is occupied. Representatives from all 15 member states are present, including those nations that typically send deputies. The observer seats for non-member states are also brimming with diplomats, with even the aisles filled. As Qin Wenyuan and his team enter, the assembly rises in unison, not out of mere courtesy, but as an instinctive response to power. Please be seated, Qin Wenyuan says as he takes his designated position at the front of the dais, parallel to the Secretary General and elevated above all other national representatives. As the meeting commences, the Secretary General delivers the customary welcoming address. His lengthy, diplomatic rhetoric echoes through the chamber, yet few truly listen, with all eyes fixated on the 20 individuals in deep blue uniforms. Upon concluding his address, the Secretary General turns to Qin Wenyuan. Might the delegation of the Yanhuang civilization have any messages to convey to the Security Council? Qin Wenyuan nods, rising from his seat. He opts not to use the podium, instead standing before his chair. I have come today to address 3 matters, he begins, extending his first finger. First, a notification. The silence in the chamber is palpable. Effective immediately, citizens of the Yanhuang civilization shall enjoy visa-free entry into all nations worldwide. Our citizens may arrive at any country or location via private vessels without prior application or customs inspection. The countenance of representatives from several nations shifts noticeably. This signifies that national borders hold no significance for the Yanhuang civilization. Concurrently, Qin Wenyuan continued, stating that citizens of the Yanhuang civilization enjoy complete diplomatic immunity worldwide. Should they violate the law in any country, that nation holds no authority to prosecute or detain them, and must promptly hand them over to the judicial institutions of the Yanhuang civilization. A representative from the United States exclaimed that this severely infringes upon national judicial sovereignty. Qin Wenyuan regarded him with an unperturbed gaze. Sir, I have stated that this is a notification, not a discussion. You may choose to refuse, but the consequences will be yours to bear. What consequences? Qin Wenyuan smiled slightly. It is quite simple. Should any nation refuse to implement these 2 provisions, the Yanhuang civilization will designate that country as unfriendly. Its citizens will be barred from entering the Yanhuang mainland and all jurisdictions thereof, and flights from that nation will be prohibited from traversing the airspace of the Yanhuang civilization. Oh, and we now declare that all airspace up to and including geostationary orbit is under the jurisdiction of the Yanhuang civilization. The assembly erupted in astonishment. Geostationary orbit and below. Does that not imply the appropriation of Earth's airspace? The representative from the Arctic Circle took a deep breath. Does this mean that even the International Space Station requires your approval to operate? Theoretically, yes, Qin Wenyuan admitted calmly. But rest assured, as long as it does not threaten the interests of the Yanhuang civilization, we will not interfere with normal activities. This is merely a record. A record? That term feels rather trivialized. So, if a citizen of your country commits a crime in ours, such as murder, must we also extradite them? Indeed, Qin Wenyuan nodded. Are there any further questions? He surveyed the room. No one spoke. It was not that there were no questions, but rather an understanding that asking would be futile. This was a unilateral declaration. Acceptance or rejection would not alter the outcome. Excellent. Qin Wenyuan raised his second finger. The second matter is also a notification. From today onward, all United Nations resolutions concerning the overall interests of humanity, including but not limited to the development of space resources, global environmental governance, control of weapons of mass destruction, and infectious disease prevention, must be submitted to the Yanhuang civilization for review prior to enactment. Without our consent, these relevant resolutions shall not take effect. Some representatives could not restrain themselves. This equates to stripping the United Nations of its primary functions. No, Qin Wenyuan corrected. It equates to enabling the United Nations to truly execute these functions for the first time. Over the past 80 years, how many times have these issues been stalled due to great power rivalries? The climate change agreements have been deliberated for 30 years with scant results. The nuclear non-proliferation regime is virtually non-existent. Now, a force transcending national interests is emerging to advance these matters. Is that not a boon for humanity? This statement struck a chord, for it was partially true. Many representatives from smaller nations nodded discreetly. They had grown weary of the hegemony exercised by great powers, and the emergence of a more formidable force to provide balance might not be a negative development, provided that this force remains just. Of course, Qin Wenyuan added, we will not interfere with daily affairs, regional conflicts, or economic cooperation. You may continue to argue and negotiate. As long as it does not escalate to the point of threatening human civilization's existence, we shall merely observe. This was stated with such bluntness that it caused some veteran diplomats to blush. They regarded diplomacy as an art, while for Qin Wenyuan, it was merely a performance to be watched. Just when everyone anticipated the announcement of the third item, Qin Wenyuan suddenly smiled. This gentle smile stood in stark contrast to his previous solemnity. The third matter is not an announcement, he declared, but an advertisement. An advertisement? In the Security Council? 2 months hence, on the 8th day of the 10th lunar month, the Elysium Island of the Yanhuang civilization will officially open to the public. Qin Wenyuan's voice brimmed with the enthusiasm of a salesman as he described it as a leisure resort meticulously designed for global elites. There, one could experience the pinnacle of service in human history. Advertising at the highest level of the United Nations? Was this an affront? Elysium Island offers a modified gene optimization injection service. Qin Wenyuan dropped a bombshell. After optimization, physical capabilities would be enhanced 5-fold, extending life to 150 years. free from illness and pain. The stunned gasps reverberated through the hall. 150 years. 5 million Yanhuang coins. He looked at the representatives of various nations. I understand that you are all national elites, busy with your responsibilities. However, everyone needs to unwind occasionally. Elysium Island welcomes you, as well as all those capable of affording the experience. Of course, this is contingent upon passing our review. The term review implied that wealth alone would not grant access. With the advertisement concluded, Qin Wenyuan retracted his smile, resuming a formal tone. 3 matters have been addressed. You may now return to the original agenda. He took his seat, gesturing for the Secretary General to continue. The ensuing meeting unfolded into a bizarre chapter in diplomatic history. The Security Council commenced discussions on the Middle Eastern situation, where a regional conflict had escalated, potentially igniting a larger war. Representatives from various nations delivered impassioned speeches, accusing one another, proposing draft resolutions, and debating procedural votes. Meanwhile, the 20 members of the Yanhuang civilization delegation remained quietly seated, refraining from comment, expression, or even note-taking. They observed and listened, akin to an audience at a theatrical performance. They were watchful but remained disengaged. This only heightened the tension in the room. Every speaker would unconsciously glance in their direction, contemplating whether their words might provoke discontent from the Yanhuang civilization. Some nations that had prepared for fierce opposition softened their tones significantly. After all, who could fathom the thoughts of that supreme ruler? What if he deemed a particular country too vociferous and hastily placed it on an unfriendly list? 2 hours later, the meeting concluded in this peculiar atmosphere. The draft resolution failed to pass due to disagreements among the 5 permanent members, leaving the meeting fruitless. As the session adjourned, Qin Wenyuan rose and addressed the Secretary General. My team will remain here. Please send any resolutions requiring review at your convenience. He departed with his team, their strides measured and composed. In the conference hall, representatives exchanged glances, lingering without making their exit. Had they truly come merely to sit? A diplomat from a smaller nation murmured to himself. No, replied an elder diplomat beside him with a bitter tone. They are here to ensure we remain ever aware of the sword hanging over our heads. From this moment on, with every word we speak and every decision we make, we must first contemplate whether that sword might fall. On that afternoon, 2 formal notifications regarding the Yanhuang civilization were officially inscribed into United Nations documents. All diplomatic departments across the globe received the official communique. Some nations remained silent, while others, particularly those smaller states eager to ingratiate themselves with the Yanhuang civilization, promptly announced their full compliance. The advertisements for Paradise Island swiftly spread among the elite class worldwide, conveyed through the voices of various national representatives. 5 million Yanhuang coins in exchange for 150 years of healthy life? For the affluent, this is an exceedingly lucrative transaction. In New York, atop the Waldorf Astoria, the night had deepened, yet the room was ablaze with light. 6 individuals clad in bespoke suits gathered around a holographic projection, where intricate graphs and pulsating numbers danced upon the screen. They were the foremost hedge fund managers globally, at least within the realm of traditional finance. It has risen again, remarked a balding middle-aged man, fixated on the screen, his voice strained. The latest illicit market quote stood at 1 Yanhuang coin, equating to $120. Just 3 days had passed. In London, it had already reached 130. A blonde female analyst swiftly scrolled through her data tablet, noting the lack of offers. Those who possessed Yanhuang coins were not selling, but hoarding them. Silence enveloped the room. These individuals had weathered countless financial crises, currency wars, and asset bubbles. Yet the current situation surpassed all textbook scenarios and models. The root of the issue lay in the issuance mechanism of the Yanhuang coin. Unlike sovereign currencies, the Yanhuang coin is not arbitrarily minted by any central bank. Its value is anchored in energy. 1 Yanhuang coin is equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This 100 kilowatt-hours is not a theoretical value, but a tangible energy that can be redeemed. Possessing Yanhuang coins allows one to extract an equivalent amount of clean electricity from the Yanhuang civilization. What does this imply? The balding man murmured. It means this currency possesses absolute value support, unlike the dollar, which depreciates the moment the Federal Reserve activates the printing press. More alarmingly, interjected a younger analyst, the theoretical cap on the issuance of Yanhuang coins is limitless, yet is practically controlled by them. A currency underpinned by limitless energy. This concept sent shivers down the spines of all financiers. Throughout human history, gold, oil, and sovereign credit have served as monetary anchors, yet each has its limitations. The total quantity of gold is finite, oil will eventually deplete, and sovereign credit can collapse. But energy? As long as the universe exists, energy will persist. Thus, inflation will never plague them. The blonde analyst concluded, for every Yanhuang coin issued, they possess the capability to provide 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. And electricity is the lifeblood of modern civilization. Following the release of the Paradise Island advertisement, the global circle of billionaires erupted in excitement. 150 years of life. 5 million Yanhuang coins. For a billionaire worth billions, $500 million is a trifling sum. The dilemma, however, is how to acquire 5 million Yanhuang coins. Initially, some attempted to purchase them directly with dollars, but soon discovered that the Yanhuang civilization's officials had not opened any currency exchange. Their banking system operates entirely independently, accepting only 2 methods to obtain Yanhuang coins: contributing to the civilization or supplying resources that the civilization requires. Contribution? What contribution can we possibly make? In a private meeting, a tech giant from Silicon Valley bellowed, our latest chip is viewed as a mere relic. He spoke the truth. According to publicly available information from the Yanhuang civilization, Their carbon-based chips exhibit performance levels 100 times superior to traditional silicon-based counterparts. In the presence of Yanhuang technology, any earthly tech product appears akin to a tool from the Stone Age. Consequently, the affluent turn to an alternative path, tangible goods, particularly food. In a century-old Burgundy winery, the proprietor gazed tearfully as the last batch of the 1945 vintage Romanicani was loaded onto an anti-gravity transport pod. This wine represented his family's legacy, a treasure he had sworn never to sell. The Yanhuang civilization has made an offer, his assistant excitedly announced. Each bottle is worth 500 Yanhuang coins. With 100 bottles, that's a total of 50,000 Yanhuang coins. At the black market rate, 50,000 Yanhuang coins equate to $6 million. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was acquiring Yanhuang coins, the currency that grants access to the island of bliss. They claimed this batch of wine would be served at a VIP banquet on the island. The assistant added, "Your name will be inscribed in the guest registry." The proprietor wiped away his tears and, gritting his teeth, nodded. "Move them. Take them all." Similar scenes unfolded globally. In the East Japan Special Zone and cattle ranches, the finest A5 Wagyu beef was transported in its entirety, exchanged for a premium of 10 Yanhuang coins per kilogram. Italian white truffle hunters delivered their entire seasonal harvest to designated collection points. The limited edition cigars from the ancient factory, long sealed away, were shipped out by the box. Chapter 167. No treasure compares to longevity tropical fruit orchards, deep-sea fishing grounds, and high-altitude tea plantations. All of Earth's rarest and most exquisite ingredients began converging towards the Yanhuang civilization, as if they were collecting specimens. A trader in gourmet ingredients noted in his diary that it was not a matter of necessity, but rather desire. They aimed to gather the finest offerings from across the globe for that island of bliss. More curiously, the Yanhuang civilization imposed no limits on quantity. Whatever was brought to them, they accepted in full, as if their warehouses were black holes, perpetually insatiable. When the first batch of Yanhuang citizens began traveling abroad, they utilized private anti-gravity aircraft, landing directly in the central squares of destination cities. According to the mandates of the Yanhuang civilization, no nation was permitted to impede their entry. On the Champs-Élysées, 3 young individuals entered a Michelin 3-star restaurant. They ordered the most expensive tasting menu, and after sampling the dishes, one of them shook his head. "The freshness of the ingredients is lacking," he remarked in fluent French to the chef. The chef was taken aback. This was an industry secret that ordinary patrons could never discern. As they settled the bill, the young man produced a silver card, payment in Yanhuang coins. The restaurant manager fumbled to retrieve the POS machine provided by the Yanhuang civilization, a requirement for any establishment seeking to host Yanhuang visitors. The machine scanned the card, confirming a successful transaction, 12 Yanhuang coins. "That is far too much," the manager exclaimed. "This meal only costs 300 euros. Though the taste was mediocre, the service was commendable." The young man smiled. "Consider the remainder as a tip." After their departure, the restaurant buzzed with excitement. 12 Yanhuang coins. At the black market rate, that equated to $1,500. The actual cost of this meal did not exceed 100 euros. As the news spread, the global high-end service industry went into a frenzy. Hotels, restaurants, and luxury boutiques all rushed to apply for the installation of the Yanhuang payment system. Some establishments even displayed signs proclaiming, "Welcome, citizens of Yanhuang civilization. We prioritize service for you." It was common knowledge that these patrons were paying with Yanhuang coins, which could be exchanged for exorbitant dollars on the black market. The volume of Yanhuang coin transactions on the black market surpassed a staggering 100 million daily. In underground exchanges in Dubai, Zurich, and the Cayman Islands, Arab princes clad in white robes, bankers in tailored suits, and enigmatic representatives from various foundations engaged in the same trade, exchanging various currencies for Yanhuang coins. The official exchange rate? 1 Yanhuang coin for $10? A mere jest. The actual transaction price had already surpassed 1,100 and continued to rise. This represented the most absurd currency premium in human history. A central bank governor lamented in a closed-door meeting that their research indicated, theoretically, the value of the Yanhuang coin indeed far exceeded that of the dollar. For 1 Yanhuang coin equated to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity, while 100 kilowatt-hours was valued at approximately $10 in the international market. However, the crux of the matter was that the Yanhuang coin symbolized not just ordinary electricity, but the credit endorsement of the Yanhuang civilization. He presented a set of data. Alarmingly, the Yanhuang coin was becoming the pricing currency for global commodities. Mining companies had already requested settlements in Yanhuang coins for iron ore transactions, as the Yanhuang coin would not depreciate. "What shall we do?" the finance minister inquired. "Either we find a channel to acquire Yanhuang coins," the governor paused, "or we accept the reality of the dollar system's collapse." A profound silence enveloped the room. On the Yanhuang continent, in the leader's office, Qin Feng gazed at the global flow of resources map, which depicted thousands of anti-gravity transport pods soaring towards the Yanhuang continent from various corners of the world. Food, fine wine, artworks, and rare minerals were abundantly present. "They truly are generous," Chenxi remarked beside him. "I heard some even sent their family's 200-year-old wine for them. No matter how precious these items are, they pale in comparison to longevity." Qin Feng replied calmly, "And the price we offer is indeed fair." He accessed the account ledger. Thus far, the Yanhuang civilization had recouped over 100 million Yanhuang coins through the sale of a weakened version of gene optimization liquid, pre-sale, while the expenditure on procurement was less than 10 million, a net profit of 90 million Yanhuang coins, though these figures held little significance for him. "In truth, I care not for what they send," Qin Feng declared, switching off the projection. "What matters to me is the process itself. The The process? He continued, you see. The world's finest resources are spontaneously converging towards the Yanhuang civilization. With a smile, Qin Feng remarked, this is not a conquest through force, nor through economic sanctions, but a voluntary exchange. For we provide them with what they desire most, health and longevity. This is the inherent allure of a superior civilization to an inferior one. No wars are needed, no propaganda. It suffices to manifest an irresistible temptation, and they will come forth willingly. Qinzi pondered, the dollar system has utterly collapsed. Let it collapse. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, the old era must come to an end. When the entire world transacts using Yanhuang coins, we shall truly hold the reins of economic power. In the special administrative region of the East, formerly known as Tokyo's Ginza, within the confines of an upscale bar, several heirs of prominent families were engaged in a clandestine discussion. The patriarch had resolved to liquidate all the family's holdings in U.S. Treasury bonds. A young man whispered, suggesting the conversion into gold and Huanyuan currency. However, acquiring Huanyuan currency was no simple feat. There are channels, another replied mysteriously. Through the reservation system of Paradise Island. By paying a tin deposit, one can secure a conversion quota. Although the price is double that of the black market, it is worth it. Double? That means 1,300. Another exclaimed. So what? As long as we obtain Huanyuan currency, we can go to Paradise Island. With an injection of the gene serum, one can live to 150. Money can be earned again, but once life is lost, nothing remains. The group fell into a contemplative silence, sipping their drinks. Outside, the East Crystal Tower continued to shine, but the city's masters had changed. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in New York, London, Frankfurt, and Singapore. Global capital was quietly shifting, moving from dollar assets to Huanyuan currency assets. Presently, Huanyuan currency assets only encompassed consumption rights on Paradise Island and potentially other services in the future, yet that was sufficient. For all understood that possessing Huanyuan currency equated to holding a ticket to a new era, wherein the dollar might simply be rendered worthless. The Huanyuan civilization also issued a brief announcement. The exchange rate of Huanyuan currency would remain stable. With a long-term policy of one Huanyuan currency equating to 100 units of electricity, it advised holders to approach market fluctuations rationally and refrain from speculative trading. Following the announcement, black market prices plummeted by 10, only to rebound to a new high within half an hour. For all had grasped the subtext, the Huanyuan civilization would not intervene in the market. Feel free to speculate. Chapter 168. Life on a tightrope on an unremarkable Wednesday afternoon. 35-year-old Chen Changxing received a phone call that would alter the course of his life. At that moment, he was seated in his cubicle, poring over the densely packed Excel spreadsheets on his computer screen, verifying the sales data for the third quarter. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the office, casting a chiaroscuro on the partition, while the air was infused with the distinctive ozone scent of the photocopier and the lingering aroma of spicy hot pot from a colleague's takeout. When his phone vibrated, he glanced at the screen to see it was his mother. Changsheng. The voice on the other end trembled with uncertainty. Your father's test results have come back. Chen Changxing's heart skipped a beat. 2 weeks prior, his father had complained of severe stomach pain, vomiting everything he consumed. And after receiving ineffective gastric medication from the community hospital, Chen Changxing had taken a half-day off to escort his father to a major hospital for a comprehensive examination. The testing fees exceeded 2,000, charged to his credit card. The doctor paused, and his mother's voice quivered. It's stomach cancer. The two words struck Chen Changxing like twin hammers, resounding painfully against his eardrums. His hand trembled around the phone, and he instinctively glanced around. Fortunately, his colleagues were all wearing headphones, either typing away or quietly engaged in business calls. Is it early or late stage? He managed to ask, his voice dry and unrecognizable. It's mid-stage. The mother finally broke down in tears. The doctor insisted on immediate hospitalization, surgery, and subsequent chemotherapy. What should be done? Chen Changxing was at a loss. He mechanically offered a few words of comfort to his mother, assuring her not to worry and that he would find a solution before ending the call. Setting down his phone, he stared blankly at the numbers displayed on his computer screen, which suddenly appeared blurred and unfamiliar, reminiscent of a swarm of black ants. Gastric cancer. Mid-stage. Surgery. Chemotherapy. Each term signified an expenditure, an exorbitant one at that. As his wife Li Jing aptly described, Chen Changxing's life resembled a precarious tightrope walk, all while balancing 2 children. He was an ordinary office worker in a second-tier city in Hubei province, serving as a sales supervisor at a building materials company. The title sounded respectable, but his monthly salary was merely 8,000 yuan. His wife, Li Jing, worked as a primary school teacher, earning 6,000 yuan per month. Together, their combined income amounted to 14,400 yuan, an increase of 400 yuan following Li Jing's recent professional promotion, bringing the total to 14,800. They owned an apartment, 89 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, located in the city's new district. They purchased it at the peak of the housing market in 2018 for a total price of 1.2 million yuan, with a down payment of 360,000 yuan that drained both of their parents' savings along with all their own accumulated funds. They took out a loan of 840,000 yuan, repayable over 30 years with equal principal and interest payments of 4,700 yuan monthly. They also possessed a domestically produced SUV worth 120,000 yuan, financed over 3 years with monthly payments of 3,200 yuan. Why choose an SUV? Because Li Jing insisted it would be convenient for family outings. And since their colleagues had all purchased one, they felt compelled to keep up appearances. They had 2 children. Their son, Chun Zixuan, aged 7, was in the first grade of primary school. Their daughter, Chen Zihan, 5, attended a private kindergarten. The primary school was public, which was fortunate. However, the kindergarten was private, costing 300 yuan monthly. Why not enroll in a public kindergarten? Due to fierce competition for limited spots, they were unable to secure a place in the public system and had no choice but to turn to private options. Their fixed monthly expenses were as follows. Mortgage, 700 yuan. Car loan, 200 yuan. Kindergarten, 300 yuan. Utilities and property management, 600 yuan. Car insurance, fuel, and parking, 500 yuan. Groceries for the family of 300 yuan, already minimized. Daily necessities, children's snacks, and toys, 1000 yuan totaling 300 yuan. However, their income stood at only 400 yuan, resulting in a monthly shortfall of 900 yuan. This did not account for occasional medical expenses when the children fell ill, of which a portion could be reimbursed by the children's health insurance. Yet the out-of-pocket expenses remained considerable. There were also social obligations, such as attending colleagues' weddings, friends' childbirth celebrations, and relatives' funerals. Clothing and footwear were an ongoing expense, as the children grew rapidly, necessitating new purchases nearly every season. Unexpected household emergencies, such as a leaking bathroom that cost 800 yuan to repair last month, added to their financial strain. Occasionally, they treated the children to a nice meal, perhaps once every 6 months at KFC or a small local restaurant, with a cap of 200 yuan. How could they fill this financial void? With the help of their parents. Chen Changxing's father, Chen Jiangwo, aged 62, was a former worker, receiving a monthly pension of 200 yuan. His mother, Zhang Shufan, aged 60, did not receive a pension but still worked as a cleaner for the community, earning 800 yuan monthly. His father-in-law, Li Guoqiang, aged 61, was a retired teacher with a pension of 4000 yuan. His mother-in-law, Wang Xiaoying, aged 59, worked as a cashier in a supermarket, earning 200 yuan per month. For elderly individuals collectively earn a monthly income of 13,200. They generously provide a subsidy to the Chen family, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 each month. At times, this assistance is rendered in the form of cash. At other moments, it manifests as purchases of meat and vegetables made during their visits to the market. Occasionally, it arrives as red envelopes gifted during the birthdays of grandchildren, or as a simple gesture of saying, "We have little to spend, take this." This financial support enables the Chun family to barely maintain a balance between their income and expenses, ensuring they can repay their mortgage on the 10th of each month and enroll their child in an art class when the child expresses a desire to learn. Despite the class costing 800 for a semester, Li Jing often reassures herself, saying, "Things will be better once the car loan is paid off." With 8 months remaining on the loan, they anticipate an additional 3,200 each month, which would ease their financial burden. Chen Changxing frequently tells himself, "It will be better once the child starts primary school." With their daughter set to begin school next year, they will save on kindergarten expenses, allowing them to conserve an additional 2,300 monthly. They resemble weary travelers traversing a desert, gazing at a mirage of a distant oasis, urging themselves to endure just a little longer, convincing themselves that relief is near. However, now their father has fallen ill. The following day, Chen Changxing took a day off and rushed to 3 hospitals with his father's medical report: the municipal hospital, the oncology hospital, and the provincial hospital. The conclusions were uniformly grim. Stage 2 gastric cancer, with a tumor measuring 45 centimeters in diameter, invading the muscle layer, though no distant metastasis was detected. Yet lymphatic spread was a possibility. The recommendation was for immediate surgery, followed by adjunctive chemotherapy. How much would the surgery and chemotherapy cost? Chen Changxing posed the same question to each doctor he consulted. The answers were mostly similar. Surgery would cost between 50 to 80,000, with a portion covered by insurance. Each chemotherapy cycle would amount to over 10,000, requiring 6 to 8 cycles. There were also targeted drugs, which, if utilized, would add to the expense. All in all, he should prepare for a self-funded portion of 200,000. 200,000. As Chen Changxing exited the last hospital, the afternoon sun at 4 o'clock remained glaring. He stood at the entrance, observing the throngs of people, some elderly individuals carrying CT skin bags, families pushing wheelchairs, and young parents cradling their children. Each face bore the familiar anxiety of illness, financial strain, and uncertainty about the future. He recalled his father's visage. Chapter 169. A reluctant choice. Chen Jiangwo was a taciturn man, having spent his life working in a factory, engaging with machines, his hands calloused and scarred. Though he spoke little, he was always occupied, repairing faucets, crafting wooden toys for his grandchildren, and tending to small patches of scallions and cilantro on the balcony. He often reassured others, saying, "I'm in good health, don't worry about me." Yet, how could such a seemingly healthy individual suddenly find himself in the throes of stage 2 gastric cancer? Chen Changxing recalled last year's New Year celebration, when his father had furrowed his brow after a drink, mentioning a slight discomfort in his stomach. At the time, everyone advised him to drink less, dismissing the concern. If only they had sought a medical evaluation, then if only. If only is perhaps the most powerless phrase in life. That evening, Chen Changxing conveyed the dire situation to Li Jing. The two sat on the living room sofa while their children occupied themselves in the bedroom, diligently completing their homework and playing with building blocks. 200,000, Li Jing repeated softly. Where will we find 200,000? Chen Changxing inhaled deeply and suggested, "We may need to sell the house." The living room fell silent for a few moments. "What do you say?" Li Jing turned her head to look at him, her gaze imbued with a strangeness he had never encountered before. Let us sell the house, Chen Changsheng repeated, his voice resolute. This property should fetch around 900,000 now. After paying off the bank loan, we would still have some left. We can rent a place for now and focus on treating Dad. Have you lost your mind, Chen Changsheng? Li Jing sprang to her feet. If we sell the house, where will we live? What about Zishuan and Zihan's schooling? This house is zoned for the new district experimental primary school, one of the best in the city. Can we find a rental in a good school district? What will happen to the children's education? Her voice escalated, alarming the children in the bedroom. Their son peeked his head out. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. Just go back to your homework. Li Jing shut the door, turning back with red-rimmed eyes. Changsheng, I understand that your father is ill and that you are anxious. But we cannot disregard this family. And what about my dad? Chen Changsheng's voice rose as well. Is he not part of this family? He toiled his entire life to support my education and help me buy a house. Now that he is sick, are we to abandon him? I never said to abandon him. Tears streamed down Li Jing's face. We can consider other options. Consult with your sister. She is in business. Isn't she? Perhaps we can borrow some money. My sister? Chen Changsheng let out a bitter laugh. She failed in her business last year and still owes the bank hundreds of thousands. How could I possibly ask her for help? What about crowdfunding? There are many people raising money online these days. And how much can we realistically raise? There are too many cases like this. Donors have become desensitized. Besides, they fell into silence, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall, akin to a countdown timer. After a long pause, Li Jing spoke softly. Changsheng, I am not against your father's treatment, but you must be pragmatic. Cancer is often incurable. My uncle suffered from stomach cancer, spent over 300,000, endured so much pain, and ultimately still passed away. We would be left with nothing. Her words struck Chen Changsheng like a thorn, piercing the most painful part of his heart. He knew his wife spoke the truth. He had researched online, and the 5-year survival rate for mid-stage stomach cancer is less than 50%. This meant that there was a 50% chance that spending 200,000 would result in his father enduring the agony of surgery and chemotherapy, only to leave this world regardless. But that was his father, the man who had pedaled his bicycle to take him to school as a child, the one who had warmed milk for him every night before his college entrance exams, the one who had, at his wedding, emptied his savings to ensure his bride was treated well, the one who, upon the birth of his grandchildren, smiled so broadly that his eyes seemed to disappear. If we do not treat him, Chen Changsheng's voice trembled, my dad might only have a year left. If we pursue treatment, he may live 3 to 5 years, or possibly just 1. But at least, we would have tried. And then what? Li Jing asked. Then we will be buried in debt, without a home, and face uncertainties regarding the children's education, spending the rest of our lives repaying loans? Changsheng, we are not alone. We have children. Zishuan is only 7. And Zihan is just 5. What will happen to their future? She stepped in front of Chen Changsheng, clasping his hand, her touch icy. I understand you, truly. Li Jing cried. But could you perhaps also understand me? Consider this family. If we were 30 with no children, I would accompany you in selling everything we own. However, we have children. Chen Changsheng gazed at his wife, Li Jing, who was 35 years old. Fine lines had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes, and strands of white hair adorned her temples. Once a girl who cherished beauty, she now refrained from purchasing a single new garment each year, resorting to inexpensive skincare products from the supermarket. She was dedicated to her teaching, consistently leading her class to top grades. Yet it took 5 long years for her to attain a professional title, due to limited quotas. She, too, bore her own burdens, though she seldom voiced them. Let me think, Chen Changsheng finally replied. Allow me to ponder this further. During the weekend, Chen Changsheng took the children back to his parents' home. His father appeared somewhat thinner but retained a lively spirit, tending to his flowers on the balcony. His mother busied herself in the kitchen, proclaiming her intention to make dumplings. As her grandchildren adored them. At the dinner table, his father suddenly stated, Changsheng, do not seek treatment for my illness. Chen Changsheng dropped his chopsticks onto the table. Father, what do you mean? I have inquired about it. Chen Zhengwo replied calmly, placing a piece of pork rib into his grandson's bowl. This ailment cannot be cured and will incur significant expenses. I am well aware of our family's circumstances. With your and Jingjing's modest salaries, along with the mortgage and car loans, supporting 2 children is already quite a challenge. I cannot be a burden to you. This is not a burden, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, growing anxious. I will find a way regarding the finances. What way? His father looked at him, a mixture of sorrow and determination in his gaze. Let me tell you, Chen Changsheng, if you dare to sell the house, I will jump from this building right now. Father, I am serious. Chen Zhengwo set down his chopsticks. I have lived for over half a lifetime, and the proudest accomplishment is sending you to university and helping you establish a family. Now, seeing my grandchildren healthy brings me satisfaction. If you ruin our family because of me, preventing the children from receiving a proper education, I would be unable to rest in peace. His mother wiped away her tears nearby. Let us opt for conservative treatment, his father suggested. A bit of traditional Chinese medicine. Let me live as long as I can. When the time comes, do not attempt resuscitation. Allow me to depart peacefully. No, Chen Changsheng choked back tears. No, that cannot be. Enough, this matter is settled. His father waved his hand dismissively, his tone firm. Now eat. Zishuan, eat more meat. You need to grow tall. That meal was tasteless to Chen Changsheng. He observed his father serving dishes for the children, telling jokes to elicit their laughter, as if the diagnosis of stage 2 gastric cancer pertained to someone else. Yet, he knew it was not. His father was merely performing, playing the role of a father who was untroubled, urging them not to worry. And he, too, was acting, portraying himself as the son who could resolve everything, reassuring his father. They were both putting on a show for one another. Chapter 170. Struggling in darkness that night, Chen Changsheng sat alone on the balcony. He had never smoked, nor did he intend to. Growing up, he had inhaled the smell of his father's cigarettes and vowed never to touch the substance. Yet now, he found himself holding a cigarette taken from his father's pack, igniting it. The first puff choked him, causing him to cough violently, tears streaming down his face. With the second, third, and fourth puffs, nicotine rushed into his lungs, bringing a fleeting sense of dizziness. It was said that smoking alleviates stress. Yet why did the more he smoked, the more suffocated he felt? The neighborhood below was tranquil, illuminated only by a few street lamps. From the opposite building, some windows were dark, while others still glowed with light. Behind those illuminated windows, are there not also middle-aged individuals like him, grappling with worries for their parents, children, and the burdens of mortgages and car loans? At merely 35 years of age, he has only traversed half of a life that, according to current life expectancy, still holds much ahead. Yet, throughout this half, he seems to have been in perpetual motion, rushing to gain admission to university during his studies, striving for promotions and salary increases in his career, and, after marriage, hastily pursuing home ownership, a vehicle, and parenthood. He once believed that reaching a certain destination would afford him a moment to catch his breath, only to realize that ahead lies an endless series of new tracks, children's education, parental care in old age, and his own health concerns. Now, his father has succumbed. No, it is not merely a fall. His father has chosen to withdraw from the stage, to avoid being a burden, and to ensure the family can persist. His father opted for conservative treatment, a term that, while seemingly dignified, is in truth cruel. His phone illuminated, revealing a message from Li Jing. "Are you asleep?" He replied, "Soon." Another message followed. "Chongqing, I'm sorry. I was too emotional during the day. I know you're hurting." As he gazed at the screen, his heart ached. What could he say? "It's all right, I understand." Yet, he did not fully comprehend. He grasped his wife's concerns, but found it difficult to accept the option of no treatment. However, if they were to pursue treatment, where would the funds originate? Relatives? Their financial situations were modest. Perhaps they could lend 30 or 50,000 at most, and that would need repayment. Online loans. Usury? That would indeed be a bottomless pit. As for selling their home, his wife was correct. If they sold the house, how would they manage their child's education? Moreover, with the current housing market, could they truly sell their property, listed at 900,000? After repaying the mortgage, how much would remain? Renting would cost them 1 to 2,000 a month. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another. Amidst the swirling smoke, he recalled an incident from his childhood. Perhaps around 7 or 8 years old, he desired a transformer, which was quite expensive at 50 yuan. His father's monthly salary was meager. He hesitated to voice his wish, yet his father perceived it, saying nothing, only to place the transformer on his bedside the following day. Now, his father yearns to live. What can he offer in return? On the balcony, the ember of his cigarette flickered in the night, reminiscent of the eyes of a caged beast. In the distance, the wail of an ambulance echoed, drawing closer before receding again. He pondered which family tonight has been thrust to the brink of despair. Chen Chongqing extinguished his cigarette and rose to his feet. Tomorrow, he must return to work, confront those Excel spreadsheets, wear a smile in front of his superiors, patiently explain matters to clients, and contemplate on his way home. What nutritious food can he procure for his father today? Life must go on, balancing on a tightrope, cradling 2 children, pressing forward regardless of the rising winds, even as the wire beneath him begins to sway. In the days following his father's diagnosis, time grew viscous and burdensome. Each day felt like trudging through a quagmire, and Chen Chongqing acutely sensed an invisible force tugging him downward. In response, he worked with even greater fervor, arriving at the office half an hour early, being the last to leave at night. Previously, he would selectively engage clients. Those who seemed disinterested would be followed up only 2 or 3 times before he would move on. At present, every potential client is relentlessly pursued. Even if they merely inquire about prices online, he will follow up with 3 phone calls and 5 lengthy WeChat messages, meticulously detailing the advantages of the product. Recently, Chen Chongqing has been invigorated, as his colleague jokingly remarked. Chen merely smiled, remaining silent. He could not voice the truth. His father's medical report was nestled within his wallet, and each time he opened it, the glaring word cancer assaulted his vision. Nor could he disclose that his phone harbored a mortgage calculator, a car loan repayment plan, and an Excel sheet detailing household income and expenditures crafted by Li Jing. Each month, the gaping hole of 3,000 yuan resembled a wide-open mouth, silently mocking him. Li Jing was also seeking solutions. She registered a Douyin account, naming it Teacher Jing and Little Baby. Initially, she filmed her son doing homework and her daughter dancing. Later, she recorded herself cooking and engaging in family games. She observed the videos of prominent influencers, learning editing, music selection, and copywriting. Yet, she remained an ordinary primary school teacher, lacking both astonishing beauty and captivating talents, and was oblivious to the secrets of viral content. After half a month of effort, she amassed 127 followers, 90 of whom were relatives, friends, and colleagues. The most viewed video featured her daughter's performance at kindergarten, garnering 321 views, 7 likes, and 3 comments, all exclaiming how adorable the child was. She had heard of individuals earning over 10,000 yuan monthly through short videos. One evening, as Li Jing fixated on her phone screen, her voice barely audible, Chen Chongqing was calculating their expenses for the month. The car insurance was due, requiring 3,200. The school was organizing a spring outing for their son, necessitating 200, and a wedding in the apartment above called for a red envelope of 300. Upon hearing his wife's words, he lifted his head. Take it slow, there's no rush. In truth, both were aware that haste would bear no fruit. That sense of helplessness enveloped their home like a thin veil. They could see each other's efforts and anxieties. Yet they tacitly avoided mentioning the most pressing issue, how to address their father's treatment. Surprisingly, his father remained remarkably optimistic. Each week, Chen Changsheng would take him to the hospital for traditional Chinese medicine and basic maintenance treatment. Whenever the doctor inquired about the possibility of surgery, his father would shake his head. I'm too old for such trials. Simply taking herbal medicine will suffice. However, Chen could perceive his father's gradual decline. The once straight back began to stoop, and during meals, he often set down his chopsticks mid-bite, claiming to be full. His mother confided in him that his father frequently endured stomach pains at night, yet out of concern for her rest, he bore the discomfort alone, only retreating to the living room when the pain became unbearable. Your father, his mother said, wiping away tears, has always been strong-willed. Chen Changsheng could only redouble his efforts at work. In April, he finally secured a project that had been delayed for 6 months, earning a commission of 12,000 yuan. On the day he received the funds, he promptly transferred 5,000 to his mother, instructing her to buy something nourishing for his father. Of the remaining 7,000, 3,000 was set aside to prepare for the next quarter's mortgage payment, while 4,000 filled the everyday gaps. A mere drop in the bucket. Chapter 171. A ray of hope amidst darkness. On a night at the end of April, Chen Changsheng worked overtime until 9:30, dragging his weary body onto the subway to return home. The carriage was sparsely populated, and he instinctively scrolled through his phone. In a corner of the local news, he stumbled upon a headline. The Yanhuang civilization is recruiting the first batch of immigrants from the Dragon Country, with a national selection of 10 million. Initially, he intended to swipe past it, as such grand news felt distant from his reality. However, the mention of immigration halted him momentarily, compelling him to click on it. The article was brief, yet dense with information. The Yanhuang civilization planned to establish a new continent in the Pacific and was inviting citizens of the Dragon Country to immigrate. Immigrants would enjoy free housing, free education, free healthcare, and access to a genetic optimization serum. This serum promised to enhance physical capabilities and cure all known diseases, including cancer. Chen Changsheng's finger lingered on the screen. Cure all known diseases, including cancer. The sounds of the station announcements, the conversations around him, and the rumbling of the subway seemed to fade into the background. He fixated on that line, reading it 3 times to ensure he wasn't mistaken. His heartbeat quickened. He swiftly skimmed through the application requirements. A clean criminal record, passing a moral assessment, and an interview that appeared to be unchallenging. The first batch of 10 million would be selected through a combination of random screening and targeted invitations. Random. This meant that everyone had a chance. Trembling with anticipation, Chen Changsheng clicked on the application link. He was required to fill in basic information, work experience, family details, and reasons for applying. As he sat in the swaying carriage, he typed each word carefully. When he reached the section for his application rationale, he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he wrote, "My father is suffering from advanced gastric cancer and cannot afford treatment. If given the opportunity to immigrate, I am willing to dedicate everything to the Yanhuang civilization." He submitted the application. The page displayed, "Application received. Please await preliminary review notification." That night, Chen Changsheng was plagued by insomnia. He dared not share the news with Li Jing, fearing that greater hope would invite greater disappointment. Nor could he tell his father, worried that it would lead to false hopes. This secret flickered like a small ember within him, gently warming the corners of his reality that had grown cold. In early May, Chen Changsheng received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Changsheng? This is the preliminary review office for Yanhuang civilization immigration." At that moment, he was meeting with a client. Upon hearing those words, his hand trembled, nearly spilling his coffee. He gestured for his client to wait and stepped into the corridor. "You have passed the preliminary screening. Please come to the Jiangqing Interview Center at 9 a.m. this Saturday." "Am I alone?" "You and your immediate family may attend the interview. If successful, your entire family will qualify for immigration." After hanging up, Chen Changsheng leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. The window in the corridor was open, and the warm May breeze flowed in, suddenly making him feel that something had shifted. On Saturday, he brought Li Jing, their 2 children, and both sets of parents to the Jiangqing Interview Center. The center was bustling with people, yet orderly. They were assigned to different interview rooms, where the questions were quite simple: perspectives on family, attitudes towards work, and how to tackle difficulties in life. There were no tricky questions, resembling more of a casual conversation. Chen Changsheng's interviewer was a man in his 30s, exuding a gentle demeanor. "I have seen your application rationale." The interviewer stated that they were aware of the father's condition, and if successful in the interview, he would receive free treatment post-immigration. Must the treatment await immigration? Chen Changsheng summoned his courage to inquire. "Under normal circumstances, yes." The interviewer replied with a smile, "But the Yanhuang civilization will not allow those in need to wait too long." This statement was like a balm to his anxious heart. 3 days later, the notification arrived. The entire family of 8 had successfully passed the interview. Li Jing, clutching her phone, was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Chen Zhengwo, the father, stood in shock for a long moment before retreating to the bedroom and closing the door. Chen Changsheng heard muffled sobs from within. It was the first time his father had cried since the diagnosis. Hope had indeed arrived. Just as they thought they would have to wait until the official establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, rumored to be in September, to receive treatment, another message came in June. Huai County Cosmic University announced its enrollment for the year, and simultaneously, its affiliated hospital would open certain medical services to the public, capable of curing all ailments, including cancer. Moreover, for families who had already passed the immigration review by Yanhuang civilization, treatment would be entirely free and prioritized. Trembling, Chen Changsheng dialed the appointment number. A gentle female voice answered, and after recording his information, she said, "Mr. Chen, we are already aware of your father's condition from the immigration records. Please bring him to the hospital tomorrow morning. We will arrange for treatment." "Is it truly free?" Chen Changxing couldn't help but ask again. Indeed, the voice replied cheerfully. Mr. Qin Feng has stated that healthcare should not burden families. Furthermore, you and your family are now prospective citizens of Yanhuang civilization. The term prospective citizens made Chen Changxing's eyes brim with tears. The next day, the entire family went to the hospital. It was not the ordinary hospital they were accustomed to, perpetually filled with the scent of disinfectant and an air of anxiety, but rather a dazzling, bright, and futuristic building. There were no long queues nor cacophonous crowds. Each patient had a private lounge. Before his father was taken into the treatment room, he patted Chen Changxing on the shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry." 3 hours later, the doctor emerged with a smile. The treatment was highly successful. The tumor has been eradicated and the damaged tissues fully repaired. Mr. Chen now requires 24 hours of rest and observation, and he can be discharged tomorrow. Cured? Chen Changxing could hardly believe it. Indeed, the doctor affirmed confidently, and there will be no recurrence. The nanorobotic technology we employed can precisely eliminate all cancer cells while simultaneously repairing normal tissues. Your father can live healthily for at least another 30 years. Li Jing covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Their mother knelt down in gratitude, prompting Chen Changxing to hastily assist her up. "No need for that. Ma'am," the doctor gently said, "this is our duty." As his father was wheeled out, his complexion was still somewhat pale, but his gaze was bright. He grasped Chen Changxing's hand firmly. "Changxing, our family has encountered a benefactor." Following the hospital's recommendation, the entire family underwent comprehensive health examinations. Chen Changxing discovered he had fatty liver and lumbar disc herniation, results of prolonged sitting and significant stress. Li Jing was diagnosed with chronic gastritis and mammary hyperplasia. Mother suffers from hypertension, father-in-law has diabetes, and mother-in-law struggles with arthritis, common ailments among the elderly. The children are not exempt either. The son has allergic rhinitis, while the daughter possesses a frail constitution, making her prone to colds. Have you noticed how nearly everyone seems to bear some ailment these days? Chapter 172. Are we collecting debts from the Yanhuang civilization? All can be treated. The doctor examined the health reports, which were provided free of charge. This is a benefit bestowed upon prospective citizens by the Yanhuang civilization. The treatment process is astonishingly simple. Each person consumes a glass of a transparent liquid and then reclines in a treatment pod for an hour. Upon emerging, all health indicators return to normal. Chen Changxing felt his back pain dissipate, and the stiffness from prolonged sitting melted away. Li Jing remarked that her stomach had never felt so comfortable. As for the father, his complexion was rosy, and he walked with vigor. He hardly resembled someone recently cured of cancer. Is this the power of technology? Father-in-law Li Guoqiang expressed his sentiments, acknowledging that our generation is fortunate to witness such advancements. On the day they left the hospital, the sun shone brightly. Chen Changxing drove his family home, playing his daughter's favorite children's songs. The son leaned against the window, admiring the scenery, while his parents engaged in quiet conversation in the back seat, laughter occasionally filling the air. At a red light, Chen Changxing caught a glimpse of his father's face in the rearview mirror. Once etched with lines of pain and worry, it now appeared relaxed, even smiling. As the light turned green, he gently pressed the accelerator, and the car glided forward. "Dad," Chen Changxing suddenly spoke, "once we reach the Yanhuang civilization, they say there's a gene optimization serum. After using it, one could live for several centuries in good health." That announcement concerning a lifespan of 30,000 years had yet to be made public. His father paused for a moment, then chuckled. "What is the point of living that long? As long as I see you all well, I am content." "But you must live," Chen Changxing insisted earnestly. "You haven't seen Zixuan and Zihan grow up and start families yet. In the future, we'll all be healthy and together." Li Jing squeezed his hand gently. In the back seat, the two children clamored for new stories. All right, the mother said. "Grandma will tell you about an extraordinary person who created a new continent at sea." Outside the car window, the city receded, while ahead lay a future this family had never dared to imagine. Chen Changxing recalled the interviewer's words. The Yanhuang civilization would not keep those in need waiting too long. Indeed, they had not made them wait long at all. In the moment when life seemed ready to unravel, a pair of hands reached out, steadfastly supporting them. Not only did they provide support, but they also offered a broad, sunlit path ahead. "Quiet," he murmured. "Once we arrive, I wish to apply to the construction department. I understand building materials and believe I could be of use. I want to go to school." Li Jing's eyes sparkled. "I've heard their education system is exceptional. I aspire to be a teacher, one who doesn't have to worry about academic performance." "We'll all go," the father chimed from the back seat. "Even this old frame of mine can handle some light work. I cannot receive such kindness without giving back." The concept of repaying kindness became the new consensus for this family. The Yanhuang civilization bestowed upon their father life, health, and a future free from the need to traverse a precarious tightrope. Thus, the only course of action for them was to employ their own hands in the construction of that civilization. As for the gene optimization serum, Chen Changxing hesitated to ponder it too deeply. Living for several centuries? That seemed an unfathomably distant prospect, akin to a myth. Yet now, that myth was transforming into reality. The cure for his father's cancer stood as undeniable evidence. He harbored hope, albeit tempered by the fear of seeming overly greedy in his aspirations. However, in the stillness of the night, he would occasionally envision, what would it be like to truly live for hundreds of years, witnessing his children grow, age, and the birth of grandchildren and great-grandchildren? Not for himself, but for his father. His father had labored tirelessly throughout his life and deserved to relish the fruits of his labor, to have ample time to experience the joys he had never known. As the car entered the community and came to a stop below the building, Chen Changxing turned off the ignition but did not immediately exit. He glanced at his family within the vehicle. Each face radiated a light that had been unimaginable just a month prior. "We are home," he declared, albeit temporarily. Soon, they would have a new home in a place called the Yanhuang continent. There would be no mortgages, no car loans, and no fear of seeking treatment for illness. It was a realm of free provisions, a promise of health, and a long stretch of time filled with anticipation. As Chen Changsheng opened the car door, the gentle May breeze enveloped him. He lifted his gaze to the distant night sky, where it was said that a land named the Yanhuang continent was under construction. He stared for a long while before softly uttering, "Thank you," though he was uncertain to whom he was addressing. Perhaps it was to fate. Perhaps to the yet unmet Qin Feng, or perhaps to this world that had finally chosen to smile upon them. On an early August morning, Chen Changsheng and his family stood on the balcony, gazing at the unfamiliar land before them. They had only just arrived the previous night. A massive anti-gravity transport ship had carried thousands of immigrants, taking off from various regions of Longhua and landing 2 hours later at the immigration center in Zone 3 of the Yanhuang continent. The entire journey had been astonishingly smooth. The two children even thought they had yet to take off. Now, at 8 in the morning, the sky above the Pacific was a nearly transparent blue. Sunlight bathed the orderly rows of villas, with white walls and dark tiles, their eaves elegantly curling, interspersed with bamboo groves and gardens. In the distance, several gracefully designed Chinese towers emerged from the morning mist, and beyond them lay undulating green mountains, adorned with waterfalls and streams, showcasing a complete ecosystem. "Do we really not have to go back?" Li Jing leaned against Chen Changsheng's shoulder, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "We are not going back," Chen Changsheng affirmed, holding her hand tightly. Last night, while processing paperwork at the immigration center, he had hesitated to inquire with the staff about the mortgages on their home and car. The young staff member had smiled. "Mr. Chun, you are now a prospective citizen of the Yanhuang civilization. Those debts from the old world are no longer your concern. But the bank will pursue collection. They will sue." "Let them come," the staff member replied nonchalantly. "Let them try their luck on the Yanhuang continent. However, I believe no bank would dare to dispatch a collection team across half the Pacific to reclaim a loan amounting to merely hundreds of thousands from a civilization boasting 12 interstellar warships." Chen Changsheng was taken aback by the confidence embedded in this statement. The house and car would be repossessed by the bank, auctioned off to repay part of the loan, leaving the remaining bad debt for the bank to handle. "You see, this is articulated in Article 37 of the legal provisions of the Yanhuang civilization. Immigrants automatically dissolve all civil debt relations in their original nationality. This is inscribed in the Constitution. A civilization yet to be formally established already possesses a constitution." As Chen Changsheng signed, his hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a sense of liberation. The mountain of mortgage debt that had weighed upon him for 7 years, the car requiring a monthly payment of 3,200, and the meticulous budgeting that had allowed him to scrape through to the end of the month, all of it suddenly ceased to exist. It felt akin to awakening from a long, tormenting nightmare. Chapter 173. Divided into 3 villas during the allocation of housing, they were met with yet another surprise. According to the family policy of the Yanhuang civilization, households with 3 generations living together could be allocated independent housing based on smaller family units. The staff at the Housing Allocation Center retrieved their family file, revealing that they were a typical 4-2-2 structure, for elderly individuals, a couple, and 2 children. As per regulations, they were eligible for 3 adjacent villas. 3. Chen Changsheng thought he must have misheard. Indeed, you and your spouse will reside in one, your parents in another, and your in-laws in the third. The staff circled 3 adjacent villas on the electronic map, ensuring both privacy and convenience for mutual care. Of course, if the elders preferred to cohabit, they could settle for just 2 units, though I wouldn't recommend it. Having independent spaces is preferable for everyone. Before them stood 3 identical villas, characterized by a traditional Chinese style, with white walls and dark tiles, structured over 3 levels. Each villa occupied approximately an acre of land, featuring a stone path in the front yard, bamboo groves, and a small fish pond, while the backyard boasted a vegetable garden and flower trellis, real land for growing vegetables and flowers, not mere decoration. The door locks employed facial recognition technology. As Chen Changsheng stood before the first villa, the system scanned his features, and a melodious voice chimed. "Welcome home, Mr. Chen Changsheng. You are the head of the household." Possessing the highest authority, the door glided open automatically. The living room soared to 6 meters in height, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framing the view of the front yard. The furniture was elegantly minimalist in a new Chinese style, crafted from solid wood, exuding a warm touch. The intelligent home system activated automatically, the lighting adjusted to a comfortable brightness, and the air conditioning set to a pleasant 26 degrees. "How much would this cost?" murmured his mother-in-law, Wang Xiuying, as she caressed the armrest of the mahogany sofa. In the Yanhuang civilization, housing is provided free of charge. The community staff member, Xiaoqin, who had accompanied them, smiled as he explained that not only housing, but also education and healthcare are free. These are fundamental rights of citizenship. Xiaoqin, a young man in his 20s, was warm and attentive. He guided them through each floor. The first floor comprised the living room, dining room, kitchen, and guest bedroom. The second floor featured 2 master bedrooms with en-suite bathrooms and a study. The third floor contained an entertainment room and a terrace. Each room was spacious and bright, exquisitely decorated, yet not ostentatious. Even more astonishing was the basement, which housed a family workshop equipped with a 3D printer, small machine tools, and various instruments. This initiative aims to empower every household to engage in DIY creativity. Xiaoqin stated that if one possesses an inventive idea, it can be realized here. Upon passing the review, The finished product can yield corresponding rewards and contribute to civilization points. What is the purpose of these contribution points? Inquired Li Jing, her curiosity piqued. While they do not hold direct monetary value, individuals with higher points gain priority when applying for certain scarce resources. After touring the first building, they proceeded to the second and third. The layouts were identical, though the interior decor exhibited slight variations in hue. Are these all for us? Chen Jiangwo's voice trembled. Indeed, Uncle Chen, Xiao Qin affirmed, from this day forward, this shall be your home, with property rights for perpetual use. The weight of those two words, perpetual and free, was profound. Upon concluding their exploration of the villa's interior, Xiao Qin guided them to the front yard's parking area. Instead of cars, they beheld a streamlined silver apparatus. Approximately 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height, devoid of wheels. This is the basic model of a gravity-defying aircraft, one provided per household, Xiao Qin described. It can reach a maximum speed of Mach 10, allowing travel from the southernmost to the northernmost points of the Yanhuang continent in just 5 minutes. How fast is Mach 10? Inquired Chen Zixuan, the son. Roughly 12,000 kilometers per hour, Xiao Qin replied, ruffling the child's hair. However, within city limits. There are speed restrictions, capping it at 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to a car. Can we actually drive it? Chen Chongqing asked in disbelief. Of course, Xiao Qin assured him. Obtaining a license is straightforward. One must complete 8 hours of study in the virtual reality system and pass a simulated exam. As Xiao Qin opened the aircraft's hatch, they discovered 4 comfortable leather seats inside, all equipped with intelligent driving capabilities. You merely need to state your destination, and it will automatically plot the route, avoiding obstacles to ensure a safe arrival. It is user-friendly for both the elderly and children. Chen Chongqing recalled the expenses associated with his SUV, 800 for fuel monthly, 400 for maintenance, and 3,002 for insurance, and shook his head, dismissing the memories of the old world. No, this is a new world now. Returning to the living room of the first villa, Xiao Qin presented 3 silver cards. This is the startup capital for each household, 5,000 Yanhuang coins. He handed one to Chen Chongsheng, Chen Jiangwo, and Li Guoqiang. The Yanhuang continent now boasts a comprehensive commercial system, with supermarkets, restaurants, and shopping malls. This 5,000 is for you to acclimate to your new surroundings. And what about the future? Li Jing asked. How do we earn money? You can register at the Community Employment Center, Xiao Qin explained. Jobs in Yanhuang civilization are categorized into 2 types. One involves basic public services, such as teaching, healthcare, and community management, which offer fixed salaries ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 Yanhuang coins monthly. The other encompasses creative professions in research, art, design, and invention, with income uncapped and allocated based on contribution. Chen Chongqing hesitated. What work can we do? Do not rush, Xiao Qin smiled. First, acclimate to your new environment. Once the Yanhuang civilization is officially established and genetic optimization is complete, there will be a professional assessment to recommend directions based on each individual's talents and interests. Furthermore, education for children is entirely free, from kindergarten through university, along with childcare subsidies. In your household, there are 2 children, each receiving a monthly childcare subsidy of 500 Yanhuang coins until they graduate from middle school at the age of 14. Clothing and educational supplies can be acquired free of charge at the Community Children's Center. However, should you wish to purchase special styles, you will need to bear the expense yourself. A monthly childcare allowance of 1,000 Yanhuang coins equates to a staggering 50,000 long coins. As Chen Chongqing swiftly calculated, back in his hometown, 2 children would cost at least 4,000 long coins monthly, merely covering their basic needs for food, clothing, and education. Here, not only are these essentials provided free of charge, but they also offer a monetary return. At this moment, a thought struck Xiao Qin. There would be a flying vehicle piloting training session at the Community Activity Center in 3 days. It was suggested that the entire family attend, as it was complimentary. Once all the formalities were completed, as Xiao Qin was preparing to leave, he added a crucial piece of information. The Yanhuang World platform had been unveiled. With a swift gesture, a holographic screen materialized before them, displaying an interface of a virtual community, complete with streets, buildings, squares, and countless virtual avatars bustling within. Chapter 174, Sharing Life in Yanhuang Continent with Online Friends. This is the virtual reality network of Yanhuang civilization. Every citizen has the opportunity to create a virtual avatar to engage in socialization, learning, and entertainment. More significantly, Xiao Qin magnified the display to reveal that Mr. Qin Feng and Ms. Chun Shi's wedding, along with the grand ceremony for the establishment of Yanhuang civilization occurring in a month, would be broadcasted live. Moreover, applications for on-site attendance were now open. On-site, are we to be present at the actual location? Li Jing inquired. There are 2 options. One can apply to witness the ceremony at the genuine Yanhuang Square, although slots are limited to 500,000. Alternatively, one can attend the virtual venue using their avatars within the Yanhuang world, where the experience is nearly indistinguishable from the real event, and with no cap on attendance. Xiao Qin navigated the interface, suggesting that they observe the ceremony virtually, as it would allow them to choose any perspective, even standing beside the podium. The Chun family exchanged glances, contemplating the fact that in 1 month's time, the individual responsible for all this would be wed, and their civilization would officially come into existence. We must apply, Chen Jiangwo declared earnestly. Our entire family must witness this. Without Mr. Qin Feng, we would not be where we are today. This sentiment resonated deeply within each of them. Their father had overcome illness. They now possessed 3 villas, flying vehicles, a bright future for the children, and a secure old age for the elders, all thanks to the young man named Qin Feng. After Xiao Qin's departure, the family sat in the living room, enveloped in silence for quite some time. Eventually, it was their daughter, Chun Zihan, who shattered the stillness, asking, "Dad, will we be living here from now on?" "Indeed. We will reside here forever," Chen Changsheng replied, lifting his daughter into his arms. Outside the window, neighbors were gradually moving in. Some curiously tested anti-gravity flying vehicles. Tracing elegant arcs at low altitudes, children frolicked and played in the community garden, and in the distance, several elderly individuals sat in a pavilion, engaged in a game of chess, their laughter carried by the breeze. The sunlight streamed through, warming every corner of their new home. Chen Changxing reminisced about that night, when he had smoked on the balcony. At that time, he felt as though life was akin to a taut wire, straining ever tighter, uncertain of when it might snap. Now, the wire has vanished, replaced by a broad avenue bathed in sunlight. What lies at the end of this road? He does not know. Yet, he is aware that from this moment onward, their family can stride forward together, free from the fear of falling. Changsheng, Li Jing approached, grasping his hand. "Let us see if there is anything we can assist with at Mom and Dad's." "All right." Exiting the villa, the early August breeze was warm and refreshing. Chen Changsheng looked up at the sky. It seemed bluer, higher, and more expansive than that of his hometown. 3 villas stood side by side, resembling a miniature family enclave. This was their new home. On a Saturday afternoon in mid-August, Li Jing sat in the living room of their new abode, adjusting the angle of her smartphone camera for the 3rd time. "Mom, are you going to start the live stream or not?" 7-year-old Qin Zixuan was on the carpet, assembling Lego pieces. These were not from their hometown, but rather a complimentary educational toy set from the Children's Center of the Yanhuan continent, reputed to contain over 300 parts capable of forming thousands of shapes. "Just a moment," Li Jing said, nervously fixing her bangs. "Where's your dad?" "Dad is next door playing chess with Grandpa." 5-year-old Qin Zihan dashed over, clutching a plush rabbit. "Mom, can I sing during the live stream?" "Wait a moment. Let me chat with everyone first." Li Jing took a deep breath and clicked the Douyin live stream button. Her previous account, Teacher Jing and Little Treasure, had surged from a meager 100 followers to a staggering 370,000 due to her continuous posts about life on the Yanhuan continent. The first video featured her standing in front of their villa, a traditional Chinese edifice with white walls and dark tiles, set against a backdrop of a meticulously maintained bamboo grove and a small fish pond, captioned, "The first morning in our new home, the sunlight is splendid." That video garnered over 1 million likes and more than 50,000 comments, the majority inquiring, "Is this really a free house? What is the interior of the villa like? Do you really not have to pay a mortgage?" At the behest of her fans, she had agreed to commence a live stream at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Within 10 seconds of starting the broadcast, the viewer count surged to 5,000, then to 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000, with comments flooding in. "Here we go. Teacher Jing is finally live. Is this really the villa on the Yanhuan continent? Oh my, look at this courtyard. Can you pan the camera for a full view?" Li Jing steadied her breath and smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Li Jing. Thank you for joining my live stream. Today, at your request, I will show you our new home on the Yanhuan continent." She fixed her phone onto a stand and picked up a selfie stick. "Let me first show you the living room." The camera rotated slowly, capturing the 6-meter-high living room. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, solid wood furniture, and ink wash paintings adorning the walls, all complemented by a smart home control panel. The living room was approximately 60 square meters, connecting to the dining area. As Li Jing walked and described, "The furniture is all set up. We can move in with just our bags." We had several styles to choose from, including traditional Chinese, modern, and minimalist. We opted for a new Chinese style, as both my father-in-law and father appreciate it. A viewer commented, "A 60-square-meter living room? My entire home is only 70 square meters. How much does this renovation cost?" "Teacher Jing, is it truly free? No rent to pay?" Upon seeing this comment, Li Jing paused to respond earnestly. "It is indeed free. The Yanhuang civilization allocates housing to citizens permanently, without any charge. There are no rent or property management fees." "Oh, wait, there is a property management fee, but it can be offset with civic contribution points. If we volunteer or make other contributions, our points will suffice. If our points fall short, we can pay with Yanhuang coins, but they are quite inexpensive. A villa costs approximately 50 Yanhuang coins per month." The comments erupted. 50 Yanhuang coins? By the official exchange rate, 1 Yanhuang coin equals 50 dragon coins, which amounts to merely 2,500 dragon coins. 2,500 for renting such a villa? In Yanjing or Modu, even an old, rundown place would cost more than that. Li Jing continued, guiding the camera. "Here is the kitchen. The kitchen is open plan, equipped with an array of smart kitchenware. It's cutting-edge technology. So is food free as well?" "Not quite." Li Jing shook her head. "The basic nutritional supplements are free and can be collected from the community center, ensuring all essential nutrients for the body. However, the taste, well, it's not very pleasant. Therefore, we still prefer to buy groceries and cook. Food must be purchased, payable in Yanhuang coins." She opened the double-door refrigerator, which was enormous and stuffed with various ingredients. "These are what we bought yesterday at the community supermarket. Let me show you the receipt." She pulled out her phone, projecting the electronic bill into the air. The comments noted, "Pork, 0, 15 Yanhuang coins per gene. Beef, 0, 5 Yanhuang coins per gene. Rice, 0, 0.5 Yanhuang coins per gene. Chinese cabbage, 0, 0.5 Yanhuang coins per gene. Apples, 0, 0.8 Yanhuang coins per gene. So inexpensive?" Li Jing explained that the agricultural islands of Yanhuang utilize advanced technology for cultivation, yielding high production rates, and the transport employs anti-gravity cargo planes, keeping costs low. "For our family of 8, our monthly grocery expenses amount to around 200 Yanhuang coins." She calculated, at the official exchange rate. 200 Yanhuang coins equate to 10,000 dragon coins, which sounds considerable. However, In reality, we have a fixed monthly income, which I will discuss later. Chapter 175. Can your name command respect? Next, Li Jing led everyone upstairs. The main bedroom on the second floor sent the comments into a frenzy again. A 50 square meter room with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the backyard, featuring a vegetable garden with various produce. The bed in the master suite is smart, capable of monitoring sleep quality and automatically adjusting firmness and temperature. Li Jing demonstrated, and the wardrobe is also smart. Speaking of clothing, she opened the wardrobe. Children's clothes are free and can be collected quarterly at the Children's Center for outfits for each season. Adults must purchase their own clothing. However, the community has basic clothing stores with very affordable prices. T-shirts are 1 Yuan coin each, and pants are 2 Yuan coins. If one desires designer or brand name items, those come at a higher cost. The comments reflected, so, not everything is free. Rather, basic needs are guaranteed at no cost, while luxury purchases are self-funded. This system is excellent as it prevents fostering idleness. Providing free clothing for children is very humane. The third floor features a recreational room and terrace. The recreational room is equipped with holographic gaming devices, fitness equipment, and a reading nook. The terrace boasts a hot tub for soaking. Is this pool a standard feature of every villa? Li Jing observed the barrage of questions and confirmed, indeed, it's standard. However, the water usage is capped at a monthly allowance of 10 tons, which is free of charge. Any excess incurs a fee. Nevertheless, with a large family, the combined water usage of our 3 villas amounts to 30 tons, which we hardly exhaust. From the terrace on the third floor, a panoramic view of the community unfolded. Orderly clusters of villas, meandering roads, parks, and lakes in the distance, with the faint outline of the city beyond. We reside in the 7th community of the 3rd district. Li Jing turned the camera towards the horizon, revealing the commercial center, replete with large supermarkets, shopping malls, and cinemas. Alongside the educational district that encompasses kindergartens through to high schools, the furthest white structure is the medical center. The barrage erupted. The community planning is splendid. This environment is undeniably a top-tier luxury residential area. Is this villa style prevalent throughout the entire Yanhuan continent? Are there no high-rises? She inquired. There are high-rises. Li Jing clarified. The commercial and administrative districts feature tall buildings, but the residential areas consist solely of these villas. It is said that Mr. Qin Feng established this rule. Every descendant of Yanhuang deserves to reside comfortably and spaciously. Mention of Qin Feng sparked lively chatter in the barrage. Qin Feng, forever our hero. So, Teacher Jing, have you met Qin Feng? When will the gene optimization liquid be available? At that moment, the sound of a door opening resonated from the living room. Chen Changxing returned from his parents' home next door. Is this a live broadcast? He asked, spotting Li Jing on the terrace and approaching her with a smile. Wow, quite an audience. Dad, Chen Zixuan called from downstairs. A netizen is asking for your name. Chen Changxing took the phone Li Jing offered, glancing at the barrage and chuckling. I am called Chen Changxing, what of it? The barrage instantly flooded with comments. Chen Changxing? Is your name really Chen Changxing? My friend, can such a name truly be born? To share a name with the protagonist of a fantasy novel, that's audacity. Changsheng, great leader. You and your family of 8 occupy 3 villas? Chen Changsheng, unfazed by the camera, sat confidently in a rattan chair on the terrace. After residing in Yanhuang for half a month, his spirit had transformed entirely. The weariness born from life's pressures had vanished, and he appeared rejuvenated by 5 years. Yes, our family of 8 occupies 3 villas, he declared, settling into conversation with the netizens. 1 for my parents, 1 for my in-laws, and 1 for my wife and children. The 3 villas are adjacent, forming a small familial enclave. How is it that you can occupy 3 villas? A question arose in the barrage. Chen Changxing elaborated. The housing policy of Yanhuang civilization allocates residences based on small family units. If 3 generations live together, it is customary for the elders and children to reside separately to ensure privacy. However, should the elders prefer to live with their children, they may share a single unit. Yet, staff recommend separation, as everyone requires independent space. That's the official stance. Are the villas truly free for life? Came another inquiry. Absolutely free for eternity. The property deeds have already been issued to us. They are in electronic format on our personal devices. What about your original home? Have you settled the mortgage? This question caused Chen Changsheng to pause momentarily. He exchanged a glance with Li Jing, who nodded in affirmation. To be honest, no, he admitted candidly. When we immigrated, the laws of Yanhuang civilization automatically absolved us of all civil debts in our former nationality. The house and car were reclaimed by the bank and auctioned off. As for the remaining loans, according to the staff, the bank will handle those matters. The barrage erupted in astonishment. Is this even possible? Will the bank not pursue its debts? Surely, this cannot be legal? Chen Changsheng, upon reading these comments, chuckled. Legality hinges on the laws established by those in power. In the realm of Yanhuang civilization, this is entirely permissible. Moreover, the staff remarked that they would like to see any bank attempt to collect debts here. I doubt any would dare. His words resonated with confidence, prompting an outpouring of admiration in the comments section. With a shift in tone, Chen Changxing continued, upon immigrating, all our assets in the Dragon Kingdom, our homes, vehicles, and savings, were automatically nullified, severing all ties to our past. Is it worth it? A viewer inquired. Chen Changxing did not respond immediately. Rising from his seat, he wandered to the edge of the terrace, directing the camera towards the distant landscape, the azure sky, the pristine clouds, the architecturally diverse buildings, and the tree-lined pathways. My father is in the mid-stages of stomach cancer. His voice remained steady as he spoke. Back home, we could not afford treatment. Conservative therapy equates to a death sentence. After immigrating to Yanhuang civilization, the hospital cured him in 3 hours, completely healed, with no chance of recurrence. My mother suffers from hypertension, my father-in-law has diabetes, my mother-in-law has arthritis, my wife endures gastritis, and I contend with fatty liver disease and a herniated disc. Following a comprehensive family health check, all ailments were treated free of charge. Now, we reside in a villa with no rent. Our children attend school without fees. Medical care is complimentary, and the community provides free basic nutritional supplements, alongside clothing for the children. He turned the camera back to the screen. You ask me if it's worth it? The comments fell silent for a few moments before erupting once more. I'm in tears. This is what civilization looks like. Let us compare the lives we lead. I want to immigrate. How do I apply for immigration? Addressing the audience's most pressing concern regarding welfare, Li Jing took over the discussion. She had prepared thoroughly, projecting an electronic spreadsheet into the air to provide a detailed breakdown. The spreadsheet outlined income items: 1. Startup capital, 5,000 Yanhuang coins per household. 3 households totaling 15,000 Yanhuang coins. 2. Childcare subsidy, 500 Yanhuang coins per child monthly, 2 children totaling 1,000 Yanhuang coins monthly. 3. Community volunteer service subsidy, optional 10 Yanhuang coins per hour, up to 40 hours monthly. Expenditure items: 1. Food, approximately 200 Yanhuang coins monthly. 2. Utilities, a total of approximately 150 Yanhuang coins monthly for 3 villas. 3. Transportation, costs for charging the anti-gravity vehicles. 4. Property fees, 50 Yanhuang coins monthly. 5. Clothing and daily necessities, approximately 100 Yanhuang coins monthly. Chapter 176. Humanity can indeed live differently. Calculating the figures. Li Jing concluded that our fixed monthly income would be at least 1,000 Yanhuang coins from childcare subsidies, while expenditures hover around 500 Yanhuang coins. This implies that we could remain idle without any employment and still retain a net surplus of 500 Yanhuang coins each month. With the initial capital of 15,000 Yanhuang coins, we could hardly exhaust it. The barrage ignited with fervent calculations. 1 Yanhuang coin equals 100 units of electricity. 50 dragon coins? 15,000 Yanhuang coins equals 750,000 dragon coins. A monthly income of 1,000 Yanhuang coins translates to 50,000 dragon coins, not to mention the value of the villa. Such a property in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai would be worth tens of millions. 3 villas generate a monthly net income of 50,000 dragon coins, alongside complimentary medical and educational services. Hold on, there's more to share. Li Jing elaborated that these are merely the fundamental benefits. Once the Yanhuang civilization is formally established, every citizen will have the opportunity to undergo 3 complementary, full gene optimizations. The value of this is immeasurable. As the topic of gene optimization arose, the comments section erupted. Full version gene optimization. Even the weakened version costs 5 million Yanhuang coins each. That translates to 5 million Yanhuang coins being equivalent to 25 billion dragon coins. So, for Chen Chongqing's family of 8, they essentially gained 20 billion dragon coins for free. Not just that, the full version is significantly superior to the weakened version. I might not even live to see 100 years. Chen Chongqing gazed at the barrage of comments, reflecting, honestly, it feels like we're still in a dream. Just half a month ago, we were worried about my father's medical expenses and anxious about making next month's mortgage payment. Now, we're discussing where to take the kids for fun next month. He pointed to the anti-gravity aircraft parked in the yard. That one, the basic model, is provided free of charge to each household. It can reach a maximum speed of 10 Mach. Back home, I would never have dared to dream of such a thing. How does one operate the aircraft? A comment inquired. It's quite simple, Chen Chongqing replied. You just need to learn for 8 hours in a virtual reality system and pass a simulated exam. My parents have already mastered it. Just yesterday, my father took my mother to Agricultural Island to enjoy the scenery, and they arrived in just 15 minutes. The comments exploded. Even the elderly can fly? It's fully autonomous. Just state the destination, and it will take you there. I want to fly too. At that moment, Chun Zixuan, his son, dashed upstairs and exclaimed, Dad, Grandpa wants to demonstrate the aircraft for the online viewers. Chen Chongqing and Li Jing exchanged knowing smiles. Sounds great. They descended the stairs with their phones in hand. In the courtyard of the 3 villas, 3 silver aircraft were lined up side by side. Chun Jingwo's aircraft had already powered on, hovering half a meter above the ground. Dad, take it slow, Chen Chongqing cautioned. I know, Chen Jingwo responded. Looking remarkably youthful, 10 years younger than his actual age due to treatment. He waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Chongqing's father. Let me show you how this aircraft works. He settled into the cockpit, and the door closed automatically. The aircraft ascended gently, hovering at a height of 5 meters. Then smoothly flew forward, making a circuit around the community garden, performing a few simple maneuvers before landing with grace. Throughout the entire process, Chen Jingwo's hands never touched the controls. He merely communicated with the system. Ascend 5 meters, fly forward, circle the garden, and land. The comments were ablaze. Voice control throughout the flight. It's incredibly stable, not a hint of turbulence. This technology must be a century ahead of Earth. The old gentleman looks fantastic, completely unrecognizable as a cancer survivor. As Chen Jingwo exited the aircraft, his face glowed with excitement. It's so convenient. I dreamed of driving when I was young, but we were too poor to afford lessons. Now that I'm older, I'm flying an aircraft. His father-in-law, Li Guoqiang, also showcased his aircraft. As a retired teacher, he was more cautious, performing only simple takeoffs, landings, and hovering, but it was still quite impressive. Finally, Chen Chongqing entered his own aircraft. I'll take everyone for a spin above the community, but we must stay within the designated altitude and not fly too far. The aircraft ascended vertically, and the camera captured the ground through the window. The entirety of the community unfolds before us. Orderly villa clusters, winding roads, a central garden, an artificial lake, a children's playground, and a community activity center. Our neighborhood is home to 1,000 households, all comprised of immigrants. As Chun Changsheng glides through the air, he points out various landmarks. There lies the school, accommodating students from kindergarten to high school. Over there is the medical center, and beyond that is the commercial district. The aircraft glides smoothly, while the barrage of comments erupts with fervor. This urban planning surpasses all others. There are no utility poles. All the lines are buried underground. The greenery coverage must be at least 50%, right? Each villa boasts its own garden. How much land must that encompass? 1,000,000 square kilometers have been created in the Pacific, truly audacious. After 10 minutes of flight, Chun Changsheng returns for landing. Upon exiting the aircraft, the viewership has surged past 1 million, catapulting to the top of Douyin's trending list. Back in the living room, Li Jing and Chun Changsheng begin to address the barrage of questions. How does one apply for immigration? Through the official website of the Yanhuang civilization. Fill out the application form and await screening and an interview. What are the screening criteria? Morality comes first. No criminal record, a harmonious family, and a willingness to contribute to civilization. Do ordinary people have a chance? Yes, we are all ordinary individuals. How can one earn Yanhuang coins? Through work, innovation, volunteer service, and rewards for contributions to civilization. Is education truly free for children? From kindergarten to university, entirely free, with additional subsidies. What does the medical coverage include? All illnesses, including terminal diseases, are treated free of charge. When does genetic optimization begin? After the establishment of the Yanhuang civilization, it will be implemented in phases across the community. After answering nearly 100 questions, the live stream has lasted for 2.5 hours. The viewership has surpassed 3 million, with numerous overseas IPs. And comments in various languages such as English, Japanese, and Korean flood the screen. Chun Changsheng addresses the audience sincerely, acknowledging that many may envy or even resent their fortune. However, he insists that they are merely fortunate to be among the first wave of immigrants. He pauses, stating that once genetic optimization is complete, both he and his wife will seek employment to contribute to this civilization. His father and father-in-law have also expressed their intent to find meaningful pursuits, refusing to idly consume welfare. The Yanhuang civilization has granted them a new lease on life, and they feel compelled to give back. This embodies the essence of this civilization. Contribute to civilization, and civilization will provide everything in return. Li Jing adds that life here is not entirely perfect. They are far from their homeland, separated from friends and family. Although they can fly back at any time, it remains two distinct worlds. They must adapt to new societal rules, learn new technologies, and rebuild their social circles. Yet, she smiles, it is worth it. As the live stream concludes, the viewership settles at 3,870,000, with over 20 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Gifts flood the screen, as netizens express their astonishment and envy in this manner. Mom, are we internet celebrities now? Chen Zishuan inquires. Not quite celebrities, Li Jing replies, ruffling her son's hair. We are merely fortunate, ordinary people. Outside the window, the sun sets, casting golden rays upon their new home. The sounds of dinner being prepared can be heard from next door, with the enticing aroma of stewed meat wafting from the in-laws' garden. Chen Changsheng held Li Jing's hand. Next week, Mr. Qin Feng's wedding. Our application for attendance has been approved. Li Jing leaned against his shoulder. We must take a good look at the person who has given us all this. Through this live broadcast, millions of Earth inhabitants bore witness to a civilization that is fair, prosperous, and dignified. Not a utopian fantasy, but a tangible reality existing at the heart of the Pacific. Are you envious? Certainly. Yet more than envy, there exists a complex tapestry of emotions. Shock, yearning, and a faint glimmer of hope. Perhaps humanity can indeed live differently. Chapter 177. Please call me the Emperor Changsheng. In October, the air in the Yanhuang continent was crisp and refreshing. At 9 in the morning, in the living room of Chun Changsheng's home, a phone stand was already set up. What are you thinking about? Chun Changsheng asked as he observed his wife adjusting the lighting. Li Jing took a deep breath, struggling to articulate the sensation she was experiencing, the feeling of genetic optimization. A month prior, on the third day following the grand ceremony of the Yanhuang civilization's establishment, their family received notification. The first batch of citizens' genetic optimization was officially commencing, to be carried out in groups within their community. This past month has been transformative. At 9:30, Li Jing promptly pressed the live broadcast button. Almost instantaneously, the viewership skyrocketed from 0 to 100,000, then to 500,000, and finally, to 1 million. The Douyin platform evidently provided the maximum traffic recommendation, with the live stream's title glaringly eye-catching. Genetic optimization completed. What is the experience of a 30,000-year lifespan? Hello everyone, I am Li Jing. She smiled at the camera. As promised, ready to share her experience of genetic optimization. The barrage of comments erupted. Here we go. Teacher Jing looks so young. Is that Chen Changsheng beside her? He looks like a different person. Is this the effect of genetic optimization? Before the camera, Li Jing and Chen Changsheng had indeed changed. Their skin appeared firm and radiant. Their eyes bright and piercing, radiating an indescribable vitality. The fine lines at the corners of Li Jing's eyes and the gray hairs at her temples had vanished, making her look like a 25 or 26-year-old maiden. Chen Changsheng, too, exuded a revitalized spirit, standing tall and upright, the weariness of middle age completely absent. Many friends have asked if we underwent cosmetic surgery. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. No, this is simply the natural state post-genetic optimization. To be precise, It is a return to our optimal state. Indeed, Li Jing nodded. Genetic optimization does not transform us into other people. Rather, it adjusts our bodies to the healthiest, youngest, and most perfect condition. Moreover, the process is somewhat exhilarating. She began to recount her experience. The first optimization primarily enhanced physical fitness. Li Jing's tone turned serious as she described the painful process. She displayed a segment of holographic footage, permitted by the Yanhuang civilization for citizens to record their optimization journey. In the footage, she lay within a transparent medical pod. Once the optimization commenced, every cell in her body underwent transformation. She could feel her muscles restructuring, her bones strengthening, and her organs rejuvenating, as if countless tiny ants were gnawing at her body and then reconstructing it. The comments flooded in. Is it really that painful? Wasn't it said that technology is advanced? Can it be painless? It can be painless. Chen Chongqing elucidated that the medical center recommends retaining 30 of the sensation of pain, as it serves as a profound reminder of bodily changes. Moreover, following genetic optimization, our pain thresholds would be elevated, allowing us to experience only 1/10 of the pain from the same injury in the future. The footage continued, revealing Li Jing in evident distress. Beads of sweat adorning her forehead, yet she persevered with gritted teeth. The medical pod displayed various physiological indicators: heart rate, blood pressure, cellular regeneration rate, and energy expenditure. The first optimization lasted for 7 days. Li Jing recounted. Upon emerging from the medical pod after 7 days, she stood and lightly leaped in front of the camera. In that moment, her head nearly grazed the 6-meter-high ceiling. When she landed, it was as light as a feather, producing almost no sound. The comments flooded in. What extraordinary leaping ability. The ceiling is 6 meters high, right? That jump must be at least 4 meters. Her physical prowess had improved by roughly tenfold. Chen Chongqing added that strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and immunity had all been comprehensively enhanced. I can now lift 500 kilograms with one hand and run 100 meters in about 5 seconds without feeling fatigued. The second optimization focused on cerebral development. Li Jing continued. This time, it was not painful, but rather wondrous. You can feel the brain awakening. Previously vague memories became clear, and disordered knowledge was automatically organized and classified, with my learning capacity experiencing exponential growth. She picked up a book, The Introduction to Basic Physics of the Yanhuang Civilization, which was a hefty 1,000 pages. Before optimization, I might never have comprehended this book. Now, in just 3 days, I not only understood it, but I could also derive formulas and present my insights. The comments erupted. Is it photographic memory? How many times has cognitive ability improved? There is no specific multiple, as it has surpassed traditional metrics. In simple terms, our current learning speed is more than 100 times that of before optimization, and it is not mere rote memorization. It is genuine understanding, innovation, and the ability to apply knowledge in various contexts. The third optimization focused on comprehensive enhancement and lifespan extension. Li Jing's expression turned to one of reverence. This time, we truly grasped the implications of a 30,000-year lifespan. Countless nanobots entered the body, initiating the repair of telomeres, reorganizing DNA, and optimizing metabolic systems. The medical center's doctor stated that after 3 optimizations, our cellular division would not result in telomere shortening, and DNA damage would be automatically repaired, with metabolism consistently maintained at its optimal state. Theoretically, we could sustain this condition for 30,000 years, barring unforeseen injuries. The comments had gone wild. How many years has human civilization existed? This means witnessing hundreds of generations. The temporal scale had entirely transformed. A timid question arose. Can the weakened version truly live only 150 years? The disparity between the full version and the weakened version was likened to that between a nuclear bomb and a firecracker. Chen Chongqing observed his name mentioned in the comments and smiled. Previously, you wondered if I could live up to the name Chen Chongqing. He stood, walked directly in front of the camera, and declared, now I can officially answer. He paused, articulating each word. From now on, please refer to me as the Great Emperor Chongqing. His words resonated with commanding authority, perfectly complemented by his current appearance and demeanor, without a hint of incongruity. The comments erupted. Wow, what an impressive presence. A lifespan of 30,000 years indeed befits the title of the Great Emperor of Longevity. Chen Chongqing has ascended, not merely floating in the air, for he possesses the genuine capital to do so. Chen Chongqing laughed heartily, just a jest. However, on a serious note, the concept of a 30,000-year lifespan requires time for us to comprehend. He settled back onto the sofa, his expression turning earnest. In the past, with an average lifespan of a century, we would plan for the future in terms of 5 or 10 years. Now, we can envision plans spanning centuries or even millennia. For instance, my parents and parents-in-law, after optimization, appear to be in their 30s. The staff at the medical center suggested that their physical condition surpasses that of many younger individuals, enabling them to continue learning, contribute to civilization, and even consider having children again. Bullet comments. Wow, are the staff that straightforward? Did the elders blush? Chapter 178. Educational Philosophy Theft, Not Just Blushing. Chen Chongqing chuckled. My father's face turned as red as his neck. My mother remarked that I was already a grandmother. Yet the staff were quite serious, stating that in the Yanhuang civilization, age is merely a number. Physical condition is what truly matters. As long as the body permits, the right to procreate is a fundamental right. However, they currently have no such intentions. Li Jing smiled, sharing that all 4 elders expressed a desire to re-engage in learning and find meaningful pursuits. My father-in-law enrolled in a community construction training program, eager to participate in the next phase of the Yanhuang civilization's expansion. My father plans to return to teaching, although he must pass the stringent qualification assessment set by the Yanhuang civilization, rumored to be quite challenging. While difficult, it poses no problem for them. Chen Changxing added. After their second optimization, their learning abilities have been remarkably enhanced. My father completed the equivalent of a 4-year undergraduate program in construction engineering in just 1 week and is currently pursuing a master's degree. My father-in-law is even more ambitious. He is researching the educational system of the Yanhuang civilization and intends to compose a comparative thesis. Bullet comments. This is the terrifying aspect of genetic optimization, learning abilities enhanced 100-fold. Just imagine how swiftly civilization will progress. It is inconceivable what the Yanhuang civilization will achieve a century hence. After discussing genetic optimization, the conversation naturally shifted to children. Our children have undergone 2 rounds of optimization, Li Jing remarked, in preparation for entering primary school. The third optimization will occur upon their graduation from middle school at the age of 14. They are now attending primary school. Chen Changxing displayed photos of the children, 2 spirited youngsters, their eyes bright and full of vitality. The Yanhuang civilization's primary education system is entirely distinct from that of Longhua. As a former primary school teacher, Li Jing is particularly knowledgeable about this topic. She retrieved prepared materials and projected them into the air. Firstly, regarding the curriculum, she presented the timetable, over 6 years of primary education. Students are expected to master the entirety of knowledge from the traditional educational system, covering subjects from elementary to high school, Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, history, and geography, all compressed into a mere 6 years. Bullet comments. Can the children handle this? It seems too intense. Not too intense. Li Jing shook her head, because the children, having undergone genetic optimization, possess extraordinary learning capabilities. Moreover, the educational methods of the Yanhuang civilization are highly advanced. They are not reliant on rote memorization, but rather employ heuristic and exploratory approaches. Most importantly, practice takes precedence over theory. Children do not merely memorize formulas. They conduct experiments, observe phenomena firsthand, and deduce principles for themselves. Such a learning environment is efficient, memorable, and engaging. Chen Changxing added, my son Zixuan, who is now 7 years old, has already begun to engage in simple physics experiments, of course under the guidance of his teacher to ensure safety. The barrage of comments read, the level of education here surpasses even that of our universities. The resources for education are abundantly supplied, which is quite extravagant. Yet what is most astonishing is not merely this foundational knowledge. Li Jing's expression grew complex. It pertains to educational philosophy. She took a deep breath and explained, the educational philosophy of the Yanhuang civilization can be succinctly divided into 2 parts. Internally, it emphasizes unity and mutual assistance, fostering a sense of community. All citizens are regarded as siblings, required to care for and support one another. This principle is nurtured from kindergarten, where children collaborate to complete tasks, share achievements, and assist their less advanced peers. Externally, she paused, referring to realms beyond our solar system, because the journey of the Yanhuang civilization is toward the stars and the sea. The barrage fell silent for a few seconds, awaiting further elaboration. Externally, there is but one word, seas. Upon uttering this word, the barrage erupted. Seas? Did I hear that correctly? Is it really that direct? Isn't this akin to plunder? Li Jing observed the rapidly scrolling comments and calmly continued. Indeed, seas. To wrest resources from the cosmos. To carve out living space for future generations. This is a concept that must be instilled from elementary school. She displayed a screenshot from the elementary textbooks. One page stating, the resources of the universe are finite, yet the survival of civilization is infinite. Every potentially habitable planet and every bountiful star region is destined to become the future home of our Yanhuang descendants. We must employ our wisdom and strength to strive, to expand, to seize. Another page contained history lesson content, titled Lessons from the Age of Exploration. 500 years ago, Europeans set sail and discovered new continents, seizing countless resources, thus laying the foundation of modern Western civilization. They did not inquire whether the indigenous peoples consented, nor did they consider harmonious coexistence. They wielded firearms and pathogens to acquire the wealth of 2 continents. Today, we possess interstellar battleships, genetic enhancements, and lifespans of 30,000 years. Our stage is the entire Milky Way. Why should we not engage in similar endeavors? Why should we relinquish resources and living space to other potentially existing civilizations? The barrage was thoroughly divided. Dissenting voices arose. Isn't this essentially social Darwinism? Can we not coexist peacefully with extraterrestrial civilizations? This is barbaric. We should be a civilization that cherishes peace. Yet the voices of support were even louder. Wake up, naive ones. The universe is a dark forest. If the West can seize, why can't we? What is wrong with claiming extraterrestrial territories? It is only just to carve out living space for future generations. Blood boiling. This is the spirit befitting our Yanhuang descendants. Li Jing observed the ensuing debate and slowly began to speak. I am aware that this ideology will spark controversy. In truth, I too hesitated when I first encountered it. However, I later came to a realization. Firstly, we are seizing from extraterrestrial civilizations, should they exist. On a cosmic scale, competition among civilizations is brutal. If we do not become strong and strive for what is ours, one day it may be others who come to seize from us. Secondly, seizing is not mindless plunder. The education of the Yanhuang civilization emphasizes the principle of acquiring the greatest benefits at the least cost. Negotiation is preferred where possible. Trade is encouraged, and it is deemed ideal to achieve victory without resorting to conflict. However, the bottom line remains that we must secure the resources we require. Ultimately, she expressed with gravity that this is a matter of survival, not a moral dilemma. In the vast cosmos, there are no laws, no enforcers. Only the primal law of survival of the fittest. If we do not wish to be prey, we must become formidable enough to dominate others. I once believed that peaceful development was the best course. However, after genetic optimization, my mindset transformed. When you possess a lifespan of 30,000 years and witness your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren flourishing through the generations, you begin to ponder. What justifies confining them to a minuscule planet? What justifies allowing them to engage in fierce competition over scant resources? The universe is vast, and resources are abundant. If we do not claim them, shall we wait for other civilizations to exhaust them and then offer us their leftovers? This discourse plunged the audience into contemplation. Chapter 179. Teacher. Has our child Zihan had water today? Beyond ideology, the educational methods of the Yanhuang civilization are quite rigorous. Li Jing switched to another screen to showcase a physical combat class for elementary students. In the images, children aged 7 or 8 don protective gear while engaging in combat training on soft mats. This was not mere pretense. They were genuinely fighting, with some children being thrown to the ground and others having their arms twisted, yet they quickly rose to continue. This is part of the first grade curriculum. Li Jing explained that they have 2 classes per week to learn basic combat skills and self-defense. The objective, according to the teacher, is to cultivate courage, willpower, and adaptability. The audience reacted with surprise. Learning to fight at such a young age? Isn't that too dangerous? What if they get hurt? Teacher, has our child Zihan had water today? Injuries are a common occurrence. My son sprained his wrist in the very first class and returned home in tears. However, he was treated within 5 minutes at the medical center, and by the second class, he was no longer crying and had even learned how to counterattack. The teacher emphasized that children must learn to confront pain, setbacks, and fears through these experiences. Li Jing added that this training evolves as they grow older. In middle school, they will study cold weaponry, firearms, and mecha operations. In university, outstanding students may learn to pilot interstellar warships. She displayed a screenshot of a virtual course, Fundamentals of Interstellar Tactics, covering topics such as space combat theory, fleet formation, energy weapon utilization, and landing operations. Is this part of the middle school curriculum? The audience gasped. Indeed, Li Jing confirmed. After graduating middle school at the age of 14, if they choose a military path, they will delve deeper into these subjects in university, as they may indeed be called upon to engage in warfare against alien civilizations in distant galaxies. This focus is not limited to military training. Chen Chongqing stated that children in all fields, research, engineering, medicine, agriculture, must learn relevant practical skills. This is because the ideology of the Yanhuang civilization insists that every citizen must become a valuable contributor to society. Li Jing concluded that the purpose of education is not to cultivate bookworms, but to nurture warriors, scientists, and engineers, individuals capable of leading civilization towards the stars and the sea. The livestream lasted for 3 hours, attracting over 8 million viewers. In the final half hour, Li Jing and Chen Chongqing addressed questions from the audience. What are your plans now? Li Jing. I aspire to continue my role as an educator, yet I must undertake further studies. The educational system and requirements of the Yanhuang civilization are vastly different from those of the Dragon Kingdom. I am currently participating in teacher qualification training, which I estimate will take about 6 months to complete successfully. Chen Chongqing. I have enrolled in the community development team, engaging in local infrastructure initiatives. In the future, I hope to apply to join the Space Forces. Once I have acquired sufficient knowledge and skills, I wish to expand the horizons of our civilization and repay it for all it has bestowed upon us. Are the children adapting well? Extremely well. Li Jing chuckled. They adapt more swiftly than we do. Each day, they return home brimming with excitement, sharing what they learned, the experiments they conducted, and whether they triumphed or faltered in competitions with their classmates. Moreover, they have begun to adopt interstellar thinking. Just yesterday, my son asked me, Mom, when will we move to another planet? What about the elderly? They are rejuvenated. Chen Chongqing reflected, my father now studies 8 hours a day, working harder than I do. He says that he lacked the opportunity to study in the past, but with a lifespan of 30,000 years, he intends to learn everything he has ever wished to know. What message do you have for the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom? This question rendered both of them momentarily silent. At last, it was Chen Chongqing who spoke. I know many envy us and even seek ways to emigrate. However, I wish to convey that the Yanhuang civilization is not an escape from reality. It is not a utopia. Here, we bear our own responsibilities and possess our own missions. If you merely wish to enjoy benefits without shouldering responsibilities, then this place is not for you. The Yanhuang civilization requires warriors, pioneers, individuals willing to venture into the cosmos to seize resources for future generations. Furthermore, competition here is equally fierce. It is not a competitive environment of endless comparison, but one of upward striving. Everyone aspires to contribute more to civilization and earn greater honor. If you lack this awareness, you will find suffering upon your arrival. Thus, Chen Chongqing gazed into the camera. If you truly wish to join the Yanhuang civilization, first ask yourself, are you prepared to fight for this civilization? Are you ready for your descendants to become conquerors of the stars and seas? The livestream concluded in contemplation. After the broadcast, the data was astonishing. 37 million viewers, over 100 million likes, and more than 2 million comments. Related topics surged to the trending lists of social media worldwide. Yanhuang civilization educational philosophy, the pursuit of excellence, 30,000-year lifespan, Chen Chongqing, the eternal emperor. And has our child Zihan drunk water today? Meanwhile, in the 7th community of the 3rd district of the Yanhuang continent, Chen Chongqing turned off the livestream equipment and exchanged a smile with Li Jing. Jing, Chen Chongqing grasped his wife's hand. Sometimes I feel as though we have been chosen. Chosen for what? Chosen to become pioneers of a new era. Our children, and their children may pilot interstellar battleships to realms we cannot yet fathom. And we are the beginning of this legend. Li Jing leaned on his shoulder. Indeed, the beginning. The beginning of an ordinary family. The beginning of a civilization. The beginning of an era of stars and seas belonging to the descendants of Yin Huang. On the other side of the world, countless individuals watched the live broadcast replay. Their hearts stirred by a medley of complex emotions. Awe, yearning, unease, and an indescribable thrill. Perhaps the conquest of the stars is not merely a figment of science fiction, but a reality unfolding at the heart of the Pacific, led by a group of descendants of Yin and Huang who possess lifespans of 30,000 years. The lights of the Yin Huang continent converge into a dazzling sea of brilliance at the center of the Pacific. This light illuminates paths that humanity has never dared to imagine. 72 hours after Li Jing's live broadcast, the internet experienced a rare seismic shift in thought. From Longwa's Weibo, Zhihu, and Douyin to the West's Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. The phrase Yin Huang civilization educational philosophy spread with the ferocity of a nuclear explosion. Discussions on related topics surpassed 1 billion posts, and media outlets worldwide urgently dispatched reporters to analyze and report on the phenomenon. The core of this discourse centered around a single word that Li Jing casually mentioned during the broadcast, seize. Chapter 180. The anxiety of all parties in a conference room at a prestigious university in Longwa, a dozen educational experts gathered around a long table, each equipped with a tablet displaying clips from Li Jing's live broadcast. Cultivating combat while from elementary school, engaging in combat training, and injuries being commonplace, murmured an elderly professor, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples. This completely subverts our current educational philosophy. Not just subversion, it's as if they trampled on it after overturning it. Interjected a middle-aged female professor, her tone impassioned. What is our education doing? Protecting children, avoiding injuries, even minimizing competitive sports and physical education. Yet they begin combat training at 7 or 8 years old. A young scholar presented data. Even more alarming is their learning efficiency. They complete the entirety of the traditional educational curriculum from elementary to high school in just 6 years. This means their knowledge density is 5 to 10 times that of our children. Coupled with the 100-fold learning capabilities brought about by genetic optimization, ladies and gentlemen. This is no longer a gap, it is a dimensional obliteration. The conference room fell into silence. Someone displayed a screenshot of the Yin Huang civilization's elementary school curriculum, showcasing the chapter Introduction to Interstellar Resources that Li Jing presented during the broadcast. Chapter 4. The Law of Resource Prioritization. 1. Survival resources take precedence. Habitable planets, water resources. Energy minerals 2. Strategic resources follow. Special minerals, rare elements. Gravity, anomaly zones 3. Development resources come next. Planets with high research value. Remnants of civilization's methods of acquisition, negotiation, trade, and coercive forceful acquisition. They have written the acquisition of resources through coercive force into their elementary school textbooks, trembled the old professor's voice. This is equivalent to instilling the law of the jungle into children from a young age. However, the young scholar hesitated to speak. If we consider the Yin Huang civilization's perspective, this may be the most rational choice. They possess interstellar navigation capabilities and will inevitably face other civilizations in the future. Should we not cultivate warriors rather than lambs? But the purpose of education should be to develop well-rounded individuals, countered the female professor, those who are moral, compassionate, and understand the preciousness of peace. On an interstellar scale, peace may well be a luxury, a cold voice remarked, while we remain on Earth deliberating educational philosophies. They have already commenced the meticulous planning of resource allocation across the galaxy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not addressing issues of the same dimension. This discourse yields no conclusions, only deeper anxieties. Meanwhile, countless parents on social media pose profound inquiries. Teacher Jing, do you not feel anguish when your children are harmed? Will combat training foster violence in our children? Learning to fight at merely 7 or 8 years old, what future awaits them? While our children are still memorizing the adage, who knows the meal in the bowl, every grain is earned through toil, theirs are already mastering the energy calibration of interstellar battleships. How can we possibly compete? The Western media's headlines grow increasingly alarming. The New York Times proclaims, New Spartans, the Yin Huang civilization cultivates war machines from a young age. The BBC states, survival of the fittest, the jungle law education of the new Pacific civilization. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung declares, conquerors with a lifespan of 30,000 years, the educational ambitions of the Yin Huang civilization. An emergency national security meeting convenes at the White House. The Chief of Staff presents an analysis report. Based on the live broadcast content, the educational system of the Yin Huang civilization entirely serves its strategy for interstellar expansion. Their children are not ordinary students. They are the vanguard of future warriors, engineers, and colonizers. What does this imply? The intelligence director's expression grows grave. It signifies that in 20 years, no, given their learning pace and longevity, perhaps in 10, they will possess a generation fully adapted to the interstellar era, with cognitive frameworks entirely distinct from our own. The intelligence chief states, these individuals do not perceive plundering as a pejorative, but as a necessity for survival. When confronted with extraterrestrial civilizations, their initial response is not how to coexist peacefully, but rather how to maximize their advantages. This is perilous, the Secretary of State asserts. For them, it is rational. The Secretary of Defense offers a wry smile, suggesting that had we interstellar battleships and lifespans of 30,000 years, we might educate our children similarly. The European response is markedly divided. Traditional European nations such as Gaul vehemently condemn this social Darwinism in education, urging the international community to consider civilizational ethics. Conversely, some Eastern European countries, particularly those once oppressed by great powers, privately express understanding. They merely articulate what the West undertook 5 centuries ago in a more forthright manner. A scholar from Poland remarked on Twitter, during the age of exploration, Europeans did not coexist peacefully with indigenous peoples. Now, as Eastern civilization embarks on its own interstellar voyages, we demand they adhere to moral standards? Hypocrisy. This statement sparked intense debate. Supporters assert it reveals historical truths, while opponents argue that past atrocities cannot justify new ones. The most intriguing response emerged from the Special Administrative Region of Japan, where local media overwhelmingly support the educational philosophy of the Yenhuang civilization. The Asahi Shimbun editorial reads, "At last, a civilization dares to articulate the truth of the universe." The article contends, in the vast universe of limited resources, competition between civilizations is eternal. To disguise this reality and self-medicate with notions of peace and friendship is the utmost irresponsibility towards future generations. The Yenhuang civilization boldly confronts the dark forest and arms itself in the most rational manner, which is the source of its strength. This attitude is not difficult to comprehend. As individuals fully integrated into the Yenhuang system, the future of the younger generation is profoundly intertwined with Yenhuang civilization. Their primary concern is not that Yenhuang civilization is too barbaric, but rather that it lacks sufficient strength to safeguard itself in the impending interstellar competition. Among the populace, discussions are increasingly diverse and emotionally charged. A lengthy post on Weibo has garnered over 1 million shares. Are we truly prepared to face the vastness of the cosmos? After watching Teacher Jing's live stream, I spent the entire night awake, not solely out of envy for the 30,000-year lifespan and complimentary villas, though that played a part, but chiefly due to the shock evoked by the notion of competition. Our generation has been educated from a young age to be modest, to advocate for peace, and to win others over through virtue. We believe that if extraterrestrial civilizations exist, they should coexist harmoniously and develop collaboratively. What a splendid vision that is. Yet, Yenhuang civilization has ripped away that veil. They assert, bluntly, the universe is a dark forest, resources are finite, and for civilizations to survive, they must compete. Furthermore, this ideology has been instilled in them from elementary school, fostering a combative spirit, honing combat skills, and studying interstellar tactics. My initial reaction was one of resistance. It seems too savage. However, upon reflection, I pondered, are they truly mistaken? Consider human history. Every significant advancement has been accompanied by a redistribution of resources, often achieved through warfare. Once land resources are exhausted, we turn to the oceans. After the oceans, we now seek to claim outer space. If competition is inevitable, why not prepare sooner rather than later? The harsher reality is that while our children are still overwhelmed by the pressures of college entrance exams and fiercely competing for job opportunities, the children of Yenhuang civilization are already strategizing how to seize resources across entire star systems for their descendants. The temporal, spatial, and cognitive scales are entirely disparate. This is not envy, it is fear. Fear that we will be utterly abandoned by the tides of time. Fear that our descendants will be confined to this small pond of Earth, while others set sail into the starry seas. The comments on this Weibo post exceed 500,000, with opinions sharply polarized. You are right. Our education continues to cultivate sheep, while they are training wolves. Yet, must we forsake our humanity to become wolves? In the cosmos, humanity may indeed be a weakness. How does that differ from beasts? The distinction lies in the fact that beasts can only compete on Earth, while they can venture into the stars. On platforms such as Douyin and Bilibili, a deluge of related content has emerged. Some have taken clips from Li Jing's livestream about competition, set to stirring music, creating fervent compilations that have amassed over 10 million views. Others have produced comparative videos. One side depicts children in the Dragon Kingdom buried in their studies, while the other showcases children of Yenhuang civilization sweating profusely on training fields, captioned "Two Futures." A multitude of parents have posed profound questions in the comments. Should I encourage my child to learn martial arts? Is enrolling them in programming classes still worthwhile? They are already learning mecha operation in elementary school. Suddenly, the allure of school district housing has diminished, no matter how prestigious the district. Can it teach children to pilot interstellar warships? An unprecedented sense of educational anxiety is spreading among parents in the Dragon Kingdom. As night deepens, discussions continue unabated online. The birth of a civilization inevitably collides with the upheaval of old paradigms. The Yenhuang civilization poses a stark question that humanity often shies away from. In a universe with finite resources, how should civilization endure? Should we rely on moral self-restraint, praying for a cosmos filled with love and peace? Or should we confront the harsh truths and arm ourselves to the teeth to vie for survival? The Yenhuang civilization has opted for the latter and has instilled this choice from a young age. This profound discourse on educational philosophy is unlikely to reach a swift conclusion, as it delves into not only pedagogical methods, but also the fundamental philosophy of civilization's existence. Chapter 181. The Grand Opening of Paradise Island on the 8th day of the 10th lunar month, in the morning. The Pacific Ocean, Paradise Island. This island of desire, sprawling over 100,000 square kilometers, finally unveiled its enigmatic allure on this day. Viewed from above, it resembles an emerald embedded in the cerulean sea. Upon closer inspection, this jewel is adorned with an array of extraordinary structures, suspended crystal palaces, glass domes deeply embedded in the seabed, floating gardens in the clouds, and themed parks that emulate the charms of various cultures around the globe. At 5 in the morning, the first fleet of aircraft began to arrive. Not ordinary passenger planes, but private jets belonging to affluent families, lavishly modified aircraft, and even a few evidently repurposed military transport planes. The technology for anti-gravity flight is currently exclusive to the Yanhuang civilization. Others must traverse the Pacific using traditional flying tools, and then transfer to the ferry aircraft provided by Paradise Island in designated waters. Yet, no one complained. For the singular aim of those arriving today was the diluted genetic optimization serum. With a single injection, physical fitness would quintuple. Lifespan would extend to 150 years, all ailments would be cured, and appearances would revert to the prime of 30 years. The cost, 5 million Yanhuang coins. At 8 in the morning, in the central reception hall of Paradise Island. The design of this hall embodies the concept of a heavenly palace. With a 50-meter-high dome adorned with a celestial map, supported by 72 golden dragon columns, and a floor intricately carved from pure white marble resembling a sea of clouds. However, at this moment, the most captivating aspect of the hall is not the architecture, but the people. To be precise, it is those who have aged and are on the brink of reclaiming their youth. Mr. Morgan, please follow me, beckoned the guide clad in a cheap how, her smile welcoming. She spoke in Mandarin, the sole official language of Paradise Island. Fortunately, the 93-year-old American financial magnate had already employed a translator. Old Morgan, leaning on his cane, walked unsteadily. His heart bore a pacemaker, his knees had undergone replacement surgery, his eyesight had severely deteriorated, and he consumed over 20 types of medication daily to sustain his life. Yet today, all of this would become a relic of the past. Traversing the lengthy corridor, they arrived at the medical area. The ambience here was entirely different, pristine, tranquil, and imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Hundreds of independent injection rooms lined up in a row, each door displaying its status. Please enter, the guide said, opening the door to room number 3. The room was modest, with a silvery medical pod at its center, flanked by 2 doctors clad in white coats, who were, in truth, bioengineered beings. Mr. Morgan, please verify your information, one of the doctors instructed, bringing up a holographic interface that displayed the elder Morgan's basic details, medical examination data. And most crucially, the payment confirmation. 5 million Yanhuang coins have been credited. How did this fortune come about? Old Morgan's assistant team has nearly exhausted several centuries-old wine cellars across Europe in the past 3 months, packaged an entire year's quota of ivory from a certain African nation, and even mobilized the family's gold reserves at a Swiss bank, converting it all into Yanhuang coins through various intermediaries. The cost was immense, yet worthwhile. Confirmed. Old Morgan's voice was hoarse. Please lie down in the medical pod. The hatch slid open. With the support of his assistant, Old Morgan reclined within. A pale blue nutrient solution slowly infused his body, enveloping him. Then, a syringe filled with a pale golden liquid extended from the pod's wall, precisely piercing his carotid artery. Pain, followed by an indescribable burning sensation, as if magma coursed through his veins. Old Morgan wished to scream, but no sound emerged. He could feel his aging body being torn apart and restructured. This process lasted 3 hours. When the medical pod reopened, the figure that emerged was no longer the frail old man but a tall, resolute middle-aged gentleman. He touched his face, finding his skin taut, wrinkles vanished, and age spots nowhere to be seen. He attempted a few steps, walking with a steady and powerful gait, his knees free from pain. Taking a deep breath, his lungs felt more refreshed than ever. He heard his voice, deep and robust, no longer that of a hoarse whisper. Mr. Morgan, congratulations, the doctor presented a mirror. Your appearance has reverted to the physiological age of 32. Your physical prowess is 5 times that of an average person. Theoretical lifespan, 150 years. Old Morgan stared at his reflection, stunned. It was the visage of his youth, even more perfect, as genetic optimization eradicated all hereditary flaws, adjusting the proportions of his facial bones to achieve the theoretical golden ratio. He suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth echoing through the hall. I'm back. I'm bloody back. The same scene was unfolding simultaneously in hundreds of injection rooms. The Arctic bear mining tycoon, aged 87, transformed into a muscular man standing 6 feet 3 inches tall after his injection. The Middle Eastern oil prince, 95, morphed from a withered old man in a wheelchair into a strikingly handsome youth with sharp eyes. The founder of the Eastern District financial conglomerate, 101 years old, became a suave middle-aged gentleman. A venerable European aristocrat, a 98-year-old lady, regained the unparalleled beauty of her 30s. This was not a medical miracle. It was a technological descent into a new dimension. At noon, the first group of rejuvenated elites gathered in the central dining hall of Elysium Island. This circular structure hovered in midair, surrounded by transparent glass walls, offering a panoramic view of the entire island. The lunch featured a bespoke menu: Japanese Wagyu beef, French foie gras, Italian white truffles, and Cuban cigars wrapped around lobsters. All ingredients sourced from the top offerings contributed by the world's wealthy to the Yanhuang civilization over the past months. Yet, at this moment, no one cared about the food. Alexander, how do I look? A recently rejuvenated countess, once a member of a European royal family, aged 89, twirled in a fiery red evening gown before her former business associates. Incredibly, Alexander, once the titan of industry, now appears in his 40s, his gaze vacant. Elizabeth, you are even more exquisite than I remember. This is due to genetic optimization that has adjusted my facial proportions. Elizabeth smiled alluringly, declaring that her current appearance is the optimal solution computed by technology, surpassing the perfection of natural development. At the table, old Morgan, no, now he should simply be called Morgan, was testing his strength. Gripping a pure silver knife with one hand, he effortlessly bent it as if it were made of plastic. 5 times the strength, he murmured. What does that imply? It implies I can tear a car door apart with my bare hands and shatter brick walls with a single punch, and I won't even tire. But it is not merely strength. A middle-aged man, known as Yamamoto, founder of a Japanese conglomerate, chimed in. Reaction speed, endurance, immunity, and learning capabilities have all been comprehensively enhanced. I feel like a superhero. Alas, merely a diluted version, sighed a former internet mogul from Dragon Country. The full version can live for 30,000 years. That would be true contentment. Morgan interrupted. The full version is accessible only to citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. For us outsiders, possessing a diluted version is already a blessing. Though tinged with bitterness, no one dared to refute this statement, for it was indeed the truth. Chapter 182. The wealthy tycoons showering money. As lunch progressed, Qin Yang made his entrance. As the head of Paradise Island, he donned a simple black Zhongshan suit. And upon entering the dining area, all eyes turned towards him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paradise Island. Qin Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. First, congratulations on regaining your youth. I hope you enjoy your time here. He offered little more than a toast and exchanged greetings with each table, familiarizing himself with the attendees. The specifics of service, consumption, and entertainment were managed by a professional team. His sole responsibility was to ensure these elite billionaires recognized who held dominion here. Simple and effective. At 2 in the afternoon, the true revelry of Paradise Island commenced. The Paradise Heaven Zone, located at the southeastern corner of the island, featured a complex of buildings inspired by the legendary Hanging Gardens of Babylon, yet on a scale 100 times greater. Floating platforms, cascading waterfalls, hidden hot springs, and private pavilions were all present. But the most captivating aspect was the throng of men and women traversing the space. They hailed from all corners of the globe, blonde, blue-eyed models from Eastern Europe, sultry dancers from Latin America, muscular athletes from Africa, and demure beauties from East Asia. However, the majority were from the Japanese Special Zone, a private property of the Yanhuang civilization. 3 months prior, the Yanhuang civilization conducted an extensive recruitment drive within the Japanese Special Zone, a monthly salary of 1,000 to 300 Yanhuang coins, including food and accommodation, along with a further diluted version of the genetic optimization serum, weakened to the extent that it only extended lifespan to 120 years, while enhancing physical attributes threefold. The conditions were so enticing that they drove countless individuals to madness. What excited the residents of the Japanese Special Zone even more was that this recruitment was not limited by occupational background, explicitly stating that those with performance experience would be given preference. Consequently, a multitude of former adult film actresses, actors, idol group members, and underground idols flocked to apply. For them, this opportunity represented far more than merely a lucrative job. After a rigorous selection process, tens of thousands were ultimately chosen. They underwent 3 months of training, focusing on intensive Chinese language instruction, service etiquette, and cultural studies. Consequently, the staff now gracing the paradise of bliss are each a breathtaking vision of beauty, exuding health, vitality, and charm. Sir, do you require companionship? Inquired a blonde, blue-eyed Eastern European girl with a slight accent in her Mandarin. Her name is Anna, hailing from Ukraine, a former model now earning a monthly salary of 2,000 Yanhuang coins, a sum unimaginable in her homeland. Before her stood a Middle Eastern oil prince, appearing to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome, with a gaze ignited by youthful desire. You have your friends, 10, no, 20. I want the best, he commanded. Understood. Anna replied with a smile. Soon, 20 stunning women of diverse styles surrounded him, sultry Latinas, innocent Asian beauties, and sophisticated European matriarchs. The prince's eyes sparkled as he observed them, rekindling a vigor he had not felt in 30 years. Heart disease, diabetes, and prostate issues had long relegated him to being a mere shadow of a man. Yet now, gene optimization had cured all ailments, even enhancing his capabilities. He felt his blood surging with vitality. To my villa, he waved his hand. Everyone. Your Highness, the assistant whispered, reminding him of the costs. Money? The prince laughed heartily. I have plenty. Dollars, pounds, euros, spend as you wish. Indeed, while the Yanhuang civilization only recognized its own currency, these attendants were different. Their contracts explicitly stated that guests could tip in any currency, which would belong solely to them. The Yanhuang civilization did not interfere, only charging a fixed fee in Yanhuang coins for services rendered. What did this mean? It meant that the useless dollars, pounds, and dragon coins held by the wealthy could be transformed into hard currency here, allowing them to purchase additional personalized services from the attendants. As night fell, the lights of Paradise Island illuminated the surroundings. In the private villas of Paradise, revelry reached its zenith. Villa number 7 was reserved for Morgan, a rejuvenated financial tycoon who had chosen 15 attendants, 8 women and 7 men. Rose petals floated in the villa's swimming pool, the wine cellar housed century-old vintages, and classical music played from the sound system. Yet, no one appreciated these luxuries. In the living room, Morgan was engaged in a push-up contest with a former NBA player turned attendant, now possessing 5 times the physical prowess, easily dominating the professional athlete. In the bedroom, 3 beauties were massaging him, using a bed made of dollar bills as a cushion. For every minute of massage, Morgan tossed a handful of $100 bills. Next, he laughed, throwing a bundle of unopened $10,000 bills into the air, the cash cascading like snowflakes. The attendants' eyes glistened with excitement. Their monthly salaries in Yanhuang coins had already translated to a substantial amount in dollars, but that was legitimate income. These tips, however, were pure, extraordinary rewards. And the amounts were staggering. In just this brief time, each attendant had received more in dollar tips than their salaries in Yanhuang coins. In Villa number 23, a former internet magnate from the Dragon Kingdom revels in similar indulgences. He exuded a certain elegance, having summoned 10 service personnel from the Eastern District, all of whom were former idol group members, gifted in both song and dance. The villa had been transformed into a miniature concert venue, where the girls donned performance attire to entertain solely for him. After each song, the magnate would produce a stack of dragon coins, a splendid reward for a performance well done. Each stack contained 100,000 dragon coins, and he had prepared 50 stacks. The girls sang with even greater fervor. Many among them had once been underground idols, toiling in small theaters in Dongjing for an audience of a mere few dozen, earning less than 200,000 yen a month. Now, with a single song, they could earn 100,000 dragon coins. It felt like a dream come true. The most extravagant of all was the elderly king from the Middle East, who had reserved the entire celestial courtyard, the most luxurious villa area on Paradise Island, sprawling over 50,000 square meters, complete with a private forest, lakes, and hot springs. His entourage consisted of 300 individuals, all accompanied by service staff. The king himself had requested 30 beautiful women to indulge in life from dawn till dusk. In the center of the courtyard, he soaked in a hot spring, surrounded by an array of beauties. The butler stood at the edge of the pool, holding a metallic box. "Your Majesty, it's time for today's tips." With a grand gesture, the king signaled. The butler opened the box, revealing neatly stacked $1,000 bills. He began distributing the money, offering each woman a stack of $100,000. The ladies accepted the cash, their smiles growing ever sweeter. Some expressed their gratitude in the newly learned Arabic, others offered kisses, and a few leaped into the hot spring. The king observed it all with a contented sigh. At 102 years of age, he had not truly enjoyed the company of women for over 30 years. Now, thanks to genetic optimization, not only had he regained his youth, but his vigor was enhanced. He had delighted in the company of 8 concubines in a single night, still brimming with energy. Such was the essence of life. As dawn broke at 5 o'clock, the revelry began to subside. Guests either slipped into a deep slumber in the arms of comfort, caught up on sleep after a night at the casino, or reminisced about their youth in private cinemas. The service staff commenced their shift changes, returning to their quarters not in meager dormitories, but in well-furnished 50-square-meter apartments, each with a view of the sea. Anna counted the tips she had received that day, $120,000 in cash, along with a Patek Philippe watch casually gifted by a guest, rumored to be worth $300,000. "This is enough for me to purchase 10 apartments in Kiev," she murmured to herself. In the adjacent room, Asuka, a girl from the Eastern District, was engaged in a video call with her family back in Dongjing. "Mom, look," she exclaimed, showcasing a stack of dollars. "This is today's tip. I'll send it home so you can get a bigger house." Tears welled in her mother's eyes on the other end of the screen. "You must take care of yourself." "I'm doing well," Asuka replied with a radiant smile. "The food and accommodations here are excellent, and with genetic optimization, I could live to 120. Working on Paradise Island not only promised a handsome salary, but also an encounter with that mysterious and powerful civilization. They had glimpsed the lives of the Yanhuang citizens, free villas, anti-gravity vehicles, and lifespans of 30,000 years. In comparison, the world they had known seemed trivial and laughable. Even though the nature of the work is somewhat peculiar, and despite serving clients who could easily be their grandfathers, they embrace it with enthusiasm. Chapter 183. A shocking secret. On the 15th day of the 10th lunar month, morning dawned. Sunlight cascaded over the sandalwood tea table in the reception room, where Qin Yang sat in the principal seat, idly toying with a sky-blue, glazed teacup. At precisely 9 o'clock, old Morgan arrived punctually. After undergoing a milder version of gene optimization, Morgan now appeared as a youthful man, clad in a deep gray tailored suit that accentuated his newly regained stature. No one could discern that merely a month prior, he had been an elderly gentleman reliant on a wheelchair and a pacemaker. "Mr. Qin, I beg your pardon for the intrusion," Morgan greeted in Mandarin, albeit with a heavy accent, yet his grammar and choice of words reflected considerable effort. "Please, have a seat." Qin Yang gestured with his hand. There were no attendants, no assistants, not even a translator present. The tea master withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the room. Qin Yang personally brewed the tea, Shenyang Mao Jian, a specialty from his hometown. Hot water poured into the white porcelain teapot, causing the tea leaves to unfurl, releasing a delightful aroma. "Please," Qin Yang offered, sliding the teacup towards Morgan. Morgan cradled the teacup with both hands, first admiring its color. The brew was bright and clear, with tender green buds. He inhaled its fragrance, rich with chestnut notes, laced with a hint of sweetness. Finally, he took a delicate sip, letting it linger in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. "Excellent tea," he remarked in Mandarin. "Mr. Qin, this Shenyang Mao Jian is quite difficult to procure nowadays." His words carried deeper significance. Since the rise of the Yanhuang civilization, Shenyang Mao Jian, once merely a local specialty, had suddenly been imbued with profound meaning. In the global tea market, its price had multiplied by more than 100-fold, and it had become scarce. The genuine leaves from the core production areas had long been absorbed within the Yanhuang civilization itself. What circulated in the market were either imitations from surrounding regions or aged goods. The elite class in the West had developed a fervor for Shenyang Mao Jian, not solely for the tea itself, but as a symbol of cultural identity. To drink Shenyang Mao Jian signifies an understanding and admiration for the rich cultural heritage of the Yanhuang civilization. Morgan's remark was both casual and probing, testing his standing in Qin Yang's regard. "If you fancy it, Mr. Morgan, you may take a few pounds with you." Qin Yang smiled. "From the authentic core production area, harvested this spring before the rains." "How many pounds? Is it from the first picking?" "The value of this gift in the market would easily exceed several $1 million. It was not a matter of money, but rather of its sheer unavailability. Then I shall be most grateful. Old Morgan set down the teacup, his expression gradually turning serious. With pleasantries concluded, the discussion turned to the crux of the matter. Mr. Qin, my request for this meeting arises from a matter that may pertain to the fate of the Yanhuang civilization, and perhaps even the survival of humanity itself. Morgan's voice dropped to a whisper, as if wary of unseen ears eavesdropping. Qin Yang did not respond immediately. He lifted his teacup for another sip. His gaze steady as he regarded Morgan. He was awaiting further elaboration, while also assessing the situation. Old Morgan, the contemporary head of the Rothschild family, controlled nearly a third of the invisible assets within the European and American financial systems. Such individuals, upon rejuvenation through the injection of a diluted version of a gene optimization serum, do not seek to indulge in the pleasures of life, but rather rush to betray. What could be their motivation? Qin Yang set down his teacup. Morgan inhaled deeply. The upper echelons of the United States, I refer to the true circles of power, not the politicians on the surface, are engaged in a reckless endeavor. They sense that, with the rise of the Yanhuang civilization, they may be perpetually subjugated. Thus, they have resolved to enlist external forces to rebalance the situation. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. External forces? Aliens, Morgan uttered this term. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Qin Yang's expression remained largely unchanged, yet his gaze sharpened. Mr. Morgan, that jest is in poor taste. It is no jest. Morgan retrieved a thumb-sized metallic storage device from his suit pocket and placed it on the tea table, containing detailed information. However, I can summarize orally, as some matters are too sensitive for written or electronic records. He paused to gather his thoughts. In 1947, in Roswell, New Mexico, a flying object indeed crashed. It was not a weather balloon, but an extraterrestrial spacecraft. 3 beings survived the incident, and the military secretly contained them. We might as well refer to them as humanoids. Despite their stark physical differences, approximately 1.2 meters tall, with large heads, oversized eyes, slender limbs, and gray skin, the spacecraft suffered extensive damage. Yet its communication devices remained largely intact. It was a quantum communication apparatus capable of real-time interstellar communication without delay, at least theoretically. The military established a top-secret project, codenamed Blue Book, which was essentially dedicated to studying these extraterrestrial beings and their technology. However, progress was slow due to the vast technological gap, akin to primitive humans attempting to comprehend a smartphone. Decades passed, and those extraterrestrials continued to exist, seemingly possessing an extended lifespan. During this time, they occasionally communicated with their home planet via the quantum communication device, utilizing a language and code beyond our comprehension. Until recently, Morgan's voice lowered further. As the Yanhuang civilization ascended, showcasing interstellar warships and gene optimization technologies that, in certain respects, surpassed those extraterrestrial vessels. The upper echelons of the United States panicked. They conducted simulations. According to the pace of the Yanhuang civilization's advancement, within 20 years, all nations on Earth would become vassals. 50 years hence, the Yanhuang civilization might have colonized the solar system. A century later, they dared not contemplate the implications. Thus, they undertook a reckless course of action. Morgan regarded Qin Yang. A month ago, they transmitted detailed intelligence about the Yanhuang civilization to the extraterrestrials through that quantum communication device. This included parameters of the interstellar warships you have showcased, gene optimization technologies, anti-gravity devices, and most crucially, the coordinates of Earth, along with an assessment of the threat posed by the Yanhuang civilization. Qin Yang's fingers lightly tapped the tea table. Once, twice, thrice. The rhythm was steady. Yet Morgan could sense the tumult beneath that calm exterior. What is their objective? Qin Yang inquired. To drive away the wolf and summon the tiger. Morgan replied with a wry smile. They hope to pique the interest of the extraterrestrial civilization in the Yanhuang civilization, prompting an investigation or even conflict. Thus, the Yanhuang civilization was compelled to divert its attention towards extraterrestrial threats, allowing nations on Earth to regain a semblance of breathing space, perhaps even to profit from the situation. Foolish, commented Qin Yang. Indeed, foolish, Morgan concurred, but they are in despair. Desperate individuals are capable of anything. How far is the alien civilization from us? Qin Yang inquired. According to the fragmented information revealed by those extraterrestrials, their home planet is approximately 60 light-years away from Earth, Morgan explained. However, quantum communication is instantaneous. They may have already received our messages. As for when they will arrive, that remains uncertain. It could be in a year, a decade, or even a century. After a brief silence, Qin Yang suddenly asked, Mr. Morgan, why are you sharing this with me? This question was pivotal. Old Morgan was an American, a prominent figure within the Western financial system. Logically, he should be aligned with the United States, or at the very least, maintain neutrality. Yet, he was now coming forth to inform the Yanhuang civilization, which defied reason unless there were greater interests at play. Mr. Qin, your inquiry is direct, and I shall respond in kind. Morgan straightened his posture. First, I am a citizen of Earth, although I hold American citizenship. Such national distinctions are trivial on an interstellar scale. If extraterrestrial civilizations truly arrive, they will not differentiate between Americans and citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. To them, we are all Earthlings. Second, I do not support the actions of those individuals. His expression grew serious. Inviting aliens to Earth? That is utterly mad. We have no knowledge of whether extraterrestrial civilizations are benevolent or malevolent, friend or foe. However, according to the cosmological great filter theory, civilizations capable of interstellar travel are likely far from benign. Morgan paused for a moment. I have already been administered a weakened gene optimization serum, granting me several more decades of life. I do not wish to spend these years under the looming shadow of an alien invasion. nor do I want my descendants to confront an unpredictable extraterrestrial adversary. Fourthly, he continued, meeting Qin Yang's gaze openly, I seek to exchange this intelligence for the favor of the Yanhuang civilization, or rather, for a safeguard. Qin Yang smiled. Mr. Morgan, you are quite candid. There is no point in pretense before you. Morgan replied, if you harbor doubts about me, you are entirely welcome to scrutinize my claims. Therefore, I have chosen to speak the truth. And what sort of safeguard do you desire? Qin Yang inquired. Two things. Morgan raised two fingers. First, should the aliens indeed arrive, I hope the Yanhuang civilization will protect me and my family. Second, if possible, I wish to obtain subsequent doses of the gene optimization serum. I have heard that the complete weakened version requires 3 injections, each with varying effects, potentially extending life by 500 years? Qin Yang nodded. Yes. Morgan continued, however, according to the rules of the Yanhuang civilization, some things cannot be purchased with money. Thus, I am offering intelligence in exchange, surely. The value of this information exceeds mere currency? Qin Yang did not respond immediately. 60 light years away, an alien civilization, quantum communication, and the desperate maneuvers of the American elite. All these revelations, if true, held immeasurable worth. No, their significance transcended financial valuation. They pertain to the strategic positioning of an entire civilization. Mr. Morgan, Qin Yang turned, we must verify the authenticity of this information. Of course. Morgan also stood up. The data within the storage device presented a detailed chain of evidence, a list of participants, communication records, project documents, and even a few segments of top-secret footage from those years. Although most of it consisted of copies and transcriptions, it was sufficient for verification. Qin Yang picked up the metallic storage device, weighing it in his hand. If the intelligence proves accurate, I promise to provide you with 3 full doses of a diluted gene optimization serum, which implies that you could live for 5 centuries. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 500 years. Though it pales in comparison to the 30,000 years of the Yanhuang citizens, it is nonetheless a longevity that mere mortals can only dream of. More importantly, this signifies his recognition by the Yanhuang civilization, ensuring that if interstellar conflict truly arises in the future, his family would at least have a strong ally. Furthermore, Qin Yang added, should extraterrestrials indeed arrive and your family stands by humanity, the Yanhuang civilization will offer necessary protection. This is a significant promise. Morgan bowed deeply in a traditional Chinese manner. Thank you, Mr. Qin. With business concluded, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Qin Yang summoned the tea master to re-enter and brew another tea. This time it was Wui rock tea, rich in aroma and full-bodied in flavor. Mr. Morgan has learned Chinese quite swiftly, Qin Yang remarked casually. I study for 8 hours every day, Morgan replied honestly. After gene optimization, my learning ability has significantly improved. But more importantly, I believe that in the future, Chinese will be one of the universal languages of the stars. This statement was quite astute. You possess great foresight. Qin Yang smiled. Yet the Yanhuang civilization will not compel others to speak Chinese. We simply believe that excellent cultures will naturally attract learners. Just like Shenyang Maojian. Morgan teased. Just like Shenyang Maojian. Qin Yang nodded. The two continued to discuss trivial matters, the changes in the global tea market, Western misunderstandings of tea culture, and the next phase of expansion for Paradise Island, all of which were public information, yet Morgan listened intently. He understood that behind these casual conversations lay a signal from Qin Yang. My willingness to engage in such discussions indicates my acceptance of the olive branch you extended. An hour later, Morgan rose to take his leave. Qin Yang personally escorted him to the door, where an assistant had prepared a delicate wooden box. 5 pounds of Shenyang Maojian, all from the core production area as first harvest, Qin Yang stated. Morgan accepted it with both hands, solemnly declaring, this gift is more precious than any treasure. Mr. Morgan, as we part, Qin Yang suddenly said, there is something I wish to remind you of. Please, go ahead. Those individuals will inevitably learn of your visit today. Qin Yang's tone was calm, despite the impeccable confidentiality measures of Paradise Island. There are no walls impervious to whispers. You may encounter trouble upon your return. Morgan chuckled. Mr. Qin, I have navigated Wall Street for 70 years. What storms Haven tea I weathered. Moreover, they dare not touch me now. Why? Because after injecting the gene optimization serum, I unexpectedly regained some habits from my youth. Morgan's gaze was profound, for instance, keeping a diary. Additionally, my diary is programmed to send its contents automatically, should I die or go missing. The information will be disseminated to major global media within 24 hours. Qin Yang understood, so you have long prepared a contingency plan. In the realm of Game of Thrones, those who leave no avenue for retreat meet their demise the quickest. Morgan remarked with composure that such individuals are aware of this truth. Therefore, they would at most test the waters, but would not genuinely take action against me, at least not for now. This old fox, Qin Yang mused inwardly, yet maintained a smile on his face. That is good to hear. Take care, Mr. Morgan. And you as well, Mr. Qin, Morgan replied with a slight bow. I hope our next encounter will be in a world that is more peaceful and prosperous. Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed. After bidding farewell to Morgan, Qin Yang returned to the reception room and sat alone for a moment. The universe is vast, and humanity is minuscule. Yet, amidst this insignificance, there are always those who believe they can manipulate the cosmos at will. Aliens, 60 light years away, quantum communication. If what Morgan stated is true, then humanity, at least that small circle in America, has committed what may be the most foolish error in the annals of civilization, shouting into the darkness, summoning unknown predators. Qin Yang picked up the communicator. Connect me to my brother. Within moments, Qin Feng's holographic image appeared in the room. Xiaoyang, what is it? Qin Feng inquired. Qin Yang succinctly relayed Morgan's intelligence. After listening, Qin Feng remained silent for about 10 seconds. What is the credibility of this information? He asked. I am currently verifying the data within the storage device. However, my intuition tells me that Morgan did not lie, at least not about what he knows. Qin Feng nodded. If it is true, then it becomes intriguing. Brother, do you think the aliens will come? Given the existence of quantum communication, they should have received the message. Qin Feng analyzed. As for whether they will come, it depends on several factors. First, the nature of that civilization, whether it is aggressive or peaceful. Second, their interest in Earth. Third, they are 60 light years away, so their arrival is not instantaneous. Should we prepare? Certainly. No one knows that just moments ago. The trajectory of human civilization may have been quietly altered. For perhaps 60 light years away, there are eyes gazing upon this blue planet. In the evening, Morgan departed from Elysium Island aboard a flying vehicle, cradling a box of Shenyang Maojian, his fingers gently tracing the patterns on the wooden box. His assistant stood nearby, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, please do so, Morgan encouraged, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Sir, you shared such crucial intelligence with Qin Yang. What if they find out? They will inevitably discover it. Morgan opened his eyes. But by then, the Yanhuang civilization will be prepared. And they, a group of self-righteous fools, continue to dream of inviting aliens to establish a balance. However, if aliens truly arrive, can the Yanhuang civilization withstand them? 60 years ago, I first visited the Dragon Kingdom, he suddenly said. At that time, they were impoverished and underdeveloped. The streets were filled with bicycles, and there were scarcely any tall buildings. Who could have imagined that 60 years later, they would construct interstellar battleships and enable humans to live for 30,000 years? He turned to his assistant. Thus, never underestimate a civilization's capacity for explosive growth under pressure, especially when that civilization has mastered technologies beyond our comprehension. The flying vehicle pierced through the clouds, heading eastward. Morgan closed his eyes once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. In exchange for intelligence that could potentially save humanity, he had secured a lifespan of 5 centuries and the protection of a formidable civilization. This transaction was undeniably worthwhile. As for those foolish dreamers in Washington, scheming to use others as pawns, they remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 185. Blockade of the United States on the 17th day of the 10th lunar month. At 3 o'clock in the morning, 12 colossal shadows silently shifted positions in the orbit above North America, descending from synchronous orbit to low orbit. This maneuver was nearly imperceptible in the vastness of space, yet the sense of impending doom it instilled upon the surface of the Earth, particularly on the North American continent, was akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Aboard the flagship of the interstellar fleet, Qin Feng stood before the expansive viewport, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated continent below. From this altitude, human civilization appeared as a mere flickering campfire in a dark forest, small and fragile. We have entered the designated orbit, reported Captain Qin Zhonghua. The altitude is 350 kilometers, directly above the United States. Energy shields are fully activated, and the main cannon is charged to 10, entering a state of combat readiness. What of the fighter squadron? Qin Feng inquired, his voice calm and steady. 30,000 unmanned space fighters have been deployed, forming a swarm formation to blockade the entire North American airspace as per your instructions. Any unauthorized aircraft that takes off will be locked on and destroyed within 3 seconds. Qin Zhonghua replied, projecting a holographic combat map with a dense array of red dots completely covering the North American continent, including intercontinental missiles. Should they launch, our laser array will vaporize them during their ascent. Qin Feng nodded. Commence operations. At 3:15 in the morning, the Yanhuang civilization released a brief announcement via global communication networks. Announcement, effective immediately. The Yanhuang civilization will impose military control over specific regions of North America to address an urgent situation threatening the safety of human civilization. During this period, any unauthorized aerial activity will be regarded as hostile and will be destroyed. We request cooperation from all nations. Though the announcement was mere then, he beheld an indelible sight. The night sky, which should have been adorned with stars, was occupied by 12 colossal, luminescent entities. They were arranged in a precise geometric formation, each the size of a city, casting terrifying shadows beneath the moonlight. Even more alarming were the countless points of light darting below, a swarm of spacecraft resembling locusts, obscuring half the sky. My God, Hamilton murmured. Sir, we must leave the United States at once. His bodyguard urged. The private jet is ready for takeoff to Canada in 15 minutes. We must go immediately. 10 minutes later, Hamilton's Gulfstream G700 took off urgently from Los Angeles International Airport. The control tower was in chaos, with controllers frantically calling out, all flights are grounded. Repeat, all flights are grounded. This is a military control order. Yet, the pilot of Hamilton's aircraft paid no heed. When the boss said to leave, they had to leave. The plane accelerated, lifted, and surged into the night sky. Suddenly, a slender beam of red light shot down from above, striking the aircraft's right wing with precision. There was no explosion, no flames. Only an instant of intense heat vaporizing the entire Gulfstream G700 into a mass of searing gas, leaving no trace of debris. On the airport radar, the light representing the aircraft vanished forever. The same scene unfolded at major airports across the nation. In New York, Chicago, Miami, and Seattle, any private jet, commercial flight, or even military transport attempting to take off was obliterated within seconds of ascent. The communication channels were filled with desperate cries. Mayday! Mayday! What is that light? Oh God! At 3:50 a.m., the Yanhuang civilization issued a second announcement. Supplementary notice, reiterating. Any aircraft that attempts to take off will be destroyed, including but not limited to airplanes. Helicopters, drones, missiles, and rockets. Ground vehicles are unrestricted, but the public is advised to remain calm and stay indoors. This announcement shattered the hopes of the American populace. No aircraft could escape, signifying their entrapment on this continent. By 4 a.m., social order began to unravel. In Times Square, New York, the massive holographic billboards, which had once displayed luxury advertisements, switched to the announcements from the Yin civilization. Yet, no one paid attention anymore. Crowds surged into the streets, some kneeling in prayer, others cursing the heavens, while many rushed into stores, not to protest, but to loot. Since we're doomed, we might as well go out with a bang. Food, medicine, weapons. Take whatever you can. The luxury boutiques of Manhattan were smashed open, not for designer bags, but for the provisions within. As some high-end stores stocked gourmet supplies for VIP clients. Gun stores in Los Angeles were cleared out. When the owners attempted to intervene, they were shot dead in the chaos. In Chicago, the National Guard was deployed to restore order, but faced with the overwhelming presence of those ominous spacecraft, the soldiers themselves fell into panic. "Lieutenant, are we really going to open fire on them?" A young soldier's voice trembled. The lieutenant surveyed the chaotic streets and then glanced at the sky, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "What is the purpose of firing weapons? Do you not see what looms above us? Should we engage now, we may cease to exist in the blink of an eye." The military's hesitation only served to exacerbate the spread of turmoil. Strangely, however, the forces of the Yin civilization refrained from intervening in the unrest below. They hovered silently in the air, akin to humans observing an ant colony, coldly watching the madness unfold beneath them. "Commander, there has been a significant uprising on the ground. Should we intervene?" inquired the Qin battle army. Qin Feng shook his head in response. "No need. Let them be. This is not our responsibility." His gaze remained fixated on several specific coordinates. Chapter 186. The Saranthian civilization. At 4:30 in the morning, the operation commenced. The first target, 80 kilometers south of Area 51 in Nevada, an underground facility. On the map, it appeared as a desolate stretch of desert. But beneath the scrutiny of the Yin civilization scans, a vast space lay 300 meters underground, measuring 500 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 50 meters in height. Within this expanse rested a damaged spacecraft. 15 landing craft were released from the belly of the interstellar warship, descending vertically onto the desert. As the hatches opened, 300 fully armed biosoldiers surged forth, clad in silver-gray combat suits, wielding energy rifles, their movements as swift as a cheetah's. They encountered no resistance, rather. Any opposition had been swiftly dismantled at the onset. The entrance to the base was camouflaged as an abandoned mine, yet as the soldiers approached, the heavy alloy doors opened automatically. It was not a surrender by the guards. The electronic warfare systems of the Yin civilization had instantaneously breached all defenses and seized control. "Advance," commanded the voice over the internal channel. The soldiers filed in. Flanking the passage were armed American soldiers, yet they stood frozen in place, their expressions vacant. A neural disruptor had temporarily incapacitated them without causing fatal harm. Delving deeper, an elevator descended 300 meters. When the gates opened, the sight before them momentarily halted their progress. A damaged spacecraft lay in view, approximately 80 meters in length, its shape reminiscent of a flattened beetle. Its surface cloaked in silver-gray alloy now marred by cracks and burn marks. A gaping hole on one side revealed a complex network of internal piping. Beside the vessel, 3 beings were confined within transparent isolation pods. Indeed, they resembled Morgan's description, roughly 1 meter in height, with disproportionately large heads that constituted nearly a third of their bodies. Their eyes were entirely black, devoid of pupils, dominating half of their faces. Their limbs were so slender they appeared fragile, and their skin bore a dull gray hue, with a subtle scaly texture. The Saranthians. As they spotted the soldiers, a glimmer of light flickered in their vast black eyes. Not fear, but rather a semblance of curiosity. "Take them all," commanded the officer. The isolation pods were transported onto the landing craft in their entirety, while the spacecraft was dismantled into modules for sequential transport. The entire process transpired within 20 minutes. As the last landing craft descended, the American forces at the base regained their mobility. Yet, all they could do was stare blankly at the now empty underground space. Second objective, Washington, D.C., multiple locations. At nearly the same moment, another unit commenced operations. The target list comprised 17 individuals, the current vice president, the national security advisor, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, several high-ranking military officials, and a number of seasoned politicians, both retired and still wielding influence from the shadows. Their residences, offices, and even sanctuaries were simultaneously breached at 4:40 in the morning. "Who are you?" "This is a private residence," the vice president bellowed, being yanked from his bed in a fit of fury. The chilling sensation of an energy rifle pressed to his forehead answered him. "The military control forces of the Yin civilization. You are under arrest." "On what grounds?" "I have diplomatic immunity. On Earth, the Yin civilization possesses the highest law enforcement authority." The soldier's voice was devoid of emotion. "Take him away." A similar scene unfolded across all 17 locations. Some attempted to resist and were swiftly subdued. Others tried to flee, only to realize the entire block had been completely sealed off. Still others sought to contact the outside world, but all communications were jammed. By 5:10 in the morning, all 17 targets had been captured. They were fitted with specialized restraints, not metal handcuffs, but a force field binding device that entirely restricted movement while simultaneously monitoring physiological states, and were escorted to a temporary holding facility on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. There, Qin Feng awaited them. The temporary holding facility was set up in a requisition warehouse, transformed into an interrogation center equipped with various apparatuses. Qin Feng sat at the head of the interrogation table, facing a holographic projection screen. Flanking him were Qin Zhangguang and Qin Wenyuan, alongside several intelligence analysts. The first to be brought in was the CIA director, Mark Hansen. He appeared pale, but still attempted to maintain his dignity. Mr. Qin Feng, this is a serious diplomatic incident. You have no right. Silence, Qin Feng interrupted him. Speaking in Mandarin, Hansen was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Qin Wenyuan, standing beside him, translated with a frigid tone. The leader commands you to be quiet. Hansen wished to protest further, but upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, he swallowed his words. That look was not one of a man, but rather akin to that directed at an object or an insect. Where's the alien spacecraft that crashed in Roswell 78 years ago? Qin Feng inquired. Hansen's pupils dilated. I do not know what you are referring to. Qin Feng did not press further, merely nodding to the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward and placed a helmet-like device on Hansen's head. Memory retrieval device. Qin Wenyuan explained. You may experience some discomfort, but it will not be fatal. If you cooperate, the process will be expedited. Resistance may cause brain damage. Hansen attempted to struggle, but the force field restraints rendered him immobile. The helmet activated, emitting a soft blue glow. 3 minutes later, the retrieval was complete. The holographic screen began to display images. Hansen's memories of a top-secret archive, a document labeled with the utmost secrecy of the Blue Book project was opened, revealing photographs of the spacecraft wreckage, reports on alien dissections, and research records on quantum communication devices. That is enough? Qin Feng raised his hand, pausing the display. Hansen slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat. Next, Qin Feng commanded. The interrogation persisted for 2 hours. The memories of 17 individuals were meticulously cross-referenced, culminating in a coherent narrative. In July 1947, an extraterrestrial spacecraft crash-landed in New Mexico. The vessel housed 12 occupants, 9 of whom perished, while 3 sustained grave injuries, yet survived. Despite the severe damage to the craft, its core components, including the quantum communication device, power system, and navigation computer, remained largely intact. The United States military initiated a top-secret project aimed at reverse engineering the alien technology, although progress was sluggish. Nonetheless, they managed to acquire a rudimentary understanding of the aliens' linguistic communication. These extraterrestrials identified themselves as hailing from Saranthia, which translates to the favorite of the cosmos. Their home star system is situated 60 light-years from our solar system, and their civilization boasts a history exceeding 30,000 years. Intelligence experts reported that approximately a millennium ago, they embarked on space exploration, entering the era of great interstellar navigation 2 centuries prior. However, due to the vast distances between stars, travel requires considerable time. Thus, they focused their research on 2 primary avenues, extending lifespan and enhancing spacecraft velocity. And what are the results? Inquired Qin Feng. Chapter 187. One Huang Yellow civilization suffices in this universe. According to the information divulged by the aliens, through genetic optimization, the average lifespan of Saranthians can reach 2,000 years. Their spacecraft can attain speeds up to half the speed of light, approximately 0.5 c. Qin Feng calculated, at 0.5 times the speed of light. A one-way journey across 60 light-years would require 120 years, making a round-trip span 240 years. Even with a lifespan of 2,000 years, this remains an extensive journey. Indeed, he affirmed. Hence, they adopted a seeder strategy, dispatching volunteer fleets to various star systems to explore and seek out suitable planets for colonization. This particular group of extraterrestrials was one such fleet, tasked with investigating the solar system. The intelligence expert retrieved imagery from their recollections, a simulation of a spacecraft navigating through interstellar space. When they set forth, Earth was still in the nascent stages of the Industrial Revolution. Over a century of travel later, they finally arrived in the solar system. However, interstellar space is not a complete vacuum. It is fraught with micrometeoroids, dust clouds, and radiation storms, which severely damaged the vessel during its prolonged voyage. Upon entering the solar system, they attempted to land on Earth, but ultimately lost control and crash-landed. Thus, Qin Feng concluded that this was a civilization already engaged in interstellar colonization, fully aware of Earth's existence and the life it harbors. Worsening the situation, Qin Wenyuan elaborated. Based on the recollections of these individuals, that not long ago, they transmitted a detailed report regarding the Huang Yellow civilization back to Saranthia via the quantum communication device. This report included insights into our technological capabilities, military strength, and provocative rhetoric. What rhetoric? Qin Wenyuan displayed the communication records. The original text was in English, but its essence conveyed. Earth has fallen under the control of a nascent, aggressive civilization. This civilization possesses advanced interstellar warships and genetic technology, potentially posing a threat to your civilization. We recommend dispatching a fleet for assessment. Qin Feng chuckled. His smile was cold. To lure a wolf to drive away a tiger? More like inviting a tiger to devour a dragon. Alas, they remain oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of the Huang Yellow civilization, whether Saranthians are indeed tigers is yet to be determined. The door to the interrogation room swung open once more, and this time, 3 Saranthians were ushered inside. They were secured in specially designed restraint chairs, their enormous black eyes scanning every individual in the room. There was no fear, no anger, only a semblance of detached curiosity. Qin Feng rose and approached them. The height difference was striking. After genetic optimization, Qin Feng stood at 186 centimeters, while the Sarlantians were merely 120 centimeters tall. He looked down at these extraterrestrial beings, akin to a giant gazing upon children. Can you speak Chinese? Qin Feng inquired in Mandarin. The Sri Lankans exhibited no reaction. The translator beside him attempted to communicate in Sri Lankan, utilizing basic vocabulary gleaned from U.S. military archives. But the aliens merely blinked. Memory retrieval, Qin Feng commanded. The soldiers prepared to affix helmets to them. But at that moment, the central Sri Lankan suddenly spoke. Its voice was peculiar, reminiscent of metal scraping, yet also akin to the hollow tones of the wind. Nevertheless, it was indeed Mandarin, we have learned. The enunciation was precise, albeit at a sluggish pace. Everyone in the interrogation room was taken aback. The Sri Lankan's dark eyes fixed on Qin Feng. For 78 years, we have learned your language. From the conversations of those who imprisoned us. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. So you understood everything we just said? Yes, the Sri Lankan replied. You are the new rulers. More powerful than the ones before. How much do you know about your home planet? The Sri Lankan fell silent. The other two lowered their heads as if communicating in some manner, not through speech, but perhaps via telepathy. After a moment, the central one spoke again. We are explorers. Our home planet is far from here. It would take 120 of your years to reach. Does your home planet know of Earth's existence? Yes, we report regularly. However, communication was severed 70 years ago, as the equipment was dismantled for study. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon it. If we were to contact your home planet with that equipment now, what would happen? For the first time, something akin to emotion flickered in the Sri Lankan's eyes, an expression of concern. Our home planet would learn of our survival. They would know that a new civilization has emerged on Earth. Then, according to the protocol. What protocol? The Sri Lankan articulated slowly. If a potentially aggressive civilization is discovered, our home planet would dispatch an assessment fleet. Should a threat be confirmed, civilization de-escalation measures would be enacted. After translating, Qin Wenyuan quietly informed Qin Feng. Leader, the term civilization de-escalation in their context may imply military intervention or even annihilation. Qin Feng nodded. He returned to his seat, observing the three Sri Lankans. So, according to your logic, the current situation on Earth is a potentially advanced civilization. Our Yanhuang civilization has been identified, yet deemed aggressive. Your home planet may send a fleet to assess, and then decide whether to implement de-escalation measures. The Sri Lankan did not deny this. Very well, Qin Feng stated. Take them away, and ensure they are closely monitored. Remember, they are enemies, not guests. The methods of interrogation need not be restrained. I seek to uncover everything about the Saranthia civilization, military, technology, social structure, and colonization strategies, all pertinent information. Yes, soldiers, salute. As the Saranthians were led away, the one in the middle glanced back at Qin Feng and, in stilted Mandarin, proclaimed, You are formidable. But our home planet is stronger. Do not resist. Qin Feng smiled, a genuine smile, imbued with an almost arrogant confidence. Return and inform your kin, should they be able to hear you. He paused, articulating each word with utmost precision in Mandarin. The Yanhuang civilization specializes in quelling all forms of defiance. Let your home planet come. We will receive as many as you send. His gaze was as frigid as the depths of the cosmos. Those not of my kind harbor differing intentions. In this universe, one Yanhuang civilization suffices. The interrogation concluded, and dawn had fully broken. Brother, what shall we do next? Qin Yang had approached at some point. Qin Feng did not turn his head, but replied coolly, Since our guests are en route, we must prepare a fitting reception. After all, the Yanhuang civilization is known for its hospitality. As Qin Yang observed his brother's silhouette, he suddenly realized that this once ordinary young man had irrevocably transformed into something extraordinary, a leader of a civilization, a conqueror of the starry seas. Yet, he found solace in this change, for it was only through such metamorphosis that the Yanhuang civilization could carve a bloody path through this dark forest. Chapter 188 So, what now? On October 18th, at precisely 9 o'clock a.m., at the United Nations headquarters in New York, the Security Council chamber was filled to capacity. Save for the seat of the United States, yet the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Representatives from all member nations arrived half an hour early. Even those smaller nations that typically sent deputies had their foreign ministers present today. The corridors were congested with journalists, but security personnel had tightly sealed off access, prohibiting any media from entering the chamber on this day. At 9:01 a.m., the Yanhuang civilization delegation entered. Qin Wenyuan led the procession, followed by 9 team members. They donned their deep blue uniforms, the golden dragon emblem gleaming coldly under the lights. Their steps were synchronized, expressions calm and unyielding, as if they were merely attending an ordinary meeting. Yet, all knew it was anything but ordinary. In the past 36 hours, the world had borne witness to extraordinary events. 12 interstellar warships hovered over the United States, 30,000 aircraft sealed the airspace, and troops directly invaded American territory to apprehend individuals. Then, in the early hours of this morning, all government websites and official social media accounts of the United States were replaced with a unified announcement page. Notice, as of today, the United States of America ceases to exist. The former territory and governance are transferred to the Yanhuang civilization, establishing the North American Special Zone. Subject to the comprehensive oversight of the Yanhuang civilization, the Special Zone's chief executive will be appointed by the Yanhuang civilization. The existing legal framework is abolished, and the basic law of the Yanhuang civilization's Special Zone will be enacted. The announcement was brief, yet each word struck like thunder. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Wenyuan declared as he positioned himself at the seat designated for him, still elevated above all other national representatives at the podium. Today, I have come to announce several decisions. He did not engage in deliberation, discussion, or notification. Instead, he directly announced the decision. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Qin Wenyuan activated the holographic projection, revealing a map of North America. Red lines delineated the former borders of the United States, now superimposed with a new designation, North American Special Zone. Given that the leadership of the former United States, aware of the potential threats to the safety of human civilization, still recklessly transmitted information about Earth to extraterrestrial civilizations with the intent to incite disaster. Their actions have constituted crimes against humanity. Qin Wenyuan's voice resonated clearly throughout the assembly. To safeguard the collective security of humanity, the Yanhuang civilization enacted necessary control measures on October 17. Following interrogation and evidence verification, the following facts were confirmed. The projection shifted to display documents, communication records, and screenshots from interrogation videos. Although the details were obscured, the presence of terms such as top secret, extraterrestrial communication, and quantum devices was sufficient to convey the gravity of the situation. First, in 1947, an extraterrestrial spacecraft crashed in New Mexico, an event concealed by the former U.S. government for 78 years. Second, the spacecraft carried 3 surviving extraterrestrials from the civilization of Saranthia, located 60 light-years away, a civilization capable of interstellar travel that had already commenced colonial expansion. Third, recently, the former U.S. leadership utilized the quantum communication devices left by the extraterrestrial spacecraft to transmit detailed intelligence about Earth and the Yanhuang civilization to Saranthia's home planet, including military deployments, technological levels, and critical Earth coordinates. Fourth, the transmitted information included provocative language, intending to lure extraterrestrial fleets to Earth, seeking to weaken the Yanhuang civilization through alien intervention, thereby allowing former U.S. interests to benefit. With each statement, the atmosphere in the assembly grew increasingly tense, especially when the representatives of numerous nations turned pale upon hearing of the intention to entice alien fleets to Earth. This was not merely foolish, it was madness. Such actions posed a severe threat to the safety of all humanity. Qin Wenyuan's tone remained steady. Thus, the Yanhuang civilization reached the following decisions. He paused for 3 seconds to allow the translators to keep pace. First, the former United States is to be immediately dissolved, its territory designated as the North American Special Zone, directly governed by the Yanhuang civilization. Second, the Special Zone will be under military control, the duration of which will be determined as necessary. During this period, residents of the Special Zone must adhere to the laws of the Yanhuang civilization, with all former U.S. laws rendered null and void. Third, the 17 principal offenders involved in this matter have been handed over to the judicial institutions of the Yanhuang civilization for trial, with other related individuals to be dealt with according to the severity of their involvement. Fourth, all armed forces of the Special Zone are to be disbanded, with weaponry confiscated by the Yanhuang civilization. Former military personnel may voluntarily join the Special Zone's law enforcement units after undergoing screening, but must accept reorganization and command by the Yanhuang civilization. Fifth, the economic system of the Special Zone will be pegged to the Yanhuang currency, with existing U.S. dollar assets convertible to Yanhuang currency at a proportional rate, with further details to be announced. Sixth, residents of the Special Zone may reside there, enjoying limited rights. Each of these 6 decisions is profoundly consequential. This effectively erases the former superpower of the United States from the map, replacing it with a Special Zone governed by the Yanhuang civilization. The seats for the U.S. representatives in the assembly lay vacant. The permanent representative who once occupied that position had been requested to leave by the Yanhuang civilization the day prior. The current location is desolate, akin to a silent tombstone. Is there any question? Qin Wenyuan surveyed the entire assembly. No one spoke. It was not a lack of inquiries, but rather a reluctance to voice them. Excellent. Qin Wenyuan nodded. Thus we shall proceed to the second resolution. The projection shifted to reveal a schematic of Earth's orbit. Countless luminous points encircled the planet, representing satellites, space stations, and probes from various nations. To prevent any recurrence of such incidents, effective immediately, there will be comprehensive regulation of Earth's orbit and outer space. Qin Wenyuan's tone grew even more frigid as he delineated the specific measures. 1. Within 24 hours, all spacecraft from various nations currently in orbit must deactivate their signal transmission capabilities, retaining only basic attitude control. Within 48 hours, all spacecraft must depart from orbit, either disintegrating upon re-entry into the atmosphere or being retrieved by the Yanhuang civilization space forces. 2. The disposition of the International Space Station and other orbital facilities will be determined after evaluation by the Yanhuang civilization. As a principle, all orbital constructions not built by the Yanhuang civilization will be eliminated. 3. From this day forth, no nation, organization, or individual may transmit any form of signal into space, including but not limited to radio, laser, or neutrino communications. Violators will be deemed hostile and will face devastating repercussions. 4. Earth's external communication, navigation, meteorological, and remote sensing services will be uniformly provided by the Yanhuang civilization. Nations may rent these services as needed, with costs settled in Yanhuang currency. 5. Any future space launch activities must be preceded by an application to the Yanhuang civilization's Space Regulatory Department, and permission must be obtained prior to execution. Unauthorized launches will result in the destruction of the launch vehicles during ascent. These 5 measures are even more shocking than the first, effectively declaring that, from now on, the skies above Earth belong to the Yanhuang civilization. The representative of the polar bear was the first unable to contain himself. Mr. Qin, this is excessive. We have our own GLONASS navigation system, meteorological satellites, and communication satellites. These are national infrastructures. Qin Wenyuan regarded him. And so? Thus, not all can be eliminated. This would severely impact our livelihood, economy, and national defense. Then accept the services of the Yanhuang civilization, Qin Wenyuan replied indifferently, or you may choose to live without satellites. Just as you did a century ago. But the representative of the Gallic Rooster interjected, the International Space Station is a multinational cooperative project. Having cost hundreds of billions of dollars, how can you simply declare its removal? Because those facilities could potentially be employed for perilous purposes, Qin Wenyuan countered. Or do you wish to emulate the United States and secretly signal extraterrestrials? The Gallic Rooster representative fell silent. The representative from India attempted to reason. Mr. Qin, we could sign an agreement ensuring that we will not misuse space facilities. However, the total elimination cost is exorbitant, and some scientific projects require ongoing observation. Scientific projects may apply for retention, Qin Wenyuan stipulated, but they must accept full monitoring by the Yanhuang civilization, share data, and all communications must pass through our relay stations. Can you manage that? The Indian representative hesitated. Full monitoring and data sharing imply that all research outcomes would be under the purview of the Yanhuang civilization. If that is unfeasible, then they shall be eliminated. Qin Wenyuan no longer afforded him time for contemplation and moved on to the third resolution. Regarding the Sarantia civilization, Qin Wenyuan finally addressed the question of utmost concern to all. Based on the current intelligence, this civilization has indeed received the information sent from Earth. The decision to dispatch a fleet, its timing, and scale remained shrouded in mystery. A wave of suppressed agitation rippled through the assembly. Unknown. What sort of response is that? The representative from the Eastern District cautiously inquired. Mr. Qin, does the Huangyan civilization have any countermeasures in place? If an alien fleet truly arrives, that is a matter for the Huangyan civilization. Qin Wenyuan interrupted, asserting, you need only understand this. From this moment forth, any attempt to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations will be regarded as an act of treason against humanity. The individuals involved, as well as their organizations and nations, shall face the most severe repercussions. How severe? The representative from the United Kingdom could not help but ask. Qin Wenyuan's gaze turned icy. Would you care to find out? The British representative promptly fell silent. Ultimately, Qin Wenyuan rose to reiterate. All of the aforementioned decisions are notifications, not discussions. The Huangyan civilization requires neither your consent nor your approval, only your obedience. He surveyed the room, his eyes sweeping across each face. Those who comply may continue to exist on this planet. Those who defy will find the fate of the United States as a cautionary tale. As for the Sarantia civilization, should they dare to approach, the Huangyan civilization will ensure they understand whose domain Earth truly is. With that, he turned and departed. The 9 team members rose simultaneously, following suit. Their steps remained synchronized. Their silhouettes resolute, devoid of any hesitation. From entry to exit, a mere 25 minutes elapsed, leaving a room full of representatives in stunned silence and grave contemplation. 5 minutes after the Huangyan civilization delegation's departure, the venue remained eerily quiet. Everyone lingered in the shock of the moment, processing the impact of the 3 decisions announced. The extraterrestrial threats in the North American district of the starry expanse, each a matter capable of altering the global landscape, had been condensed into a mere 25 minutes of declarations, delivered in a manner that brooked no opposition. Thus, the representative from the United States broke the silence first. Is the United States truly gone? No one answered. Yet every expression conveyed the same response. Yes, it is gone. That once mighty superpower that dominated the Earth for 70 years, wielding the dollar, aircraft carriers, and Hollywood to rule the world, had been utterly erased within 36 hours. Not defeated, nor disbanded, but taken over, much like a parent assumes control of a disobedient child. Or a gardener takes charge of a neglected garden. What will happen to our satellites? The representative from the West expressed his concern. Our Amazon rainforest monitoring systems, agricultural remote sensing satellites, these are the lifeblood of our nation. And our northern monitoring system? The representative from the Dragon Nation remarked with a bitter smile. We invested over 100 billion Dragon coins, having just completed global networking. At least you can still communicate with the Huangyan civilization. What about us? The representative from the Arctic Bear retorted irately. If the GLONASS system is lost, how will navigation in Siberia be managed? What will happen to monitoring the northern sea route? Grumbles of discontent began to swell. However, everyone kept their voices low, fearful of being overheard by the representatives of the Yanhuang civilization in the corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the United Nations has finally spoken. The elderly man appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. This was not the time for complaints. We must confront reality. He gazed at the vacant seats of the Yanhuang civilization. The truth is, this world has undergone a transformation. There exists a civilization whose power transcends our comprehension, whose decisions do not require our consent. What can we do? Inquired the representative of the Gallic Rooster. Cooperate. The Secretary General replied bitterly, complete cooperation. And then pray that the Yanhuang civilization can fend off those extraterrestrials, should they indeed arrive. What if they cannot? A tremulous voice emerged from a representative of a small nation. This question plunged the assembly back into silence. If they cannot withstand them, Earth would become a colony of an alien civilization. And these relics of the old world might not even qualify to be colonies. They could face annihilation or enslavement. Thus, the representative from the Dragon Kingdom spoke slowly. We can only place our trust in the Yanhuang civilization for now. After all, they are also human. At least they once were. This statement was uttered with subtlety. Are the Yanhuang civilization humans? Biologically, yes. But in terms of civilization, they have transcended the traditional boundaries of humanity. With lifespans of 30,000 years, interstellar warships, and genetic optimization, they represent a higher form of existence. Yet at the very least, they do not regard Earthlings as food or slaves. Shifting the topic, the representative of the North American district inquired, how should we handle our relationship with the United States, which is now a special district? Let us await the notification from the Yanhuang civilization. The Secretary General shook his head. I advise all nations to temporarily freeze all official exchanges with North America until the Yanhuang civilization announces specific policies. What will happen to our assets in North America? The representative from the Eastern Land District was particularly concerned, as they had investments amounting to trillions of dollars in the United States. Pray for your own fortune, remarked the representative of the Arctic Bear with a cold smile. Did you not hear Qin Yuan? The value of dollar assets will be converted to Yanhuang currency at a proportional rate. What is the ratio? Is it 11 or 1001? Who knows? Panic began to spread throughout the assembly. The economic repercussions could prove far more terrifying than political or military ramifications. The collapse of the dollar system, the reshaping of the global financial order, the reevaluation of foreign exchange reserves, overseas assets, and international trade, all would require a complete overhaul. And all of this rests on the whim of the Yanhuang civilization. Chapter 190. Let us see what they are truly capable of. Outside the conference hall, journalists were finally granted permission to enter. They surged in, but upon witnessing the ashen faces of the representatives, all their prepared questions became lodged in their throats. Secretary General, did the Yanhuang civilization truly declare that extraterrestrials are coming? Is the American High Command colluding with aliens? Must we eliminate all our satellites? Questions rained down like a torrential storm, yet the Secretary General merely shook his head and departed in silence. Other representatives followed suit, none willing to grant interviews. They needed to return to their countries immediately, to report to their governments and discuss strategies, although there may be little to strategize. In a corner of the corridor, several closely allied representatives huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. Do you think the Yanhuang civilization can fend off the extraterrestrials? The representative from Italy asked. I do not know. The representative from Canada appeared pallid, yet I understood that if we did not cooperate, the Yanhuang civilization would extinguish us before the arrival of extraterrestrials. Would they dare? Questioned the representative from South Black. The representative from Australia chuckled bitterly. Do you truly believe they lack the courage? Another silence ensued. Suddenly, the representative from Squid Nation spoke. Considering it from another perspective, this might be a fortuitous event. A fortuitous event? Without the Yanhuang civilization, what would we do if those fools in the United States attracted the aliens? The representative from Squid Nation analyzed. With our current technological capabilities, could we repel an interstellar fleet? I fear not. However, now we have the Yanhuang civilization shielding us, offering at least a glimmer of hope. This reasoning held merit, albeit it sounded rather dismal. Once, nations fervently pursued independence and sovereignty. Now, they were compelled to place their survival hopes in a civilization that transcended all nations. Moreover, the representative from Squid Nation continued, the Yanhuang civilization at least presented us with a choice. Cooperate, and we shall live. Refuse, and we shall perish. Quite equitable, is it not? Equitable? The representative from Gallus Coke scoffed. This is the equity of power. Yet, it is preferable to annihilation. The representative from Squid Nation shrugged. My friends, let us recognize reality. The old era has concluded. The rules of this new epoch are dictated by the Yanhuang civilization. What we can do is swiftly learn these new rules and strive to survive. Having said that, he departed. The others exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads and dispersing. In the following 24 hours, the world experienced unprecedented turmoil. The financial markets were the first to collapse. The New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq were indefinitely suspended. In London, Tokyo, Frankfurt, and all major stock markets in the Magic City plummeted, with multiple countries triggering circuit breakers. The value of the dollar plummeted dramatically. Originally, $1 exchanged for 0.02 Yanhuang coins, official rate. Now, in the black market, it took $1,000 to acquire a single Yanhuang coin. Central banks across nations hastily liquidated their dollar reserves, yet few were willing to take on a currency that might soon become worthless. Governments urgently enacted soothing policies while simultaneously beginning to study how to comply with the new regulations set forth by the Yanhuang civilization. Regarding satellite decommissioning, the first to respond was the Dragon Nation. At 3 p.m, the Dragon National Space Administration issued a statement at the request of the Yanhuang civilization. All satellites in orbit from the Dragon Nation would orderly deorbit within 48 hours, with some research satellites applying to retain monitoring capabilities. The Northern Navigation System would gradually transition to the Universal Navigation System provided by the Yanhuang civilization. This declaration was pivotal. As the second most powerful nation on Earth after the Yanhuang civilization, the stance of the Dragon Nation set a precedent for others. The Arctic Bear hesitated for 12 hours before also releasing a similar announcement late at night. The European Space Agency, after intense debate, reached a consensus in the early hours of October 19th, compliance. By noon on October 19th, all major spacefaring nations had expressed their intent to cooperate. Some smaller nations wished to remain observers, but seeing the larger powers acquiesce, they too had no choice but to follow suit. As for the International Space Station, on the afternoon of October 19th, the Yanhuang Civilization Space Forces dispatched 3 engineering vessels to dock with the station. 6 hours later, the station was entirely dismantled. The entire process was broadcast live across the globe. When that colossal entity, which had traversed the cosmos for over 2 decades, was dismantled and transported away like a mere toy, many wept, not solely for the loss of scientific achievement, but for the conclusion of an era. The epoch of collective human exploration of space has drawn to a close. From henceforth, the starry expanse has become the private domain of the Yanhuang civilization. On the evening of October 19th, within the leader's office on the Yanhuang continent, Qin Feng perused the reports from nations around the globe, his expression serene. All major countries expressed their cooperation. Qin Wenyuan reported that the satellite clearance operation had commenced, anticipated to be completed within 72 hours for the cleansing of Earth's orbit. What of the North American district? Military control remains largely stable. The remnants of the former American military exhibit sporadic resistance. While the populace is predominantly in a state of panic, however, no large-scale riots have erupted, likely due to the formidable presence of warships overhead. Qin Feng nodded. Distribute basic living supplies to the residents of the district to stabilize the situation. Those willing to cooperate shall be granted fundamental rights. For those who resist, they shall be dealt with according to district laws. Understood. Qin Wenyuan hesitated. Should we really withhold more information regarding the Sarandian civilization from the other nations? They are exceedingly anxious. Panic is advantageous, Qin Feng replied coolly. It cultivates compliance. Moreover, what difference would informing them make? 60 light years, at 0.5 times the speed of light, entails a one-way journey of 120 years. Yet, that is the speed of the Sarandians, not ours. The new generation of warships, constructed in the Kuiper Belt, utilizes warp engine technology, theoretically capable of exceeding 10 times the speed of light. At such velocity, that 60 light years could be traversed in a mere 6 years. Indeed, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Thus, we face two alternatives: await their arrival or seek them out. To take the initiative? To venture to an alien star system 60 light years away and assault a civilization with a history spanning 30,000 years? Such a notion is utterly mad. Yet, observing the intensity in Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Wenyuan recognized that he was entirely serious. Those not of our kin harbored different intentions, Qin Feng reiterated. Upon receiving Earth's message, the Sarandians faced two possibilities: to dispatch a fleet for conquest or to annihilate us. Regardless of which path they choose, it poses a threat to us. Therefore, rather than waiting for their approach, it is more prudent for us to strike first. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. At their doorstep, we shall engage in a decisive battle. Victory ensures the safety of the solar system. Defeat, he left that unspoken, yet the implication was unmistakable. Should we lose, this fragile sphere we call Earth may cease to exist. That is a perilous gamble, Qin Wenyuan expressed with concern. Perilous? Qin Feng chuckled. The best defense is indeed offense. Furthermore, the path of the Yanhuang civilization stretches across the stars and seas. We cannot remain confined to this small puddle we call Earth. Since a path has been illuminated for us, it is time to explore. Let us discover what lies 60 light years away, in the realm of the civilization that deems itself the darling of the cosmos. Chapter 191. We were always one family. On October 20th, the day following the announcement by the United Nations of the Yanhuang civilization, the internet, once a virtual space for sharing culinary delights, pets, and celebrity gossip, had transformed into a projector of collective human anxiety. From Twitter to Weibo, from Facebook to Douyin, from Reddit to Tieba, netizens across the globe have woven a vivid tapestry of human experience in the face of impending doom through billions of posts, comments, and shares. I have just maxed out all my credit cards. In California, now part of the North American district, a young man named Jack tweeted that he bought the Porsche he had always desired, dined at a Michelin 3-star restaurant with a 5,000 bill, and then drove the car into the Pacific Ocean. After all, aliens are coming. Why not indulge a little? This tweet garnered 20,000 replies. Some criticized his foolishness. Others expressed envy, while many shared their own apocalyptic revelries. I fired my boss and used the severance pay to buy a ticket to Switzerland. Though I don't know if the flights are still operating. I just confessed my feelings to a girl I've secretly adored for a decade, only to be rejected. But it doesn't matter. We are all doomed anyway. I drank all the whiskey my father had been collecting for 30 years. He was furious and wanted to hit me. But I said, Dad, when the aliens arrive, they won't take your whiskey. He paused for a long moment and then sat down to drink with me. This is not an isolated incident. In North America, Europe, and Australia, similar posts spread like wildfire. Supermarkets have been stripped bare, not for stockpiling supplies, but for sheer destruction. Some have toppled entire aisles, others have urinated in the meat section, and some have opened fire hydrants to flood luxury stores. Order? A robber in London laughed heartily during a live broadcast, declaring, to hell with order. Police? The military? They cannot even safeguard their own satellites, let alone manage us. Indeed, law enforcement agencies around the world are facing unprecedented strain. In Bali, riot police clashed with looters, but the officers appeared distracted, worrying about their families and the future. In Sydney, a police officer even removed his uniform to join the looters, thinking, since we're all going to die, I might as well leave something good for my children. Even more alarming is the collapse of the financial system. The stock market has come to a complete standstill, bank runs have erupted. Yet many banks have simply closed their doors, not due to a lack of funds, but because their employees have fled. Bitcoin has plummeted to zero. Gold prices have skyrocketed, but there are no sellers. Everyone is hoarding hard currency. Is this the apocalypse? A BBC host murmured during a live broadcast that it was neither a nuclear bomb nor a meteorite, but a mere announcement that has led to the unraveling of our entire civil order. In stark contrast to the chaos in the West is the relative calm of the Dragon Nation. On the morning of October 20th, the government issued a statement declaring a Level 2 emergency nationwide, yet emphasized that social order must be maintained. They vowed to crack down on hoarding supplies, spreading panic, and disrupting public order. Simultaneously, national grain reserves were opened to ensure the supply of essential goods. The statement concluded with a poignant message. The Chinese nation has endured 5,000 years of trials and tribulations, never yielding in the face of disaster. In this crisis, We must unite and overcome the hardships together. This passage serves as a calming balm. On Weibo, the related topics have surpassed 1 billion views. What shall we do if aliens come? Can the defense of the solar system hold? Discussions are fervent, yet the tone is entirely different from that in the West. A long article published by an enthusiast of interstellar physics, speculations regarding the civilization of Sarantia. According to information released by the Yanhuang civilization, extraterrestrial life exists 60 light-years away, with spacecraft traveling at 0.5 times the speed of light. This indicates that even if they were to depart immediately, a one-way journey would take 120 years. However, this scenario is idealistic. In reality, interstellar navigation must account for acceleration and deceleration periods, resupply along the way, and the avoidance of obstacles. A conservative estimate suggests that from the moment we receive communication to the fleet's arrival, at least 150 years will be required. 150 years. Ladies and gentlemen. Who among us can live to see that time? Our grandchildren might have passed away by then. So why panic? Let us eat, drink, and go about our daily lives. If extraterrestrials arrive, it will be our great-grandchildren who confront them, and by that time, our technology may have surpassed theirs. This post has been shared over 1 million times. With many comments. Indeed, I am already anxious about my mortgage for next month. Why worry about matters 150 years hence? Suddenly, I feel less anxious, even a bit amused. However, the Yanhuang civilization states that the timeline is uncertain. What if they possess faster technology? To those upstairs, if they had faster-than-light technology, they would have arrived long ago without waiting for our advancement. A retired fleet captain, a prominent figure on military forums, posted, "If we were to defend the solar system, how should we proceed? Assuming the alien fleet truly arrives swiftly, where would the battleground be? Surely not within Earth's atmosphere, as that would be too passive and result in significant casualties. I speculate that the strategy of the Yanhuang civilization would be, first line of defense, the Kuiper Belt. It lies approximately 50 astronomical units, about 7.5 billion kilometers, from the sun, providing ample space for fleet deployment. Here, they could intercept. Even if they cannot prevail, they could delay the enemy and provide Earth with warnings. Second line of defense, the orbit of Jupiter. Jupiter possesses a formidable magnetic field and numerous satellites that can serve as natural cover. Engaging in guerrilla warfare here would deplete the enemy's forces. Third line of defense, Earth's orbit. If the first 2 lines of defense are breached, then a decisive battle must occur on our doorstep. However, a dilemma arises. The Yanhuang civilization possesses only 12 known warships. Even if each carries 10,000 aircraft, their total strength amounts to a mere 120,000. Is that sufficient? Therefore, we require greater strength. The space capabilities of the Dragon Nation, the nuclear arsenal of the Arctic Bear, and the technology of Europa should all be integrated and placed under the unified command of the Yanhuang civilization. At such a time, what need is there to speak of national sovereignty? Our lives are at stake. This post has incited fervent discussion, with supporters and detractors alike. Integration? On what basis should we surrender our strength to others? Just because the Yanhuang civilization possesses interstellar warships, do you have any? This is a form of surrenderism. This is realism. Are you going to send a fishing boat to combat an aircraft carrier? The most popular post comes from an ordinary user, the unyielding descendant of Yanhuang. To all fellow countrymen, at this moment, we are all descendants of Yanhuang. I see many discussing the need for the Dragon Nation and the Yanhuang civilization to unite. I wish to assert, we are already one family. Citizens of the Yanhuang civilization are ordinary people who migrated from the Dragon Nation. Qin Feng hails from Huai County, and Shun Shi from Anhui Province. Those 10 million immigrants are our brothers and sisters, uncles, and aunts. Chapter 192. Our generation lost the battle. Yet yours can continue to fight now, as extraterrestrial beings approach to seize our homeland. What difference does it make whether we hail from the Dragon Nation or the Yanhuang lineage? We are all descendants of Yanhuang, our veins coursing with the same blood, our culture inscribed deeply within our very bones. 5 millennia ago, the Yellow Emperor triumphed over Qiyu. We emerged victorious. 2,000 years passed. Emperor Wu of Han vanquished the Xiongnu. We prevailed. 8 decades ago, we expelled the invaders. We succeeded. And now, as aliens dare to encroach upon our territory, let them witness the might of our strong Han. Those who challenge us, no matter the distance, shall meet their demise. I urge, the government of the Dragon Nation must proactively engage with the Yanhuang civilization to establish a united defense mechanism. All eligible youths willing to enlist, step forward to form the Solar System Defense Force. Scientists and engineers, unite to advance our research, even if it is merely to assist the Yanhuang civilization. We may not be able to triumph, yet we shall stand resolute in our demise. The family lineage turns a new page, commencing with our generation. This post ignited the fervor of all. Shares soared into the millions. Comments surpassed 100,000. Well said. Standing to die? I sign up. Though I am merely a programmer, I am eager to learn. My family has served for 3 generations. My grandfather fought against the Japanese. My father participated in the Vietnam War. Now it is my turn. I am a woman, yet I too can march to the front lines. If Hua Milan can take her father's place in battle, why can't I defend the earth? More intriguingly, many overseas Chinese joined the discourse. I am a Chinese American. Yet now that we are in North America, I wish to join the fight. I am in Australia, possessing a pilot's license. If pilots are needed, I will return home at once. As a student in Gaul, we have organized a Chinese student union and submitted a petition to the embassy. When the nation calls, we shall return. Amidst the panic and fervor, there are also various imaginative discussions. A user, a fan of Lu, posted, since we can't win, why not flee? In the wandering Earth, we managed to push the Earth out of the solar system. With the advanced technology of the Yanhuang civilization, we could certainly achieve that. Let us flee with the Earth, leaving the aliens empty-handed. Below, someone earnestly calculated, the Earth's mass is 5.97 kilograms. To accelerate to 0.5 times the speed of light to escape the solar system requires an unfathomable amount of energy. And can the Earth's ecosystem endure long-term travel? Yet at least it is an idea. We might as well construct a large-scale immigrant ship, evacuating as many as we can. Another user, the cosmic diplomat, pondered, why must we resort to conflict? Could we not negotiate? The Earth is vast. Is it not feasible to grant half to the aliens? Or perhaps we could relocate to Mars and leave the Earth to them. This notion was met with scorn. Ceding land for peace? Do you think this is a game? Today we give up the Earth, tomorrow the solar system, the day after the galaxy? Those not of our kind harbor differing intentions. Negotiation is only possible between parties of equal strength. Are we presently on equal footing? A military enthusiast proposed, even if we cannot confront them head-on, we can engage in guerrilla tactics. Let us disguise nuclear bombs as asteroids and detonate them as the alien fleet passes, or deploy suicide drones specifically targeting their propulsion systems. Do you believe the aliens are fools? A civilization capable of interstellar travel remains oblivious to nuclear radiation? What then shall we do? If I had the answer, I would be Qin Feng himself. In stark contrast to the fervor observed online, the Dragon Nation's official stance has been relatively muted. Aside from a notice aimed at maintaining order, no further statements were issued. During a routine press briefing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a reporter inquired whether the Dragon Nation would establish a joint defense mechanism with the Yanhuang civilization. The spokesperson replied, "We are closely monitoring the situation and will maintain communication with all parties." Such a formal response, yet the external interpretation suggests an underlying possibility. The absence of a definitive no implies a potential affirmative. Must they still resort to bureaucratic language at such a critical juncture? It is exasperating. Do you not understand? Matters of such magnitude must be discussed privately. Would they announce it on Weibo? Indeed. Informed sources have disclosed that senior officials of the Dragon Nation have engaged in informal discussions with the Yanhuang civilization. However, the specifics of these conversations remain undisclosed. Concurrently, unusual military movements have commenced within the Dragon Nation. Multiple Air Force divisions have been mobilized towards the northwest, rocket forces are on high alert, and naval fleets are conducting extensive exercises in the South China Sea. While it is evident that these conventional forces may be inadequate against an extraterrestrial fleet, they nonetheless signify a resolute stance. We shall not succumb to complacency. Even more intriguing are the grassroots initiatives observed. Volunteer registration points have emerged in various provinces and cities, not organized by the government, but rather spontaneously initiated by the populace. Individuals have set up makeshift shelters and hung banners proclaiming Earth Defense volunteer registration. And queues form as people line up to enlist. In the capital, a 90-year-old veteran arrives at the registration point in a wheelchair, declaring, "I have fought in tough battles and possess experience. While I may not pilot a spacecraft, I can teach the youth how to persevere in dire circumstances." In the bustling metropolis, a group of programmers has established an open-source interstellar defense project, publicly soliciting code contributions on GitHub. We may not be able to construct warships, but we can develop combat systems, navigation algorithms, and damage control systems, just in case they are needed. In Chang'an, several high school students have utilized a 3D printer to create a rudimentary Earth Defense Force emblem, launching a crowdfunding campaign online to provide one for each volunteer. Remarkably, within 3 days, they received 5 million in donations, not in Dragon coins, but in Yanhuang currency, exchanged through the black market. The funds cannot be returned, and the organizers can only chuckle at the situation, while donors leave messages stating, "If you truly make use of this, then the money will have been worthwhile. If not, what does it matter when the aliens arrive?" Amidst all this chaos, the Yanhuang continent remains strikingly tranquil. Chen Chongqing's family rises in the morning, enjoying breakfast as the children head off to school. The elders attend community centers to learn new skills. Chen Chongqing goes to his construction job, and Li Jing heads to the teacher training center. It appears as if the turmoil outside is of no concern to them. At dinner, Chun Zixuan inquires, "Dad, the internet says aliens are coming. Is it true?" Chen Chongqing sets down his chopsticks and gazes intently at his son. "It is indeed true. Then what shall we do?" Chen Zixuan asks. "You shall attend school, and we shall go about our work," Chen Chongqing replies. "If a war is to ensue, it is a matter for us adults. Your duty, as children, is to study diligently, grow quickly, and become stronger so that even if our generation were to falter, yours may continue the fight." Chen Zixuan nods. Half comprehending, Li Jing softly inquired, "Chongqing, if war truly breaks out, would you go?" After a brief moment of silence, Chen Chongqing replied, "I would. The Yanhuang civilization has granted us everything. It healed my father's illness, provided us with 3 villas, and has bestowed upon us a lifespan of 30,000 years. Now, when civilization calls upon me, I cannot falter. I will go as well," Li Jing asserted, grasping his hand. "Though I am a woman, after genetic optimization, I am stronger than most men. I can serve as a medical personnel or in logistics." Chen Jiangwo, appearing to be in his 30s yet actually 62, suddenly spoke up. "I will go too, Dad." Both Chen Chongqing and Li Jing exclaimed in unison. "What? Do you think I'm too old?" Chen Jiangwo chuckled. "My health is better than yours. Moreover, I have studied engineering and can repair things. If the warship breaks down, someone must fix it, right?" Li Guoqiang, the father-in-law, also raised his hand. "I was a teacher and can instruct the new recruits in cultural studies. We cannot afford to have illiterates in battle." The family exchanged smiles, devoid of any tragic or melodramatic sentiment, as if they were merely discussing plans for a leisurely outing the following day. This encapsulates the mindset of the citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. A 30,000-year lifespan grants them an extended perspective. Genetic optimization bestows formidable physical and mental prowess. And a sense of belonging to their civilization engenders unwavering loyalty. If civilization requires it, they can instantly become warriors, for their lives are a gift from civilization. Dying for civilization is but a natural consequence. Chapter 193. The Dragon Kingdom can mobilize 3 million people for war. On October 25th, in the Yanhuang continent, the Administrative Center's Conference Hall No. 1, the highest-level meeting venue of the Yanhuang civilization, typically reserved for internal decisions, was filled with attendees today. On the left side sat the cabinet members and citizen representatives of the Yanhuang civilization, while the right side was occupied by the senior delegation from the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere was solemn yet not stifling, as sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the faces of those present, revealing expressions of anticipation and gravity. Qin Feng sat at the head of the table. Rather than donning the dark ceremonial attire symbolizing leadership, he wore a simple, deep blue Zhongshan suit. However, this understated choice seemed to impart an intangible pressure upon all present. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Feng began, his voice calm. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our friends from the Dragon Kingdom. Today, we are here to discuss matters concerning the survival of human civilization. Therefore, I encourage open and candid dialogue, free from formalities. The head of the Dragon Kingdom delegation, General Yang Zhenghua, a veteran in his 70s who had participated in border self-defense counterattacks, gazed at the much younger Qin Feng, who held the future of humanity in his hands. With profound emotions, Mr. Qin Feng, Yang Zhenghua rose and saluted, a gesture befitting a military leader, devoid of the insincere bow typically displayed by diplomats. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I wish to express our gratitude to the Yanhuang civilization for all it has done for the safety of humanity, particularly for promptly halting the dangerous actions of the United States. He paused before continuing. However, the crisis is not yet resolved. The existence of the Sarantia civilization hangs over all of humanity like the sword of Damocles. As the most populous nation on Earth and a sibling of the Yanhuang civilization, the Dragon Kingdom hopes to contribute to the impending war. The words were forthright, devoid of circumlocution. Qin Feng nodded. Please elaborate. Yang Zhenghua projected the plan of the Dragon Nation. Firstly, regarding manpower. The Yanhuang civilization boasts advanced technology, yet its population base is limited. The Dragon Nation can initially mobilize 3 million active and reserve military personnel, all of whom are exceptional soldiers rigorously trained. If necessary, more can be summoned. The projection displayed the data. 3 million soldiers with an average age of 27. 60% possess combat or exercise experience, and 40% belong to technical specialties, pilots, missile operators, radar personnel, etc. Secondly, the industrial foundation. The Dragon Nation possesses a comprehensive industrial system capable of producing the conventional components, ammunition, and supplies required for warships. Although the technology may be somewhat outdated, it can effectively undertake logistical support tasks. Thirdly, the research and development capabilities. We have a complete research system and millions of researchers who can engage in relevant technological research and development under the guidance of the Yanhuang civilization. Fourthly, Yang Zhenghua emphasized the fighting spirit. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation are characterized by a tradition of fearlessness in the face of hardship and death. In the face of alien invaders, we can assure that every soldier advancing to the front lines will fight until the very last moment. After concluding, he turned to Qin Feng, awaiting a response. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Then, Qin Feng smiled, not a derisive smile, but one of appreciation. General Yang, I sense your sincerity, he said, but there is one issue. The 3 million soldiers you have provided are ordinary individuals. The environment of cosmic warfare is entirely different from that of terrestrial conflict. He gestured for Qin Weidong to present the data. The holographic projection displayed a segment of simulation, a warship struck in space, instantaneously losing pressure. Soldiers without space combat suits would perish within seconds due to boiling bodily fluids, suffocation, and extreme cold. Even with combat suits, they would be unable to withstand the direct impact of energy weapons. In the cosmos, there are no terrain cover, no weather disruptions, and no cycles of day and night. Qin Feng's voice remained calm, yet each word resonated deeply, evoking the notion of an endless void and absolute technological superiority. An ordinary human, unenhanced by genetic optimization, would die the moment the warship was breached. Conversely, a fully optimized soldier could survive in a vacuum for 5 minutes, affording sufficient time to relocate to a safe zone. Yang Zhenhua's expression turned grave. He was well aware of the brutality of cosmic warfare, yet the specifics were staggering. Thus, Qin Feng continued, if the Dragon Nation truly intends to engage in battle, these soldiers must undergo transformation. Transformation? Some members of the Dragon Nation delegation appeared puzzled. Complete genetic optimization, Qin Feng elucidated. After 3 rounds of optimization, physical capabilities are enhanced 100-fold, brain capacity is significantly expanded, and lifespan extends to 30,000 years. More importantly, they can adapt to the extreme conditions of cosmic warfare. This revelation left the Dragon Nation delegation utterly astonished. 3 million soldiers, all subjected to complete genetic optimization? That would imply 3 million superhumans? And living for 30,000 years? The proposal was so shocking that it rendered them momentarily speechless. Mr. Qin, Yang Zheng steadied his thoughts, to our understanding. Complete genetic optimization is a privilege exclusively afforded to citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. Moreover, the cost. Cost is not an issue, Qin Feng interjected. I have stated that this is a battle for the survival of humanity. At such a moment to haggle over costs is sheer folly. He paused. However, I have 2 conditions. Please, go ahead. First, any optimized soldiers must adhere completely to the command of the Yanhuang civilization. I will not permit a situation of multiple command on the battlefield. Second, after the war, these soldiers may choose their path, to return to the Dragon Kingdom or to join the Yanhuang civilization. However, should they opt for a return, they must accept that the memories regarding the core technologies of the Yanhuang civilization will be sealed away for the long-term safety of our civilization. The conditions are stringent, yet reasonable. Yang Jingguo pondered for a moment, glancing at the senior generals accompanying him. They whispered among themselves, and then Yang Jingguo lifted his head. Very well. However, if possible, we would wish to retain some degree of command, at least at the tactical level. Qin Feng shook his head. That is not permissible. The pace of cosmic warfare is too swift. Even a fraction of a second's delay could determine the outcome of an entire battle. Command must be unified. His tone left no room for dispute. Yang Jingguo clenched his teeth. Agreed. I represent the Dragon Kingdom in consenting to this. This decision was arduous, tantamount to relinquishing complete command over 300,000 elite troops. Yet reason told him it was the only correct choice. In interstellar warfare, fragmented command equates to suicide. Next, Qin Weidong, representing the Yanhuang civilization, outlined their preparations. The Yanhuang civilization would mobilize 500,000 citizens for combat. Qin Weidong displayed a roster comprised entirely of fully optimized adult citizens, with an average age of 35, possessing exceptional learning abilities due to genetic enhancement. The list scrolled, revealing detailed classifications: 200,000 ship operators, pilots, navigators, weapon operators, engineers, 150,000 space fighter pilots, 100,000 Marines for landing operations, space station engagements, and 50,000 logistics support personnel. This was merely the first batch. Qin Weidong stated that should the war demand it, they could mobilize more. All adult citizens of the Yanhuang civilization had been registered as reserves, ready to transition to active duty at any moment. This figure left the Dragon Kingdom delegation both astonished and apprehensive. Chapter 194. Bringing the battlefield to the enemy's doorstep, 500,000 fully genetically optimized warriors, each equivalent to the combat effectiveness of a traditional military company, or even a battalion. Furthermore, their learning capacity, adaptability, and survival skills far exceed those of ordinary individuals. More alarming was the mobilization efficiency demonstrated by the Yanhuang civilization. From the issuance of the mobilization order to the completion of troop assembly took merely 3 days. In contrast, mobilizing 3 million troops for the Dragon Kingdom was anticipated to require a month. The technological disparity manifested in every detail. Thus, the total military strength amounted to 3.5 million. Qin Feng summarized that among these, 500,000 were core elites, while 3 million constituted auxiliary forces. This scale was sufficient for a medium-sized interstellar war. Yang Jingguo could not help but inquire, Mr. Qin, how many fleets do you believe the Sarantia civilization will dispatch? Qin Feng did not respond directly, but countered with a question. General Yang, if you were a decision-maker of the Sarantia civilization and received a provocative message from an unknown intelligent life in a foreign star system, how many fleets would you send? Yang Jingguo contemplated for a moment. If it were a probe, perhaps I would deploy a small reconnaissance fleet, a few ships. If it were of great importance, they might dispatch a medium-sized fleet, comprising a dozen to 20 vessels. Should the intent be conquest, a large fleet of over 100 ships would be sent. However, you have overlooked a crucial point, as Qin Feng stated, distance. He brought up a star chart, illustrating the positions of the solar system and the home planet of the Sarantia. 60 light-years apart, this distance appears as a mere arc on the diagram, yet in reality, it is unfathomably vast. To send a fleet across 60 light-years would require a one-way journey of 120 years, calculated at 0.5 times the speed of light for the Sarantia. What does this imply? It suggests that those who set out on the voyage would likely have perished by the time of arrival, even with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Spending 120 years aboard a spacecraft is an interminable duration. Thus, Qin Feng concluded that should the Sarantia civilization choose to dispatch a fleet, it would only comprise one of two types, either a minuscule reconnaissance team, swiftly advancing and reporting back, or a colonization fleet. A colonization fleet? Someone from the Long Kingdom delegation gasped. Indeed, Qin Feng replied sharply. Such a fleet would carry a substantial population, equipment, and resources, prepared for a prolonged presence in the solar system, potentially even replacing the existing civilization's fleet. The scale of such a fleet would encompass at least 1,000 ships, transporting a population that could number in the millions. A collective intake of breath echoed through the conference room. Over 1,000 interstellar warships? 1 million extraterrestrial soldiers? If this were true, Earth would face an impending cataclysm. However, there was a silver lining, as Qin Feng shifted his tone. The preparation time for such a fleet would be extensive. Even if the Sarantia civilization received the news just a month ago and immediately commenced preparations, it would take years, if not decades, to assemble their forces. Therefore we have time. Yang Jingguo's eyes brightened. No, Qin Feng shook his head. We cannot afford to wait. This statement fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the room. Not wait. Yang Jingguo thought he had misheard. Do you mean, what I mean, Qin Feng articulated precisely, is that the battlefield cannot be situated within the solar system. He rose and approached the holographic star chart, his finger pointing at the bright dot representing the Sarantia home world. The battlefield must be here, fought on their doorstep. Silence ensued. A protracted 10 seconds of stillness. Then, the conference room erupted, not in noise, but in a stifled, incredulous shock. Every pair of eyes widened as they regarded Qin Feng, as if confronted with a madman. To traverse 60 light-years and mount an offensive against an interstellar civilization with a history spanning 30,000 years? This was not mere bravery. It was sheer madness. Mr. Qin. Yang Jinghua's voice faltered. Do you comprehend how far 60 light-years truly is? With humanity's current technology, who says we are relying on current technology? Qin Feng retorted. He pressed a button, dimming the lights in the conference room, replaced by a brand new star chart. This was not the simplistic point-line diagram from before, but a detailed, dynamic representation, as if extracted from the very fabric of the night sky. At the center of the star chart lay the solar system, yet not the one presently known. Beyond the Kuiper Belt, in what should have been the vast emptiness of interstellar space, a massive dot symbol was now marked. A year prior, the Yanhuang civilization had commenced the construction of a new generation of interstellar warships within the Kuiper Belt. Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet powerful, designated as Conqueror class. The star map zoomed in, revealing the interior of the shipyard. It was not a traditional shipbuilding facility, but rather a process of growth. Countless nanobots coalesced in the vacuum, reorganizing like cellular division, giving rise to colossal vessels from nothingness. The Conqueror-class battleship, measuring 50 kilometers in length, was equipped with a warp engine capable of cruising at 10 times the speed of light. Qin Feng remarked that the journey from the solar system to the home planet of Sarantia would take merely 6 years. A space expert from the Dragon Kingdom delegation murmured in disbelief, questioning the feasibility of such a warp engine, which was merely theoretical. In the Huang Yellow civilization, theory could transform into reality. Qin Feng cast a glance at him and added, moreover, this is not the fastest we can achieve. If necessary, we can accelerate even further. He paused and added, of course, the specific technical details cannot be disclosed at this time. The conference room fell silent once more. But this time it was a silence filled with reverence. 10 times the speed of light. 6 years to traverse 60 light years. This meant that Earth could arrive at the doorstep of the Sarantia civilization before their colonial fleet set sail. The strategic board had been instantly overturned. However, Yang Zhenghua, a seasoned veteran, quickly shifted from shock to practical concerns. Even if we can reach them, how do we engage in battle? The Sarantia civilization has a history of 30,000 years. Their home planet's defenses are formidable. Qin Feng acknowledged this, yet pointed out a critical weakness. They have enjoyed an extended period of peace. He displayed the analysis report on the Sarantia civilization. According to the information extracted from the memories of the 3 alien captives, although the Sarantia civilization has embarked on interstellar colonization, their primary method involves dispatching seed fleets to seek out uninhabited or primitive planets for colonization. They have not faced large-scale warfare in 5 centuries. 500 years of peace may not seem long for a civilization that can endure for 2,000 years. But it is sufficient to render their military complacent, their defense systems outdated, and their populace devoid of a sense of urgency. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade. Meanwhile, we have just undergone a power transition on Earth. Our military morale is high, technology is advancing rapidly, and the populace stands united against a common foe. This ebb and flow presents us with our opportunity. Chapter 195. The Huang Yellow civilization never leaves its fate to others. Yang Zhenghua was convinced, not merely persuaded, but profoundly shaken by this audacity. In the face of a potential alien invasion, the average mindset would be to fortify defenses, establish a line of protection in Earth's orbit, and safeguard their homeland. Yet Qin Feng's perspective was, why should we fight on our home turf? Why not take the battle to their doorstep? This line of thinking transcended nations and planets. It embodied the true mindset of a civilized leader. However, a cautious diplomat within the delegation ventured to ask, is it ethical to initiate an offensive against an alien civilization? What if they are merely sending reconnaissance teams, and we strike at their home planet? Ethics. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he addressed the man. Are you truly discussing the morality of interstellar warfare with me? The diplomat was rendered speechless. In the dark forest of the cosmos, morality is but a concession from the strong to the weak, a sympathy extended from the victor to the vanquished. Qin Feng's voice remained steady, reflecting the notion that if the Sarantia civilization merely deployed a reconnaissance team, it indicated their caution. However, the question arises, would they act with such prudence? According to the memories of captives, the Sarantia civilization exhibits a pronounced tendency towards social Darwinism. They consider themselves the favored children of the cosmos, regarding other civilizations as uncivilized barbarians. In response to a provocation, would such a civilization prioritize cautious reconnaissance? No. Qin Feng pondered and answered himself. Their immediate reaction would be one of indignation, believing that a lesser civilization dares to challenge them. They would deem it necessary to deliver a devastating blow as a warning to others. Hence, one should abandon any illusions. This war has been a matter of survival from the outset. It is a question of either their annihilation or ours, with no third possibility. No one in the conference room broached the subject of morality, for in the face of survival, morality is but a luxury. With the strategic direction established, it was time to delve into specific planning. Qin Weidong presented a detailed operational scheme. Phase 1, preparation period, lasting 6 months. This will involve the genetic optimization, training, and organization of 3.5 million soldiers. Concurrently, the Kuiper Dock will complete the construction of the first batch of Conqueror-class warships, the number of which will remain confidential for the time being. Phase 2, formation of the expeditionary force, lasting 3 months. The fleet will assemble, personnel will board, and logistical support will be in place. Phase 3, voyage period, spanning 6 years. The fleet will travel at 10 times the speed of light towards the Sarantia star system, engaging in adaptive training, tactical drills, and intelligence analysis en route. Phase 4, combat engagement, with an undetermined timeline. The specific operational plan will be tailored based on reconnaissance findings. But the core principle remains: swift resolution, obliterating the military capabilities and industrial foundation of the Sarandia civilization, thereby compelling them to surrender or rendering them incapable of retaliation. Phase 5. Post-war management. This will depend on the circumstances, whether to completely eradicate the civilization, impose control, or establish a buffer zone. The plan is rudimentary, yet the framework is clear. Yang Zhenghua, upon reviewing the plan, raised several critical questions. First, during the 6-year voyage, how will the fleet sustain itself? Food, water, oxygen, and medical supplies. The Conqueror-class warships are designed as ecological vessels. Qin Weidong explained that they possess a complete ecosystem capable of producing food, recycling water resources, and generating oxygen. Theoretically, a single warship can operate autonomously for a century. Second, how will the psychological well-being of the soldiers be ensured over the 6-year journey? A prolonged enclosed environment can easily lead to psychological issues. However, with genetic optimization, the soldiers' mental resilience far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, we will employ virtual reality technology for continuous training and simulated combat during the voyage to maintain combat readiness. Additionally, the ships will be equipped with comprehensive entertainment and social facilities. Third, and most crucially, Yang Zhenghua fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and inquired, Mr. Qin, how can you assure us that our fleet will emerge victorious? The Sarandia civilization boasts a history spanning 30,000 years, and their technological level is formidable. The level of technology is not determined by the length of history, Qin Feng replied. It is dictated by energy levels. He displayed a comparative chart. On the left, the emblem of the Sarandia civilization, with the caption, Energy Technology, Controlled Nuclear Fusion and Antimatter Supplement. On the right, the emblem of the Yanhuang civilization, with the caption, Energy Technology, Vacuum Zero-Point Energy, Infinite Energy. Controlled nuclear fusion and antimatter are already standard for traditional interstellar civilizations. Qin Feng stated that the zero-point energy in a vacuum represents an entirely different dimension. He did not elaborate further, yet everyone comprehended its implications: boundless energy. This signifies that the warships of the Yanhuang civilization can engage in combat indefinitely, without the concern of depleting fuel. They can maintain energy shields for extended periods without the fear of overload. They can wield more powerful weaponry without the anxiety of energy supply. This is a dimensional strike. Thus, Qin Feng concluded that technologically, we hold the advantage. In terms of morale, we prevail. Strategically, we are superior. The sole remaining question is execution. He turned to the Dragon Kingdom delegation. General Yang, with 3 million soldiers, can we accomplish genetic optimization and basic training within 6 months? Yang Zhenghua inhaled deeply, rose, and rendered a formal military salute. I guarantee the completion of this mission. This was not mere diplomatic rhetoric, but a soldier's solemn vow. The meeting spanned from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, with only a brief half-hour intermission for a simple meal. As it concluded, the sun dipped low in the west, casting golden rays into the conference room, enveloping everyone in a radiant glow. As General Yang departed, Qin Feng remarked, "Return and convey to your compatriots that this battle is not merely a war for the Yanhuang civilization. It is a war for all descendants of Yanhuang. 5 millennia of civilizational heritage will confront the trials of the cosmos in our generation." Indeed, Yang Zhenghua replied solemnly. The 14 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom will offer their unwavering support. Not just support, Qin Feng interjected, but participation. After genetic optimization, the lifespan of these 3 million soldiers will extend to 30,000 years. This implies they will witness the outcome of this war firsthand, and even influence the fate of human civilization for the next 30 millennia. The weight of these words bore heavily upon Yang Zhenghua's shoulders. 30,000 years. Previously, soldiers envisioned a life of completing their service, returning home, marrying, and enjoying their twilight years. Now, these soldiers might live for 30 millennia. They will observe the transformation of Earth, witness the development of the solar system, and see humanity venture toward the stars, or conversely, witness the obliteration of civilization. I understand, Yang Zhenghua replied in a hushed tone. I will ensure they grasp the gravity of this responsibility. Excellent. Qin Feng extended his hand. Then let us collaborate harmoniously. Their hands clasped together, one youthful and vigorous, the other aged and resolute. A leader of a new generation of civilization and a veteran of an ancient nation. In that moment, they transcended age, identity, and even the differences of civilizational stages, united for a singular purpose: survival. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Kingdom delegation, Qin Feng did not immediately exit the conference room. Qin Weidong approached him. Leader, do you believe the Dragon Kingdom will genuinely cooperate? They will, Qin Feng replied, for they have no alternative. Moreover, Yang Zhenghua is an astute individual, aware of what is most beneficial for his nation. The optimization of those 3 million soldiers will demand substantial resources. Resources are not an issue. Qin Feng turned. The question is, are we truly prepared to engage in an interstellar war? Qin Weidong fell silent. Even with the bioengineered troops as a trump card, and the technology provided by the system, war is perpetually fraught with uncertainty. The Serlantia civilization boasts a history of 30,000 years. Who knows what hidden cards they possess? Yet, we have no retreat left. Qin Feng gazed at the starry sky, contemplating whether to take the initiative and bring the battlefield into enemy territory, or to passively wait for the flames of war to reach his doorstep. After a brief pause, he softly declared, I choose the former. For the Yanhuang civilization never entrusts its fate to the whims of others. Chapter 196. If there is war, call us back on October 27th, at 6 in the morning, in a county of Sichuan province. Retired soldier Wang Zhengwo was awakened by the urgent ring of his phone. It was not the usual alarm, but a distinctive, hurried sound he was all too familiar with, the exclusive ringtone of the military recall system. He sat up abruptly, his heart racing. On the bedside table, a family photo captured a moment of joy. His wife beamed with a radiant smile, while their 5-year-old son pulled a silly face. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, and the county remained enveloped in slumber. With trembling hands, he opened the message. Recall order, Comrade Wang Jiangwo, former captain of a reconnaissance company in the Sichuan military district according to the National Defense Mobilization Law and special regulations during this period. You are urgently summoned to return to your unit. Reporting time, before 1200 today, reporting location, original military station mission, participate in the Starry Sky Guardian plan. Specific details will be provided upon reporting. Note, this recall order has the highest priority and cannot be refused or delayed for any reason. Wang Jiangwo stared at the screen, reading it 3 times. Then, he exhaled slowly and deeply. The moment had finally arrived. At 7 o'clock, Wang Jiangwo began to pack his belongings. His military uniform had been prepared long ago. The last set of combat attire issued by the army was neatly folded and tucked away in the deepest corner of his wardrobe. After 5 years, the fabric had stiffened. Yet the rank insignia, shoulder patches, and name tag remained intact. His wife, Li Xiaoying, watched him silently, her eyes reddening but holding back tears. Their 5-year-old son, Wang Xiaochuan, emerged from the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. Daddy, where are you going? Wang Jiangwo knelt down and ruffled his son's hair. Daddy is going back to the army. Are you going to fight? Who will you fight? Are they bad people? Taking a moment, Wang Jiangwo replied. Yes, we will fight very, very bad people. They want to take our home. Then Daddy must win. Xiaochuan clenched his little fist. You're the strongest. Feeling a pang in his heart, Wang Jiangwo embraced his son tightly. At 8 o'clock, his parents arrived from the countryside. His 70-year-old father, Wang Dashan, a veteran who had fought in border counterattacks and still bore shrapnel in his leg, said nothing but placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. His mother, Zhang Guilan, wiped her tears and implored, Jiangwo, you must come back alive. I will, Mom. Wang Jiangwo managed to smile. At 9 o'clock, they set off. Outside their home, neighbors gathered to bid farewell. Old Lu, also a veteran who had fought alongside Wang Jiangwo's father, handed him a cloth bag. Jiangwo, take this. Inside are Yunnan Bai Yao, a tourniquet, and compressed biscuits, things we used back in the day. Lu uncle, warfare is different now, Wang Jiangwo replied. Take it. Old Lu's eyes widened. A soldier should always be prepared. Wang Jiangwo accepted the heavy bag. At 9:30, with his military pack on his back, he reached the end of the alley. Turning back, he saw his wife holding their son, his parents supporting one another, and the neighbors standing quietly. No words were spoken. Yet the gaze of every individual seemed to convey a singular message, return alive. He stood at attention, saluting in a precise military manner towards the direction of home. Then, he turned and strode purposefully towards the bus station. Along the way, his phone rang. It was a message from his former comrades. The screen was inundated with notifications. Brothers, have you all received the call to arms? I've received mine, and am heading back to the unit. Are we fighting aliens this time? How exhilarating. Exhilarating, my foot. My wife just got pregnant. Then you must fight even harder. If you don't, your child won't see the light of day. Wang Jiangwo read these messages, smiled, and tears streamed down his face. This is the spirit of the Sichuan army. They may jest in peacetime, but in moments of crisis, none falter. At 11 in the morning, he arrived at the former barracks. A long queue had formed at the entrance, filled with familiar faces, his former squad leader who had retired before him, new recruits who had retired after him, and those comrades who had retired due to injuries. They had all returned. Wang Jiangwo called the duty officer loudly. Present. Rejoin the ranks. Yes. The moment he stepped into the barracks, Wang Jiangwo felt as if he had never truly left over the past 5 years. On the playground's podium, the old instructor stood there, still clad in the faded military uniform, his face as stern as ever. Comrades, the instructor's voice echoed across the playground through the loudspeaker. The time has come for the party and the people to test us. Below, over 1,000 veterans stood in orderly formation. I know some of you have just married. Some have young children, and some have elderly parents. The instructor's voice softened. I also know this mission is different. It's not just about defending our homeland, but safeguarding our very existence. The enemy is not human. It is an alien civilization. Are you afraid? Silence fell over the crowd. Being afraid is natural. The instructor suddenly raised his voice. I am afraid too. Afraid of losing the battle, of the earth being destroyed, of my grandchildren never being born. Afraid of losing and ending 30,000 years of human civilization with our generation. But he paused, surveying the crowd. Will fear prevent us from fighting? Will fear lead us to surrender? Will fear allow those big-headed gray-skinned monsters to claim our homeland? No. Someone shouted from the crowd. Yes. No. The instructor's eyes glistened with emotion. 5,000 years ago, the Yellow Emperor fought Qiyu, and our ancestors knew no fear. 2,000 years ago, Huizubing struck against the Xiongnu, unafraid. 80 years ago, our forebears battled the invaders without fear. Today, it is our turn. He inhaled deeply and bellowed with all his might. What is the spirit of the Sichuan army? The crowd responded in unison. To fight to the death without retreat. Yes, to fight to the death without retreat. The instructor's voice trembled. This time, we are heading to a battlefield 60 light years away. We may not return. Our remains may never be found. However, the spirit of the Sichuan army must be carried into the starry skies. Let those alien scum witness what it means to be a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. What it means to be a Sichuan soldier. Comrades, tell me, are you ready? Over 1,000 voices strained with all their might, roaring, always ready. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the leaves of the poplar trees bordering the playground to rustle. Wang Jiangwo stood in the ranks, his vision blurred by tears. Yet he did not wipe it away. Instead, he straightened his back and stood in a more disciplined military posture. If there were a call to arms, he would respond without hesitation. This was not merely a slogan. It was a vow etched deep within his very being. Meanwhile, in Huai County, the retired veteran Li Weigua had just registered his new vehicle, Shenyang A68955. This marked one of the first private car plates issued in the Shenyang Special Zone, and he had reveled in this achievement for several days. The car, a domestically manufactured model, was not extravagant, but it represented 3 years of hard-earned savings since his discharge. He had picked up the vehicle just yesterday and intended to take his parents for a drive over the weekend. Suddenly, his phone rang, a distinctive, urgent tone. Chapter 197. We are not fighting alone. Li Weigua froze, the screwdriver slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Slowly, he retrieved his phone, staring at the screen displaying the call to arms notification for an extended moment. Then, a smile broke across his face, tinged with a hint of bitterness and acceptance. What was destined to arrive had finally come, he murmured to himself. He did not immediately begin packing his belongings. Instead, he drove home, not to his parents' house, but to his own small abode. His wife, Chen Jing, was in the kitchen preparing lunch while their 2-year-old daughter played with building blocks in the living room. Jing, I've received the call to arms, Li Weigua stated directly. Chen Jing paused mid-cut, the knife suspended in the air. After several seconds, she resumed chopping, albeit with trembling hands. When do you leave? She inquired. I must report by 3 this afternoon. Where? Back to my old unit, in Lu Province. Chen Jing set down the knife and turned to face him, her eyes reddening, though she did not weep. How long will you be gone? I do not know. It could be a lengthy absence. Their daughter rushed over to embrace Li Weigua's leg. Daddy hug. Li Weigua lifted her into his arms, kissing her small face. Nyo. Daddy has to go far away. You must listen to mommy while I'm gone, alright? Where's Daddy going? To fight the bad guys. Like Ultraman. Yes, just like Ultraman. At noon, Li Weigua called his parents. His father remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Go, but don't bring shame upon us. His mother wept on the other end of the line. At 1 o'clock, Li Weigua began to pack his belongings, military uniform, combat boots, canteen, and the cherished family photograph, which he carefully placed in his inner pocket. By 2 o'clock, he was ready to depart. Chen Jing cradled their daughter as she accompanied him to the door. Weigua. Chen Jing finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. You must come back. Nyo, and I will be waiting for you. I will. Li Weigua affirmed with a firm nod. He knelt down to his daughter and said, Nyo, Daddy is leaving. You must remember that Daddy is going to protect our home, to safeguard our planet. Daddy is a hero. Hero. Their daughter clapped her hands in delight. Li Weigua embraced his wife one last time before descending the stairs. Before getting into the car, he took out his phone, capturing a photograph of the license plate and posting it on Weibo. Shenyang A68955, just registered. Perhaps I will not have the chance to drive it again, but I do not regret it. The elevation of Shenyang to a special zone is an honor bestowed upon my hometown by Mr. Qin Feng. Now, it is our duty to defend this honor and our civilization. If there is a call to arms, we shall respond. This is not merely a slogan, but a genetic code ingrained in the souls of our generation of soldiers. After posting, he switched off his phone and started the car. The vehicle, designated A68955, a brand new car, embarked on its inaugural long-distance journey to convey its owner to the battlefield. Along the way, Li Weigua was switched on the radio. The local station in Huai County was broadcasting a special program. According to incomplete statistics, over 3,000 retired veterans from Huai County have responded to the call of duty and returned to the military. Among them, the eldest is 58 years old, while the youngest is merely 22. They were once fathers, sons, and husbands, but now they share a singular identity, soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Let us remember their names and faces, for they are about to embark on an unprecedented journey in human history. Li Weigua turned off the radio, focusing intently on driving. Outside the window, the streets of Huai County bustled with life. As a special economic zone, the area was undergoing rapid development, with skyscrapers rising and streets adorned with cleanliness and prosperity. The smiles on people's faces reflected their enjoyment of peace and abundance. All of this is worth safeguarding with one's life, he thought. In a mountainous village in Guizhou Province, 23-year-old veteran Wei Jiqiang was preparing to depart. Before dawn, the village came alive with activity. In the courtyard of the Wei family, 10 tables of banquet dishes were laid out, not for a wedding celebration, but for a farewell feast. Wei Jiqiang's grandfather, the 92-year-old Wei Laojian, a veteran of the Korean War and the sole surviving soldier from the anti-Japanese war in the village, donned his cherished old military uniform, adorned with numerous medals. Jiqiang, the elderly man, grasped his grandson's hand, his voice gravelly. Your grandfather fought against the American devils and the South Vietnamese. Now, it is your turn to confront the extraterrestrial foes. Grandfather, I will. Wei Jiqiang nodded vigorously. Remember. The old man's eyes, though cloudy, shone with intensity. In our Wei family, those who go to battle do not falter. You either return victorious or do not return at all. The weight of those words resonated deeply with Wei Jiqiang. It was not merely a matter of not returning. It was a vow to resist until the end. I understand, grandfather. At 8 in the morning, the farewell ceremony commenced. The village secretary officiated. Today, we send off comrade Wei Jiqiang to war. He is the pride of our village and a warrior of our nation. Firecrackers erupted, and drums reverberated. Wei Jiqiang, adorned with a bright red flower, stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard. His parents stood behind him. His mother was wiping tears, while his father maintained a stern facade, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Elders from the village approached one by one, placing items into his hands. Jiqiang. This is the dagger your third uncle used on the battlefield. Take it for self-defense. This is a talisman your second aunt requested. Wear it for safety. And here is some soil from our village, wrapped in cloth. If you find yourself longing for home on that alien planet, just take a whiff. Wei Jiqiang's hands soon overflowed with these tokens. He requested his parents to assist him in holding them, while he bowed deeply to the villagers. Dear uncles and aunts, Wei Jiqiang, am setting off today. His voice trembled, unsure if he would return. Do not utter such ominous words. The village secretary interjected. You must come back. The entire village awaits your return. Yes, we await your return. The villagers chorused in unison. Wei Jiqiang smiled, tears streaming down his face. All right, I will definitely return. When I do, I will treat everyone to a celebratory feast. A celebratory feast. The crowd echoed enthusiastically. At 9 o'clock, it was time to depart. Wei Jiqiang boarded the farewell vehicle in the village, heading first to the town before transferring to a bus bound for the city's assembly point. As the vehicle set off, the entire village followed suit. The elderly leaned on their canes, children dashed ahead, and women carried baskets filled with boiled eggs, glutinous rice cakes, and cured meats, escorting him towards the village entrance. Jiqiang, my dear, the 90-year-old elder called out, be sure to win the battle. I'll be waiting for your return to prepare your favorite rice cakes. I understand, Grandma. Wei Jiqiang waved earnestly, as the tractor gradually receded. The villagers remained at the village entrance, lingering long after. On the road, Wei Jiqiang opened his phone. In the comrades group chat, messages flooded in. Brothers of the Guangxi army, have you all set off? We have. On the way to Nanning. This time, we must display our might. Nonsense. When have we ever faltered? Wei Jiqiang posted. From a mountain village in Guangxi, the entire village just sent me off. The pressure is immense, but I shall not disappoint. Almost immediately, someone replied, our village too. It feels as though we are not fighting alone, but rather, an entire nation stands united. Indeed, an entire nation. Wei Jiqiang gazed out at the verdant mountains and waters, the land where he had lived for 23 years, so beautiful, so serene. He would not allow extraterrestrials to destroy it. Absolutely not. Chapter 198. Dare you show your bloodline? Beginning on October 27th. The internet of Longwa was enveloped by an unprecedented emotion. It was not panic, but a solemn, resolute acceptance akin to a noble sacrifice. On Weibo, the topic if called to battle, we will return garnered over 20 billion views. User Chuanjun Never Retreat, Wang Zhengwo, posted, I have returned to the ranks. All 1,237 retired soldiers from his former unit had gathered, none absent. The eldest was 56, the youngest 21. When the instructor asked if they were afraid, the answer was yes, but they feared even more the question from future generations. When the extraterrestrials came, what were you doing? Therefore, this battle must be fought. The spirit of the Chuan army shall reach the cosmos. Accompanied by an image of a densely packed camouflage formation in the playground. The post was shared over 10 million times, with comments exceeding 1 million. Tears in my eyes. This is the soldier of Longwa. My grandfather was also a Chuan soldier. Sacrificed during the War of Resistance in Hunan. If he knew his descendants were to fight extraterrestrials today, he would surely be proud. Chuan army, magnificent. Awaiting your triumphant return. User Shin A68955, Li Weigua, also saw his post ascend to trending status. The license plate is just installed. I may not have the chance to drive it, but it is worth it. The Shenyang Special Zone is a gift from Mr. Qinfeng to our hometown, and now it is our turn to protect this gift. 3,000 retired soldiers from Huaixin have gathered and are ready to depart. In the comments, countless residents of Huaixin wrote, I am from Huaixin, and I am proud. Brother Weigua, you must return. I'll treat you to pot chicken when you come back. Huaixin men, splendid. Mr. Qinfeng is the pride of Huaixin. And so are you. User Gui Shanzi, Wei Jiqiang, shared a video capturing the farewell scene in the village. Firecrackers, drums, the villagers' well wishes, and the tearful gazes of the elderly. The final frame focused on a stone tablet at the village entrance, inscribed, Revolutionary Old District, Land of Heroes. The video garnered over 500 million views. Tears well up. This is the rural landscape of the Dragon Kingdom. These are its people. The elder's words resonate profoundly. Either return victorious or do not return at all. Such weighty sentiments stem from their experiences of hardship, fostering a deeper understanding of the need for protection. Beyond these personal accounts lies a tapestry of reflections from ordinary netizens. A history enthusiast pens a lengthy discourse titled From the Yellow Emperor's Battle against Qiyu to the Celestial Expedition, the martial chronicles of the Yin and Huang descendants. A grand epic of tragedy and valor. Throughout 5 millennia, our nation has witnessed individuals rise to the occasion at critical junctures, erecting a metaphorical great wall with their very flesh and blood. From the Battle of Mai during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, where King Wu besieged the tyrant Zhou, to the struggle between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang at the end of the Qin dynasty. From Emperor Wu of Han's northern campaigns against the Xiongnu to Yu Fei's resistance against the Jin during the southern Song, driven by a hunger for vengeance. And from Qi Jiguang's defense against pirates at the close of the Ming dynasty, declaring that honors were not his pursuit, but a wish for calm seas. To the 14-year war of resistance against Japan, where our compatriots fortified a new Great Wall with their blood and sacrifice. Now, it is our generation's turn. The adversary has transformed from tribes to nations, from cavalry to fleets, and from the earth to the cosmos. Yet, the essence remains unchanged, to defend our homeland. To stand resolute unto death. Therefore, do not fear. Our ancestors did not falter, and we must not either. Should we triumph in this battle, a new chapter shall be inscribed in our ancestral records, celebrated through the ages. If we fail, at least we shall meet our end standing tall. This narrative has been shared by State Media, garnering over 1 billion views. The comments section has become a wishing well. May our soldiers return home safely. May humanity's civilization transcend this ordeal. May the cosmos witness the indomitable spirit of the descendants of Yin and Huang. Should there be a next life, let us be citizens of the Dragon Kingdom once more. Rational discourse also emerges among netizens. The notion of 3 million soldiers undergoing genetic optimization to live for 30,000 years is indeed staggering. Does this imply that these warriors might witness the world 30 millennia hence? The prerequisite, of course, is survival. Thus, we must strive even harder to ensure we live to see the future. Naturally, there are voices of concern. Can our economy withstand such a massive mobilization? When will extraterrestrials truly arrive? Are we perhaps overreacting? Is the Yin Huang civilization genuinely reliable, entrusting 300,000 elite troops to their command? Yet, these apprehensions are swiftly drowned out by prevailing sentiments, as all comprehend that hesitation is not an option. The arrow is nocked, it must be loosed. On the night of October 27th, across the nation, countless military camps blaze with light. In a certain barracks in Sichuan province, where Wang Zhengwo is stationed, an emergency meeting convenes at 8 in the evening. The meeting room is filled with officers of various ranks. On the projection screen, the preliminary plan for the Star Guardian initiative is displayed. Comrades, the brigade commander stands before them, his expression grave. I understand you have many questions. Now, I can address some of them. First, the nature of the mission. We are about to partake in humanity's first interstellar expedition. Our objective, the home planet of the Saranthia civilization, 60 light-years away. A suppressed gasp rises from the audience. Second, the timeline. 6 months of fundamental training, encompassing genetic optimization, space adaptability training, and operation of new equipment. 6 months hence, we will embark on our journey. The travel duration, 6 years. The combat duration, unknown. The total period, likely exceeding 10 years. 10 years. Leaving home, adrift in the cosmos for a decade. The commander paused, contemplating the casualty estimates. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence. According to the data provided by the Yin Huang civilization, the casualty rate of interstellar warfare could be alarmingly high. While specific figures could not be disclosed, it was imperative for you to brace yourselves. Of the 3 million embarking on this expedition, more than half may not return. Still, no one uttered a word. Yet, the expressions of all present grew resolutely steadfast. The commander raised his voice, emphasizing the principle of voluntariness. If anyone wished to withdraw, now is the time to speak up. No blame would be assigned, nor would it be considered cowardice. He waited. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. No one moved. Very well. The commander nodded, declaring that from tomorrow onward, hellish training would commence. Dismissed. The officers gradually exited the conference room. As Wang Zhengwo reached the doorway, he was halted by the instructor. Zhengwo, have you made arrangements at home? Yes, Wang Zhengwo replied. I have prepared my will, naming my wife as the beneficiary of the compensation. He added, if I do not return, the organization will take care of them. The instructor patted his shoulder. You must come back. Your son is still young. I will, Wang Zhengwo assured him, for my son, and for all the children yet to grow. Simultaneously, in various military camps, similar conversations unfolded. Li Weigua, stationed at a base in Shandong, was penning a final letter to his wife. Jing, if you receive this letter, it means I may not return. Do not weep, this is my own choice. Nyonyo is still young, and you must raise her well. Tell her that her father did not abandon her. He went to protect her, and all children like her. The mortgage on our home is paid off. The car is yours to drive, though the license plate may never be used again. Jing, marrying you in this life, I have no regrets. In the next life, should there be another, I wish to meet you again. I love you forever. As he concluded his letter, tears from Li Weigua fell onto the paper, blurring the ink. He wiped away his tears, folded the letter, placed it in a designated envelope for wills, and handed it to the political officer. Wei Jiqiang, at a training point in Nanning, was engaged in conversation with his comrades. Xiangzi, what do you think aliens look like? A fellow soldier inquired. Big heads, gray skin, slender arms, and legs, Wei Jiqiang replied, referencing the information from the Yin Huang civilization. Then with our build, we could take down 10 of them, right? Hard to say. Their technology is more advanced than ours. No matter how advanced their technology is, one bullet can take them down. A comrade mimicked the gesture of shooting. As long as they are still carbon-based life forms, they will die. Exactly. They will die, Wei Jiqiang reiterated. As long as they can die, we have no fear. As long as you dare to expose your vulnerabilities, even the gods can be brought low. Humanity fears nothing more than battling that which can perish. For humanity excels in the art of survival. Chapter 199. The Conqueror Battleship at 11 o'clock at night. The Ministry of Defense of the Dragon Kingdom issued a communique. Report on the completion status of the Starry Sky Guardian project. Phase 1. As of October 27th at 2200 hours, a total of 457 summoned retired and active duty personnel have arrived at the designated assembly points nationwide, with no absentees and no delays. Age distribution. Individuals aged 18 to 25 constitute 35. Those aged 26 to 35 make up 45. Individuals aged 36 to 45 account for 15. And those aged 46 and above represent 5. Geographical distribution. Encompassing all provinces, autonomous regions, municipalities, and special administrative regions across the nation. Subsequently, all personnel will undergo comprehensive physical examinations, psychological assessments, and 6 months of specialized training. Let us etch this day in our memories. Let us honor these individuals. They are fathers, sons, and husbands. Yet, more importantly, they are warriors, champions, and the backbone of our nation. Following the announcement, the internet was ablaze with commentary. Countless netizens expressed the same sentiment. We await your return. On the other side of the globe, on the continent of Yanhuang, in the leader's office of Qin Feng, Qin Weidong stood behind him. Leader, the mobilization of Longhua has been completed, 2 days ahead of schedule. As anticipated, Qin Feng replied. This nation never fails to deliver in critical moments. He approached his desk and activated the star chart. A distant speck of light, representing the home planet of Salantia, shimmered 60 light-years away. Weidong, what do you suppose the Salantians think upon receiving Earth's provocative message? Qin Weidong pondered before responding. Perhaps they mock our audacity. Or scheme to conquer us, or rally their fleets. No, Qin Feng interjected. They could never fathom that we not only refuse to defend, but also intend to strike. They cannot imagine that what we bring is not fear or submission, but 3 million warriors who embrace death fearlessly, along with an indomitable will forged over 5 millennia of civilization. Outside, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Qin Feng gazed into the cosmos and softly said, inform those soldiers to train diligently. In 6 months, we shall embark on our journey to convey to those extraterrestrials that those who dare to invade our Earth shall inevitably face retribution, no matter the distance. As the night breeze swept through, the stars twinkled. On this ordinary evening, 3 million soldiers had assembled. A contingent destined to be inscribed in the annals of history was taking shape. The fate of human civilization would rest in the hands of this army, facing an ultimate reckoning, either glory or annihilation, with no middle ground. In the year 4723 of the Huangdi era, on the first day of November, in the Kuiper Belt, approximately 50 astronomical units from the sun, this region, once deemed a desolate edge of the solar system, now witnessed humanity's most magnificent engineering marvel. Qin Feng's dedicated flagship departed from Earth's orbit, traversing through a warp jump, arriving in the depths of the Kuiper Belt in merely 17 minutes. Beyond the porthole, against the backdrop of the dazzling starry sky, 24 colossal docks lay like slumbering metallic behemoths, resting in the void. Within each dock, a massive vessel was taking shape. That was the Conqueror. Qin Feng stood before the porthole, silently observing the scene, while Qin Zhongguan stood half a step behind him, equally silent. It was the first time witnessing the entirety of the spectacle. After a long silence, Qin Feng finally spoke. Indeed, leader, Qin Zhongguan replied, his voice imbued with reverence. Even though we have crafted them ourselves, each sight still evokes awe. This is no exaggeration. The Conqueror-class warship measures 50 kilometers in length, 20 kilometers in width, and 15 kilometers in height. To comprehend this scale, consider that the largest aircraft carrier on Earth, the Ford-class, spans a mere 337 meters. The length of the Conqueror is equivalent to 150 Ford-class vessels aligned end to end. Its deck area is sufficient to accommodate the simultaneous launch and landing of 10,000 space fighters. Its internal volume can house a medium-sized city with a population of 1 million, providing its inhabitants with a comfortable living environment during prolonged voyages lasting several years. However, it is not a city, it is a weapon, the most formidable weapon in the history of mankind. The transport vessel carrying Qin Feng departed from the dedicated flagship, making its way towards Dock 1. As it drew near, the oppressive presence of the Conqueror became palpable, spanning 50 kilometers. Traversing from bow to stern would require an adult to walk nonstop for 20 hours. At this moment, the colossal ship hovered in the center of the dock, surrounded by millions of engineering robots. They swarmed around like worker ants around a queen, densely packed yet organized, affixing dark silver armor plates to the hull, welding, curing, and merging them into a unified structure. The hull is composed of a novel composite alloy, as introduced by Qin Zhonggu, possessing a strength 1,200 times that of titanium alloys, while having a density nearly 1/3 that of steel. Manufactured using vacuum zero-point energy-driven molecular rearrangement technology, it can produce 300 tons of finished material each second. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from inquiring about resource consumption, as the system provides endless materials, rendering the answer perpetually sufficient. What is the outfitting progress? He asked. 67%, Qin Zhonggu responded, projecting holographic data. The primary structure was complete, the energy core installed, the warp engine undergoing final adjustments, the weapon systems 80% finished, and the shield generators 70% complete. The estimated remaining construction time is 4 months. Qin Feng remained silent, gazing out the window. A transport craft approached from the starboard side. It was a supply ship delivering materials. In comparison to the Conqueror, it resembled an ant beside an elephant. Yet it is precisely these ants that, within a mere year, have summoned 24 elephants from the void, the first batch of 24 vessels. Hull numbers Conqueror 001 to 024. Qin Zhonggu continued his report, stating that the progress of all ships was synchronized, with a margin of error not exceeding 3%. What about the second batch? The design schematics have been optimized, and raw material reserves are ample. If initiated immediately, the construction of the second batch of 24 vessels can be completed within 12 months. Qin Feng turned. No, we must expedite the second batch. I want to see them in combat readiness 6 months after the first batch is delivered. Qin Zhonggu did not question the directive. The reasoning was evident. The first batch for the expedition, the second batch for home defense. Understood, I will adjust the priorities and increase the number of docks. The second batch can begin construction in 3 months. No, Qin Feng shook his head, commence immediately. The primary structure of the first 24 vessels is already complete. The remaining outfitting can proceed concurrently with the laying of the keel for the second batch. Qin Zhonggu calculated briefly, feasible, but we will require additional engineering biochemists. Approved. Qin Feng replied succinctly. The transport craft continued its journey, passing through Dock 1 and heading deeper into the weapon testing area. Chapter 200. The armament of the Conqueror. The weapon testing area lies on the edge of the Kuiper Belt, approximately 500,000 kilometers from the dot complex. In this once desolate void, dozens of colossal targets now hover, remnants of asteroids dragged here by engineering robots. The larger ones boast diameters exceeding 100 kilometers, while the smaller ones measure several kilometers. A nearly completed Conqueror-class vessel stands half sideways, aimed at the target zone, undergoing weapon calibration. Qinfeng's transport craft rests at a safe distance, while a holographic screen transmits the test footage in real time. The primary weapon comprises 36 electromagnetic railguns, strategically positioned on either side of the ship's prow, with 18 guns per side. Each railgun features a barrel with a diameter of 10 meters and a length of 300 meters. Two parallel tracks emanate a ghostly blue light in the vacuum, a sign of accumulated energy. The standard projectile weighs 10,000 tons, crafted from a depleted uranium-tungsten alloy composite penetrator, possessing an exceptionally high density. Upon exiting the barrel, it activates an additional mass effect field, enhancing its effective armor-piercing capability threefold. Qin Zhongguan paused momentarily, noting that, if necessary, the ammunition could be switched to specialized types, such as antimatter detonating shells, electromagnetic pulse projectiles, or delayed detonation penetrators. How rapid is the firing rate? Each gun is independently loaded, with a theoretical maximum rate of fire of 1 round per minute. However, in practice, simultaneous or segmented firing modes are typically employed. When all 36 guns fire at full speed, they can launch 36 10,000-ton projectiles towards the target in just 36 seconds. What about speed? The standard muzzle velocity reaches 0.8 times the speed of light. Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. At this moment, the test commenced. The barrel of one railgun ignited with a blinding blue-white radiance, signaling that energy had reached its zenith. Even from a distance of 500,000 kilometers, transmitted through the holographic screen, Qin Feng could still sense the overwhelming oppressive force. In the next instant, the light extinguished. On the screen, an almost imperceptible shadow tore through the void, racing towards the target at an incredible velocity, an asteroid with a diameter of 30 kilometers. At 0.8 times the speed of light, it traveled at a staggering 24,000 kilometers per second. The projectile's flight time, over a distance of 500,000 kilometers, was just over 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the target vanished, not in an explosion, but in an instant of vaporization. The 30-kilometer wide, hundreds of billions of tons asteroid completely disintegrated upon impact, its material structure utterly collapsing. The extreme temperature and pressure at the contact point caused the substance to bypass liquid and gaseous states, sublimating directly into plasma. The shockwave expanded at thousands of kilometers per second, shredding the entire asteroid into countless fragments, which were further pulverized by the subsequent release of energy until only a slowly dispersing plasma cloud remained in the void, gradually cooling amidst the starry expanse. On the holographic display, the energy reading surged to its peak before plummeting. The residual temperature at the impact point registered 3,700,000 degrees Celsius. Finally, Qin Feng spoke. What is the probability of interception? With the current technological prowess exhibited by the Ceranthian civilization, energy shields cannot deflect or absorb such a massive kinetic projectile. Qin Zhongguan analyzed coolly, noting that while a force field shield might induce slight deflection, the impact of a 10,000-ton projectile traveling at 0.8 times the speed of light would render any deflection minimal. The most effective means of interception would be to preemptively destroy the launch platform or to employ high-energy weapons to eliminate the projectile during its initial launch phase. The muzzle velocity of 8 times the speed of light signifies an extraordinarily brief flight time from the cannon's mouth to the target. At a typical engagement distance, such as 1 light second, approximately 300,000 kilometers, the flight duration is merely 1.3 seconds. Within this fleeting interval, the adversary is required to execute a series of processes: detection, tracking, locking, firing, and hitting. Qin Zhonggu concluded. Theoretically feasible, yet practically challenging. Qin Feng nodded. What about the secondary weapons? The screen transitioned to reveal the surface of the Conqueror's hull, adorned with a multitude of protrusions. The secondary weapon systems are categorized into 3 tiers. Qin Zhonggu brought up a hologram. The outermost layer consists of laser closed defense arrays, totaling 12,000 units, each possessing a power output of 500 megawatts, with an effective range of 1 million kilometers. Their primary function is to intercept incoming missiles, space fighters, and enemy small vessels. The middle layer comprises particle beam cannons, numbering 600, each with a power output of 5 billion watts and an effective range of 3 million kilometers. The speed of the particle beams approaches that of light, rendering interception impossible. Yet they exhibit exceptional penetrative capabilities against energy shields. Qin Feng cast a glance at him, refraining from further inquiries. After the weaponry demonstration, attention shifted to the defense systems. The Conqueror class boasts a dual-layer shield system. Qin Zhonggu continued his report, stating that the first layer is an energy shield, maintained by 48 generator arrays on the hull's surface, capable of absorbing, dispersing, and converting attacks from enemy energy weapons. Its peak tolerance is equivalent to 30 trillion tons of TNT, with a sustained capacity of infinity, provided the energy core remains intact. 30 trillion tons of TNT. This is equivalent to 600,000 Tsar bombs detonating simultaneously, the largest nuclear bomb ever detonated in human history, with a yield of 50 megatons. The peak tolerance of the Conqueror's energy shield is staggering. The second layer is a force field shield, specifically designed to counter kinetic weaponry. Qin Zhonggu displayed an animation demonstrating how a strong gravitational field generated around the hull can deflect the trajectory of incoming projectiles. The deflection angle is contingent upon the projectile's mass, speed, and angle of incidence, with a maximum deviation of 30 degrees. This implies that even if the enemy's artillery possesses high precision, the force field shield can allow most shells to pass harmlessly by. Qin Feng inquired. When the shields are fully operational, can the warp engine function simultaneously? Yes, Qin Zhanggu affirmed. The energy core's output is sufficient to simultaneously support the shields, weaponry, and engines. However, during warp travel, the outer shields will partially shut down to mitigate spatial disturbances. This is a known tactical vulnerability. What about wartime contingency plans? Prior to entering the combat zone, the standard procedure is to exit warp in advance and activate the shields fully, Qin Zhanggu explained. Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to press further. The weapon testing area continued its operations, yet Qin Feng's transport vessel began its return journey. What is the status of the onboard aircraft? He inquired. Each Conqueror-class vessel is equipped with a standard configuration of 10,000 Star-class space fighters. Qin Zhanggu accessed another set of data. The fighters measure 18 meters in length, with a wingspan of 12 meters, featuring a fully movable wing design suitable for combat in both vacuum and atmospheric conditions. Their propulsion system is powered by compact nuclear fusion engines, providing limitless range with a 30-day endurance. Armament includes 4 30mm electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, 2 internal missile bays, each housing 12 small nuclear fusion missiles, and a mounted laser cannon with a power output of 50 megawatts. Each fighter is operated by a single pilot, equipped with highly intelligent AI assistance for autonomous takeoff, landing, formation flying, and combat operations. At critical moments, fully autonomous combat can be achieved. Qin Feng inquired about the origin of the pilots. They will be selected from the Expeditionary Army to operate space fighter jets. The Qin military had long been prepared. Among the members of the Dragon Nation's Expeditionary Army, those with flying experience or innate talent will undergo intensive training in the upcoming 6 months. Alongside ship operators, marines, and logistics personnel, the total strength of the Expeditionary Army will exceed 4 million. This is not merely an army. It is an armed migration, fully equipped for battle. Chapter 201. The Xingtian mech. During the return journey of the transport vessel, they passed through another dock cluster. Although smaller in scale than the Conqueror docks, the quantity was far greater, densely packed like a beehive. This was the soldier equipment testing area, as stated by Qin Zhanggu. Qin Feng gestured for the vessel to descend. Within this dock, another form of war machine was being produced, the individual combat suit. Qin Zhanggu retrieved a sample. It was not merely clothing, it was armor, drenched in a matte black finish. Its lines were sleek and formidable. The surface revealed no seams, as if it had been forged from a single block of unknown material. Qin Feng accepted the combat suit, feeling its weight, which was surprisingly light. It weighs 35 kilograms, Qin Zhanggu remarked, though somewhat heavy. It can be effortlessly handled by optimized soldiers, and it features an integrated anti-gravity module that can negate 90% of its weight in a gravitational environment. He activated a holographic display. The primary function of the combat suit was life support, completely sealed. It housed an oxygen circulation system capable of providing continuous oxygen for 72 hours. Temperature control could automatically adjust from -100 degrees to +100 degrees. Radiation shielding allowed survival in moderate radiation environments for 30 days. The second function pertained to protective capabilities. The outer material shared its origin with the Conqueror's hull, exhibiting remarkable strength. It could withstand direct fire from 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds, and it had excellent resistance against energy weapons, requiring 3 seconds of continuous exposure from a 500-megawatt laser to penetrate. The joints were constructed with flexible composite armor, ensuring protective performance on par with a chest plate without sacrificing mobility. The third function was combat readiness. The standard armament included an electromagnetic assault rifle, with a projectile velocity of 5 kilometers per second and an effective range of 10 kilometers, carrying 500 rounds. Additionally, there were 6 tactical grenades, capable of switching between fragmentation, thermal, and electromagnetic pulse modes. A tactical dagger was also included, made from a material capable of cutting through 30 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. The fourth and vital function was flight. Integrated into the back was a compact anti-gravity propulsion system, capable of achieving a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. It could operate in all environments, vacuum, atmosphere, and underwater. Qin Feng set down the combat suit and asked, what about the Xingtian mech? Qin Zhanggu led him deeper into the dock. There, a 36-meter-tall giant stood silently, the Xingtian mech. Its name derived from ancient mythology, representing the invincible war god who, despite being beheaded, continued to wield a halberd with his breast for eyes and his navel for a mouth. Standing 36 meters tall was equivalent to the height of a 12-story building. The humanoid design was more robust, with shoulders exceeding 1/3 of its height, legs as sturdy as towers, and arms ending not in hands, but in multifunctional interfaces integrated with weaponry. Its power source was a compact antimatter reactor. Qin Zhanggu stated that at full power, it could operate continuously for 300 hours. The propulsion system comprises a primary thruster located at the rear and auxiliary thrusters embedded within the limbs, achieving a maximum velocity of 80,000 kilometers per hour in a vacuum and 2 Mach within the atmosphere. The armament configuration allows for the dual arms to interchange various modules. The standard setup includes a 300mm electromagnetic cannon on the right arm and a high-energy particle beam saber on the left, capable of slicing through the vast majority of known materials. Mounted upon the shoulders are 2 6-tube missile launchers, stocked with 36 missiles. The chest houses 2 pulse laser cannons for close-range defense. Protection is provided by a miniature force field shield that can deflect solid projectiles. alongside energy armor capable of absorbing lasers and particle beams. The overall defensive capabilities are approximately 1/millionth that of a Conqueror-class unit. However, given the mecha's dimensions, this represents the utmost limit. Qin Feng circled the Xing Tian mecha, a 36-meter-tall war machine, standing silently in the center of the dock, reminiscent of an ancient slumbering titan. How many pilots are required? He inquired. 1. Qin Zhangguan replied. A genetically optimized pilot can control the mecha directly through a neural link, with a response delay of less than 10 milliseconds. What is the production progress? 320 units have been completed. The target output before the expedition is 10,000 units. Qin Feng nodded. Upon concluding the inspection, he and Qin Zhangguan returned to their designated transport. Inside the bridge, a holographic star map was displayed, with the Sarantia star system marked in red, 60 light-years away. Qin Zhangguan. Qin Feng addressed him directly for the first time. You will command the expeditionary force. Qin Zhangguan hesitated. As a bioengineered being, he was programmed from inception for absolute loyalty and rationality. Yet, he was also the first military commander created by Qin Feng himself. This time, the mission spans 60 light-years. Leader, Qin Zhangguan affirmed, I shall not fail in my duty. Qin Feng gazed at him and suddenly remarked, you know, if you fall in battle, I can recreate another Qin Zhangguan. I am aware, he replied, but the new one would not be you. Qin Zhangguan fell silent. Thus, Qin Feng turned his attention back to the star map, return alive. Indeed, in the dedicated transport on the return journey, Qin Feng sat alone by the porthole. Outside, the clusters of docks in the Kuiper belt gradually diminished, ultimately becoming 24 faint points against the backdrop of the cosmos. For months hence, these 24 points would transform into 24 Conqueror-class vessels, carrying millions of expeditionary troops toward the battlefield 60 light-years away. The second batch of 24 vessels would serve as guardians of the solar system, accompanied by countless individual combat suits. Over 10,000 Xingtian mechas would be deployed. Each Conqueror-class ship would host 10,000 space fighters, resulting in a total of 240,000 fighters from the first batch, with an additional 240,000 from the second. Supplies, ammunition, spare parts, training facilities, medical equipment, and ecosystems. All these components culminate in a grand gamble. The stakes are the fate of an entire civilization. Yet, Qin Feng hesitated not. The moment the Sarantia civilization received the provocative message, war had already been sealed by fate. The distinction lay solely in the choice of battlefield, whether to await their crossing of 60 light-years to obliterate humanity's home in the solar system, or for humanity to take the initiative, traversing those 60 light-years to bring the flames of war to the enemy's home planet. Qin Feng chose the latter. For not a single inch of the territory of the Yan-Huang civilization could be relinquished, because the blood of the descendants of Yan and Huang should never be shed in vain. The fate of humanity must rest firmly in the hands of mankind itself. The voice of the leader, Qin Weidong, resonated through the communicator, announcing that there were only 15 minutes until entering Earth's orbit. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, informed the Dragon Nation that the Expeditionary Forces training program may commence in full. Understood. Additionally, Qin Feng paused momentarily. The second batch of conquerors, hull numbers 025 to 048, shall have their naming rights granted to the Dragon Nation's Expeditionary Forces. They are free to name the warships. Understood. The communication ended, and Qin Feng continued to gaze at the starry sky. 60 light-years away, the star representing the home planet of Sarantia was quietly burning. It remained unaware that a fleet was forming at the edge of the solar system. It did not know that humanity, which had emerged a mere 4 million years ago, had sharpened its blades. Even more oblivious was the fact that the civilization of Earth, deemed feeble in the eyes of those self-proclaimed cosmic darlings, was on the verge of traversing 60 light-years of void to ignite the most audacious expedition in human history at its very heart. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips, not one of mirth, but of martial fervor. Conquerors, he softly repeated, savoring the name. A splendid appellation. Chapter 202. A punch so powerful even the gray alien's mother would not recognize him in the year 4723 of the Yellow Emperor's era. On the 3rd day of December, within the training grounds of the expeditionary forces in the land of Yan and Huang, the first rays of morning sunlight bathed this vast expanse, illuminating humanity's most colossal military assembly in history. 3,500,000 soldiers of the expeditionary forces stood in orderly formation, awaiting their inaugural collective debut. When a multitude surpasses 10,000, it knows no bounds. When it surpasses 100,000, it reaches the heavens and touches the earth. What, then, is the significance of 3,500,000? It is akin to 35 torrents of steel, each comprising 100,000 men, stretching 300 kilometers from south to north. Viewed from above, the eastern third of the Yan and Huang continent was entirely enveloped by these formations. This was no mere army. It was an ocean, a vast expanse composed of flesh, steel, and indomitable will. Wang Zhengwo, a man from Sichuan province, stood in the ranks, feeling the surging power within him. It was the first week after the completion of genetic optimization. He had gradually acclimatized to this new body, which had enhanced his strength 100-fold. What does it mean to have such a transformation? Previously, he could lift 50 kilograms with one hand. Now, he could hoist 5 tons. His sprinting time for 100 meters had dropped from 12 seconds to under 3. Once, he could jump 3 meters. Now, he could leap high enough from a standstill to touch the windows on the 3rd floor. Squad leader, a youthful voice called from behind. Do you think I could punch a gray alien's head clean off? Wang Zhengwo turned to see Wei Jiqiang, the young man from Guizhou province, once sent off by the entire village. Xiaoqiang, that question lacks professionalism, Wang Zhengwo replied solemnly. To obliterate its head? Such a waste. One should punch right through to ensure it understands its demise. Laughter erupted among the comrades around them. Squad leader, you were just bragging, Wei Jiqiang retorted defiantly. What was your maximum punch force? 48 tons, Wang Jingwo proudly declared. What do you think? Not convinced. Let us compare. Then let us compare. Wei Jiqiang rolled up his sleeves. Maintain discipline. A stern voice resonated from the front. It was Li Weiguo, the newly appointed company commander from Huai County. The formation fell silent in an instant, yet the faces of the soldiers betrayed suppressed laughter. As Li Weiguo approached, he shot a glare at Wang Jingwo. Is 48 tons impressive? I can manage 53 tons without boasting. Commander, how many little gray men can you knock out with one punch? Just how many? Li Weiguo sneered. With one punch, I could leave those little gray men bewildered. Another wave of muffled laughter erupted. This was the spirit of 3,500,000 soldiers. Following genetic optimization, each individual felt as though a giant resided within them. The surge of strength emanating from their very marrow and the unwavering confidence to dominate everything rendered any fear utterly ludicrous. The Solantians? Those large-headed gray-skinned beings? A civilization spanning 30,000 years? Come forth. Let us see whether your technology is more formidable than our fists. Training encompassed not merely familiarizing oneself with physical prowess, but also harmonizing with new equipment. To the west of the training area lay an extensive equipment field, stretching for dozens of kilometers. The first batch of supplies transported back from the Kuiper Belt was neatly arranged. These were sufficient to equip a million-strong army with individual combat suits, the Xingtian mechs, and tens of thousands of spacecraft. When Wang Jingwo first entered the equipment field, he was utterly astonished. The individual combat suits hung in perfect order on racks, resembling rows of slumbering black warriors. Their matte black surfaces absorbed sunlight, reflecting none. With lines as sharp as blades, he approached, lightly brushing his fingers against them, feeling their hard yet warm texture. Try it on, an equipment officer encouraged. Wang Jingwo took the combat suit, surprisingly light in weight. Following protocol, he stripped off his military uniform and stepped into the open cavity of the suit. Like an embrace, the combat suit automatically conformed to his body, tightening and locking in place. In that instant, he felt as though he had merged with the gear. It was not merely clothing, but a transformation into another existence. The holographic interface within the helmet illuminated, displaying various data, life support systems functioning normally, power systems operational, weapon systems awaiting activation. He attempted to lift his hand, and the suit responded instantaneously, without delay. He leaped upward, soaring 20 meters into the air, landing soundlessly like a feather. This thing, he murmured, is even more agile than being unclothed. Exiting the equipment field, an even greater astonishment awaited him. The Xingtian mechs. Standing at 36 meters tall, hundreds of them were lined up in formation. Wang Jingwo stood beneath one, craning his neck to gaze at the mech's faceplate. It bore no features, only a cold, ethereal blue light strip, reminiscent of the single eye of a slumbering giant. Xingtian, he whispered. The name of the ancient war god who continued to fight even after decapitation. Do you wish to give it a try? Li Weiguo's voice called from behind. Is it permissible? Not for now, Li Weiguo replied, gesturing towards the distant mech training taking place, where those pilots had priority. We infantry must first master our individual suits. In the distance, several Xingtian mechs were taking to the skies. The rear thrusters emitted a soft azure flame as the 36-meter-tall colossus gradually ascended, accelerating and gracefully tracing an arc across the sky. Subsequently, they began to maneuver in formation, rolling, diving, climbing, and gliding with movements that flowed like water, entirely uncharacteristic of such towering giants. It is said that Li Weiguo whispered, that contraption could level a mountain with a single punch. Wang Jingwo gazed at the colossal figures executing tactical maneuvers in the sky and suddenly chuckled. Commander, do you think those little gray beings would be terrified by this sight? Whether they possess the concept of fear is debatable. Li Weiguo laughed as well, but one thing was certain. They had undoubtedly never witnessed such a spectacle. At noon, the entire army assembled. Not all 3.5 million, but representatives from various units. 100,000 stood in formation on the vast plaza at the center of the training area. Qin Zhanggu stood on the reviewing platform, clad in military attire, as stoic as iron. Behind him were 24 enormous holographic projection screens, displaying in real time the construction progress of the Kuiper Belt warships, Conqueror 001 to 024, nearing completion. Soldiers. Qin Zhanggu's voice resonated through the quantum transmission system, clearly reaching each ear. In 4 months, we shall embark on an expedition to the Sarandia galaxy, 60 light-years away. Our objective, to obliterate the military might of the enemy civilization, annihilate their culture, and ensure the eternal safety of the solar system. Someone inquired, are you afraid? He paused, surveying the crowd. I said, yes, I am afraid. Not of death, for we possess a lifespan of 30,000 years. Death is a distant concern. What terrifies me is that should we fail, our descendants will grow up in fear, and our civilization will perish in darkness. But today as I stand here, gazing at you, 3.5 million genetically optimized warriors, armed with the most formidable weapons in human history, I am no longer afraid. Chapter 203, Let the Galaxy Blaze. Let the cosmos boil, for I know that even if the Sarandians boast a civilization of 30,000 years, even with a longer history of interstellar travel, they cannot halt our advance. Qin Zhanggu's voice rose in fervor. Do you know why? Because we are the descendants of Yin and Huang. For 5,000 years, we have weathered countless crises, emerging stronger each time. From tribes to nations, from cold weapons to firearms, from Earth to the stars. The outcome has always been the same. They have fallen, while we remain standing. Now, It is the turn of those self-proclaimed cosmic darlings, the gray-skinned monsters. He turned, gesturing towards the vast holographic screen behind him, which displayed the training footage of the Xingtian mech clusters, dozens of colossi flying in formation through space, a magnificent display. Do you see that? That is Xingtian, the name of the ancient war god, which we shall inherit today. The scene shifted, showcasing soldiers in individual combat suits conducting orbital drop training, leaping directly from low Earth orbit, traversing the atmosphere, and precisely landing at designated coordinates. Do you see that? Those are our warriors. With a lifespan of 30,000 years, 100-fold physical prowess, impervious to blades and bullets. The screen shifted once more, revealing starfighter squadrons practicing tactics in the Kuiper Belt, thousands of aircraft forming intricate formations, akin to a flock of birds obscuring the starry sky. Do you see that? Those are our wings. 240,000 warplanes, each capable of casting a shadow of death upon the home planet of the little gray beings. Finally, the scene freezes on a close-up of the Conqueror-class battleship, a colossal vessel stretching 50 kilometers, with 36 main cannons aimed into the void, resembling a slumbering primordial beast. And there stands our Conqueror. The Qin army roars almost in unison. The 50-kilometer-long giant ship, with its 36 main cannons, could obliterate an asteroid with a single shot. 24 such monstrous vessels shall carry you across 60 light-years to deliver a message to those gray-skinned creatures. He inhales deeply, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow. Let the galaxy burn. Let the sea of stars boil. Let the galaxy burn. 100,000 voices rise in furious unison. Let the sea of stars boil. The echoes reverberate through the heavens. The roar of 3.5 million soldiers shakes the very foundation of the Yanhuan continent. Wang Zhangwo stands in formation, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. He wipes them away forcefully and joins the roar. Wei Jiqiang also bellows, his voice hoarse from exertion. Li Weiguo shouts, his eyes bloodshot. This is not merely the cry of warriors, it is the roar of civilization. 5 millennia of repression are unleashed in this moment. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the training commences in earnest. Li Weiguo leads his company into the single-soldier combat suit training zone. Target trajectory, airborne descent. Among the 3.5 million soldiers, nearly 1 million must master this skill. They will leap directly from low Earth orbit, hurtling at supersonic speeds through the atmosphere to land in the designated area. This requires exceptional physical prowess, precise navigational skills, and composure in the face of death. They, enhanced by genetic optimization, possess all these attributes. Boarding. Li Weiguo commands. The company of 120 enters the ejection chamber of the transport vessel in orderly succession. These ejection chambers resemble enormous bullets, each accommodating 12 soldiers, who will be launched directly along the predetermined trajectory. 5 minutes later, the transport ship reaches the designated altitude, 800 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Prepare. Li Weiguo orders through the holographic channel. Check the life support systems of the combat suits. Everyone synchronizes their checks. Protection, normal. Oxygen, normal. Power, normal. Navigation, locked. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The hatches open, and the void rushes in. It is a realm of absolute darkness, chilling cold, and utter emptiness. Below lies the Earth, no, the Yanhuan continent, slowly rotating in its azure beauty. 3, 2, 1, ejection. Li Weiguo feels himself thrust out by an invisible giant hand. The acceleration momentarily blinds him, but his genetically optimized body quickly adjusts. He reorients himself, head down, feet up, diving toward the target area. Speed increases. 1,000 kilometers per hour, 3,000 kilometers per hour, 5,000 kilometers per hour. Entering the atmosphere, the outer layer of the combat suit begins to glow red as temperatures soar. Yet the interior remains stable. Through the visor, he sees a long tail of flame trailing behind him, a result of friction generating high-temperature plasma. He recalls the ancient legends of meteors descending from the heavens. No, not meteors, but celestial warriors. 7 minutes later, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, the combat suit automatically activates anti-gravity deceleration. The sensation of free fall abruptly vanishes, replaced by a gentle suspension. Li Weiguo adjusted his posture, locking onto the ground coordinates of a target with a diameter of 50 meters. Attention all, final adjustments, prepare for landing. Understood. 120 figures descended like divine warriors, landing precisely around the target. The greatest deviation was no more than 3 meters. Gather. Li Weiguo commanded. Within 10 seconds, the entire contingent assembled seamlessly, without a single injury. Report to the company commander, all present, 0 casualties. Li Weiguo nodded. He gazed skyward as transport ships descended slowly, ready to take them for the next round of training. Once more, he instructed, aiming for the soldiers to practice until they could land with their eyes closed. Meanwhile, in another airspace, the training of the Xingtian mechs was also underway. Wei Jiqiang finally awaited his opportunity as a candidate for the second batch of mech pilots. Set to pilot today, the 36-meter-high Xingtian mech had its cockpit situated in the chest. Wei Jiqiang entered via the lift and took his seat. In the next moment, countless neural connectors pierced his spine. There was no pain, just a slight tingling sensation. Then, he became Xingtian. He looked down to see his own body. A towering metal giant, standing 36 meters tall. He raised his hand, and the colossal arm moved in unison. He attempted to take a step, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Pilot, consciousness link normal, mech synchronization rate at 99%. Basic training can commence, the system prompted. Wei Jiqiang took a deep breath and activated the thrusters. The colossal figure ascended slowly, gaining speed. He maneuvered the mech into a roll, fluid and effortless. Then, he executed a dive, plummeting from 3,000 meters, leveling off 100 meters above the ground. The resulting shockwave sending several unmanned armored vehicles, targets for practice, tumbling. Awesome. Wei Jiqiang shouted in the channel. This is incredibly exhilarating. The instructor's reprimand broke through the excitement. Wei Jiqiang, maintain control. That is training equipment, not a toy. Apologies, instructor. Wei Jiqiang quickly responded, yet the smile on his face was irrepressible. He recalled the animated series of his childhood, where colossal robots saved the world. He never imagined that one day he would pilot a real mech to save an actual world. No, not just the world, an entire civilization. Chapter 204. The return of the princess while training on the Yanhuang continent progressed vigorously. The rest of Earth experienced an unprecedented tranquility. At the United Nations headquarters. In the Security Council chamber, representatives from various nations convened once again, but not to argue. They sat in silence, gazing at the screen displaying real-time footage from the Yanhuang continent training grounds, provided by the Yanhuang civilization. It showcased a staggering array of 3 million steel torrents. Formations of Xingtian mech squadrons in flight, individual combat suit soldiers executing orbital drops, and squadrons of space fighters obscuring the sky in their drills. Alongside the construction progress of Conqueror-class warships, no one spoke. It was not a lack of desire to converse, but rather a profound uncertainty about what to say. Finally, the British representative broke the silence. Is this how they train, every day? According to intelligence, yes, replied the representative of Gallia, with a sense of resignation, around the clock. Without respite. The towering mechs stand 36 meters high, capable of flight, and armed with artillery. The representative of the Ged Nation murmurs. What can we use to confront them? You need not confront them, replies the representative of the Dragon Nation with a calm demeanor. The Yanhuang civilization is our kin. The term kin feels particularly jarring at this moment. Indeed, kin. The citizens of the Yanhuang civilization are ordinary people who migrated from the Dragon Nation. They share the same bloodline, culture, and language. Yet, their strength has surpassed the combined might of all nations on Earth. Thus, the representative of the Arctic Bear inquires. What can we do now? Nothing at all, states the representative of the Dragon Nation. At this juncture, any conflict could be perceived as a threat by the Yanhuang civilization. The best course of action is to maintain peace and silence, allowing them to focus on their preparations for the expedition. But what if they lose? A representative from a small nation timidly asks. The Ged representative slowly replies, if the Yanhuang civilization fails, humanity fails. Therefore, we can only pray for their victory. On this planet, no nation possesses the capability to stand independently against the Solandia civilization. The sole hope lies in the 3.5 million warriors currently in training and the 24 colossal ships under construction. As night deepens, the clamor of the training grounds finally subsides. Wang Jiangwo, Li Weiguo, and Wei Jiqiang sit on the grass outside their barracks, gazing at the starry sky. What do you think the little gray beings are doing right now? Wei Jiqiang queries. Perhaps discussing how to feast upon us, Wang Jiangwo jokes. Or maybe plotting how to enslave us, Li Weiguo adds. Regardless of their intentions, Wei Jiqiang clenches his fist. They will ultimately fail. You are quite confident? Not confidence. Wei Jiqiang shakes his head, but a lack of choice. If I do not have faith, if I succumb to fear, what will become of my family? What will happen to my descendants? Someone must stand up. Wang Jiangwo remains silent for a moment before laughing. Xiao Chong, you speak like a seasoned veteran. I am. Wei Jiqiang retorts. My grandfather fought in wars, my father served in the military. I have listened to their battlefield stories since childhood. Now it is my turn. I cannot falter. Li Weiguo gazes at his two comrades and suddenly asks, do you think we will return alive? No one answers. The starry sky remains silent. After a long pause, Wang Jingwo asserts, we will. Surely we will. Why? Because if we perish, who will tell those little gray beings what it means to be descendants of the dragon? This statement may seem audacious, yet no one rebuts it. For audacity is the badge of a warrior. In the eyes of 3.5 million, a shared flame burns brightly. Let the galaxy blaze. Let the sea of stars boil. Let those self-proclaimed favored beings of the universe witness what it truly means to be the descendants of the dragon. In the year 4723 of the Yellow Emperor's era, on the 29th day of the 12th month, New Year's Eve, at 7:50 p.m. on the Yanhuang continent, in Yanhuang Square. This is the most significant night of the year. The square is already teeming with people, not in a chaotic throng, but in an orderly gathering filled with festive joy. Families, clad in new garments, see children running about with lanterns, while the elderly sit in the observation area, sipping tea and chatting. Young people cluster in groups, taking photographs to share on social media. In the heart of the square, a colossal bonfire tower has been ignited, its flames reaching a height of 30 meters, illuminating the entire night sky. Lighting the bonfire tower on New Year's Eve symbolizes the enduring legacy of civilization, a flame that continues to pass from generation to generation. At the forefront of the square, a familiar figure is adjusting the live streaming equipment, Qinyao. This esteemed princess of the Yanhuang civilization, a top-tier broadcaster with over 1 billion fans worldwide, is finally going live today. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the broadcast begins. Qinyao appears before the camera, adorned in a traditional red outfit embroidered with golden cloud patterns, accentuating her porcelain skin and ethereal demeanor. Happy New Year, everyone. She waves to the camera, her smile radiant. Instantly, the chat room erupts. The barrage of messages floods in like a waterfall, too swift to discern individual comments. Only a kaleidoscope of fervent excitement. The princess has returned. The Earth's princess is here to wish me a happy new year. What have I done to deserve this? Yao Yao, Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Finally live. The wait has been unbearable. Happy New Year. Wishing Yao Yao a joyful celebration. Open the gift donations. I want to send rockets. I've saved money all year just for today. Qin Yao gazes at the comments, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Donations aren't necessary. I don't need the money right now. Save your funds for delicious treats, buy some gifts for your family, and spend more time with your parents. That is far more meaningful than sending me gifts. Her words incite even more fervor in the chat. Wow, Yao Yao is so warm-hearted. This is a true superstar. Unlike those who constantly ask for gifts. Does Yao Yao need someone to warm her bed? I volunteer. Get lost, she is mine. Stop dreaming. Yao Yao is the princess of Earth. How could she possibly look at you? Qin Yao shakes her head with a smile. Alright, let us not get carried away. Today's broadcast revolves around three main things. First, I'd like to wish everyone a happy new year. Second, let us have a little chat. And third, I will share with you the fireworks display of our Yanhuang civilization. She pauses, her tone softening. I understand that many places in the Dragon Kingdom have banned fireworks. Without the sound of firecrackers and the sight of fireworks during the new year, it feels like something is missing. So today, I will show you what true fireworks look like. The chat explodes once more. Wah, I'm so moved I could cry. Indeed, we've been banned again this year. And there are patrols on the streets. Experts say it pollutes the environment. They want to protect nature. But this is a tradition that spans thousands of years. Exactly. Even the formidable interstellar civilization of Yanhuang doesn't ban fireworks. But our experts, let us not even get started on that. It brings tears. Watching Yao Yao livestream fireworks is 1,000 times better than any Spring Festival Gala. Speaking of the Spring Festival Gala, I've already turned it off. Year after year, making dumplings is fine, but inviting foreigners to the gala? Why should I watch foreigners perform during our new year? The Spring Festival Gala of the Yanhuang civilization is the true celebration of its descendants. I urge Yao Yao to broadcast the Yanhuang civilization's Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 205. Why are fireworks forbidden? P.S. Brothers, I wish everyone an early new year. I aspire to be the earliest author to wish everyone a happy new year. Wishing you all joy and prosperity in the coming year. Qin Yao, upon noticing the barrage of comments, explained, we are also watching the Spring Festival Gala. However, there is a professional team recording over there. So I shall refrain from stealing the spotlight. After the fireworks performance concludes, the official broadcast should provide a replay for everyone to enjoy. She then stood up and turned the camera to face behind her, saying, let me show you the scene. The camera swept over Yanhuang Square, where throngs of people gathered in harmonious order. Red lanterns adorned the perimeter of the square, casting a warm glow across the night sky. Children frolicked through the crowd. Elders sat on viewing platforms exchanging pleasantries, and young adults raised their phones to capture the moments. Every face radiated genuine joy, a sincere smile that required no facade. So many people. How many are there? Hundreds of thousands? Yanhuang Square can accommodate 500,000, and it is surely full today. To celebrate the new year with 500,000 people is truly magnificent. Look at those expressions. They are genuinely smiling, not feigned smiles. Of course, with free villas, genetic optimization, and a lifespan of 30,000 years, who wouldn't smile? As Qin Yao strolled, she greeted those she encountered. Yao Yao. One person recognized her and excitedly waved. Qin Yao approached. Happy New Year. Did you come alone? No. I came with my son and daughter-in-law, she replied, pointing to a family not far away. That is my son, that is my daughter-in-law, and those are my grandchildren. Our whole family is here. It turned out this young woman was not so young after all. The camera focused on her family. The son appeared to be in his early 30s. The daughter-in-law was gentle and graceful, and the two children, one around 7 or 8 years old and the other 5 or 6, were playfully chasing each other. Are they immigrants from the Dragon Kingdom? A comment asked. Qin Yao answered on their behalf. Yes, they are among the first batch of immigrants. Uncle and aunt, where are you from? We are from Hubei province, the daughter-in-law replied with a smile. From the same place as Chen Changsheng. The comments erupted again. Chen Changsheng. That Changsheng emperor, the one who distributed 3 villas? Yes. His wife, Li Jing, has even done live broadcasts. Did their family also come? Qin Yao looked around. Brother Changsheng? Sister Li Jing? Are you here? Laughter erupted from the crowd, and indeed, Chen Changsheng's family was nearby. Li Jing approached, holding her daughter, while Chen Changsheng followed, with their parents waving not far off. Yao Yao. Li Jing greeted excitedly. Happy New Year, Sister Jing. Qin Yao aimed the camera at her. Would you like to say hello to everyone? Li Jing waved at the camera. Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a joyful spring festival and all the best. The comments went wild again. Teacher Jing is here. What delicious food are you having today? Is the villa comfortable? Li Jing answered some questions with a smile before saying, Yao Yao, you go ahead. We are going over there to watch the fireworks. Alright, enjoy the fireworks. The live broadcast continued as Qin Yao walked and chatted casually with her fans. Yao Yao, are you watching the Spring Festival Gala? Someone asked. Yes. I caught a glimpse while waiting backstage earlier. Qin Yao remarked, our Spring Festival Gala of Yanhuang civilization is truly splendid, featuring performances by our own descendants, encompassing song and dance, traditional opera, martial arts, and even a poignant drama about the expeditionary force, which is particularly stirring. The barrage of comments flooded in. I want to watch. Please broadcast. The Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival Gala is no longer worth viewing. Indeed, my parents were just watching it, and I directly told my mother, stop watching. Tune into Yao Yao's live stream. The same approach. The director of the Spring Festival Gala must be in tears. They deserve it for their chaotic mismanagement. Qin Yao smiled, refraining from engaging in that line of conversation. As the Princess of Earth, it was not her place to comment on the affairs of other nations, especially that of the Dragon Kingdom. However, her silence did not prevent her fans from voicing their opinions. Yao Yao, you have no idea. This year, the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival Gala invited a plethora of foreigners. Yes, a white woman singing in Chinese, and her pronunciation was utterly atrocious. And that so-called international friends wishing us well, it's cringeworthy. Why must foreigners perform during our New Year celebrations? They claim it reflects internationalization and inclusivity. What a load of nonsense. I believe the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival Gala ought to reflect on whom it is truly catering to. Qin Yao sighed softly. Every place has its own considerations. Let's not dwell on this. The fireworks are about to begin. She attempted to redirect the conversation, yet the discussion among viewers persisted. In fact, the viewership of the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival Gala was plummeting at an alarming rate. Preliminary statistics indicated that at 8 o'clock, the viewership had decreased by 37% compared to the same time last year. Meanwhile, during the same period, the online audience in Qin Yao's live stream surpassed 500 million. This figure only accounting for domestic viewers in the Dragon Kingdom. When including overseas Chinese, the number could potentially exceed 800 million. Ironically, many viewers of the Dragon Kingdom were watching the Spring Festival Gala while simultaneously tuning into Yao Yao's live stream. And in their comparisons, they discovered that the Spring Festival Gala of Yanhuang civilization was the true celebration belonging to the descendants of Yanhuang. It featured no foreigners, no attempts to cater to Western aesthetics, nor any awkward international segments. Instead, it was solely composed of compatriots, celebrating the most significant holiday in the most traditional yet modern ways. A netizen posted on Weibo, which was fervently shared, I just turned on the Dragon Kingdom's Spring Festival Gala and saw a white person singing a Chinese song. I switched off the television and opened Yao Yao's live stream, where I saw 500,000 descendants of Yanhuang gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the fireworks. In that moment, I suddenly grasped the essence of true cultural confidence. It is not about inviting a few foreigners to sing our songs, but about enabling all descendants of Yanhuang to proudly proclaim, this is our festival, this is our civilization, this is our home. The most liked comment beneath this post read, don't say anymore, I am in tears. At 8:30, the fireworks display was about to commence. Qin Yao found a prime spot, directing her camera towards the sky. The crowd in the square began to quiet down, children being lifted by their parents. Many people looking up, and the youth raising their phones in preparation to record. Dear ones, it's about to begin, Qin Yao softly announced. I know many of you have not seen the fireworks this year, so today I will watch and celebrate on your behalf. The barrage of comments read, Lu. Yao Yao is so warm-hearted. Indeed, we have imposed a ban, and patrol cars are vocally enforcing it on the streets. In a provincial capital, I ventured outside for a brief moment and was met with a pitch-black ambience, devoid of any festive spirit. As a child, the highlight of the new year was the anticipation of fireworks, yet now I can only watch videos of them. Experts voice concerns over environmental pollution and the need for preservation. However, do they comprehend the significance of fireworks to us? After millennia of tradition, the abrupt prohibition is disheartening. It is not that they cannot be released. Rather, there is a fear of accidents and the consequent liability. Why, then, does the civilization of Yin and Huang remain untroubled? They gather in numbers exceeding 50,000, unleashing even more fireworks without trepidation. This is because they possess technology and control. We, too, have technology and control. The issue lies in the reluctance to manage it. Chapter 206, Happy New Year indeed, it is I once again. Wishing everyone a joyous new year and the blessing of 8 sons. Qin Yao gazed at the barrage of comments, feeling a pang of emotion. Growing up in the Dragon Kingdom, she inherently understood the significance of fireworks during the Spring Festival. It is not merely a visual delight, but a cacophony of auditory memories, with firecrackers reverberating from 8 o'clock in the evening until 1 in the morning on New Year's Eve. That vibrancy, that clamor, that essence of human festivity is irreplaceable by any technology. In a soft voice, she remarked that fireworks need not be a source of pollution. The fireworks of our Yin and Huang civilization utilize clean energy, leaving no residue that could harm the environment. Thus, we can release them freely and wholeheartedly. May the Dragon Kingdom one day restore this cherished tradition. No sooner had she spoken than the first firework ascended into the sky. Boom. A magnificent golden chrysanthemum blossomed against the night, its diameter exceeding 500 meters, illuminating the entire Yanhuang square. The petals unfurled, transforming into countless shooting stars that gently descended. Midway through their descent, these meteors burst forth anew, morphing into myriad small golden flowers, cascading like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms. A thunderous cheer erupted from the square. Boom, boom. More fireworks ascended, red peonies, purple orchids, blue lotuses, green peacocks, each one spanning hundreds of meters, resplendent and striking. They intertwined and transformed in the sky, creating a series of flowing canvases. Then came the thematic fireworks. Act 1, The Origin. A colossal image of the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu emerged in the sky, outlined by countless golden points of light, depicting an ancient battlefield. The Yellow Emperor wielded the Xianyuan sword, while Qiyu brandished his weapon, the two armies confronting each other amidst the clouds, vividly alive. Act 2, The Legacy. The scene transitioned to the silhouette of the Great Wall. Fireworks erupted above the wall, morphing into countless soaring dragons that spiraled upwards, ultimately vanishing into the starry expanse. Act 3, The Expedition. This was the most breathtaking segment. Suddenly, the outlines of 24 conquering warships appeared in the sky, intricately detailed in fireworks. They assembled in formation, sailing towards the depths of the cosmos. Behind them trailed countless mechanized warriors and spacecraft, following like a constellation of stars. The square erupted into the most fervent cheers. Voices called for the victorious expeditionary forces, shouted for the galaxy to ignite, and proclaimed long live the descendants of Yin and Huang. Qin Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She directed the camera towards the sky, as well as the crowd in the square. Those ecstatic faces, those waving arms, those tear-filled eyes, this is what the new year truly embodies. This is the essence of the Lunar New Year's Eve for the descendants of Yin and Huang. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, so breathtaking. My heavens, the Conqueror battleships. 24 of them. Does this signify an expedition? It's exhilarating. I'm moved to tears, genuinely moved. This is the new year. This is what we should witness. What is that Dragon Kingdom Spring Festival Gala? In comparison to this, it's simply, enough said. I'm already researching how to immigrate to the Yin Huang civilization. Up there, I want as well. Yao Yao, please enlighten me on the immigration requirements. Qin Yao, upon seeing these comments, smiled and replied, I'm not in charge of immigration matters. You should check the official website for announcements. Today, let us focus on the fireworks. The fireworks display lasted a full hour. During this hour, the entire Yin Huang continent was alight with fireworks, spontaneously ignited by households, not organized by officials. From north to south, from east to west, an innumerable array of fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the entire continent as if it were broad daylight. These fireworks intertwined and merged in the air, ultimately forming an endless sea of light that enveloped the heavens. It was a farewell from 3.5 million expeditionary soldiers to their homeland, a declaration from 30 million citizens of the Yin Huang civilization to their heritage, and a moment when 5,000 years of cultural legacy transformed into sparks that illuminated the night sky. The fireworks display concluded precisely at 10 o'clock. Yet the live stream continued. Qin Yao sat on a stone bench at the edge of the square, engaging in conversation with her fans. The crowd gradually dispersed, but many lingered, gathering in small groups to chat, sip tea, and await midnight. Yao Yao, are you keeping vigil tonight? Someone inquired. Indeed, Qin Yao replied. This is a tradition of us, the descendants of Yin and Huang. We stay up until midnight on New Year's Eve to welcome the arrival of the new year. Are there any activities at midnight? Yes, we will ring the bell to usher in the new year, and then everyone will exchange New Year's greetings, eat dumplings, and distribute red envelopes. Sounds just like before. It has always been the same. Qin Yao smiled. After all, we are the descendants of Yin and Huang. We have merely changed our place of residence. Traditional festivals and customs remain intact. The barrage read, how wonderful, the traditions have not been lost. Our traditions are nearly gone. It's not that we do not uphold them. Society has changed. In the city, there are no neighbors, no relatives, just a family of four watching television. The conversation grew increasingly somber. Qin Yao, observing the comments, gently said, my dear ones, the essence of tradition lies not in its form, but within the heart. As long as you remember the importance of family reunions during the new year, remember to extend greetings to your parents and elders. And remember to give red envelopes to the younger generation, the tradition persists. The form may change, but the heart must remain steadfast. Her words rendered many silent. As midnight approached, Qin Yao rose and aimed the camera towards the distant clock tower, one of the tallest structures in the Yin Huang continent. Crowned by a massive bronze bell weighing an astonishing 108 tons. 10, 9, 8, 7. The crowd began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ding. The sound of the bell reverberated through the air. Resonant, profound, and awe-inspiring. The first toll of the bell reverberates like the ancient drums of war. The second echoes, reminiscent of millennia-old calls. The third resonates with the pulse of civilization. 108 tolls, each striking the hearts of listeners. Facing the camera, Qin Yao clasped her hands and declared, my dear ones, Happy New Year. Wishing you health and fulfillment in all your endeavors. May our civilization continue to pass the torch, thriving eternally. May the valiant soldiers on their expedition achieve victory and return safely. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, a harmonious chorus of well wishes. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Victory for the expeditionary army. Long live the descendants of Yin and Huang. The midnight breeze wafted through, carrying a faint scent of fireworks, the essence of New Year's Eve, the essence of home. Qin Yao glanced at the live broadcast numbers, an astounding 970 million viewers. This marked the pinnacle of her streaming career and set a record for simultaneous viewers in a single broadcast in human history. In this moment, 970 million souls bore witness to a New Year's Eve that celebrated civilization, sharing in the pride and emotion that belongs to the descendants of Yin and Huang. She gently stated, my dear ones, this concludes today's stream. In the new year, let us all thrive. If there is anything else you wish to see, feel free to leave a message, and I shall endeavor to arrange it. Finally, she reiterated, once more, Happy New Year. Good night, or perhaps, good morning. The broadcast ended. Yet that warmth, that emotion, that pride shared by the descendants of Yin and Huang had transcended through her lens, reaching every corner of the globe. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yao returned home. In the living room, Qin Feng and Chun Shi awaited her. The table was adorned with steaming dumplings and several side dishes. Qin Feng smiled and remarked, 900 million people, a record broken. How did you know, brother? Qin Yao asked, astonished. I took a glance, he replied. Chun Shi handed her a pair of chopsticks. Are you hungry? Hurry and eat, they have just been boiled. Qin Yao sat down, picked up a dumpling, and took a bite. It was filled with her favorite 3 delicacies. Brother, she inquired between bites. Do you have confidence in the expedition? Indeed. Really? Absolutely. We possess the finest warriors, the best equipment, and the most capable commanders. If we cannot triumph under these circumstances, it can only be said that fate is not on our side. Yet, Qin Feng paused. Fate is always something we create for ourselves. Chapter 207. The loneliness of immortality on New Year's Eve, on the Yin and Huang continent, in the training square, lies the temporary encampment for 350,000 expeditionary soldiers. Typically, this place embodies rigorous training, cold equipment, and orderly formations. However, tonight is different. It is New Year's Eve, the most significant festival for the descendants of Yin and Huang. Following Qin Feng's orders, the entire army was granted a 3-day leave. The training square is now filled with round tables, each seating 10, with sumptuous dishes being prepared since dawn. Specially sourced ingredients from Agricultural Island include whole roasted lamb, lobsters as thick as an arm, crabs the size of wash basins, and various exquisite delicacies whose names elude many. The wine is locally brewed grain liquor from the Yin and Huang continent, warming to the stomach yet not intoxicating. At precisely 8 o'clock, Qin Feng made his appearance. Not in his signature Zhongshan suit, but in ordinary military attire. He approached each table, clinking glasses with the soldiers and uttering a few words of encouragement. There were no lengthy speeches, only simple greetings. You've worked hard. Eat more. Happy New Year. We await your triumphant return. Each phrase warmed the hearts of the soldiers. Wang Zhangwo's table was conveniently situated along Qin Feng's path. As the legendary leader approached him, Wang Zhangwo felt an overwhelming urge to stand and salute. Qin Feng gently pressed down on his shoulder, saying, "Stay seated. Today is New Year's, not a military parade." He raised his glass. "Come, I toast to you all." Wang Zhangwo and his comrades promptly lifted their cups. Qin Feng downed his drink in one go, then turned to Wang Zhangwo. "From Sichuan province?" "Yes, leader." Wang Zhangwo replied loudly. "How is your family?" "Well, all is well." Qin Feng nodded. "Train diligently and fight bravely. After the battle, return home for reunion." With that, he moved on to the next table. As Wang Zhangwo watched his retreating figure, he suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes. It was not merely excitement, but an indescribable emotion, recognition, importance, a sense of belonging. At 9 o'clock, the New Year's Eve dinner was nearing its end. After Qin Feng's departure, the atmosphere relaxed further. The soldiers began to mingle, seeking out fellow townsfolk for conversation and comrades for drinking games. However, many took out their communication devices to video call their families. Li Weiguo was the first to connect. The screen lit up, revealing his wife's face, Chen Jing. She appeared somewhat haggard, but upon seeing her husband, a smile blossomed on her face. "Weiguo," she exclaimed, quickly bringing their daughter into view. "Nyo, look, it's Daddy." Their 2-year-old daughter stared at the screen for a few seconds, then chirped, "Daddy." Li Weiguo's heart ached. "Nyo, have you missed Daddy?" "Yes." His daughter nodded vigorously. "When will Daddy come back?" Li Weiguo hesitated. "Daddy has to fight bad guys. Once he defeats them, he will return." "Fight the bad guys." His daughter waved her tiny fists. "Go, Daddy." Chen Jing laughed beside her, though her eyes were reddened with emotion. She placed their daughter on her lap, softly asking, "Weiguo, are you alright? How's the food over there? Is training exhausting?" "All's well," Li Weiguo replied, turning the camera to showcase the sumptuous dishes on the table. "Look, the food is excellent. Specially provided by Agricultural Island. Even better than what we have at home for New Year." Chen Jing looked at the lavish spread and smiled. "That's good, very good." They chatted for a while about mundane matters until their daughter grew restless and ran off to find her grandmother. The screen now displayed only Chen Jing. Li Weiguo gazed at his wife, suddenly at a loss for words. Having undergone genetic optimization, his vision was keen, allowing him to see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She was only 32, yet among ordinary people, she had begun to show signs of aging. In contrast, he, after 3 optimizations, had his appearance fixed at around 25, with taut skin and bright eyes. What would they look like standing together? Siblings? No. More like mother and son. "Jing," Li Weiguo suddenly spoke. Would you like to undergo genetic optimization as well?" Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Can I?" "Not at this moment." Li Weiguo spoke with great difficulty, yet he reassured, "Once I return from battle, I shall devise a means for you all to immigrate to the land of Yin and Huang." Chen Jing fell silent for a few moments before breaking into a smile. "Weiguo, do not overthink. Your foremost priority now is to train diligently and fight valiantly. Our matters can be addressed later." "But, there is no but," Chen Jing interjected firmly. "Weiguo, the day I married you, I knew I would follow you for a lifetime. Whatever you do, I shall support. Should you confront extraterrestrials, I will remain home, tending to Nyo. If you return alive, we shall reunite. If you do not," she paused, inhaling deeply, "if you do not return, I shall raise Nyo and tell her her father is a hero." Li Weiguo could no longer hold back his tears. He bowed his head, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, though it did little to clear his visage. "Jing, I wish for you to live for 30,000 years as well." His voice hoarse. "I want us to grow old together, or rather, never age. I desire Nyo to live for 30,000 years too." Witnessing her marry and have children, and seeing her children marry and have children, he shuddered at the thought of one day bidding farewell to them and living alone. Chen Jing's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at her husband on the screen, that once ordinary man now appearing so youthful and robust. She understood the sincerity of his words and the pain they conveyed. The solitude of eternal life indeed could be a torment. Yet, she smiled and said, "Weiguo, then you must fight even harder. If you achieve victory and earn great merit, perhaps Mr. Qin Feng will be pleased enough to allow us all to immigrate." Her words were somewhat naive, yet Li Weiguo recognized that his wife was offering him comfort. He nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will certainly fight well. After the battle, I shall beseech Mr. Qin Feng to grant your immigration." "All right, I shall await your return." They exchanged glances, lingering in silence. The video call with Wei Jiqiang connected a bit later, although his home was nestled in the mountains. The communication equipment provided by the Yin and Huang civilization was sufficiently advanced, rendering a clear image. On the other side of the screen was a small village in Guizhou province, where his mother appeared, her face lined with wrinkles. Beside her stood his father, grandfather, and a host of relatives. In the background, firecrackers still erupted, a traditional display from the villagers, who ignored the county's ban. For the mountains were far from the emperor's reach. Xiangzi, upon seeing her son, his mother burst into tears. Have you lost weight? How is the food? Are you training too hard? Wei Jiqiang quickly turned the camera towards the table laden with food. Look, Mom, the food is excellent. Better than what I had during New Year celebrations at home. Seeing the lavish spread of fish and meat, his mother felt a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. His father leaned in. Xiangzi, how are things with you? I heard about this gene optimization. Wei Jiqiang replied, Dad, look. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. The definition strikingly clear. My strength is 100-fold of what it once was. He continued, I can lift 5 tons with one hand, run 100 meters in under 3 seconds, and jump from hundreds of kilometers in space without harm. His father's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Indeed. Wei Jiqiang stood, walking over to a training boulder, which weighed at least 10 tons. He grasped the edge of the massive rock with one hand and gently lifted it a foot off the ground. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the video feed. All right, put it down. Don't strain your back. His mother urged anxiously. Chapter 208. Even if we are no longer here, we are happy for you. Wei Jiqiang set the rock down and returned to the screen with a smile. Mom, with this body of mine, it would be nearly impossible for me to strain my back. His grandfather, leaning on his cane, approached, his murky eyes fixed on his grandson on the screen. Xiangzi, you look younger. You appear even more youthful than when you left. Wei Jiqiang paused for a moment, then realized that due to genetic optimization, his appearance had indeed reverted to the prime condition of around 20 years of age, while he was 23 before his departure. Grandpa, this is the effect of genetic optimization. He explained. His grandfather nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, how long can you live? Wei Jiqiang hesitated briefly. 30,000 years. Silence enveloped the video feed. Then his mother chuckled, albeit somewhat strained. 30,000 sounds good, living long is good. As Wei Jiqiang gazed at his mother's face, a realization struck him. His mother was 53 this year. Even if she lived to 90, only 37 years remained. His father was 56, similarly constrained. His grandfather, at 92, could depart at any moment. Yet he would live for 30,000 years. 37 years, in the span of his 30,000-year life, was but a fleeting moment. He would watch his mother age and eventually pass away. He would witness his father grow old and then depart. He might return one day to find his grandfather no longer there. Mom, his voice caught in his throat. What's wrong? His mother continued to smile. Mom, I wish to have you and Dad undergo genetic optimization as well. His mother was taken aback, then shook her head. Xiangzi, what nonsense are you talking about? That's a privilege reserved for soldiers like you. We common folks have no such fortune. I can find a way, Wei Jiqiang insisted earnestly. Once I finish the war and achieve merit, I will beseech Mr. Qinfeng to approve your migration. You could also live for 30,000 years. And our family would be together forever. His mother fell silent for a few seconds before smiling again. This time it was a genuine smile, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiangzi, your heart is what matters. Your mother is content with that, she softly replied. But don't dwell on it too much. The most important thing for you now is to fight well and return safely. We will discuss our matters later. But, there are no buts, his father interjected with a serious tone. Xiangzi, listen to your mother. You are a soldier now, a warrior. You cannot carry too many worries in your heart. You need not concern yourself with us. We are growing old, which is natural. Your grandfather is aging too, and that is normal. Everyone grows old and eventually dies. It is the way of nature. But I have a lifespan of 30,000 years. Wei Jiqiang almost shouted. If you are gone, what purpose does it serve for me to live for 30,000 years? Silence fell over the video feed. His grandfather, leaning on his cane, gazed at his grandson on the screen. The elder's eyes were cloudy, yet at that moment, they shone with remarkable clarity. Xiangzi, his grandfather spoke slowly. Do you know what your great-grandfather said to me when I went off to war? Wei Jiqiang shook his head. He said, go fight. If you win, your descendants will live well. As for whether you can return, do not think about it. If you do, you will not win. The voice of the grandfather, though aged, resonated with clarity in every word. You are the same now. Do not worry about us. As for our frail old bones, we will endure as long as we can. Focus on your battle. If you triumph, future generations, including our descendants and yours, will lead prosperous lives. Even when we are no longer present, we shall watch over you from afar and rejoice in your victories. Wei Jiqiang bowed his head, tears cascading onto his knees. His mother leaned closer to the screen, whispering gently, Xiangzi, remember what mother told you. Return alive. As long as you come back, I shall be content. Do not dwell on anything else. Wei Jiqiang lifted his head, vigorously wiping away his tears. Mother, I will remember. I will surely return alive. Yes, mother will await you. Wang Jingwo's video call was the last to connect. It wasn't a matter of being unable to reach him. Rather, he had hesitated for a considerable time before pressing the dial button. The screen illuminated, revealing the face of his wife, Li Xiaoying. She appeared somewhat thinner than when he had left, yet her spirit remained intact. Their 5-year-old son, Wang Xiaochuan, leaned curiously beside her, fixated on the screen. Daddy! Xiaochuan exclaimed upon seeing his father. Wang Jingwo smiled. Xiaochuan, Happy New Year. Have you missed Daddy? I have. Xiaochuan nodded vigorously. When will you come back? Wang Jingwo paused briefly. Daddy will return after defeating the bad guys. Who are the bad guys? They are aliens, gray with large heads, and quite unattractive. Xiaochuan tilted his head in thought. Then Daddy must defeat them. Yes, I will certainly vanquish them. Li Xiaoying chuckled softly from the side. Shifting their son aside to lean closer to the screen. Jingwo, how are you? I'm well, quite well, he replied. Directing the camera toward the array of dishes on the table. Look, The food is excellent. Li Xiaoying nodded at the sumptuous spread. That's good. Is it cold there? Not at all. I fear no cold now. They engaged in casual conversation for a while, with Xiaochuan clamoring to speak with his father. Xiaoying relinquished the camera to him. The father and son chatted for an extended period until Xiaochuan grew weary and was taken to sleep by his grandmother. Only Li Xiaoying remained on the screen. Wang Jiangwo gazed at her, suddenly at a loss for words. Li Xiaoying, 2 years his junior at 33, appeared older than her actual age on the screen. The traces of long hours of labor, raising children, managing household duties, caring for the elderly, and maintaining a job, were evident. Such is the life of an ordinary person. In contrast, he, having undergone genetic optimization, appeared to be merely 25. Xiaoying, Wang Jiangwo suddenly spoke. Li Xiaoying looked at her husband on the screen. The once ordinary man now radiating youth and strength. They exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. I will wait for your return, she finally murmured, Jiangwo. No matter how many years it takes, I shall wait for you. At 11:50, the video calls gradually concluded. The soldiers stowed away their communication devices and gazed up at the sky. In the distance, the clock tower of Yanhuang Square stood aglow. About to chime in the new year. Wei Jiqiang stood in the open area outside the barracks, gazing at the night sky. The stars shone brightly, one of which was 60 light years away. There lay the enemy. There too was the battlefield. After the battle, if he could return alive. He shook his head and ceased to ponder further. Grandfather was right. Overthinking could lead to defeat. At precisely 12 o'clock, the chimes resonated. The 108 tolls struck deep into the hearts of all present. Wei Jiqiang joined the throng in the countdown. Happy New Year. As the words escaped his lips, his thoughts lingered on a familiar visage. Wait for me. I shall return, victorious. Chapter 209. You are those from above in the year 4724 of the Huangdi era. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Changsheng was roused by a series of knocks at the door. It was not the sound of an alarm clock, but rather a joyous, urgent, and vibrant knocking characteristic of the festive season. Dad, Mom, rise and shine. The sun is already up. It was the voice of his son, Chen Zixuan. At 7 years old, the boy, having undergone 2 rounds of genetic optimization, was as energetic as a perpetual motion machine, rising promptly at 6 each morning without fail. At that moment, he stood in the courtyard, calling out to the 3 villas. Chen Changsheng opened his eyes and glanced beside him. Li Jing was still asleep, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Having stayed up late the previous night video chatting with relatives and friends, he chose not to disturb her, quietly getting out of bed, donning his clothes, and making his way to the window. As he pushed open the window, the first rays of sunlight of the new year streamed into the room. In the distance, the Chinese-style villas in the community were arranged harmoniously, their white walls and dark tiles glowing warmly in the morning light. Each household had hung bright red lanterns at their doors and adorned them with spring couplets. The laughter of children and the sporadic sound of firecrackers filled the air, a celebration devoid of pollution, employing clean energy to ensure joy without harm. Dad, Zixuan is calling again. Grandpa and Grandma have already opened their doors. You are the slowest. Chen Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, glancing back at Li Jing. She was awake now, rubbing her eyes to look at him. This child has boundless energy. Li Jing murmured. It's the result of genetic optimization, Chen Changsheng replied. You can sleep a little longer. I will attend to him. No need. Li Jing said as she sat up. It's the first day of the new year. We must rise early. We still have to visit my parents to pay our respects. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Chen family was ready and set out to celebrate the new year. The 3 villas stood side by side. Their central garden seamlessly merged to create a private family courtyard. Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Shufan resided in the eastern villa, while Li Guoqiang and Wang Xiaoying occupied the western one, with Chen Changsheng's family in the middle. At this moment, both doors were open, and the elders were bustling about in the courtyard. Chen Jiangwo, appearing to be in his 30s yet actually 62 years old, was affixing the character for fortune. Thanks to genetic optimization, he stood straight and moved with agility, completely unrecognizable as a former stomach cancer patient. Zhang Shufan stood beside him, directing, not quite right. A little to the left, now a bit to the right. Li Guoqiang, who also looked to be in his 30s, was arranging tables and chairs in the courtyard. Wang Xiaoying was busy in the kitchen, with steam rising from the steamer, filling the air with delightful aromas. Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma. Chen Zixuan dashed into the courtyard, bowing to each of them before extending his hands. Red envelopes. Chen Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter, pulling out several red envelopes from his pocket. Here you go, for Grandpa, for Grandma, all for you. Zixian received the red envelope, his eyes narrowing into a delightful crescent. He then dashed to the neighboring courtyard, exclaiming, Happy New Year, Grandpa and Grandma. A red envelope. The scene unfolded once more. Li Jing observed this moment and quietly remarked to Chen Changsheng, this child is far more fortunate than we were in our youth. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, during our childhood, the most anticipated aspect of the new year was the red envelope, yet it seldom exceeded 10 or 20 yuan, and we had to entrust them to our parents for safekeeping. Now, the red envelope in our son's hand, when adjusted for purchasing power, equates to the annual income of an average family in Long Country. But what of it? Money is not the paramount concern in the Yanhuang civilization. What truly matters is that carefree joy. At 9 in the morning, after paying respects to their elders, the Chen family prepared to depart. Their destination for the day, Long Country, Province, their hometown. Although they had established a new home in the Yanhuang civilization, their relatives still resided in their old hometown. There were siblings on the parents' side and in-laws on the other. Though they had emigrated, familial ties remained unbroken. Moreover, travel had become convenient, with anti-gravity spacecraft. Crossing the Pacific took merely 10 minutes, faster than the days of visiting the village. Are we ready? Chen Changxing inquired. Ready. Li Jing and Zixian chorused in response. The three of them boarded the spacecraft parked in their yard. The sleek silver fuselage ascended silently, then accelerated instantaneously, vanishing into the horizon. 10 minutes later, in a county town of Yi Province, the spacecraft landed in the central square, designated as a temporary docking point for Yanhuang civilization spacecraft. Dozens of similar vehicles were already parked in the square, all belonging to citizens of Yanhuang returning for family reunions. As the Chen family alighted, they heard someone calling, Changxing. Over here. It was his cousin Li Wei, a relative from Li Jing's side, who owned a small supermarket in the county town. He stood at the edge of the square, waving energetically. Brother Wei. Chen Changxing approached, and they embraced warmly. Li Wei regarded Chen Changxing with a complex gaze, one of envy, curiosity, and an indescribable sense of distance. Changxing, you seem to have grown younger, Li Wei remarked. Chen Changxing smiled. After genetic optimization, he appeared a decade younger than Li Wei, despite being 3 years his senior. Come, let's head home, Li Wei urged. My mother has been bustling since early this morning, slaughtering 2 chickens and specifically purchasing the cured meats you love. That's too kind, Li Jing replied. We can just have a light meal. Not a chance, Li Wei countered. You are now esteemed guests. We must not be negligent. This remark unsettled Chen Changxing slightly, but he chose not to respond. Li Wei's residence was a self-built 3-story house in the old town, over 20 years old with a slightly weathered exterior, yet impeccably tidy. Upon entering, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Li Wei's mother, Li Jing's aunt, was bustling in the kitchen, perspiration dotting her brow. Upon seeing them, she quickly wiped her hands and came out to greet them. Changxing, Jingjing, you finally made it. Please, have a seat. Where is Zixian? Let me see him. Chen Zixian peeked out from behind his father, bowing politely. Happy New Year, Annie. Oh my, this child is truly well-mannered. The aunt beamed with joy, pulling out a red envelope from her pocket. Here, your lucky money. Chen Zixian glanced at his father. Chen Changxing nodded, and he then took the words. Thank you, great aunt. The great aunt looked at him, suddenly taken aback. Has this child grown taller? He seems to have become noticeably fairer as well. Li Jing chuckled. The effects of genetic optimization. The child has undergone 2 enhancements, and his physical constitution is now remarkably different from before. Oh, optimization. I've heard of it, the great aunt nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. Genetic optimization feels too distant for her, akin to the imagination of mortals regarding deities. At 11:30, the meal commenced. A grand table laden with an array of dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, accompanied by 2 bottles of fine wine. Li Wei had specially brought it out, claiming it was a treasured Maotai aged for 5 years. Chen Changxing sat down, surveying the spread before him and the faces of his relatives, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. This feast, in the past, would have been reserved for the grandest of celebrations, yet now, in the Yanhuang continent, they enjoyed superior meals daily, replete with fresh ingredients from the agricultural island, balanced in nutrition and delightful in taste. Chapter 210, People from 2 Worlds. Yet these relatives bore the marks of time upon their faces. Li Wei, at 34, appeared closer to 40. The great aunt, in her 60s, had fully white hair and a slight hunch. As for himself, at 37, he looked merely 25. Li Jing, at 35, resembled a youthful 26. Zixuan, at 7, was nearly as tall as a 10-year-old, with bright eyes and boundless energy. Come, let us drink. Li Wei raised his glass. Changxing, you are quite the notable figure now. Remember to look after us in the future. Chen Changxing lifted his glass. Wei Gu, we are family. Let us not speak so formally. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. The great aunt grasped Li Jing's hand, inquiring about various matters. How is the house over there? Is it truly free? I heard you received 3 villas? Indeed, 3, Li Jing replied. 1 for my parents-in-law, 1 for my parents, and 1 for our family. 3 villas made the great aunt gasp in astonishment. How much would that cost? It costs nothing, it's permanently free. But what about your monthly expenses? Where does your living cost come from? Li Jing explained. Each adult receives a basic income, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 Yanhuang coins. The children also receive a monthly allowance of 500 for childcare. Food and groceries don't cost much, and housing, medical care, and education are all free, so we hardly spend anything. 3,000 to 5,000 Yanhuang coins, Li Wei quickly calculated. I saw online that 1 Yanhuang coin can be exchanged for over 100 dragon coins on the black market. So your monthly income is equivalent to 30 to 50,000 dragon coins? The official exchange rate isn't that high, Chen Changxing interjected. But the purchasing power is indeed strong. Li Wei fell silent. He ran a supermarket, toiling from dawn till dusk, earning merely over 100,000 dragon coins a year, while also repaying a mortgage, raising children, and saving for retirement. Meanwhile, his cousin's family needed not lift a finger, yet possessed purchasing power equivalent to several years of his income. This was the disparity. It wasn't a difference of ability, but of choices. Changxing, the great aunt suddenly asked. Can we undergo that genetic optimization? Chen Changxing remained silent. He had anticipated this question, yet when it was posed, he found himself at a loss for an answer. Great aunt, he said gently, genetic optimization is a privilege reserved for the citizens of the Yanhuang civilization. For outsiders, it is not yet permitted. The smile on Great Aunt's face faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring, she replied. At our age, we take each day as it comes. Li Jing interjected. Great Aunt, please don't say that. There may be opportunities in the future. Policies do change. Indeed, they do change, Great Aunt nodded, though the glimmer of hope in her eyes had already faded. After dinner, the adults engaged in conversation indoors while the children scampered outside to play. Chen Zixuan and Li Wei's son, Li Ming, played together. Li Ming, aged 10 and 3 years older than Zishuan, was of similar height when they stood side by side. Brother Ming, can you recite the digits of pi? Zishuan asked. Pi. 3. 14. Li Ming pondered. 100 digits? Who can memorize 100 digits? I can, Zishuan replied. And without hesitation, recited 50 digits in one breath. Li Ming was left astounded. How did you memorize that? Our teacher taught us, Zishuan explained. Everyone in our class can recite it. We also memorize physics formulas, the periodic table of elements, and timelines of historical events. Li Ming fell silent, recalling how he was punished for simply memorizing the multiplication table, while this younger boy had already memorized 50 digits of pi. What do you usually play? Li Ming inquired. What do we play? Zishuan contemplated. We often play orbital drop simulations, where we wear combat suits and jump from space into designated locations in virtual reality. We also engage in mech battles, piloting combat mechs for duels. Li Ming was utterly baffled. What is a combat suit? And what is a mech? Zishuan gestured. It's like a suit you wear that allows you to fly, deflect bullets, and survive in space. A mech is a giant robot, 36 meters tall, capable of demolishing a building with a single punch. Li Ming struggled to grasp the concept of 36 meters. He had only seen 3-story buildings, roughly 10 meters high. 36 meters equated to the height of a 12-story building. Have you piloted one? He asked. I have, Zishuan replied, in training sessions at school. Although it was only a simulation, it was incredibly fun. Li Ming remained quiet, reflecting on his own toys, Lego bricks, plastic soldiers, and remote-controlled cars. Compared to the toys of the boy before him, it seemed akin to primitive stone tools. What fun activities does your school have, Brother Ming? Zishuan asked. Li Ming thought for a moment. During recess, we can play jump rope, kick the shuttlecock, or play marbles. What is jump rope? Zishuan inquired. It's a type of game. Don't you play mech battles? We don't play that. Zishuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from probing further. The two children played hide and seek for a while, but the atmosphere had shifted. Li Ming perceived that his cousin was quite remarkable, yet an indescribable distance lingered between them. They hailed from two disparate worlds, one of mortals and the other of deities. At 5 in the afternoon, the Chun family prepared to take their leave. Great Aunt urged, please stay a bit longer, have dinner before you go. No, Great Aunt. We have plans for tomorrow, Li Jing replied. The day after tomorrow, we need to visit my aunt in the neighboring city, and the day after that, we are scheduled to go to my uncle's house. Our itinerary is quite full. Well, all right then, Great Aunt conceded. Auntie grasped her hand, her eyes slightly reddened. As long as you are well, my dear. I can rest easy. Do come back to visit often. I will, Auntie, Li Jing replied, her eyes also glistening. Please take care of your health. Li Wei accompanied them to the square. Along the way, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Changsheng, is there truly no possibility for that genetic optimization? Chen Changsheng looked at him earnestly and replied, Wei Go, at present, it is indeed not feasible. However, after the war, policies may change. You know, the 300,000 expeditionary forces are all from Longhua. Once they return from battle, they will undoubtedly wish for their families to be optimized as well. By then, there may be new policies. Li Wei's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again swiftly. But how long will that take? It will take 6 years to finish the war, and then processing the aftermath will take another 8 to 10 years. I can wait, but my parents cannot. Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. Li Wei patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, don't overthink it. I was merely asking. As long as you are well. That is enough. The aircraft powered up and ascended slowly. Through the porthole, Chen Changsheng saw Li Wei standing in the square, becoming smaller until he ultimately vanished from sight. Everyone ages and eventually passes away. This is the way of the world. Yet at this moment, he no longer belonged to humanity. He belonged to the divine. What is it like for a deity to witness mortals grow old? He could not fathom. Chapter 211. Your fleet is incredibly powerful. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Changsheng's family had not arranged any visits to relatives. They decided to embark on a journey. The tourism experience of citizens from the Yanhuang civilization differs significantly from that of ordinary individuals. While ordinary tourists explore the world, Yanhuang citizens experience it. With their purchasing power, they can traverse any corner of the globe and indulge in any service available. Their first destination was Bali. The aircraft landed at a designated helipad adjacent to the Eiffel Tower, in accordance with the Yanhuang civilization's requirement that all nations provide exclusive landing spots for its citizens. Bali complied, not only fulfilling this demand, but also constructing a luxurious Yanhuang lounge, complete with Chinese service, currency exchange for Yanhuang coins, and complimentary refreshments. As soon as Chen Changsheng's family disembarked from the aircraft, they were swarmed by a group of reporters. Media from around the world had gathered to capture images of Yanhuang citizens. Sir, do you hail from the Yanhuang continent? Madam, could you share your impressions of Bali? Little one, may we take a photo together? Chen Changsheng politely waved his hand, declining the interviews. Li Jing shielded the child as they swiftly passed through the lounge. Upon exiting, Chen Changsheng noted that Bali's streets remained vibrant. However, he observed a shift in the way passers-by regarded them. Previously, when Longhua citizens visited Bali, they would receive curious glances, but those were the looks reserved for foreign tourists. Now, as Yanhuang citizens walked through, the gazes of the locals conveyed reverence, envy, or perhaps jealousy. He could not discern. One thing was unmistakable. Their mode of consumption astonished the Gallic roosters. In a luxury boutique on the Champs-Élysées, Li Jing spotted a handbag priced at 30,000 euros. She produced her Yanhuang coin card, and the shop assistant's eyes sparkled. Yanhuang coins held significantly greater value than euros and were assuredly stable in worth. In a Michelin 3-star restaurant, Chen Changsheng ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite, priced at 50,000 euros. At the time of payment, He settled the bill using Yanhuang currency, and the waiter bowed deeply, exhibiting a demeanor more respectful than that afforded to a visiting president. While aboard a Seine River cruise, Zixuan wished to purchase a souvenir. The vendor initially quoted 20 euros, to which he promptly paid. With a monthly income ranging from 3 to 5,000 Yanhuang coins, he found it impossible to exhaust his funds within Yanhuang territory, let alone abroad, where others clamored for Yanhuang currency. After spending some time in Paris, they traveled to London, then to Rome, and finally to Cairo. In each destination, the scenes were remarkably similar. Exclusive airport passages, private hotel floors, and tailored guided tours at landmarks, all while passers-by cast complex glances in their direction. In London, an elderly Englishman approached Chen Changsheng, inquiring, "Sir, are you a citizen of Yanhuang?" "Indeed," he replied. The old man raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You are remarkable. Your fleet is truly formidable. We, the British, have long since faded." In Rome, a young Italian, filled with envy, asked, "I hear you have genetic optimization that allows you to live for 30,000 years? Is that true?" "Indeed," Chen Changsheng confirmed. The young man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How might I immigrate?" Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng replied, "I'm not certain. You would need to consult the official website." In Cairo, an Egyptian tour guide, speaking in halting Chinese, welcomed them with, "Yanhuang guests, welcome. The pyramids are ancient wonders, and you are the marvel of the present." These reactions instilled in Chen Changsheng a mix of pride and unease. He felt a sense of pride, standing as a citizen of Yanhuang at the pinnacle of human civilization. Yet, this sense of elevation also created an invisible barrier between him and the common people. He did not intend to look down upon others. However, it was evident that they regarded him with admiration. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Changsheng and his family returned to the Dragon Kingdom to continue visiting relatives. Their next destination was his uncle's home in another city within Hubei province. His uncle resided in an old building in the historic district, without an elevator, on the 6th floor. The family climbed the stairs effortlessly, their faces unflushed and breath steady. When his uncle opened the door, he was panting. "Changsheng, you all have such great stamina," he remarked through labored breaths. Chen Changsheng smiled. The apartment was modest, 2 bedrooms and a living room, accommodating 5 people, his uncle, aunt, cousin's sister, and the child of his cousin. With so many guests for the new year, it felt even more cramped. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," his uncle urged, then called to his cousin, Xiaowei. "Go downstairs to the supermarket and buy some drinks. Make sure they're good." His cousin promptly left. Chen Changsheng interjected, "Uncle, please don't go to any trouble. We'll just sit for a while, and then be on our way." "That's out of the question." His uncle waved dismissively. "It's rare for you to visit. You must stay for a meal." During dinner, the conversation naturally turned to Yanhuang civilization. "Changsheng, I've heard that houses are distributed for free over there?" His aunt inquired. "Yes, 3 villas," he replied, prompting his aunt to gasp in disbelief. "Then your children will never have to worry about housing when they marry." Zixuan is only 7. "It's still early," he remarked. "Early? They grow up in the blink of an eye," his aunt mused, lamenting. "Our Xiaowei has emptied 6 wallets just to buy a house, and is still buried in debt. Over half of his salary goes to the mortgage. Life is quite tight." His cousin, Li Wei, bearing the same name as before but a different person, offered a rueful smile. "Mom, let us not discuss that during the new year." Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. He could not mention immigration, as circumstances did not permit it. Nor could he utter the empty reassurance that things would gradually improve. Thus, he remained silent. After dinner, his cousin's child, the 8-year-old Haohai, tugged at Zixuan to play. Zixuan produced an e-book and showed it to Haohai, saying, "Look, this is our school textbook." Haohai gazed at the content on the screen, utterly bewildered. "What is this? Physics? I'm only in 2nd grade. I haven't learned physics yet." "We covered it in 1st grade," Zixuan replied, "but it's quite simple, just the basic concepts." Haohai stared at the formulas and diagrams, completely perplexed. "The things you learn are so difficult," he remarked. "It's not too bad," Zixuan countered. "What do you study?" Haohai retrieved his Chinese textbook and recited a passage. After listening, Zixuan remarked, "We learned this in kindergarten." Haohai fell silent. The disparity between the 2 children was stark. Zixuan's eyes sparkled, his posture was erect, and his thoughts raced. Haohai's gaze was somewhat murky, he had a slight hunch, and spoke slowly. This was not due to Haohai's lack of effort, but rather the chasm between 2 worlds. One world boasted genetic enhancement, free education, and boundless possibilities. The other was mired in competition, anxiety, and mortgages. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the last day of the Spring Festival holiday, Chen Changsheng's family returned to the Yanhuang continent. The aircraft landed in their yard as dusk fell. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the 3 villas, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Chen Zixuan ran off to find his grandparents while Chen Changsheng and Li Jing sat on the stone bench in the yard, gazing at the distant sky. "What have you felt these past few days?" Chen Changsheng inquired of his wife. After a moment of silence, Li Jing replied, "Pride, but also a hint of sadness." "Pride in what?" "Pride in being citizens of Yanhuang. We can go wherever we wish, buy whatever we desire, without financial worries or concerns for the future." Li Jing continued, "The way foreigners look at us is as if we are divine. That feeling is quite remarkable." With a sigh, she added, "But it saddens me to see our relatives still struggling for survival, fretting over their children's futures, and anxious about mortgages and car loans. While we are unable to assist." Chen Changsheng grasped her hand, assuring her, "We will be able to help. Policies will surely change. In due time, they too will have opportunities." "Let us hope." Li Jing leaned against his shoulder, then inquired, "But will our great-aunt still be around then? Will our uncles and aunts still be here?" Chen Changsheng remained silent. This question bore no answer. Genetic enhancement has granted Yanhuang citizens a lifespan of 30,000 years. However, their relatives can only live for a few decades. In a few decades, they will bid farewell to their parents, siblings, and all acquaintances. The thought of such loneliness is too daunting to contemplate. Chapter 212. Do you know why they are called conquerors? On the first day of April in the year 4724 of the Yellow Emperor's era, the sun rose with an unusual slowness. On the vast plains of the Yanhuang continent's training zone, 3,500,000 star warriors were arrayed in formation. Viewed from above, they resembled a black ocean, clad in black individual combat suits, black visors, black electromagnetic rifles, and black resolve. There was no sound whatsoever. 3.5 million souls stood in utter silence, devoid of whispers or the clashing of weapons. Only the wind remained. It swept in from the Pacific, traversing the vast plains forged of steel, brushing past the 3.5 million figures, as straight as rifles, toward the 24 colossal vessels suspended in the low sky, Conqueror-class interstellar battleships, each measuring 50 kilometers in length. Their hulls obscured half the sky. 24 of them floated serenely at an altitude of 10,000 meters. They were unprecedented man-made celestial bodies in the annals of human history, each capable of housing a city with a population of 10 million. In that moment, they represented the future homes, battlefields, and the 6-year cosmic journey for the 3.5 million warriors. At the heart of the training area stood a 30-meter-high podium, entirely unadorned, save for a grand inscription on its front. Let the galaxy burn, let the star sea boil. At this moment, a figure clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit ascended the steps slowly. Qin Feng, the leader of the Yanhuang civilization, wore no symbols of power, no medals, and bore no escort. Alone, he climbed the 30-meter platform, moving toward the focus of 3.5 million gazes. Upon reaching the edge of the podium, every holographic projection device within the vast 3.5 million square kilometers of steel planes activated simultaneously. His figure was cast above each formation, prompting 3.5 million heads to rise in unison. Then, with a resounding thud, 3.5 million right fists struck their left chests simultaneously. This spontaneous gesture, born of the grueling training over the past months, signified their acknowledgement of their leader, the one who had granted them a lifespan of 30,000 years and bestowed upon them the power to conquer the stars. It was a primal way to declare, "We are here. Our heartbeats resonate for you." Qin Feng raised his right hand in a gesture of attention, and 3.5 million right fists simultaneously lowered. Still, there was no sound. Qin Feng spoke. 3.5 million. His first utterance. He paused. Then a slight smile graced his lips. 350,000 years ago, humanity's ancestors began to walk upright on the African savanna. 35,000 years ago, our forebears etched the first primitive lines upon this land, marking the nascent form of Chinese characters. 3,500 years ago, the rites and music of the Zhou dynasty established the foundational framework of Huaxia civilization. 350 years ago, our ancestors bled over the choice to keep their hair or their heads. With a sudden elevation in his voice, he proclaimed, "We, 3.5 million, shall stand 60 light years away, upon the home planet of another civilization, to declare to the entire universe." Qin Feng inhaled deeply. His right fist clenched and raised high. Descendants of Yanhuang must endure forever. Boom. 3.5 million right fists were thrust skyward. This time, they finally emitted a voice. Endure. 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 That was a roar emitted by 3.5 million souls, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 24 Conqueror-class battleships trembled, their hulls shedding dust in response to the overwhelming sound. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the cacophony ceased abruptly. In recent months, many have inquired, why do we embark on this expedition? Upon our return, what transformations will Earth have undergone? Are our parents still alive? Will our children recognize us? Has that first love of ours turned gray with age? His gaze swept over the assembled ranks. Some have questioned, what gives us the right to venture forth? Is it merely these 24 vessels? Or the thousands of mechs? Or those diminutive, 1.2-meter-tall gray beings? Are we truly prepared to marshal the strength of our entire civilization to traverse 60 light years to confront them? Others have pondered, what if we fail? What if we perish along the way? What if the Sarandian civilization possesses more formidable trump cards? What if we do not return? What then for the Yanhuang civilization? Qin Feng paused momentarily. 3.5 million people stood in profound silence. Today, I shall provide you with the answer. His voice suddenly deepened, each word hammering into the very souls of his audience. The first question, why must we embark on this expedition? Because those 1.2-meter-tall gray beings have known of Earth's existence since 1947. Because they have spent 78 years studying our civilization, our vulnerabilities, and how to transform us into their colony. Because they received all intelligence from the Americans in the autumn of 2026, including knowledge of my existence. The existence of the Yanhuang civilization, our technologies, our battleships, and all our trump cards. Qin Feng's voice ascended sharply. Do you think that if we do not go, they will not come? Do you believe that the 60 light years distance acts as a shield to protect us? Let me enlighten you. In the vastness of the cosmos, 60 light years is but a mere step. If we do not act, in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, their fleets will emerge in the Kuiper Belt. At that time, the battlefield will not be a training ground. At that moment, the enemy will strike at our homeland, at our parents, at our children. Qin Feng's right hand suddenly pointed toward the sky, toward the 24 suspended battleships. Therefore, why must we embark on this expedition? Because the battlefield must be on the enemy's territory. Because the flames of war must burn in the enemy's homeland. Because we must make the Sarandian civilization learn a bitter lesson over their 30,000 years of history. Never, ever covet the descendants of Yin Huang. Boom. 3.5 million voices erupted once more. This time, the roar was infused with a murderous intent, a surging bloodlust, and the heartbeat of 3.5 million warriors yearning for battle. Qin Feng raised his hand again. The second question, what gives us the right to venture forth? He did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze at the 24 Conqueror-class ships behind him. Do you know what these vessels are called? Conquerors. Do you understand why they are named conquerors? Chapter 213. The descendants of Yin and Huang must endure. The civilization of Yin and Huang is supreme. Qin Feng turned around, addressing the 3,500,000 soldiers. For our ancestors emerged from a humble tribe in the Yellow River Basin, dedicating 5 millennia to conquer every mountain and river on this land, to withstand all extremes of climate, and to overcome every calamity and disaster. We are the sole nation on this planet whose civilization has never faltered. Over the span of 5,000 years, we have learned one vital truth. Qin Feng's voice resonated with each word like a hammer. We do not believe in gods or immortals, nor in ghosts or monsters. We place our faith solely in the blade in our hands, the land we cultivate, the cities we construct, and the children we nurture. What do those diminutive gray beings possess? Whether they have lived for 30 years, 3,000 years, or 30,000 years, what do they truly hold? Do they possess divinity? If so, they would not have crashed in New Mexico in 1947. Do they possess civilization? If so, they would not still be crawling at 5 times the speed of light after 30 millennia. Do they possess culture? If so, they would not have dispatched 12 individuals for exploration, only to have 9 perish, leaving 3 confined for 78 years. A cold smile graced Qin Feng's lips. And what do we have? We possess 5,000 uninterrupted years of written language, a population of 1,400,000,000 compatriots, and 3,500,000 interstellar warriors standing right here. We command 24 Conqueror-class ships, each 50 kilometers long, equipped with electromagnetic cannons capable of 0.8 times light speed and warp engines achieving 10 times light speed. We possess individual combat suits, Xingtian mechs, space fighters, force field shields, and zero-point energy in a vacuum. Qin Feng's gaze swept across every formation. You all, the 3,500,000 soldiers, simultaneously straightened their chests. So, what do we have to undertake this expedition? We have our heritage as the descendants of Yin and Huang. We possess the knowledge that our civilization is the greatest on this planet. We know that those 1.2-meter-tall gray beings are utterly unworthy of sharing this universe with us. This time, there was no roar. 3,500,000 soldiers tightened their grips on their electromagnetic rifles. That silence held more power than any shout. Qin Feng did not raise his hand. He merely stood quietly, allowing that silence to settle, and waiting for that strength to coalesce. Then, he spoke again. The third question, what if we lose? His voice suddenly softened, becoming very gentle. Some have asked me, what will happen to the Yin and Huang civilization if we do not return? My answer is, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a specific corner of the formation. There stood Wang Jiangwo from Sichuan province, Li Weiguo from Huai County, and Wei Jiqiang from Guangxi province. Behind them stood 349,997 individuals just like them. I tell you, this war has no what-ifs, because we cannot afford to lose. If we lose, our parents will become slaves to aliens. If we lose, our children will learn the enemy's language in their schools and worship their deities. We have lost. The words Yin Huang will be irrevocably erased from the cosmos. 5 millennia of civilization, 1,400,000,000 compatriots, 3.5 million warriors standing here. The hopes, dreams, and futures of our parents, our children, all rest upon this battle. Qin Feng's voice rose once more. Therefore, there is no room for uncertainty. There is only victory. We shall ensure that our enemies remember, with their dying breaths on their home planet, one name. Remember Yin Huang. Z. Sun. Yin Huang. Yin Huang. Yin Huang. 3.5 million voices thundered these 3 words. Qin Feng raised his right hand. Silence fell over the crowd. His final gaze swept across every face. Then he spoke the concluding words. Soldiers, today you embark on the Conqueror for 2 months of acclimatization training. 2 months hence, you shall commence a journey spanning 60 light years. 6 years later, you will stand upon the mother planet of Sarandia. What will you do there? Without waiting for a response, Qin Feng provided the answer himself. You will raise the Yin Huang flag there. You will inscribe stone tablets with Chinese characters. You will inform those cosmic darlings of 30,000 years of history. His right hand raised high, clenched into a fist. The descendants of Yin Huang must endure. The Yin Huang civilization is supreme. Our voice, Qin Feng's voice, resonated through the heavens. We shall fight in the outer star systems. We shall fight in space. We shall battle upon the lifeblood of our enemies' planets. We will ignite the galaxy. We will stir the seas of stars. We shall make the entirety of the universe remember the name Yin Huang. Forward. Boom. 3.5 million right fists struck their chests in unison. Then, 3.5 million souls turned simultaneously. It was a spectacle beyond the capacity of words to convey. 3.5 million silhouettes in black turned right, stepped out with their left feet, and began to advance in perfect harmony, as if a single entity were moving. 3.5 million feet struck the steel plane, producing a unified sound. Thud, thud, thud. That sound was akin to a colossal heart beating. It was the heart of the Yin Huang civilization. 3.5 million interstellar warriors formed an unbroken line stretching hundreds of kilometers, slowly moving towards the 24 Conqueror-class battleships in the sky. Above them, holographic projections displayed the entirety of Earth. That was the homeland they were destined to protect. That was the place they would leave behind. That was where their parents, lovers, and children resided. No one looked back. Not a single soul turned around. 3.5 million marched forward, step by step, towards the sky. No, not merely towards the sky. They were journeying towards the stars. They were advancing towards the vast ocean. They were heading to the battlefield 60 light years away. The first batch of soldiers began to board the ship. The underside of the Conqueror opened 100 circular hatches, each 100 meters in diameter. 100 beams of attraction light cascaded down from the hatches, enveloping the warriors on the ground. Then, they began to ascend. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Dark figures slowly rose within the beams of light. More beams of light were projected downwards. An increasing number of warriors began to ascend. Above the entire central training area, 10,000 beams of light interwove into a luminous net, as 3,500,000 dark figures gradually ascended within this radiant web. Drawing closer to the 24 colossal warships, the spectacle left an indelible impression on all who witnessed the live broadcast. 3,500,000 individuals soared into the sky simultaneously. This was an unprecedented feat in human history. It was the first declaration of the Yanhuang civilization to the cosmos. The first batch of 24 Conqueror-class ships simultaneously initiated their engines. A low-frequency hum resonated, inaudible yet palpable. The waters of the Pacific stirred with ripples in response to this vibration. The entire Earth's atmosphere quivered gently under the resonance. The 24 Conqueror-class ships began to rise slowly, from 10,000 meters to 100,000 meters, and then to 1 million meters. Behind them were 350,000 interstellar warriors. Beneath their feet lay the blue Earth, their homeland, their concern, and the place they vowed to protect with their lives. Chapter 214. Not a single mistake must occur. P.S. Dear readers, due to recent events, the update schedule has been slightly altered, but I assure you it will return to its regular timing shortly. My apologies. And may you all have a prosperous new year, aiming for an 80 million profit this year. Acknowledge the reply. At the moment the warp engine ignited. There was no tremor, no noise, not even a hint of forewarning. Inside the command cabin of the Conqueror 001, a duty officer clad in a deep blue uniform was intently gazing at the holographic star map before him. In the next instant, the solar system on the map suddenly contracted into a diminutive point of light, 10 times the speed of light. The Conqueror-class interstellar warship glided into the depths of the warp bubble in a manner imperceptible to human senses. The duty officer raised his gaze, peering through the observation window of the bridge at the outer cosmos. What lay beyond could hardly be deemed a starry sky. In the state of warp, external light became severely distorted, all stars elongated into infinite strands of light, as if the entire universe flowed backward from the center of the ship. It was a spectacle so magnificent it bordered on the surreal, inducing an illusion that the ship was not advancing, but rather, the cosmos was receding. Yet, he lowered his gaze after merely 3 seconds. 3 seconds was the maximum duration stipulated by the military regulations of the Yanhuang civilization. 4. In a state of warp, human visual perception could be deceived by the distorted light, leading to spatial orientation disorientation. There had been instances of soldiers fixating on the warp window for 10 seconds, resulting in a day-long inability to walk normally, as their minds continued to believe they were plummeting backward at 10 times the speed of light. Units report status. The duty officer's voice resonated through the quantum communication system, reaching every corner of the 24 Conqueror-class warships without any delay. Quantum communication transcends distance, space, and the barriers of warp bubbles. The bridge command team is fully assembled, operational status normal. The propulsion team is in place, with the warp engine stable and vacuum zero-point energy output functioning adequately. The weapons team is ready, with all weapon systems on standby. The space fighter squadron is fully operational, having completed the initial warp adaptability assessment of the starfighter. The mech battalion stands ready, with the Xingtian mechs locked on target. The logistics team is fully prepared, with ample supplies at hand. The medical team is in position, with no personnel exhibiting any adverse reactions to warp travel. The information reconnaissance team reported their status and paused for half a second. Then, a voice tinged with excitement broke the silence. The gravitational sensing reconnaissance system has successfully powered on for the first time. It is currently mapping the gravitational field distribution within a 10 light-minute radius. The duty officer of the bridge command team allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. 10 light-minutes. The distance light travels in 10 minutes, implies that within this range, they can preemptively detect any potential threats. As training progresses, this range will continue to expand. Let us commence, he stated, a mere 3 words. Yet the entire reconnaissance team comprehended the gravity of the moment. The true training had only just begun. In the reconnaissance chamber of the Conqueror 001, the quietest corner of the entire warship, not due to a lack of sound, but rather because those who worked here preferred silence. 327 reconnaissance specialists sat quietly at their respective stations. Before them were 327 holographic screens, each displaying streams of data incomprehensible to the untrained eye, gravitational waveforms, electromagnetic spectrum scans, neutrino flux density, and indices of spatial curvature variation. Yet they understood. Not only did they comprehend, but they could simultaneously process 3 to 5 different data streams. This was the result of genetic optimization. Just months prior, they were ordinary scouts, surveyors, and astronomy enthusiasts. Now, their information processing capabilities surpassed even the most advanced supercomputers of the bygone era. The gravitational sensing system has completed its preheating. A youthful voice announced, belonging to the team leader of the gravitational sensing group, a young man who once aspired to be an astronomer before enlisting. At this moment, his gaze was fixated on the holographic screen before him, where a 3-dimensional image composed of countless lines was gradually taking shape, the gravitational field distribution map within a 10 light-minute radius. Begin calibrating the reference frame, another voice chimed in. That of the navigation group's representative, a taciturn middle-aged man. With a gentle stroke on the holographic keyboard, a three-dimensional coordinate system was superimposed onto the gravitational field map, with the solar system as the origin and the ecliptic plane as the reference plane. The x-axis pointed toward the center of the Milky Way. The y-axis was perpendicular to the x-axis within the ecliptic plane, and the z-axis was perpendicular to the ecliptic plane, pointing toward the North Galactic Pole. The coordinate system was established. Commence synchronization. In the next moment, the gravitational sensing system began to compare its data with the star chart database of the onboard main computer. The Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the Kuiper Belt, and the Oort cloud, all known celestial bodies, found their corresponding positions on the gravitational field map. However, the intelligence officers were not concerned with these familiar entities. Their focus lay on those that should not exist. Excluding the gravitational influences of all known celestial bodies within the solar system, residuals were being calculated. The residuals converged. On the holographic screen, the gravitational field map began to transform. The gravitational fields of the known celestial bodies were systematically stripped away by mathematical algorithms, leaving behind pure anomalies. These anomalies represented the most lethal threats in future warfare. Enemy reconnaissance vessels concealed within the asteroid belt, orbital artillery disguised as natural celestial bodies, and ambush fleets lurking in the shadows through gravitational masking technology. Any slight deviation in gravitational waves could herald death. The residual convergence was complete. On the holographic screen, the once densely packed gravitational field lines were now reduced to a mere few, all pointing in the same direction, Solantia, a star located 60 light-years away. Record. The gravitational sensing system's first operational test was successful. No anomalous gravitational sources were detected within a 10-light-minute radius. The duty officer of the gravitational sensing team entered this statement into the log. He then lifted his gaze towards the distant starry sky. 60 light-years away. What were those little gray beings doing now? Were they also studying star charts? Were they searching for them? He did not know. However, he was aware that in 6 years, when the Conqueror fleet reached that point, the first dynamic star chart drawn by the gravitational sensing system would determine the fate of 3.5 million stellar warriors. Therefore, there could be no room for error, none whatsoever. Chapter 215, Simulation Training. Conqueror number 007, Electromagnetic Railgun Bay. 36 electromagnetic railguns were silently arranged within a 50-kilometer-long bay. Each gun boasted a barrel diameter of 10 meters, a projectile mass standard of 10,000 tons, and a muzzle velocity of 0.8 times the speed of light. At that moment, each of the 36 gun positions was manned by a gunner, dressed in black individual combat suits. Their visors were retracted, for no protection was needed in this enclosed bay. The pressure, temperature, and humidity had all been precisely controlled within the optimal range for human survival. The electromagnetic artillery group commenced its first warp state adaptability training. The voice of the gun bay chief echoed through the internal communication system, reaching the ears of every gunner. Target, virtual target. Distance, 0.5 light seconds. Ammunition type, training rounds. Firing mode, single shot calibration. Gun position 1, ready. The gunner at position 1 took a deep breath and grasped the control lever before him. This was the fire control system of the electromagnetic railgun. In his holographic field of vision, a virtual target flickered. It was a spherical target with a diameter of 10 meters. Moving through the void at a velocity of 100 kilometers per second, positioned at a distance of 0.5 light seconds. This distance, equivalent to the span light traverses in half a second, becomes inconsequential under the warp state of tenfold light speed. Within the warp bubble, the spatial continuum is entirely severed from the external environment. For the electromagnetic cannon to commence firing, the projectile must first be extricated from the warp bubble. Requesting to disengage the warp shield at cannon position 1. Approved. An invisible force field dissipated quietly at the cannon's muzzle, establishing direct connectivity with normal space. Target locked. The gunner exerted a gentle pressure, the force feedback system on the control stick allowing him to feel the precise orientation of the cannon. Lock complete. Charging the projectile. Deep within the cannon bay, the zero-point energy reactor commenced its transfer of power to the energy storage capacitors of the electromagnetic railgun. The magnitude of this energy was sufficient to illuminate a metropolis with a population of millions. Yet here, it was merely destined to launch a training round. Charging complete. Fire. The gunner pressed the launch button. In the vacuum, the discharge from the electromagnetic cannon was devoid of sound, manifesting as ripples in the fabric of space. Propelled at a velocity of 0.8 times the speed of light with a mass of 10,000 tons. On the holographic display, the training projectile trailed a faint afterglow, vanishing into the stellar ocean at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. After 0.6 seconds, in the target area, the training projectile struck the 10-meter virtual target with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the bullseye. Hit. The gunner reported the results softly, yet his countenance bore little excitement. This was merely a drill. In the true theater of war, targets would not patiently await one's aim at a distance of 0.5 light seconds. In genuine combat, adversaries would possess energy shields, deflecting fields, counter-missile systems, and hidden cards from a civilization spanning 30,000 years. In the authentic battlefield, one would have but a single opportunity. A miss could invite retaliation from the enemy, lead to the sacrifice of comrades, and tarnish the legacy of the descendants of Yin and Huang. Cannon position 1, firing complete. Requesting reload. Approved. Deep within the cannon bay, an automatic loading mechanism began its operation. Another training projectile, weighing 10,000 tons, was gradually pushed into the chamber. 36 cannons. 36 gunners. Again and again. Fire. Hit. Reload. Fire again. Hit again. Reload. They aimed to practice until they could strike with their eyes closed. They aspired to hone their skills to the point where, even if the entire bridge were obliterated, as long as one cannon remained operational, they could reduce the enemy's homeworld to rubble. For they were electromagnetic gunners. They were the teeth of conquerors. Conqueror 012, Laser Defense Array Compartment. 12,000 laser turrets densely populated the surface of the warship. Each turret boasted an output power of 500 megawatts. Each turret had a range of 1 million kilometers. Each turret could incinerate any approaching threat at the speed of light. At this moment, 12 operators of the laser defense unit are seated at their respective stations, intently gazing at the holographic screens before them. The screens depict a simulated saturation attack. 10,000 simulated missiles surge toward Conqueror 012 from all directions simultaneously. The laser defense array activates. The voice of the duty officer is as calm as if reciting a menu. The automatic tracking mode engages. The fire allocation algorithm initiates. And the interception window is calculated. On the holographic display, the trajectories of the 10,000 simulated missiles are meticulously marked. Concurrently, the targeting lines of 12,000 laser turrets begin to weave an impenetrable net in the void. Interception window, 3 seconds. Fire. In the next instant, 12,000 beams of laser erupt simultaneously. When they strike their targets, the missiles are instantaneously vaporized, releasing a blinding radiance. On the holographic screen, the 10,000 points of light representing the missiles extinguish in unison. All are intercepted, none escape. The first simulated interception concludes. The duty officer nods slightly. Yet he refrains from uttering commendations, for this is merely a simulation. Again, he instructs. Switch to Plan 2. 10 waves of saturation attack. With an interval of 1 second between waves. Commence. The 12,000 laser turrets begin to rotate, aim, and lock on once more. The operators immerse themselves in this smoke-free battle again and again. They must practice until, even with only one turret remaining, they can fend off 1,000 missiles. They must train until, even if the entire bridge loses power, they can still detonate each enemy missile using manual mode. For they are the laser defense unit. They are the shield of the Conqueror class. Conqueror 019, Particle Beam Cannon Bay. 600 particle beam cannons are arranged in 3 tiers within a cannon bay spanning 20 kilometers. Each cannon delivers an output power of 5 billion watts. Each cannon boasts a range of 3 million kilometers. Each cannon fires a stream of charged particles approaching the speed of light, capable of instantly penetrating any hull devoid of energy shielding. At this moment, 6 gunners of the particle beam cannon unit are practicing coordinated firing. Their target is a simulated enemy capital ship. This simulated vessel is equipped with 3 layers of energy shields, a deflection field system, composite armor, and every conceivable defensive measure they can imagine. Cannon position 1, ready. Cannon position 2, ready. Cannon position 3, ready. Cannon position 4, ready. Cannon position 5, ready. Cannon position 6, ready. Firing sequence, from 1 to 6, with an interval of 001 seconds. Target, the same coordinate point. Fire. Chapter 216, training successfully completed. The 6 particle beam cannons fire in succession within 0.5 seconds. The first shot tears through the first layer of shielding. The second shot breaches the second layer. The third shot penetrates the third layer. The fourth shot overloads the deflection field. The fifth shot pierces the composite armor. The sixth shot detonates the simulated ship's ammunition depot from within. On the holographic screen, the simulated enemy battleship transformed into a blinding fireball. A hit. The 6 gunners simultaneously exhaled in relief, yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. Again, commanded the cannon crew leader. Switch to Plan 3. 12 enemy battleships advanced in 3 waves. The particle beam cannon unit autonomously allocated firepower. Commence. 600 particle beam cannons began to recharge, aiming and locking onto their targets once more. The 6 gunners immersed themselves in the smoke-free battle, time and again. They strived to train until, even with a single cannon remaining, they could compute the optimal firing sequence within 0.001 seconds. They aimed to practice until, even if faced with 100 enemy ships charging simultaneously, they could incapacitate half of them the moment the adversaries entered their range. For they were the particle beam cannon unit. They were the spear of the Conqueror class. Inside the hangar of Conqueror 003, 10,000 Star-class space fighters were meticulously arranged within a 30-kilometer-long bay. Each fighter measured 18 meters in length and had a wingspan of 12 meters. Equipped with a 30mm electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, 24 nuclear fusion missiles, and a 50-megawatt laser cannon, each fighter could be piloted by a human or engage autonomously through AI. At that moment, 10,000 pilots were seated in their respective cockpits, partaking in their first simulated takeoff and landing training under warp conditions. Attention, fighter squadron. The squadron leader's voice resonated in every pilot's ear. We are commencing the first warp takeoff simulation. Takeoff procedure, catapult launch. Landing procedure, automated recovery. Note, the space within the warp bubble exhibits slight differences from normal space, and you may experience mild spatial distortion during takeoff. Do not panic, this is a normal phenomenon. Fighter 1, prepare for takeoff. The pilot of Fighter 1 inhaled deeply, gripping the control stick tightly. His fighter stood poised on an electromagnetic catapult. The hangar doors wide open before him. Beyond the threshold lay a starry expanse, distorted into countless strands of light. Fighter 1, requesting takeoff. Approved. Launch. A tremendous thrust propelled his fighter to an astonishing speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. The aircraft surged from the hangar, plunging into the warped cosmos. Then he felt it, the spatial distortion effect. It was an indescribable sense of dislocation, as if his eyes insisted the fighter flew straight ahead, while his body perceived it veering to the left. This visual discrepancy stemmed from the warped space inside and outside the bubble. Steady, he reminded himself. Trust the instruments, not your instincts. A glance at the holographic dashboard revealed clear data. The fighter's attitude was stable, its flight path normal, and its relative velocity to Conqueror 003 was 0. His bodily sensations were mistaken. Fighter 1, takeoff complete. Requesting return to formation simulation. Approved. Formation position, B7. He gently nudged the control stick, and the fighter began to turn. This time, he no longer relied on his feelings. He placed his faith solely in the data. 10,000 aircraft, one after another, catapulted from their hangars, forming a colossal three-dimensional formation around the Conqueror 003. This marked the first time in human history that such an aerial assembly occurred while in warp speed. A myriad of luminous points flickered silently amidst the warped starlit sky. For the first time, 10,000 pilots experienced the profound realization that they were indeed true interstellar warriors. Within the mech maintenance bay of Conqueror 024, 320 Xingtian mechs stood resolutely upon towering maintenance racks, each soaring to a height of 36 meters. Each mech was equipped with a 300mm electromagnetic cannon, a high-energy particle blade, 36 missiles, and 2 pulse laser cannons. Each mech required a pilot, who would control it through a neural link. At this moment, 320 mech pilots were seated in their respective cockpits, calibrating the synchronization of their neural links. Xingtian Mech Squadron, attention! The voice of the squadron leader resonated in the minds of every pilot. This was a true mental connection, as the neural link system allowed voice signals to be directly transmitted to the cerebral cortex. We shall now conduct the first synchronization test of the neural link under warp conditions. The test will involve basic movement synchronization, including walking, running, jumping, crouching, and lateral movement. Note: the spatial distortion within the warp bubble may affect the feedback signals of the neural link. If any anomalies are sensed, immediately cease all actions and report the situation. Mech 1, commence. The pilot of Mech 1 closed his eyes, relaxing his body. In his consciousness, he was no longer the human of 175 centimeters. He was the 36-meter-tall Xingtian Mech. He raised his right arm, and the 300mm electromagnetic cannon followed suit. He stepped forward with his left foot, and the towering mech mirrored his movement. He ran, and the mech ran in tandem. He leaped, and the mech leaped alongside him. The sensation was more authentic than any game and more immersive than any virtual reality. Every thought he had was executed by the mech, and every vibration sensed by the mech was relayed back to his body. Mech 1, synchronization complete. No anomalies detected. Mech 2, commence. One by one, the 320 Xingtian mechs completed their neural link synchronization tests. Subsequently, they began practicing more intricate maneuvers, combat formation changes, coordinated assaults, alternating cover, and emergency evasions. Within the 50-kilometer-long hangar, 320 36-meter-tall mechs moved like 320 true giants, running, jumping, rolling, and firing. Time slipped away quietly amidst the training. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. 24 Conqueror-class vessels, traveling at 10 times the speed of light, carved immense arcs through the void surrounding the solar system. 3.5 million interstellar warriors gradually grew familiar with their warships, their roles, and the sensation of combat within warp conditions during this journey. The gunners of the weaponry unit have now mastered the ability to lock onto any virtual target within a mere second. The personnel of the laser defense unit can intercept any saturation attack in just 2 seconds. The gunners of the particle beam artillery have become adept at calculating the optimal firing sequence in a fraction of a second. The pilots of the carrier aircraft are capable of executing intricate formation maneuvers. Meanwhile, the mecha operators have developed the finesse to maneuver the 36-meter-tall Xingtian mecha with the agility akin to their own bodies. The intelligence reconnaissance team has accomplished the most crucial task. By the 23rd day of training, the gravitational sensing system's detection range expanded to 30 light minutes. By the 30th day, they successfully charted a dynamic star map within a 1 light day radius. On this star map, the position of each star, the orbit of every planet, and the trajectory of each asteroid are meticulously marked to 12 decimal places. Every gravitational anomaly is highlighted in conspicuous red. On the final day of training, 24 Conqueror-class vessels simultaneously exited warp state, hovering on the periphery of the Kuiper Belt. Ahead lay the construction docks for the second batch of 24 Conqueror-class ships. Behind them was the blue planet they were destined to protect. The duty officer of the bridge command group stood before the observation window, quietly gazing at Earth for a moment. Then he turned to face the assembled crew, delivering the last words of their 2-month training. The adaptive training over the past 2 months has been successfully completed. All personnel, prepare for return. 2 months later, he paused, a smile gracing his lips. We are officially departing. Chapter 217, Logistics Service Corps of the Expeditionary Force. On the 6th day of June in the 4724th year of the Yellow Emperor's era, there were 7 days remaining until the official departure of the Expeditionary Force. In the central administrative region of the Yanhuan continent, a closed-door meeting lasting 3 hours had just concluded. Qin Feng occupied the foremost position in the conference room, with a recent resolution displayed on the holographic screen before him. His gaze lingered on the document for several seconds before he lifted his head to address those seated along the long table. Qin Weidong, Qin Zhanjuan, Qin Wenhan, and Qin Yang, alongside several management personnel temporarily reassigned from Paradise Island, whose faces betrayed an unmistakable tension. After all, this was their first participation in such a high-level meeting. Have you all finished reading? Qin Feng's tone was calm. The others nodded in affirmation. Then let us discuss, he prompted. Qin Weidong was the first to speak. This biogenetic cabinet minister, who had followed Qin Feng the longest, was known for his candidness, From a pragmatic standpoint, this is necessary. 3.5 million young males, after 3 rounds of genetic optimization, have reached the pinnacle of human physiological function. A 6-year one-way journey, coupled with an uncertain combat duration, without any outlets for release, will inevitably affect morale. This is not a matter that can be resolved by willpower. It is a fundamental biological principle. Qin Zhangjuan nodded in agreement. The military academy has conducted simulations. The impact of prolonged abstinence in a completely enclosed environment on combat effectiveness is objectively significant. Mildly, there may be emotional unrest and increased internal friction. Severely, psychological issues, or even disciplinary violations may arise. Rather than waiting for problems to manifest before taking remedial action, it is far wiser to establish systematic arrangements in advance. Qin Yang raised his hand. From Elysium Island, we can allocate 10,000 personnel. All have undergone training, and their professionalism is beyond reproach. Additionally, both the Eastern District and the North American District have responded with great enthusiasm. He glanced at the data sheet in his hand. Within 72 hours of sending out the recruitment notice, the number of applicants has already exceeded 3 million, with the Eastern District accounting for over 60%. After a thorough selection, the first batch of 1 million has completed their medical examinations and background checks. Ready for immediate deployment. Qin Feng did not respond immediately. He simply sat in silence, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon outside the window. 350,000 expeditionary forces were engaged in their final joint exercises. On the youthful faces, one could see anticipation, tension, trepidation toward the unknown, and a fervent desire for victory. They are all heroes. They embody the backbone of the Yanhuang civilization. Most among them will set foot on alien soil 6 years hence, fighting for the future of their descendants. Yet, all of them will be separated from their homeland, from their loved ones, and from everything familiar for at least the next 12 years. In the cosmos, 12 years is but a fleeting moment. However, for a young person in their 20s, 12 years is nearly the entirety of their life thus far. Qin Feng finally spoke. Then it is settled. His voice remained calm. Elysium Island will allocate 10,000 personnel, and the Eastern District and North American District will recruit 1 million to form a logistical support group for the expeditionary forces, integrated into the supply fleet. He paused. Inform them that participation is voluntary. They must be made aware of what they will be doing and what challenges they may encounter. Qin Yang nodded. Understood. The agreement's terms are detailed, clearly outlining rights and obligations. Furthermore, the medical team will conduct regular checks to ensure basic health. Qin Feng acknowledged with a sound. He had no further comments to make, nor was there a need for any. Everyone present understood that this 1 million was neither warriors nor citizens, nor even truly their own. Their purpose was clear to all. The grandiose terminology in the agreement, logistical support, psychological counseling, and life assurance, held but one meaning in reality. Yet, no one perceived this as problematic. For this was the reality. 350,000 robust men would be required to live in a confined space environment for a minimum of 12 years. If this issue were not addressed, the morale, combat effectiveness, and psychological well-being of these 350,000 individuals would inevitably suffer. And they are the solution. In the most direct and simple manner, they tackle a primal and tangible issue. As for their thoughts, their willingness, or whether they might feel humiliated, that is their own concern. The agreement is explicit. Signing it signifies acceptance of all that may be encountered along the way. Embrace your position within this expeditionary force. Acknowledge that their standing and that of the warriors are never equal. It is a transaction, their bodies exchanged for Yanhuang currency, in return for a potential future. The Yanhuang civilization owes nothing to anyone. 6 days later, in the Kuiper Belt, the assembly area of the expeditionary force, 24 Conqueror-class capital ships silently float in the void. Surrounding them are 123 auxiliary vessels, supply ships, medical ships, transport ships, and logistical support ships. The largest among them, the logistics vessel numbered Logistics 001, is merely 1/3 the length of the Conqueror class, yet possesses ample interior space to accommodate 120,000 individuals. At this moment, 101,000 women are boarding the ship in succession. They hail from diverse origins. Some come from the Eastern District, speaking a soft, melodious Japanese, their faces adorned with professional smiles. Others are from the Northern District, with golden hair and azure eyes, tall and dressed in meticulously chosen garments. They arrive from Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, and various corners of the world, clad in different attire, speaking disparate tongues, and exhibiting a multitude of skin tones and appearances. The expressions on their faces are surprisingly uniform. It is a countenance that is difficult to articulate. It is neither excitement nor anticipation, nor can it be classified as resignation. It is merely a habitual calmness, as if they have long known that this day would come in their lives, as if they understand that in this world, some bodies belong to themselves, while others belong solely to those willing to place a bid. A small transport shuttle departs from Logistics 001, gliding slowly toward Conqueror 001. Inside the shuttle sits a young woman in her early 20s from the East, named Yuko. 3 months prior, she was serving drinks at a nightclub in East Crystal. A month ago, she was discovered by a talent scout and signed that fateful contract. Now, she is en route to Conqueror 001 to familiarize herself with her new workplace. Through the shuttle's window, she gazes upon the 24 colossal ships, 50 kilometers in length. They dwarf any structure in East Crystal, surpassing the scale of any city. Larger than anything she could ever fathom. Those immense vessels linger silently in the void. She recalls the day she signed the contract. The expressionless recruiter's words echoing in her mind. Once you arrive, all actions will follow orders. Do what you are told without questioning why. Understood? She nodded. What else could she say? Chapter 218. The departure of the Expeditionary Legion, the transport shuttle gently glides into the hangar of Conqueror 001. Inside the hangar, someone awaits her. A woman clad in a black uniform, adorned with the emblem of the logistics service, surveys Yuko from head to toe and nods. Yuko? Yes. Follow me. Let us familiarize ourselves with the environment. Your official duties commence tomorrow. Yuko trails behind the woman, venturing deeper into the vast Conqueror 001. The ship, 50 kilometers in length, houses a fully self-sustaining ecosystem within its confines. There exists a residential area, an entertainment district, restaurants, a gym, and a medical center. She traversed the long corridors, occasionally encountering a few soldiers clad in individual combat suits. Some of those warriors would cast her a glance, while others would not. Yet, she could sense that within those gazes, there resided neither malice nor goodwill, merely a habitual scrutiny, akin to observing an inanimate object. Yuko lowered her head, reminding herself that this was something she must acclimatize to. This would be the life she faced over the next 12 years. 7 days later, on June 13th, 4724 of the Huangdi era, the day of the expedition commenced. 3,500,000 soldiers of the Expeditionary Force had all boarded their vessels. 123 auxiliary ships were in position, while 24 Conqueror-class capital ships had completed engine warm-up. In the periphery of the solar system, 147 luminous points silently hovered in the void, awaiting the final command to depart. On the bridge of Conqueror 001, Commander Qin Zhangguan stood at the helm, gazing through the viewport at the now diminutive blue planet, Earth. All ships, report status. Conqueror 001, ready. Conqueror 002, ready. Conqueror 003, ready. Conqueror 024, ready. Logistics 001, ready. Logistics 002, ready. Medical 001, ready. Supply 015, ready. 147 vessels reported in succession, each confirming their readiness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhangguan finally uttered the command that had awaited for an entire year. Expeditionary Force, all hands, prepare to embark. Simultaneously, the engines of the 24 Conqueror-class ships ignited. In that moment of warp engine activation, all 147 vessels were enveloped within individual warp bubbles, which flickered briefly in the void before vanishing. Accompanying the disappearance were those 147 ships, 3,500,000 interstellar warriors, and 1,000,001 women from across the globe. This marked the first outreach of the Yanhuang civilization into the depths of the cosmos. The solar system returned to silence, as if nothing had transpired. Only the second batch of Conqueror-class ships, still under construction in the Kuiper Belt, awaited their mission in quietude. 60 light-years away from the solar system lay the home system of the Silentia civilization. At the edge of the Orion Arm, a G-type main sequence star burned quietly. This star, known as Nanu in the Silentian tongue, translates to the lighthouse that never extinguishes. It had been aglow for 4.5 billion years, nearly contemporaneous with the distant sun that nurtured Earth. Orbiting the star Nanu was its third planet, a blue world teeming with life, Silentia, the darling of the cosmos. This planet's diameter is approximately 1.2 times that of Earth, with surface gravity slightly higher and a richer atmospheric content of oxygen. For 30 millennia, an unbroken history of civilization has wrought profound transformations upon this planet. Yet these changes diverge significantly from humanity's imaginings. There are no towering skyscrapers, no floating cities, nor monumental edifices that pierce the clouds as depicted in science fiction. The architecture of the Sarandians is modest, grounded, harmoniously blending with the natural environment. Their cities resemble clusters of mushrooms that naturally sprout from the earth, dome-shaped, streamlined, and with heights not exceeding 20 meters, covering a third of the continental expanse. These dome-like structures are the abodes of the Sarandians, who find no need to elevate their buildings as a testament to their worth. They possess far prouder achievements, a continuous civilization spanning 30,000 years, the initiation of interstellar exploration a millennium ago, an entry into the grand age of space travel 3 centuries past. Presently, their footprints have traversed dozens of nearby star systems, their probes reaching unfamiliar star regions over 100 light-years away, and their population has surged to over 30 billion, nearly a third of whom reside on colonial planets beyond their home world. This marks the golden age of Sarandian civilization, at least in their own estimation. On the central continent of Sarandia, within the Grand Council Chamber, stands a semi-buried circular edifice, approximately 300 meters in diameter and no taller than 15 meters at its apex. Viewed from above, it resembles a shallow disk embedded in the earth, its surface cloaked in greenery that melds seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Inside, a gentle luminescence bathes the vast circular council table. At this moment, 7 individuals occupy seats around the table. Yet, to describe them merely as individuals is somewhat misleading. Standing at about 1.2 meters tall, with slender limbs and relatively large heads, their faces are dominated by dark eyes that account for a third of their visage. Their gray skin bears almost no wrinkles, save for a few faint lines near the temples, indicative of age. In Sarandian culture, the presence of more lines at the temples signifies greater age and wisdom. Seated in the primary position, the individual with the most pronounced temple lines has nearly covered the entire side of his head. His name, if translated into human language, would approximate to wisdom of the elders, yet Sarandian names are never uttered directly. In formal contexts, he is referred to solely by his title, Chief Elder. The Chief Elder's gaze is fixed upon the holographic projection at the center of the circular table, a record of information from 78 years past, transmitted by the Solar System Exploration Team. Within the hologram, the image of a Sarandian speaks. He is the leader of the exploration team. an experienced voyager whose temple lines indicate he had lived for over 1,200 years at that time. The report of the 73rd exploration mission outlines the objective, the solar system, located approximately 60 light-years from their home world. The findings confirm the existence of intelligent life on the third planet, which refers to itself as humanity. Chapter 219. How could such strength develop in 78 years? Humans, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, walk upright, and live in communities. They have developed a rudimentary agricultural civilization in the nascent stages of industrialization. Observations indicate that their technological advancements are exceedingly primitive. They have yet to master controllable nuclear fusion technology, and their capabilities for space exploration are nearly non-existent, having not even reached their own planet's moon. The planet's natural environment is conducive to life, with atmospheric components slightly differing from ours, yet fundamentally compatible, and gravity being somewhat higher but adaptable. A comprehensive assessment concludes, this is a planet of potential colonial value. However, given the 60 light-year distance, a one-way journey would require 120 years, rendering the colonization costs prohibitively high. It is recommended that this planet be designated for observation, with regular dispatch of probes to monitor the progression of its civilization. The holographic projection faded, leaving silence around the circular council table. This report had been received 78 years prior. At that time, no one took it seriously. What concern could there be for a primitive civilization 60 light-years away? Given the development pace of the Salantia civilization at that time, it was anticipated that in a millennium or two, they could expand their influence to that region. By then, the race still reliant on chemical fuel rockets would either be conquered, annihilated, or fade into obscurity within the annals of history. It seemed inconsequential. What truly captured their attention were the events following that report. Shortly after it was sent back, the solar system exploration team vanished. This was not unusual at the time. The ships of the exploration team were outdated models, and merely reaching the solar system after traveling 60 light-years was a miracle in itself. Crashes, malfunctions, and accidents could all account for their disappearance. The Salantia civilization's headquarters did not send anyone to investigate. It was too distant, 60 light-years, 120 years one way. The life or death of an exploration team was deemed unworthy of the effort. They merely annotated the report, Solar System Exploration Team, suspected missing. Mission status, awaiting update. Then, it was filed away. 78 years. 4 Earthlings with lifespans of mere decades. That spans an entire generation, 2 generations, 3 generations. Yet for the Salantians, whose average lifespan is 2,000 years, 78 years is but a slightly extended holiday, a business trip of moderate duration. They had not even assigned anyone to follow up on the matter, until 10 months ago. The chief elder raised a hand and gently swiped across the holographic projection. New information appeared. It was a communication record from the solar system. Date of transmission, 10 months ago. Sender, not the Solar System Exploration Team. The sender identified themselves as Earth, North America, the United States of America. The content of the message was written in Salantian, indicating